The trajectory of fate is often unpredictable. Even if Lin Chuan changes as a butterfly, even if Raditz follows Son Goku to run the snake track. But in the end, something like falling into the snake path still happened. Screen transition. In the universe, located in the sea of stars between the moon and the earth. The wave is over. The destructive power of the explosion was so terrifying that it set off an extremely huge shock wave, sweeping and engulfing everything. If it weren't for being thousands of kilometers away from the moon during the battle, even the battle would avoid the moon intentionally or unintentionally. Otherwise, the power of the aftermath of the big explosion alone could completely destroy the moon. No matter how bad it is, it can make the entire moon peel off a layer of skin. The clone's energy is exhausted and returns to the body. Although it did not bring about an increase in strength, the memory of the battle and all the thoughts during the battle appeared in my mind. This is the strength of 1,000,000 combat power. If the energy of the clone is not exhausted, I can still exert more powerful power. Lin Chuan was in a surging mood and said to himself. It has to be said that it was only at this moment that Lin Chuan realized that he could unleash world-destroying power with just a single movement of his hands. The fighting strength of 1,000,000 is so terrifying. So how powerful would a combat power of over 100 million be? Unimaginable. Just like when I only had 15,000 combat power points, even if I wanted to get 1,000,000 combat power points, it would be terrifying, but that was just a guess and not accurate. Now, he imagines units with a combat power of 100 million, just like he imagined a combat power of millions. Even though his horizons are broad, even though he is a time traveler, he does not possess it himself, and the gap is still very far away, so how can he know it? Withdrawing his mind and calming down, Lin Chuan faced the earth again. This wave of explosion is enough. Although being in the universe space will not cause too much consumption to himself, he is still ready to go back. At this moment, Lin Chuan, who was getting ready to set off, suddenly felt a special feeling coming from his body. A strange feeling, familiar yet unfamiliar. The blood in the body seemed to be stimulated by something, like boiling water. The cells in the body seemed to have taken stimulants and began to lose control. This feeling. Lin Chuan was shocked and frowned. This feeling was unmistakable. It was a precursor to the great ape. It was an area that he had not touched for many years. The next second, Lin Chuan turned around and faced the moon 1,000 kilometers away. Because of the sunlight, his angular position happened to receive more than 17 million billion rays of light reflected from the moon. The moonlight shines on the body, and after the tail is stimulated, it twists uncontrollably. It's really careless. However, since I haven't done a great ape in so many years, it's not necessarily a bad thing to do a great ape passively this time. After Lin Chuan muttered in his mouth, with a thought in his mind, he quickly used his mental power to stabilize his mind so as not to be swallowed by the wild nature. The dazzling moonlight became brighter and brighter, irritating his eyes, causing Lin Chuan to subconsciously close his eyes. The flow rate of blood in the body continued to accelerate, the beating speed of the heart doubled, the body began to expand, and black hair grew on the surface of Lin Chuan's body. From the human form to the animal form, the strength of the body also continues to increase. Body shape, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, more than 100 meters. Combat power, 1.5 million points, 2 million points, 4 million points, 7 million points, until the end, more than 10 million points. In just 1 minute, Lin Chuan's figure no longer existed. Standing in the starry sky is a huge black creature. Oh, a beast roar sounded, seeming to declare his arrival. In the vacuum environment of the universe, sound cannot be transmitted, but a roar similar to sound can be transmitted through the vibration of the universe space. Transformed into the form of a giant ape, Lin Chuan did not go berserk. Originally, as a lower-level soldier, he could not maintain his sanity during the great ape. The most important thing is that there is no way to control it in his inherited memory, and there is no one to lead the way for him. The reason why Lin Chuan can now control his reason is that he achieved it after he made great achievements in the field of mental power through unremitting training on Planet V3114. In fact, it is quite simple. Whether you can control reason and defeat wildness is directly related to the strength of your own strength. Feeling the extraordinary surging energy brought by Great Ape Lin Chuan's blood-red eyes were full of fiery meaning. A tenfold increase. Now my combat power has exceeded 10 million points. Excited and excited. He had only felt the power of 1,000,000 level combat power before, but now it was at a level of tens of millions, making it even more difficult for him to conceal his desire for powerful power. Whether it is physical strength or strength, all aspects have ushered in a qualitative leap. Although the Great Ape is not as good as the Super Saiyan transformation, at this stage, it is the absolute ace killer move. Even Frieza, who has tens of millions of levels of combat power, can only resist it after his final transformation. By the way, if I still can't break through and transform into a Super Saiyan after 1 year, Great Ape will be my only reliance. Without any other changes, just relying on the power of the system, with more than 30 million combat power a year later, how could it be possible to defeat Frieza if that was all? So, if you really can't transform by then use Great Ape. 10 times the strength of the wild, even if it cannot reach its true level, it is definitely stronger than Frieza's 120 million points. Of course, Lin Chuan doesn't think he is such a loser. Even if you still can't figure out the Super Saiyan transformation, it is inevitable to improve your combat power. You said, there is no spiritual time room? Lin Chuan has made a decision, at least for now, he will not touch it. In other words, we have to wait until the system level is upgraded. It is true that the space of the spiritual time house can be broken and then returned. But if you want to break through, the combat power required is at least hundreds of billions, or even trillions of units. The original Fat Majin Buu has a combat power of more than 600 billion, and Big Buu is much stronger. By the way, if I still can't transform by then, should I just kill Frisia while he hasn't transformed? Lin Chuan couldn't help but laugh weirdly after saying this. Although it is not about martial ethics, it is indeed safe. However, if Frisia is destroyed, he will not be strong enough, and he will still have to face Frisia's father, the Kurdish king. There's even Frisia's big brother, Cooler. I just don't know if Cooler exists in the Dragon Ball world he lives in. There are too many parallel time and spaces in the Dragon Ball world, and each parallel time and space has its own different development. In the main line of Dragon Ball, Cooler does not appear, but it does not mean that he does not exist. Maybe the Cooler in the main line time and space was killed for other reasons, and maybe he no longer exists. As for this world of time and space, Lin Chuan could only analyze it based on everything he knew. Lots of ideas. As he thought more and more deeply, Lin Chuan had already controlled his huge body to sit on an extremely huge meteorite. If others saw his appearance at this time, they would definitely be shocked. Because such a big giant ape not only lives in the universe, but also changes its sitting position from time to time and even makes various humanized movements. Wait, Super Saiyan. Great ape. Transformation. Suddenly he thought of something, and an idea flashed in Lin Chuan's mind. As a hardcore Dragon Ball fan in my previous life, I knew the plot of the Dragon Ball world very well. It's just that after more than 20 years of apocalyptic life, many of his memories have been sealed away. At this time, with the help of in-depth imagination at certain points, he quickly remembered some aspects that he had not thought about in the past. Especially those plots in parallel time and space that are not the main line of time and space. For example, in the world of Dragon Ball GT Gaiden, there are advanced methods for the evolution of Great Ape and Super Saiyan bloodline. If one can maintain sanity in the state of the Great Ape and possess a certain level of strength to transform into a golden Great Ape, then there is hope that one can transform into the 4th level Super Saiyan. Ape Super 4. I think that when he was on Planet V3114, he just wanted to try this transformation method, so he tried his best to overcome the wildness of the giant ape and maintain his sanity. In the past, it did fail. However, previous failures were most likely due to lack of own strength. It does not mean that it will still fail now or in the future, as his strength continues to improve. At this moment, his combat strength reaches 1 million, and his great ape form reaches tens of millions. This time, maybe it's an opportunity. By coincidence, I entered the giant ape state, and I just took this opportunity to understand how to transform from an ordinary giant ape to a golden giant ape. After all, the golden giant ape is the most critical step in transforming into Super 4. If he succeeds, then he will be truly invincible in this era. Of course, even if you are unsuccessful, you can gain a new understanding based on your current strength. Regarding the direction to be taken in the future, some detours can also be eliminated. With a decision in his mind, Lin Chuan immediately controlled his huge body to fly towards the moon. It's too far to go back to Earth. Since the Great Ape is happening here, we might as well go back to the moon to experience it. Landing on the moon's surface again, it was too big and caused quite a stir this time. Lin Chuan didn't think too much. He randomly found a stable position and sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to understand the form of the giant ape. In the posture of a giant ape, he entered meditation. Lin Chuan entered his own spiritual world. Different from the spiritual world when meditating in the human form, the spiritual world entered in the giant ape form is a bloody world. On the dark earth, a blood moon hung in the sky, extremely huge. Blood filled the air, murderous aura surged, and the aura of beastliness filled the entire world. There is no doubt that these are the cruelties and bloodthirsty engraved in the bones of Great Ape. However, Lin Chuan will not be affected, because he has already seen this spiritual world. It was when he woke up from this spiritual world that he completely controlled his reason. Time passes minute by minute. Even Lin Chuan himself didn't know how long he had been on the moon. It wasn't until something happened to his body that he finally woke up from his meditation. There is no doubt that the Great Ape's time has come. Even if there is always moonlight shining, the Great Ape cannot continue to exist if it does not reach 17 million Boolean waves. It is inevitable that the form will be automatically lifted. Speaking of which, if Lin Chuan hadn't come to the moon, the time to maintain the Great Ape might have been even shorter. The moon is always moving, so the intensity of reflected light will also change. Lin Chuan felt somewhat lost when he returned to his human form, because he is still confused about the golden giant ape. In the end, I can only conclude that transforming from an ordinary giant ape form into a golden giant ape is as difficult as Lin Chuan's human form transforming into a Super Saiyan. Although I failed to realize it, this time the Great Ape seems to have tapped out a lot of my potential. Lin Chuan quickly came out of the disappointed mood and said to himself, some things cannot be forced. The more urgent it is, the more likely it is that it will go too far. Shifting his attention, he opened the system panel and saw that the combat power index at this time had reached 1.15 million points. This time, after coincidentally performing the Great Ape, I actually increased my combat power by nearly 150,000.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Even though his own combat power exceeded 1 million points, it felt too direct to increase his combat power by hundreds of thousands in one go. If he didn't have this feeling, Lin Chuan really wouldn't look at the attribute panel in a hurry to confirm the data. Standing up, Lin Chuan put aside all the thoughts about the golden giant ape and the transformation method of the 4th level Super Saiyan. He has written down all the previous insights, and will only make new attempts in the future when he becomes stronger. At this time, Lin Chuan had new ideas and was ready to make a new attempt. Now that he has tried to get to this point, he doesn't have any time to waste. Even though he was naked now, Lin Chuan didn't feel ashamed. Being on the moon, no one can see what he looks like now. Let me try again. Super Saiyan breakthrough. My transformation failed in the past, maybe because of lack of strength or not enough S cells. But now, my combat power has exceeded 1 million points. With my current strength, can I do it? As my understanding deepens, the ideas in my mind become clearer and I know what I want to do next. In the original work, Son Goku reaches the 1st level of Super Saiyan with a combat power of 3 million points. Although his combat power at this time is only over 1.15 million, he is not weak anymore. At least it's much better than when I was still on Planet V3114. Moreover, he clearly knows Chei's transformation method. Just this is enough to make up for the gap in combat power, right? After calming down his mind, Lin Chuan clenched his fists and his body was in a half-bent posture. Completely concentrate your own power, guide all the energy to converge towards the center of the back, and finally explode in one go. Wow! A surging snow-white aura spurted out from Lin Chuan's body, like an erupting volcano spewing out magma. The terrifying power spread in all directions, and the entire moon trembled violently again because of this force. The breath is still expanding and getting stronger, and its intensity has completely surpassed Lin Chuan's previous explosion. It even set off huge waves in the universe, each wave becoming more terrifying than the last, constantly increasing the intensity of energy condensation. Lin Chuan's forehead had bulging veins, and without any clothing to cover it, his figure looked even more ferocious and burly. Especially the thick green veins, like giant dragons clinging to Lin Chuan's body. It seemed as if his whole body would explode completely in the next second. This is all I have? No? I will risk everything to try to break through today. With a loud shout, Lin Chuan chose to completely release all his power. It was different from the previous full-force explosion. Now it is time to condense the power in the body to the limit in one breath, and then break through that bottleneck. It was precisely because of Lin Chuan's best efforts that a golden light flashed across his eyes. It was not fixed, and even Lin Chuan himself didn't notice it. As time passes little by little, when the energy reaches its peak, which lasts for less than a minute, the breath begins to feel weak and begins to gradually decline. As expected, it still doesn't work? What's the problem? This attempt lasted several minutes. Still not successful. Even if we continue, it won't make much sense. Lin Chuan relaxed, regained, and calmed the power in his body. If you fail this time, you can only continue to strengthen your own strength, or improve your realm. Just like understanding the golden giant ape and Super 4, wait until later to seek breakthroughs. Don't force things, don't take things seriously, know how to proceed step by step, and know how to accumulate slowly. After 2 lifetimes, Lin Chuan in his previous life was actually a very good person. It is all thanks to his career in the doomsday industry for more than 20 years that he has completely polished his character. So what if it fails? Have you experienced too little in these years? So what if it doesn't succeed? If you don't succeed this time, just try your best to succeed next time. This is Lin Chuan's mentality. For Lin Chuan, he was not 100% sure that he would succeed this time. If you are sure that you can succeed, then failure will indeed be a huge blow. In terms of strength, it should be enough. When it comes to S cells, with my current level of strength, there will definitely be no shortage of them. Could it be said that the transformation of Super Saiyan really requires anger as a guide to complete the transformation? If that's the case, why can those Saiyans in the 6th universe complete the Super Saiyan transformation without anger? Or is it really just a lack of strength? When the Saiyans of the 6th universe appeared in the Super Era, their normal combat power level cannot be underestimated. They are too strong. After thinking about it, Lin Chuan continued to analyze the existing problems, differences, and various possibilities. Lin Chuan even used this to think of another aspect. That's the tail? Could it be that it's because of the tail? This should be impossible, right? Lin Chuan lowered his head and looked at the tail behind his butt. In the setting, the Saiyans of the 6th universe are born without tails. From their own explanations in the later stages of the original work, we can learn that things like tails don't have much effect on them, so they naturally disappeared during the evolution process. Moreover, the Saiyans of the 6th universe don't even know about the Great Ape. Other than that, there is no other difference between the Saiyans of the 6th universe and the Saiyans of the 7th universe. Lin Chuan couldn't help but admire his own thinking after thinking too much. If this is really because of the tail, it is true that Son Goku has completed the Super Saiyan transformation without a tail. Of course, the ultimate anger is for sure. Later, Vegeta seems to have broken through to Super Saiyan without a tail. Then to the later Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks. The more he thought about it, the more outrageous Lin Chuan felt. This crooked idea shocked him. He shook his head hard and threw these thoughts away. I'm kidding, God's tail is the key to preventing him from successfully transforming. If the basic combat power index exceeds tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions cannot be broken through, then maybe we really have to try. For now, it's better to wait for some time to settle. Perhaps, with the improvement of strength, there will be new insights. After summarizing all the gains and insights, Lin Chuan set his sights on the Earth again. There is no point in continuing to stay here. With a leap, Lin Chuan left the moon violently and rushed straight towards the Earth. The speed was so fast that it once again reached hundreds of times the speed of sound, hundreds of kilometers per second. A short half-hour later, Lin Chuan broke through the Earth's atmosphere. Without wandering anywhere else, he quickly locked his target and landed on the rooftop of Bulma's round house. At this point, something embarrassing happened. Lin Chuan came back after pursuing Bulma's aura, so when he fell from the sky, he never thought that he had no clothes to cover him. At this time, Bulma was standing alone on the rooftop admiring the beautiful night view while drinking red wine. The two looked at each other. Before Lin Chuan noticed it, Bulma was stunned and dumbfounded. After being sluggish for a few seconds, Bulma let out a scream and at the same time turned sideways and covered her face with one hand. You, why are you running around without clothes? No clothes. Looking down, Lin Chuan finally came to his senses. Lin Chuan, who was still unaware of the situation, immediately blushed and turned around in embarrassment. Sorry, something happened during my trip to Earth just now, so all the clothes I wore were burned. As he spoke, his eyes once again collided with Bulma's gaze looking through his fingers. The two of them suddenly became awkward. Bulma wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow down, but she couldn't help but secretly took a look through her fingers. As a result, she was caught by Lin Chuan by chance. What should I do? I don't want to live anymore. Bulma's heart was extremely broken. The image of a lady is completely gone. Lady? If you say this, I'm afraid no one will believe it, and no one will think so. Bulma has a free and easy nature, is also innocent, courageous, and direct, and is extremely intelligent. It can be said that there are many words that can be used to describe Bulma, but she is not the only one that can't be compared with a lady. That. Lin Chuan was about to say something as he watched Bulma's cheeks burning red. The next second, Bulma ran away quickly and left the rooftop regardless of everything. Just leave like this, that's fine. Lin Chuan, who realized that he should quickly go back to the room to wash up and change clothes, stopped inking and quickly crossed the aisle and returned to his room. In any case, the misunderstanding came out this time. The next day, early morning, Lin Chuan was still asleep when he was woken up by Sun Wufan knocking on the door. It should be said that this is also the first time since coming to Earth that I have stayed in bed. It's not that Lin Chuan didn't think of it, but that he was having a sweet dream that all men wanted to have. He couldn't make a choice for a while, so he deliberately slept a little longer and calmed down in his dream. For him, it was just the last step to enjoy the ultimate happiness. As a result, Sun Wufan accidentally broke it. I'm angry, but it's hard to get angry. What does a child know? After getting up and briefly washing up, Lin Chuan put on new clothes and walked downstairs. I have to say that Bulma's arrangements for him were really meticulous. Everything was arranged. At least after arriving here, Lin Chuan never found that he was missing anything. Enter the restaurant. While Shishi was chatting with Bulma, he was busy preparing breakfast with the home robot. Because Lin Chuan and Sun Wufan's demand was relatively large, even if there was a table of breakfast, Shishi still did not stop what he was doing. Lin Chuan arrived, and the exchanges between Bulma and Shishi suddenly stopped. Looking at each other, the two of them thought about the awkward moment last night again. I don't know what Bulma was thinking. After eating a few more bites, she picked up another piece of breakfast and took it away. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance at Lin Chuan, as if to demonstrate. It's just that against the backdrop of her rosy face, she doesn't appear to be serious or angry, but rather adds a bit of coquettishness. Lin Chuan didn't say anything from beginning to end. He watched Bulma leave and his body trembled. The woman whose face he couldn't see clearly in the dream just overlapped with Bulma's figure. Damn it, the woman he dreamed about last night was definitely Bulma. After finishing breakfast absent-mindedly, Lin Chuan kept thinking about how to resolve last night's accident. He believed that Bulma would not suspect that he was playing rogue. After all, he had already explained it. However, if a woman really insists on something, she cannot be coaxed easily. Besides, he doesn't know how to coax. In all his past and present lives, he is almost 50. He has fallen in love, but he is not an expert at it. Especially in the 25 years of this life, I have never had contact with the opposite S**X, and Bulma was the first. Uncle Lin Chuan, I've finished eating. Let's go practice early. As Sun Wufan's voice came, Lin Chuan shifted his attention. He nodded. Let's go. Starting from today, it's almost time to teach you something new. Really? Sun Wufan was excited. He has already felt the benefits that being strong brings to him, and at the same time he has always been eager to learn more and make himself more perfect. The two of them walked out of the restaurant one after another and came to the back garden. In the morning, Lin Chuan would do morning exercises, and Sun Wufan would follow him. Gradually, he got used to exercising every day, and then went to practice Qi in the morning. Gohan, after the first 10 days of training, your strength has now reached a certain level. In terms of accurate numerical values, even if it does not exceed 1000 points, it is still very close. Based on your performance yesterday, I also discovered what you are lacking most now. Although you have learned how to attack and how to fight, you don't have many skills. If you don't know the skills, you can't use them at all. Show all your strength. Now, I will teach you 2 attack skills for close combat, and a method for releasing energy waves. As the words came out of his mouth, Lin Chuan had already seen the strength of Sun Wuhan after a night. The combat power exceeded 950 points and reached 980 points. There is a difference of 20 points in combat power. To be honest, we will definitely be able to break through the 1000 mark today. Breaking through in battle, for Saiyans, no. In fact, for everyone, it is one of the fastest ways to improve strength. However, the Saiyans are particularly notable. Sun Wuhan sparred with him every afternoon and evening, and he could improve his combat power by dozens of points in just 2 hours. After that, due to exhaustion of physical strength and recovery after the battle, the strength will increase by a small amount. Otherwise, how could it reach nearly 1000 points in 10 days? Yes, I will study hard, Uncle Lin Chuan. Sun Wufan nodded happily, with a look of expectation on his face. Lin Chuan didn't do any ink and started the operation immediately. The 2 close-quarter skills to be taught, one is to use the breath to condense on the fists to form a high-pressure air fist. When attacking from this, a more powerful fist will be released. This move is actually similar to Nappa's explosive punch in the original, but in comparison, it is definitely different. Nappa's explosive punch was too strong and powerful. It broke Tianjin Fan's arm with 1 punch, but if his physical strength was not enough, it would also cause harm to himself. In particular, his moves consume a lot of energy, and he will be crushed against someone with slightly stronger strength. For example, Nappa was easily suppressed by Son Goku later. Even though his explosive punch was powerful, it not only had no effect, but also caused his own energy to be consumed quickly. Lin Chuan's Qi Hakuan is different. As long as the Qi is attached to it, you can control how much Qi is compressed to exert as much power as you want. Finally, if you don't blow it out, your anger can still be contained. This requires great control over Qi. It is difficult for Sun Wufan, but it is most suitable for him to practice. The second is a method that seems very ordinary but is extraordinary, the afterimage fist. It's like the afterimage fist in the original work, but Lin Chuan's afterimage fist can reach a greater limit, and can even simulate a period of afterimage movements to trick the enemy into being fooled. I remember when I first created this move, I just wanted to have fun fighting against the clones. It was not until later that as his strength improved and he fought with clones, this move became a very practical and common method. Close skills are these 2 moves. Then there is the trick of energy release. In fact, Sun Wuhan has already learned how to condense energy bombs. Although the power is not very good, as long as he practices more frequently in the future and has a better grasp of Qi and energy, he can continue to increase the power. In the end, he created his own moves. Of course, it is currently impossible to create one yourself, so Lin Chuan taught him the secret of condensing Qi and releasing Qi. Finally, the trick was taught to him. Special moves such as Thunder Smash Cannon and Scarlet Penetrating Wave are impossible to teach. Even if he wanted to teach them, the current Sun Wuhan would not be able to learn them, let alone unleash them. The demand is too high, reaching at least 10,000 points of combat power. Therefore, Lin Chuan taught him another trick that was easier to learn, and the learning requirements were much lower. Extremely bright flash. Comments. Previous time flies. Just like that, another week passed quietly. Western capital. It is located at the very back of the manor, on the open wilderness connecting the Great Plains of Zida. Lin Chuan was standing on a boulder looking ahead with a serious face. Not far away from him, Sun Wuhan was using all his strength to attack with fists and kicks. After constant training and practice, he has become very proficient in the display and use of skills. Just 7 days, not just the Kehi fist and afterimage fist that Lin Chuan first taught. He also learned all the fighting methods that Lin Chuan taught him in these 7 days. All in all, if Sun Wuhan were to fight against Raditz when he first arrived on Earth at this moment, he would be able to avoid losing in a short period of time. The most important thing is that at this time, Sun Wuhan's combat power has reached 1,395 points. This value only took 20 days. Even though the improvement in this week is not as much as the improvement in the previous 10 days, the increase of 400 points is already quite terrifying. From a 4-year-old child who knew nothing, to the little master he is now. In particular, if he uses all his strength to use the brilliant flash, his combat power can soar to 1,700 points, or even higher. And this is still controllable strength that is not affected by emotions. Lin Chuan could imagine that if Sun Wuhan burst out in anger and then fired a full-strength extremely brilliant flash, it would definitely exceed the 2,800 points value of the magic flash burst in the original work. Such strength, nothing else. It can be said that the Earth in the current era is the strongest? Even today's Z warriors have begun to practice crazily, but how can they become stronger at such a ridiculous speed? Even Piccolo and Son Goku, their combat power at this time cannot exceed 1,300 points, right? Top of the sky, that is, it has just exceeded 1,000? This is because Piccolo and Son Goku experienced Raditz disaster and completely broadened their horizons. This is Lin Chuan's view. Of course, he wouldn't know that Son Goku's strength now exceeds 1,500 points. Although he was still running on the snake path and had not received training from King Kai, he and Raditz's strength had been improved accordingly after experiencing the catastrophe of falling into hell. In addition, they ate food in hell that only gods and Yama kings could eat. Extension fruit. If you eat one of the life extension fruits, you will not be hungry for 100 days, and you can tap your potential and improve your strength to a certain extent. Although the effect will not be outrageous, it will not be small either. This is also the key to Son Goku's combat power exceeding 1,500 points, and Raditz used this to break through to 2,000 points. There is also Piccolo, whose combat power level is approaching 1,500 points at this time. After the battle with Raditz, his strength broke through the limit, and after these 20 days of training, he continued to improve. His thoughts returned, watching Sun Wuhan's moves and trajectory. Very good, but your movements can be more agile. In addition, put aside the distracting thoughts every time you want to divert the attack, and let your body instinctively remember it and actively carry out the next attack. Lin Chuan's voice, the constant sound, also played a role in correcting Sun Wufan's mistakes. Yes, Uncle Lin Chuan. Sun Wufan responded with high emotion. Seeing that this boy was becoming more serious, Lin Chuan nodded. Before, Lin Chuan would never have thought that he would teach this kid so seriously. But as time went by, and I stayed with Sun Wufan for nearly 20 days, this boy politely called Uncle Lin Chuan at every turn. From the beginning, Lin Chuan felt his ears go numb after hearing it. Later, when I heard it, I felt it in my heart and sincerely regarded Sun Wuhan as his disciple. Through subtle changes, Lin Chuan finally understood how the original Piccolo had changed. Piccolo Daimao completely became a good person because of Sun Wufan and became his protector. This shows how terrifying Sun Wuhan's luck is. Unknowingly, even Lin Chuan, a time traveler, was affected. Become Sun Wuhan's protector? What a joke! Lin Chuan didn't want to. Guidance is guidance, and teaching cultivation is teaching cultivation. In the past 2 days, Lin Chuan had a new plan. Be prepared to make some changes. He was able to guide Sun Wufan in his practice, but he had to let Sun Wuhan leave for some other aspects of experience. If you just practice in the current environment, you can indeed continue to become stronger, but without a sense of crisis, no matter how strong you are, you cannot stand alone and have no ability to survive, then you will not be able to make yourself truly strong. Just when Lin Chuan made a decision and was ready to make new arrangements for Sun Wuhan after he finished his training. At this same time, above the Temple of Heaven, Tianjin Fan, Klin, Dumpling, Yakilobe, and Yamsha are currently practicing sparring. And their sparring partners are not each other, but the god's attendant, Bobo. Faced with the siege of 5 people, Bobo could handle it with ease. It has to be said that his 1030 combat power points are not false. Just dealing with these 5 people with only 23,400 points of combat power is as easy as eating and drinking. These days, several people have long known how powerful Bobo is. But knowing it, the constant setbacks made the 5 people's mentality almost collapse. After all, I had never thought that Bobo had such a powerful fighting ability. Think about the troubled times of Piccolo Daimao a few years ago. If Bobo took action, what would happen to them? Fortunately, in this era, the big guy is a little strong who becomes more courageous with every setback, and his desire to become stronger has reached unimaginable heights. So even if I have to be beaten by Bobo several times every day, I can persevere and continue to challenge. Simply put, their goal now is to defeat Bobo. Only in this way can we complete the first step of spiritual practice. After all, even Popo, who has 1030 combat power points, can't defeat him, and even Raditz can't compare with him. How can he face a stronger Saiyan? Speaking of which, training with Bobo is actually reflected in the original work in disguise. Although it was not explained in detail, it was because they had completed various trainings in the Temple of Heaven and could not continue to improve their strength in the Temple of Heaven, so several people left one after another to pursue other paths of practice. The battle continued, and it was clearly visible how intense it was. However, one of the 5 people has been paddling. Who else but Achilobe? In this extraordinary period, even dumplings are marching forward bravely to challenge Bobo, wanting to become stronger. Aquilobe always likes to take advantage of loopholes and hides behind as much as possible, unwilling to contribute. Not only was there no way to join the attacking camp, it actually dragged down the other 4 people. Naturally, this isn't the first time this has happened, so others are already used to it. For them, if God hadn't called Achilobe here, they would have kicked him out of the team out of patience. November is here. I beg for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. The fan group has been established. Anyone who is interested can enter the group chat to discuss the plot together. The battle was fierce. Tianjin Fan cooperates with Klin to attack, Yamsha supports from the side, and Dumpling looks for opportunities in the gaps. Even if his strength far exceeds that of a few people, Bobo can no longer crush a few people like he did at the beginning. Even though the difference in strength was huge, it was impossible for him to actually injure a few people. For Tianjin rice, Kring, Yamsha, dumplings. From the beginning, they couldn't even resist Bobo's moves, but gradually, their cooperation became more and more tacit, and the strength they could exert became stronger and stronger. Make progress in battle and break through in battle. Compared with when they first came to the Tianshan temple to practice, they have naturally improved a lot. Of course, only they know about this progress, and they are extremely happy about it. At least they are constantly getting stronger. They don't know that with their current strength, they are still much inferior to others. It should be noted that Piccolo and Son Goku have already exceeded 1000 points. Even Sun Wuhan has 1395 combat power points, but they are still struggling with hundreds of combat power points. Other side, located at the edge of the Celestial Temple platform, the God Piccolo is leaning on his unique staff and using the authority of the Earth God to look at the lower world. These days, in addition to guiding this group of people to practice, he also goes to see what is happening in the lower world from time to time. The most important thing is to check on Lin Chuan occasionally. After all, this is an unstable factor. Even if it does not cause harm to the Earth now, there is no guarantee of what will happen in the future. It's okay not to look at it, but once he looks at it, he will be shocked and confused every time. Because the child he once thought was a burden became a peerless master in Lin Chuan's hands. I didn't expect that Goku's child would have such a terrifying talent. If I had known this, I should have kept him by my side and nurtured him before Goku entrusted him with his care. My heart is simple and kind, and my talent is so outstanding. In the future, you may be able to inherit my throne and become the new god of the earth. Goku himself didn't want to. I was still worried about the future of the earth. I didn't expect him to bring me such a big surprise. In his thoughts, God Piccolo seemed to have made some decision. How could he believe such a thing if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes? The 4-year-old child burst out with such terrifying strength. This also made him, an old god, feel that he had been eliminated by the times. Turning around and looking at Klin and the others who were still fighting behind him, the god couldn't help but sigh. There is no harm in this without comparison. The people he originally had high hopes for were all martial arts masters with extraordinary talents. But now, it seems that he has also been eliminated, and can only barely catch up. Sigh, I don't know if they alone will be able to deal with those two Saiyans in a year's time. It's best not to rely on that Lin Chuan. His variables are too weird. I wonder if Goku and Raditz have arrived at the Kaio at this time. The god Piccolo kept sighing in his heart. His eyes shifted and he looked to the other side in the distance. Located in the center of the southern continent of the Earth, in a dead desert area. In order to cope with the two super powerful Saiyans who will arrive in a year's time, Piccolo is training like crazy. He is using his own way to prove himself, and he is also using his own methods to make himself stronger. Indeed, the effect is excellent. In just 20 days, Piccolo's strength has grown by leaps and bounds. He even had the confidence to face Raditz alone. But despite this, he was still not satisfied. Heya! With a roar, Piccolo's whole body ignited with white flames. A powerful and heavy punch struck a giant rock mountain in front of him. Boom! In just an instant, the huge rock mountain, 100 meters high, shattered and collapsed under Piccolo's devastating punch. Debris scattered all over the sky and fell to the ground, showing the horror. This punch contains Piccolo's extremely powerful energy. It seems that it just destroyed this rock mountain, but in fact if this punch hits the ground, it can directly break the land under your feet. If the combat power is only faced by hundreds of beings, the body will definitely be pierced by this punch. This is Piccolo with 1450 combat power points. Not enough. It's far from enough. With this level of combat power, it can only be compared to that Raditz. It's simply not enough to deal with the two Saiyans who will come in a year. Piccolo knows that his strength is far from reaching the standard. In order to gain more powerful combat effectiveness, he must change his training methods. 1 year is too short. Taking a deep breath, Piccolo jumped and reached the top of another rock mountain. Sitting cross-legged with legs, holding his breath and concentrating, he entered into meditation. Physical exertion and energy consumption are processes that must be experienced every time you achieve certain results in cultivation. Recover after consumption, seek breakthroughs at the peak, and use this to step into a higher realm. Is Piccolo's potential talent poor? Of course it's impossible. Even if Piccolo inherited everything from Piccolo I, this Piccolo is not Piccolo I. It should be noted that he is only 8 years old. Without Sun Wuhan's intervention and delay, his cultivation could go more smoothly without any hindrance. In the process of cultivation, I am single-minded and have nothing to worry about, so I can soar my combat power to this point so quickly. It should be said that the current Piccolo has not changed and is very different from the original work. He is still the unruly Piccolo de Mao who only pursues power and self. Of course, his previous goal was just to surpass Son Goku and conquer the world. Now, he can surpass all Saiyans, including Son Goku, who cannot lose. Conquering the world or something is now too small in his eyes. The universe is a platform. What is an Earth? Western capital. Above the wilderness. Sun Wuhan finally finished his final training. He was so tired that he lay down directly on the ground, panting heavily. These days, he is so tired every day. Then rest, eat, recover, and then continue practicing until night. Perhaps it was caused by Lin Chuan's intentional or unintentional stimulation, which made the little guy feel that he was far from enough, so he became more and more motivated. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Lin Chuan didn't bother him. Let him catch his breath and then say, Gohan, your practice has reached a certain bottleneck these days. If you want to break through, you may need to undergo some other training. After the words fell, Sun Wukong raised his head. He thought Lin Chuan was going to teach him something new, and he was extremely excited. He himself knows that his strength has become stronger. Coupled with this period of time together, Lin Chuan is the most respected elder in his heart. After you fully recover, I will take you to meet someone. In the next period of time, I will follow him to practice. In other words, you have to learn to survive on your own. Afternoon. Lin Chuan took Sun Wufan to finish lunch, and then said goodbye to Shishi. The two of them left Zidu using the Wukong technique in tandem. Although Shishi was worried that his son was going to be taken away to practice with others, his son was so serious and wanted to be independent. He had no choice but to accept it. In the past, it would have been good if Shishi could agree to Sun Wuhan's cultivation. How could he agree to Sun Wuhan leaving his side? In Shishi's mind, Sun Wuhan has always been a child. In the original work, it was not until Sun Wuhan found Bidalai that she gradually realized that her son had grown up. It can be said that a lot has happened during this time, and Shishi is slowly changing. In fact, she can also be considerate, she can also understand the general situation and understand the situation. Flying all the way through the air, aiming for the southern continent. Although the speed is not fast, it is not slow either. Lin Chuan could see what was on Sun Wufan's mind, so he could only comfort him and look away. Young eagles have to leave the protection of their parents to embrace the world, let alone humans. He is indeed still young for Earthlings, but for Saiyans, he is already able to invade the planet at the age of 4. For example, his father was sent to Earth, and his combat power was only 2. Southern continent. On top of a huge mountain in the middle of the desert, Piccolo, who was meditating calmly, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up suddenly and looked into the distance with a shocked expression. There was a special instinctive premonition that made him realize that he was locked. Who is it? That's Lin Chuan? There is still a sense of energy, so familiar. Son Goku? Raditz? No, it's not them. Piccolo murmured, feeling tense for a moment. It's not a good sign to suddenly come to your door at this time. What happened 20 days ago was still fresh in his memory. The feeling of being completely suppressed and being shocked to the point of being unable to move will never be forgotten in this life. Looking towards the sky, Piccolo frowned and his eyes were solemn. My breathing almost stopped. He tried his best to maintain his energy and control his power, and he could burst out beyond the limit of power in an instant. Until he clearly saw the two figures appearing on the horizon, Piccolo's originally serious expression was filled with shock. He saw the person besides Lin Chuan. Son Goku's son? Sun Wufan? How is it possible? This smell, are you kidding me? Piccolo couldn't believe it. Although, when fighting Raditz, Sun Wuhan exploded with unimaginable potential and power, which also shocked him. But how long has it been? Can you control that power in just 20 days? After practicing hard for so long, Piccolo suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart, which made him feel like he was worse than a child now. Piccolo didn't realize that in terms of age, he was only 4 years older than Sun Wuhan. It can only be said that the fighting Namekians will mature earlier, and Piccolo inherited everything from the past Piccolo I, so he never regarded himself as a child. We're here. Seeing Piccolo's figure, Lin Chuan smiled slightly and said something to Sun Wuhan beside him. Hearing this, Sun Wuhan focused his attention and saw the unique figure on the top of the wasteland mountain. That person is Uncle Piccolo who came to save me with my father. Only then did Sun Wuhan know who Lin Chuan was going to hand him over to. When he heard Sun Wuhan's name, Lin Chuan was slightly surprised. Gohan, how did you know his name is Piccolo? Because at that time I heard him call himself Piccolo Daimao, and my father and mother told me many things in the past. My father also said that Piccolo is his most important opponent. Sun Wufan's answer made Lin Chuan nod. The most important opponent. Indeed, before the chapter on artificial humans, Piccolo was Son Goku's most valued opponent. But since the beginning of the artificial human chapter, Piccolo has slowly taken a back seat due to the gap in strength. Since then, the person most valued by Goku has also become Vegeta. That's it. Let's go down first, and you will have to practice with him in the future. Without delving into other aspects of the problem, Lin Chuan said it, and fell from the sky first. Sun Wuhan followed closely behind without saying a word. He is still timid, and even if he becomes stronger, he will still be frightened by Piccolo's appearance. What's more, according to his mother, Piccolo is a super devil and a bad guy who wants to destroy the world. Lin Chuan looked at Piccolo with a smile on his face. Sun Wuhan stood beside him because of his restraint, and just stared blankly. What's the matter with you coming to see me? Piccolo was the first to speak. Hearing this, Lin Chuan did not hesitate and replied simply, don't be so nervous, I'll give you an opponent. Opponent. Piccolo's surprised gaze shifted to Sun Wuhan. There are only 3 of them here, and Lin Chuan is here to give him an opponent. Doesn't this mean the kid Sun Wuhan? Who is Piccolo? His IQ has always been online. What? You don't think it's appropriate? Lin Chuan probed Piccolo's true thoughts with a smile. Do you think it's appropriate? Piccolo asked slightly angrily after being hit on a sore point. Let Son Goku's son Son Gohan be his opponent? What a joke? He is Piccolo Daimao. I think it's quite suitable. Don't underestimate Gohan. His current strength is not much weaker than yours. You should be at the critical moment of breakthrough in strength now, right? Don't you want to have a good fight? Lin Chuan saw of Piccolo's current situation, said. Piccolo was stunned. He made a sound in the next second and said in turn, I can understand that you are demonstrating to me, or are you deliberately coming to me to find a sense of presence? As soon as the conversation changed, Piccolo joked, if you can fight with me, then I will be happy to do so. You want me to fight with you? Are you sure? Hearing this, Lin Chuan admired Piccolo's courage. However, Piccolo during this period was indeed a character who would become stronger when faced with a strong situation and would never admit defeat. Whether it was when facing Vegeta and Nappa, or later facing Frieza who finally transformed, why not? You are indeed very strong, but for me, fighting with you will allow me to see a broader field. Piccolo knew that he could not be his opponent, but he still said calmly. At this time, communication was not difficult, so Piccolo had no objection to Lin Chuan. Although he would be wary of Lin Chuan, he was sure that the other party was not looking for trouble, so there was no need to talk more. After listening to Piccolo's words, Lin Chuan nodded. Although it was a request to be tortured, since it was what he wanted, Lin Chuan didn't mind letting him feel his power. You want to fight me just because you want to know what level of strength I have reached. Therefore, there is no need to fight or anything like that. I will just show it to you. However, after the demonstration, I hope that you can take Gohan to practice together in the future, or that you can give him guidance on his future training path to better train him. I believe that with your eyesight, you can quickly see what he lacks. November is here. I beg for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. The fan group has been established. Anyone who is interested can enter the group chat to discuss the plot together. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes later. After Lin Chuan completely withdrew his aura pressure, Piccolo's face was covered with cold sweat. He was completely shocked. Piccolo wanted to see his strength, so Lin Chuan showed how strong he was with 10,000 points of combat power. 10,000 combat power? For Lin Chuan now, it is not worth mentioning at all. After all, Lin Chuan's combat power now reaches as high as 1,794,870 points due to the increase in system combat power in this week alone and his own training results. It is only a little over 200,000 points away from 2 million points of combat power. Of course, now that he is strong enough, it feels like nothing, but to him before, 10,000 combat power was still no small matter. Especially for the current warriors on Earth, this is undoubtedly an unimaginably powerful force. Not only Piccolo, but Sun Wuhan on the side was also frightened. Although Sun Wufan has been staying with Lin Chuan, he has also been receiving Lin Chuan's guidance. But in fact, he had never really felt such a powerful aura from Lin Chuan. Is this your real strength? Or is it just something you used casually? Piccolo asked seriously after regaining his breath. In the past few minutes, he had truly realized his weakness. This was even more shocking than the last time Lin Chuan crushed his demonic light-killing cannon with his bare hands, leaving him unable to even resist. You can understand that this is all I have. Of course, you can also think that I still have some reservations. I feel the intensity of over 10,000 combat power. When your strength reaches this level, you will understand more. Lin Chuan did not give an accurate answer, but smiled. Why do you say it so clearly? Appropriate stimulation is good. But if you expose your strength too much to crush the opponent, even someone like Piccolo will probably feel powerless and become confused and take the wrong path. Looking at Lin Chuan, Piccolo felt heavy, but he quickly regained his composure. As he let out a long sigh, the atmosphere surrounding him also changed. It seemed that due to the oppression of Lin Chuan's momentum, his strength had a breakthrough. By using pressure to break through, I also felt a stronger force, so I refused to admit defeat and crossed the barrier that I could not cross before. Combat power 1,700 points? Simply feeling Lin Chuan's anger, and staying under Lin Chuan's suppression for less than 5 minutes, his combat power increased by 250 points. It seems normal, isn't it, just 250 combat power points? But it's actually quite outrageous. You must know that Piccolo's current overall combat strength is only more than 1,000 points, and a sudden increase of 250 points is a small leap in the realm. Before, he might not have been able to defeat Raditz, who had a combat power of 1,500 points. At most, it would be a tie. But now, he is sure to win easily. Congratulations, after your strength breakthrough, your future cultivation will be smoother. Lin Chuan praised. Although these words were good words, they sounded harsh to Piccolo. Forget it, my meager strength is less than 1/10 of yours, but it won't take long before I can catch up with you, or even surpass you. Don't even think that I will thank you for my breakthrough in strength. I am Piccolo Daimao. Piccolo's tone was still so strong. Lin Chuan couldn't help but nod. Stay true to yourself, this guy is indeed quite aloof. The fact that you can break through under my pressure is your great talent. I don't need your thanks either, I just need you to guide Gohan well in the next period of time. I will come to pick him up soon. After all, the universe ship is already being built and it won't take long to complete. If you want to then, you can go to your hometown, Planet Namek, with us. After leaving a few words, Lin Chuan looked at Sun Wuhan beside him and nodded. Without waiting for Sun Wuhan to speak, he violently performed the Wukong technique and left without looking back. Watching Lin Chuan go away, Piccolo felt mixed. It wasn't until a long time passed that he looked at Sun Wuhan because of a trembling sound. Without Lin Chuan here, without support, facing Piccolo alone, Sun Wuhan was frightened by his cold face. It has to be said that for ordinary people on Earth, the appearance of Namekians is the standard for monsters. This is especially reflected in some plots in the future, when the people on Earth directly identify Piccolo as a monster. In the final analysis, it is also because Piccolo has an aura of calmness and authority. No strangers are allowed in. Anyone who is not a monster will definitely be regarded as a monster. Beings like Fat Majin Buu would not be considered monsters. They have the added bonus of being cute, full of fun, lively, and free-spirited. Humph. Son of Son Goku, can't you even stand firm in front of me? You are my opponent. It's ridiculous. Piccolo criticized. One sentence frightened Sun Wufan and made him tremble even more. Seeing this, Piccolo immediately understood what Lin Chuan said before. He would soon discover this kid's flaws. He finally understood why Lin Chuan sent Sun Wufan here instead of sending it to others for guidance. Purely just using his terror to experience Sun Wufan. How can such a timid character be put to great use? Even facing him is like this. When facing future enemies, wouldn't it be that you don't even dare to move, and you wish you could faint from fear? Using things like going to Planet Namek to hint to me and asking me to guide this little devil properly, you have a really good plan. But it doesn't matter, it's just to exercise your courage. There is indeed a powerful force in this kid. Humph. I just don't know what you think, Son Goku, that you are willing to let your son practice with your mortal enemy. Piccolo kept thinking in his mind, and his expression became more and more evil as he thought. He didn't know that Son Goku had gone to the underworld to find the King of Kai to practice. How could he know that Lin Chuan would take Sun Wufan to find him? Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't want to be your opponent. Sun Wuhan's response was weak. It can be seen that there are tears sliding down the eyes. This prototype is directly back to the prototype. It is equivalent to Lin Chuan's 20 days indeed improving his strength, and his combat power is not bad. But having never experienced a severe beating, Sun Wuhan immediately withered away. TCH? What a useless brat. You have so much power, but you're such a waste. Piccolo muttered disdainfully. The next second, he had an idea and raised his hand directly. Since that guy handed you over to me, then if I don't do anything, I am indeed unqualified. Since you are so afraid of me, then just go and do the wasteland yourself. Survive? When you overcome your cowardly character and know that you must be brave to support yourself, then you can be my opponent again. Hidden in the dark, Lin Chuan was watching what Piccolo did to Sun Wuhan. It seemed like he left directly, but actually he came back halfway. With the help of perfect control of one's own breath, one can hide oneself without being discovered. Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel disappointed for a while until it was confirmed that Piccolo treated Sun Wufan as he did in the original work, and then he really left. I thought that after he left, Piccolo would put down his face and force Sun Wuhan to take action against him, in order to satisfy his desire to fight. In the end, Piccolo really held back. Not only did he not act too hastily, but he started to train her in a free-range way. I'm afraid it was another improvement in strength that made Piccolo care about Sun Wuhan's strength, but he didn't show it immediately. Sun Wuhan's performance was within Lin Chuan's expectations. This little guy has many thoughts in his head that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. Although he is timid and cowardly, he will be scared to the point of facing Piccolo. But when facing clear challenges in the future, he will also show his independent bravery. Generally speaking, he is much more mature than the original work, and he has withstood Lin Chuan's 20 days of training. Return to Zidu. Before Lin Chuan landed, he saw Shishi standing on the rooftop looking into the distance with a worried look on his face. Seeing Lin Chuan coming back, Shishi quickly asked about the situation. In order to reassure her, Lin Chuan could only tell her a few words and promised to pick up her son after the universe ship was completed. As for leaving it to Piccolo, the big devil, it was impossible for Lin Chuan to say. If he said it, Shishi wouldn't be furious according to his character, even if it is for the sake of their own children. Which mother would be willing to let her children follow a big devil? All in all, Lin Chuan could only do some things to cover up the truth. Even in order to better train Sun Wufan, he would often instill some concepts in her ears intentionally or unintentionally, indirectly brainwashing her. Sun Wufan is not an ordinary child, her son is a genius. After bidding farewell to Shishi, Lin Chuan arrived at the space test cabin where Bulma was as quickly as possible. According to Bulma, this test cabin was set up a few years ago to study space satellites and space storage cabins. Many years ago, the Universal Capsule Company got involved in the space field in order to mine rare space ores. However, after getting involved in the extraterrestrial realm, it did not rush to expand outwards, but wandered in the near-Earth universe space. After all, according to Earth's previous technology, even if a universe ship was built, engines and energy would be big problems. It can be said that the Frisia Army universe ship brought by Lin Chuan helped Bulma and Brive solve many big troubles that they could not overcome before. Let's not talk about the universe ship for now. This place has now been transformed by Bulma into a gravity equipment experimental site. Because it is a sealed space capsule space and has oxygen supply facilities, it only needs to load the gravity equipment and make slight modifications before it can be used. This is also the reason why Lin Chuan is anxious to see off Sun Wufan today. Bulma gave him the exact answer yesterday. In order to test the gravity device, he will need to cooperate every day to complete the data collection for the next period of time. This time is not an hour or two, but a long time. It will take at least several days of continuous operation to draw a conclusion. In fact, you are too worried about equipment problems and get out of control. For Bulma, this is a piece of equipment installed on the universe ship. What if something goes wrong? Therefore, in order to make the hidden danger of instability disappear, all possibilities must be nipped in the cradle. It's impossible to be perfect, but at least we have to make sure that 99.99% of the time there won't be any accidents. Step inside the massive interior. What catches the eye is an indoor activity venue that is as large as 6 basketball courts. Since all irrelevant objects have been dismantled and moved out, the place looks extremely empty. For Lin Chuan, it is the best indoor training place. There is enough space. If the gravity equipment can meet the standards, then he can carry out gravity training here. You're here. Noticing Lin Chuan's arrival, Bulma turned around and said while holding the record book in one hand. Yeah. After hearing this, Lin Chuan stepped forward and arrived in front of the gravity control console. Before he could speak, Bulma took the initiative and said, I thought you were joking, but I didn't expect you really sent Gohan away. Are you really relieved? That's Piccolo Daimao, who lived on Earth before. The big devil who kills without blinking an eye. Bulma still didn't trust Piccolo. In this era, this is indeed the case. Piccolo was not completely accepted by everyone until after Frieza's chapter. You're worrying too much. Although that guy is very aloof and looks evil on the surface, he is actually not that bad. Leaving Gohan to him is not only not a bad thing, but a great good thing. I believe that Kid Gohan will transform soon. After the words fell, Lin Chuan simply reassured Bulma. Okay, I can't say anything, let alone stop you. Bulma said, then thought of something, and said, did she ask you? I suggest you don't tell her the truth, otherwise she won't be able to bear it. I told her before I came here. I didn't tell her who she was. You'd better be careful and don't let it slip. Lin Chuan nodded and said. The two of them communicated like this for a long time, until Bulma completed the final steps and closed the record book. It's finally completed, and then we can start testing. I will go to the control room above to monitor, and more importantly, I will record and compare the data. You may remember that although the limit value of current gravity equipment is still uncertain, it is only testing 100 times gravity. Following Bulma's words, Lin Chuan nodded. Don't worry, I won't mess around. After hearing this, Bulma stopped saying anything and started to move quickly, until she reached the other end of the door, walked out of the steel door of the isolation room, and then took the elevator to the control room above. We can start now. Last time it was 50 times the limit. This time we will start from 50 times. You should be fine, right? Bulma's voice came through the radio. Of course, no problem, then I'll start. His eyes changed slightly, Lin Chuan stepped forward and turned on the gravity equipment. Just like the last version 1.0 console, it is simple and easy to operate. Wang. There was a muffled sound. As gravity turned on, the surrounding space quickly turned dark red, and the number on the central control room directly reached 50 G. This represents 50 times the gravity of Earth. Brothers, please beg for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. The fan group has been established. Anyone who is interested can enter the group chat to discuss the plot together. With the activation of gravity, the pressure of 50 times the gravity of the Earth made Lin Chuan slightly labored for a moment. Yes, just for a moment. After that, I got used to it directly. With his strength, how could he be suppressed by a mere 50 times gravity? But a moment of supercharging does have some effect. After all, the first time it was doubled and increased step by step. Next, should I drive it directly to 100 times? Or should I slowly increase the multiple according to the method last time? Lin Chuan raised his head and looked at Bulma on the console above. Bulma was not as shocked as the first time. I already knew that Lin Chuan could bear it without being affected, but this was still the case for the second time. Isn't it normal? However, Bulma suddenly had a weird idea. Recalling what Lin Chuan said last time, 100 times gravity was nothing, but she wanted to see if Lin Chuan would be embarrassed when faced with a direct increase of 100 times gravity. Of course it's a direct increase. The test is supposed to be 100 times gravity, but you won't be able to bear the sudden increase, right? There was an obvious hint of ridicule in the words. Lin Chuan paused for a moment, then laughed the next second. He understood what Bulma meant. Okay, in that case, let's increase it to 100 times. With a chuckle, Lin Chuan directly pressed the plus button and held it down. Buzz buzz. The surrounding environment became scarier and scarlet, and the oppression became stronger and stronger. The gravity number on the control device is rising rapidly. 55G, 60G, 70G, 80G, 90G. After long pressing, the gravity reached more than 90G. Lin Chuan released the long press, pressed several times in succession, and finally controlled the gravity to 100G. It is no longer like before and can be adapted directly. But there was a slight sense of difficulty. 100 times gravity is not bad, but if that's all, it's nothing. He secretly thought in his heart that Lin Chuan could stabilize his body without even needing the assistance of Qi. He could fully accept the pressure of gravity with his own strength and body strength. Seeing this, Bulma stopped laughing. She originally wanted to see Lin Chuan make a fool of herself, but in the end, nothing happened. This is not 50 times the gravity of the Earth, this is 100 times. Completely two concepts. As a manufacturer, Bulma is fully aware of the difference between tens of times gravity and hundreds of times gravity. The pressure is constantly multiplying, rather than just multiplying 50 to 100 by 2. Saiyans are truly monsters, with 100 times gravity. According to my initial calculations, it would take at least 100,000 points of combat power to bear it, and it should only be barely bearable. Bulma, he muttered. She had measured Lin Chuan's strength more than once with a detector, and the highest data available was when Lin Chuan took the initiative to release it, with a combat power of over 30,000 points. Hearing Bulma's sight, Lin Chuan finally came back to his senses, raised his head, and said, "My combat power index has already exceeded 100,000 points, so as I said last time, it will take at least several hundred times the gravity can bring huge pressure to me." As the words came out, Lin Chuan continued to feel the substantial effect of 100 times gravity on him. The long-lost feeling of exertion made my body instinctively feel something. Since it needs to be maintained for a long time, I can't waste this time. Just in time, I will just start practicing here. As if telling Bulma, Lin Chuan no longer cared about it and started moving directly. This scene would be extremely shocking to outsiders. Because tolerating is to bear, but to move is another concept. Not to mention practicing. You really don't want your life, forget it. Anyway, you won't listen to anything I say, so you can do whatever you want. If you can't bear it, remember to speak. I will block the terminal operation here. Bulma rolled her eyes. Lin Chuan knew where her limit was, so she worried about it for nothing. Time passed by like this minute by minute. Lin Chuan practiced in the huge space, enjoying the pressure brought by 100 times gravity to make himself stronger. Not to mention how much the combat power is increased. What is the effect? Lin Chuan can be sure that even if he is practicing here at 100 times gravity for a long time, his strength will increase rapidly. And the training is not only about the level of combat power, but also the training of one's own strength. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening outside. It was here that Bulma, who was at the control room console, suddenly heard the sound of the communicator. He picked it up and looked at it. After confirming that it was his father, he answered the phone. After some exchanges, Bulma knew what was going on. There were some minor flaws in the manufacturing of the universe ship over there, and she needed to go over and work out a solution together. After answering, Bulma looked at the time and saw that 2 or 3 hours had passed. Looking at Lin Chuan, who had been practicing on his own, Bulma couldn't help but think of the word monster again. It's been so long and I still don't feel tired at all. Although those exercises are simple movements, including push ups, they last for several hours under 100 times gravity. If she hadn't known that times had changed, she would have suspected that she was dreaming. Lin Chuan, there are some minor problems with the research on the universe ship. I need to go there. We have almost recorded the data here today. Do you need to take a rest? Bulma asked. Hearing the sound, Lin Chuan, who was practicing, looked up and wondered where he was. After thinking about it, he said casually, "If something happens over there, just go and help. It's not easy to sweat for once. I can't miss this opportunity." After getting Lin Chuan's answer, Bulma twitched the corner of her mouth. "Then you can continue to practice here. I will come back later to record the data." With Bulma leaving, Lin Chuan continued his first gravity training even harder. The longer Lin Chuan exercised his body under 100 times gravity, the more he felt a flame burning in his chest, with a steady stream of power emerging from his body. He finally understood why gravity training was called a training cheat. For them Saiyans, it is really the best way to practice under pressure. Under the extreme gravity environment, they can quickly squeeze out all the power in their bodies and force out their potential abilities, making their strength increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Bulma is gone, how about I carry her on my back and try to experience a force of over 100 times gravity? With this idea in his mind, Lin Chuan stood up directly and walked to the control desk. It's said to be a 100-fold test, but to put it bluntly, wouldn't a higher fold test be better? Inger moves. Under Lin Chuan's operation, the gravity multiplier directly reached 150 times. It's not a little bit of improvement, but a 50-fold bonus in one go. It wasn't until 150 times the gravity hit him that Lin Chuan realized that this FG 100 times gravity couldn't be compared to it. 100 times gravity can only bring so much pressure to him. But 150 times the gravity would make it difficult for him. With his strength of over 1.8 million points of combat power, it stands to reason that the force of gravity must be at least 200 times greater to give him this feeling. But, the earlier he feels this pressure, the greater his room for improvement. With a serious expression, Lin Chuan looked at the 150G displayed on the panel and made another decision in his heart. After a while, 200 times the force of gravity pressed on my body. It increased by 50 times again. At this time, Lin Chuan could already feel his body functions roaring. It's because I feel excited and happy to be in such an environment. Is 200 times the gravity the limit of the gravity equipment this time? Bulma should have set a peak value this time, otherwise, it shouldn't be impossible to add it. However, 200 times is enough for the time being. For me, it is just enough to maintain long-term practice. There is light in the eyes. Being able to practice under 200 times gravity for a long time, 100 times can be completely ignored. With his level of strength, he practiced for 3 hours under 100 times gravity and didn't feel tired at all. How could this be improved? What's more, in such a sealed environment, super intensity and crazy training cannot be carried out, let alone the release of energy. What you practice is nothing more than your own physical fitness, physical strength, and control of your chi and energy under this kind of pressure. After getting used to it for a while, Lin Chuan started to move around. First came a few super speed movements and difficult movements, allowing his body to tentatively touch the limit under this gravity. After confirming that he could do it, and soon feeling hot and sweaty, with blood gushing, Lin Chuan laughed. This feeling is true cultivation. Just like when he tried his best to improve his strength on Planet V3114, he really challenged the limit again and again at that time, so that he could increase his strength to 15,000 points. In fact, if possible, it would be best if the gravity reaches 300 times or even more than 300 times. After all, Vegeta in the original book practiced and achieved breakthroughs in such an environment when his combat power exceeded 3 million or even higher. Is Vegeta that strong? That's for sure. In the original work, he used Krillin to seriously injure himself, and then used Dende to recover, and his strength went from hundreds of thousands to more than 2.5 million points. Later, he was easily killed by Frieza, and then resurrected by Shenron, and his strength was improved again. This is also the reason why Vegeta later broke through the Super Series in one breath, and his combat power far exceeded that of Son Goku at the time. Vegeta's foundation is not inferior to that of Son Goku, but in terms of realm, he is always one step behind. In fact, if the later Vegeta can continue to brush this Saiyan talent bug, he may become even more powerful. But unfortunately, he didn't have fairy beans. Even if bugs can be cleared, it will take more time and the improvement in strength will not be too obvious. You need to be aware of this bug of Saiyan's. The improvement in strength is indeed related to the degree of injury, but how much it can be improved is closely related to rapid recovery in a short period of time. For example, Son Goku in the original work, he used the second recovery of the Sendu beans to eliminate the bug that greatly increased the ability of Saiyans to recover from serious injuries. Otherwise, even if Son Goku's strength improves, he may not be able to reach 90,000 combat power points in 6 days. Of course, you can quickly increase your strength by brushing this in the early stage. But in the later stages, just the length of artificial humans was nothing. After all, at a stage where the combat power gap is often hundreds of millions, even if the combat power is increased by 1 million in a short period of time, it will not help. Thinking of fairy beans, Lin Chuan was also ready to take action. There was no chance before, but now the universe ship is being built. Before leaving the Earth to go to planet Namek, a certain amount of fairy beans must be obtained. Calculating, it will be less than 11 months before the Saiyans invade the Earth. According to the development of the plot, the celestial beans were eaten by a kilobe as a snack a few years ago. The reserves may be almost zero now, but they are definitely more than they will be a year from now. Therefore, we must act quickly. Otherwise, it would really be too late by the time Achirobe finishes his training in the Temple of Heaven and returns to the top of Kalin Tower. Free control of fairy beans? If it really comes true, then there will be no need to worry about being seriously injured and unable to recover in a short time. In future cultivation, as long as he has fairy beans, he can eat one anytime, anywhere to recover, and then continue practicing. Even if the Sendu cannot recover from the consumption of mental power, it is also a way to exercise one's mental power in turn, constantly touching the limit. In addition to fairy beans, Cat Immortal also has super divine water that can tap into potential. Will this thing also be effective for me? As a time traveler, how could I not know the existence of super divine water? However, for him, the super divine water may not be effective. After all, his level of strength is somewhat high. The target of super divine water was the era when the combat power was only 1 or 200 points. What's more, the setting of super divine water is actually the biggest effect is to purify evil spirits, and the development potential is just incidental. To be precise, the idea of purifying evil spirits is far-fetched. Because in the original setting, the super divine water is highly poisonous. People who drink the super divine water must first have a pure heart and have potential, otherwise they will be poisoned by the super divine water. The reason why it is used to purify poison is not that it can actually purify it, but that it has a feeling similar to fighting poison with poison. In the final analysis, even if this thing is effective for Lin Chuan, I'm afraid it will only be a slight improvement at most. His thoughts were almost disrupted by his own random thoughts. Lin Chuan shook his head and continued to practice. Nowadays, tapping into potential is not advisable. Besides, he now has too many ways to become stronger. Even if you want to tap the potential, you can develop it with the help of the great elders there after going to planet Namek. The effect is definitely more powerful than super divine water. Cultivation continues. Lin Chuan didn't even know that Bulma had returned here before he knew it. After seeing Lin Chuan disobeying and turning on 200 times gravity, she became confused. Lin Chuan really didn't lie to her. He was able to practice under 200 times gravity and move freely. What made her angry was that Lin Chuan didn't listen to her and acted randomly after she left. Although the test at 200 times was also acceptable, in order to maintain stability, she chose 100 times. You know, although the current 2.0 gravity device is very complete, it still has many flaws. Fortunately, she set the maximum index at 200 times, otherwise the equipment would be overloaded and paralyzed. Begging for a monthly ticket. Brothers. The next day, Lin Chuan slept until 9 o'clock in the morning before waking up from his dream. After practicing until nearly 10 o'clock in the evening yesterday, Lin Chuan and Bulma returned to the big round house and had a full meal. It was inevitable to be complained and criticized by Bulma. Later, Lin Chuan walked away in a perfunctory manner, and then escaped Bulma's nagging. There was no way, he couldn't really be serious with Bulma. And it is true that he went against what he said and increased the gravity to 200 times without authorization. Bulma did not stop him immediately, but watched until the end of his training and acquiesced in his use. If he couldn't bear a few words, he wouldn't be a man anymore. After a while, Lin Chuan stood up from the bed and could clearly feel the pain coming from the bones and muscles of his body. This is the first time in nearly half a year. I remember my last crazy hard training on Planet V3114, and I felt close to this when I woke up the next day. Since then, he has not done any serious physical training. After all, nearly 4 months ago, Friesia's soldiers arrived and were killed by him to seize the universe ship. It took another 3 months to sail through the universe and come to the Earth. Don't mention the past. Now, after just a gravity training, he had reached this limit, and it obviously gave him a feeling of rebirth. Although there is not much breakthrough in terms of combat power, after yesterday's training, he has a more perfect grasp of his own strength. A realm that was unimaginable before, but now I have a new understanding after enduring 200 times the pressure of gravity. And the most important thing is that although my body is very sore, I have endless strength. After a simple wash, Lin Chuan went to the restaurant downstairs to have breakfast. At this point, Bulma was no longer at home, and neither was Shishi, so she didn't know what to do. However, there was food on the table, left for him. There are also smart home robots that will provide services to Lin Chuan. After filling his stomach as quickly as possible, Lin Chuan rushed to the gravity training room in no hurry. Today, he has more important things to do. After yesterday's tentative inquiry, Lin Chuan pretended to ask Bulma if there was any healing medicine on Earth that could quickly restore physical strength or restore injuries. Under his disguised reminder, Bulma directly told him about the fairy beans. From this, Lin Chuan also found a reason. He only knew about the existence of fairy beans because of Bulma, and he could actually plan such a thing. Otherwise, it would be a bit abrupt. Because he had just arrived on Earth not long ago, even if he could be said to have used alien technology to know some information about the Earth in advance, it was impossible for him to know about something as small as fairy beans, which had almost zero information. With great strength, of course he can steal it openly, but others can't do anything to him. But if things develop like this, it will be boring. He came to Earth to settle down completely in the future, not to mess around and finally leave. Leaving Zidu, Lin Chuan flew all the way towards the Tianshan temple. In fact, Lin Chuan had already forgotten the specific location, but fortunately the Z warriors were practicing on the Temple of Heaven, so he could feel the breath. After a short time, Lin Chuan had arrived at his destination. Moreover, he also saw the cat immortal who looked surprised and panicked after seeing him. As an immortal-level existence on Earth, although Cat Immortal is a cat, he has lived for more than 800 years, and can be regarded as a Grandmaster-level existence on Earth. The combat power is 190 points. I didn't notice it when I passed by it the day I first arrived on Earth. Now that I feel it carefully, it's really incredible. In the original work, he only trained Son Goku and did not show much strength. It should be said that this cat is very good at pretending to be real, especially in the plot of Tao Bibai. He could have instantly killed Tao Bibai who climbed up the tower to seek super holy water, but he did nothing. He just pretended to be real. Dobai was fooled for a while, and finally it was left to Son Goku to solve the problem. After some exchanges, Lin Chuan expressed his intention to come and showed his goodwill to the Cat Immortal. The Cat Immortal had already been suspicious of Lin Chuan's sudden visit, but now that he heard it, he directly greeted Bulma several times in his heart. For the Cat Immortal, even if Lin Chuan did nothing after coming to the Earth, he even helped the Earth and took care of Son Goku's son and raised him. However, he is a Saiyan from an alien planet after all. The strength is so terrifying that it is beyond control. At this time, if anything on the Earth is known to be useful to it, it will definitely want to take it as its own. He was angry that Bulma, as a rare genius on Earth, didn't even understand such a simple truth. That's what he thought. In fact, he didn't know that Bulma was much more understanding than him. The Cat Immortal only saw the surface, and was worried that the time was too short and what he saw were all illusions. Now that things like fairy beans have been exposed, there is no doubt that Lin Chuan wants to take them for himself. No matter how friendly you are, no matter how nice you are, it's just a cover-up. Cat Immortal is not stupid. He is the only one who knows the preciousness of fairy beans. That is to say, Son Goku and Akirobe never take Senju seriously. Son Goku has always maintained an innocent heart and has never had any desire to possess anything. This is why he is only willing to give the fairy beans to Son Goku for free. Akirobe is a fool. Ever since this guy came to his place, he couldn't drive him away and wouldn't listen to his words. Originally, after he had stored the celestial beans for hundreds of years, he calculated the quantity by the number of jars. As a result, in just a few years, there are only a few cans left. If this continues, the fairy beans will not only be eaten up as snacks, but if you want to use the fairy beans in the future, you have to see if they grow. Fairy beans are not a common thing. They only grow a few every other year, and it depends on luck. Seeing the reluctance of the cat immortal, Lin Chuan could not make a strong and free demand, so after some negotiations, he finally reached an agreement with the cat immortal. Obtain fairy beans from him, and then use his ability to send him some supplies. For example, he likes fish and various daily necessities. These alone are not enough to impress the cat immortal. So Lin Chuan directly used his ultimate move. You have eaten fish from Earth, but what about fish from alien planets? The cat immortal's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he was almost crying all over the floor. In the end, it was Lin Chuan who took away the few remaining jars of fairy beans in the cat immortal's hand. The number was about 30. Using this excuse, Lin Chuan asked why the number was so rare, and asked the cat immortal to tell him the reason for the scarcity. Put it on the table. Knowing what happened, Lin Chuan will have the obligation to take care of it in the future. After all, after taking the first step to free the fairy beans, the second step must be to deal with a kilobe, and then let the cat fairy try his best to plant fairy beans, no longer just planting them casually like before. Time flies, fleeting. A month has passed quietly since I got the fairy beans from the cat immortal and reached an agreement with him in exchange for things. 1 month? To be specific, apart from the occasional trip out, Lin Chuan stayed in the gravity training room to practice. It's been like this for a long time and it hasn't changed in a day. As of today, his combat power index has reached 5,055,640 points. The unlimited combat power improvement system alone has indeed increased the combat power by more than 2 million points, but it was also Lin Chuan who improved hundreds of thousands of combat power with the help of practice. Together, it exceeded the 5 million combat power mark. A combat power of 5 million. Along the way, Lin Chuan would have felt incredible if he hadn't experienced it personally. Frankly speaking, I performed a great ape a month ago and felt the strength of tens of millions of combat power. But after all, that was the strength after the great ape. Comparing it with the current strength, it is indeed much inferior, but it doesn't seem to be much different. This also made Lin Chuan consciously confirm one thing. That was him a month ago. His own fighting ability was too poor, so even if his power after the great ape could skyrocket to tens of millions of points, the strength he could exert was only a few million points. Now, the humanoid self has exceeded 5 million points of combat power. It seems that there is still a difference of 5 million points in numerical value, but the real level of combat power can completely reach the level of leapfrog combat. Today, Lin Chuan did not continue practicing with gravity. It can be said that Lin Chuan stopped his crazy training yesterday and the day before yesterday. For no other reason, with the cooperation of Bulma and Breve, the universe ship was finally completed. Not only that, the final stage of short-distance universe flight tests were also conducted in the past 2 days. It can be confirmed that the universe ship is complete and can carry out stable universe navigation at any time. Lin Chuan was so happy that he was about to start a new journey, so he stopped practicing and used meditation to combine work and rest to stabilize his level of strength. To put it simply, in fact, until he came to the Earth today, he was not anxious to care about the progress of manufacturing the universe ship at the beginning, or he wanted to hurry up and start a new journey to the universe. But as time went by, when things developed to the point where he sent Sun Wufan away, he began to have some thoughts in his mind. After all, the earlier we arrive at Planet Namek, the better the layout will be. And the most important thing is that the Dragon Balls of Planet Namek can be reused every 130 days. This means that if he goes earlier, he can use it one more time. This time, it was 3 wishes. Who would object to having more opportunities to realize their wishes? Lin Chuan has too many wishes that he wants to realize, especially the teleportation of Supreme Kai, the method of cultivating divine power, the ability of cell regeneration, etc. The Earth's divine dragon has limited abilities and cannot achieve it. At least the current Shenlong can't do it. Therefore, we can only place our hope on Palunga on Planet Namek. If even Palunga cannot be achieved, then we can only rely on the Super Dragon. But with his ability, at least at the moment, it is impossible to gather the wishing beads. With such a big wishing bead, even if he was strong enough to easily destroy stars, he would not be able to push a dragon bead the size of a planet. Speaking of which, how did you evaluate the wishing beads in your previous life? This is something that mortals absolutely cannot gather together, and it is also something that mortals cannot use. Only a higher god, only an angel, can gather them together and make a wish in the language of God. What's more, the wishing beads span 2 universes. After finishing today's meditation, Lin Chuan left the western capital and headed towards the southern continent according to his plan. A month ago, Sun Wuhan was entrusted to Piccolo. Now that the deadline has expired, the universe ship has been built, and he needs to take it back. Not only must Shishi be completely at ease, but Sun Wuhan and Piccolo must also be taken together to go to Planet Namek. From the beginning, Lin Chuan had already made a plan. Follow the original route? No? Change is definitely going to happen. Now is the best opportunity. In fact, since he saved Raditz and asked him to go to the King of Kai to train with Son Goku, he has already begun to change intentionally or unintentionally. It's just that because I just arrived on Earth, many things can't be done clearly, so I didn't take much action. Now, the time has come. At least, some people must first become stronger. Starting with Son Gohan and Piccolo. And he also made an agreement with Piccolo a month ago that after the universe ship is built, he can go with it to his hometown. I believe he will not refuse to go. After all, only by seeing the wider world can you free yourself from the constraints. Of course, Lin Chuan was a little selfish in letting Piccolo go to planet Namek, because to the Namekians, Piccolo is the chosen one left behind. If he goes back with his help, he will definitely gain the friendship of the Namekians, and the Great Elder will receive them warmly. Otherwise, it is a pure intruder. There is no need to doubt Piccolo's weight. After all, this is a junior who can be remembered by the Great Elder. Strictly speaking, he is the best Namek warrior in the current era. Of course there is another one, that is Nalo. Combat strength is 42,000 points. Compared with Piccolo, there is still a big gap. But if Piccolo at this time assimilates with the gods and becomes a human being, surpassing Nero will not be a problem. In any case, the original future Piccolo practiced on King Kai and increased his strength to tens of thousands of points in a short period of time. At least, it is much higher than Nalo. Otherwise, Nilo would not tell how Piccolo practiced and became so strong. Lin Chuan was quite surprised after not seeing him for a month. It has to be said that not only have the relationship between the two parties been very good in a short period of time, but not only has Piccolo's strength increased to 2,900 points, Sun Wuhan's combat effectiveness has also increased from 1,395 points to 2,000 points. After 1 month of practice, he has reached this level of strength, which is extraordinary. To know the original work, it took them nearly a year to reach 3,500 points for Piccolo and less than 1,000 points for Sun Wufan. Of course, Sun Wuhan was influenced by Professor Lin Chuan, but Piccolo only felt a few waves of pressure and relied purely on himself. After some exchanges, Lin Chuan informed him of his intention and sincerely invited Piccolo. This kind of opportunity could only be thought about before, but now it has really come. Piccolo hesitated for a while, but Sun Wuhan persuaded him because he and Piccolo had already established a relationship. In this way, Piccolo agreed with Sun Wufan's uncle Piccolo. Reaching a consensus, the three of them returned to the western capital together. Needless to say, Piccolo's temperament did change because of Sun Wufan. Is this the function of luck? Lin Chuan was like this when he was coaching Sun Wufan, and he was gradually and subtly changed. Piccolo's arrival can be said to have directly frightened Bulma's family. And of course there's Shishi and Ox King waiting for Gohan's return. Fortunately, Lin Chuan's explanation and his words perfectly resolved the embarrassment and hostility, and pulled Piccolo into this trip to planet Namek. Naturally, everyone can understand the reason why Lin Chuan did this. After all, Piccolo is indeed a Namekian. There is nothing wrong with going to Namek and taking him with you. In general, Piccolo in this era is still too shocking. They all witnessed the battle 5 years ago with their own eyes, and their memories are still fresh and unforgettable. At the same time, Temple of Heaven, the god Piccolo noticed the actions of Piccolo and Sun Wuhan, so he focused his attention. He happened to hear about leaving the Earth and going to planet Namek, which shook his heart, which had not been shaken for many years. Before he separated from Piccolo, he had been waiting for the arrival of his family and had been longing to return to his hometown. Now, hundreds of years have passed, this matter has finally come to light, causing the divine state of mind that he maintained for hundreds of years to collapse in an instant. He also wanted to go back and have a look. But he can't, because he is the god of the earth, his responsibility makes him unable to leave the earth again in his life. It can be said that his fate has long been intertwined with the earth. Moreover, the Saiyan invasion is imminent. Even if he can leave the earth at this time, he is unwilling to leave. As a god, he has absolute awareness. Although he can come back before the Saiyan invasion, he has an arduous task. He must improve the strength of this group of Earth's martial arts disciples as much as possible and strive for more protection for the Earth. A short period of more than a month, nearly 2 months. God Piccolo has already seen the talents of Klin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Dumpling. Perhaps they are still not as good as Piccolo and Sun Wufan at this time, but based on the data detected by the combat power detector that Klin obtained from Lin Chuan, except for Dumpling, all 3 of them have exceeded 1,000 combat power points. 5 years ago, Piccolo Daimao was so powerful that it could crush everything. Piccolo Daimao was nothing at all. This is achieved through hard training day and night, and breakthroughs made through constant battles every day. In the final analysis, it was because of Lin Chuan's relationship with the butterfly that it put a lot of pressure on them, giving them greater momentum and greater goals. Otherwise, in the original work, until the Saiyans attacked, Tianjin Fan, who had the highest combat power, would have reached 1,830 points. Colin followed with 1,770 points. Yamcha is weaker, 1,480 points. The final Dumpling was 610 points. It is enough to show that their potential is terrifying and their talents are outstanding. However, the original work only reached that level of strength because the pressure was not enough. It is certain that if this continues, they will definitely become stronger in the future. They are all working hard to become stronger and are not afraid of hardships. But there is one person who has been selectively given up by the god Piccolo. There is no doubt that this person is Achi Loeb. After arriving at the Tianshan temple, he would cooperate with him in practicing seriously at the beginning, but later he would simply fail. No matter what you do, eating comes first. In fact, if he keeps practicing wholeheartedly, his strength can at least be compared to that of Yamcha and Krillin. But now, it's not even as good as Dumpling's. Dumpling's combat power has exceeded 500 points. But he only had less than 400 points. Others don't know it, but God Piccolo knows very well that Akilobe's talent is no less than anyone else's. But even he couldn't correct his character. In desperation, he could only prevent him from dragging down everyone's cultivation progress. In fact, it was the God Piccolo who was too persistent. In terms of cultivation, no one can blame him. In the final analysis, it should be decided by people themselves whether they want to become stronger or not. Forcibly dragging people into cultivation and placing the responsibility on them is a bit of a moral kidnapping. Akilobe's character is indeed not very good, and his existence has eaten up the fairy beans. But, in the final analysis, he just wants to live a carefree life. Eating immortal food and living a lofty life like an immortal, who the hell would want to suffer so much to practice? In Akilobe's concept, saving the world can be left to Son Goku, Krillin Tenjin-fan, and the others. The concept is this concept. It seems that Akilobe was also worried about the future, so he went to practice to become stronger. Otherwise, how could his combat power reach 970 points during Vegeta's attack? Not as good as Klin Yamcha Tianjin-fan, but still powerful enough to surpass the previous era. It's just that times are changing so fast that a lot of the light has been obscured. Taking the Era of the Earth chapter as an example, nearly 1,000 combat forces can dominate the Earth without any problem. Piccolo Daimao is a scumbag in front of this force. After all, he is also the last character who is qualified to compete with Krillin as the strongest person on Earth. You said Yamcha is also one? Yamcha tried hard but still lost to Klin, and later gave up on his own initiative. Therefore, Akilobe is the last candidate. Other side. Underworld. The end of the Snake Path. After a month and a half of running, Son Goku and Raditz finally arrived here today. Compared to the original story where Goku ran alone for half a year, it can be said to be several times faster. In the final analysis, falling down the snake path was a blessing in disguise. They ate the fruit that only King Yama and God could eat, and under Raditz's force, they both ate several fruits until they couldn't eat any more. This wave of operations not only made them energetic and not hungry for more than a month, but also greatly improved their own strength. Only then did they arrive in such a short period of time. At this time, the two of them stood side by side, looking up towards the top of Huang Quan. A small planet is just suspended over there. For ordinary people, even if they have certain strength, they may not be able to go up if they can't fly. But for Son Goku and Raditz, it is naturally not a problem. After more than a month, the two brothers have adjusted their personalities. However, although he is no longer so conceited, Raditz still has not completely gotten rid of his habit of being superior to his superior warriors. Let's go, we have to hurry up and see the king of the realm. I hope I won't be disappointed. Raditz took the lead and levitated directly into the sky. Seeing this, Son Goku hurriedly shouted, "Wait for me." The next second, he used Wukong technique to catch up. As the two approached King Kai, a gravity 10 times that of the earth suddenly swept over them. Raditz was okay. After being surprised for a while, he quickly landed and stood still. Son Goku didn't react and almost fell to the ground. After all, Son Goku has never been to an alien planet and has grown up in the Earth's gravity environment. Even if he is strong enough, 10 times the gravity will affect him. Earth. After Lin Chuan brought Sun Wufan and Piccolo back, Bulma spent another 2 days purchasing all the needed supplies. Originally, we could set off early in the morning, but just to have a more comfortable interstellar journey, we wasted this time. In fact, this is just what Bulma and Shishi want. For Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and Sun Wufan, what about the long interstellar voyage? Even if it takes a long time, they will only spend it on cultivation. What's more, this journey can reach the destination in 5 or 6 days. How to determine the specific location of planet Namek? This is naturally because Friesia's army's universe ship has the exact coordinates. The original work relied on the coordinates provided by King Kai, and then used the universe ship that Piccolo traveled to Earth in the early years. Now that Lin Chuan has arrived, there are too many ways to obtain the location. Even if Frisia Legion's universe ship doesn't have one, he still knows the specific location, because he had studied it for a long time in his previous life. The 4th planet in the 27th main galaxy of the Vega constellation, the coordinates are Su-83 and 9045XY. Shishi wants to go too? That's for sure. In the original work, Sun Wuhan followed Bulmak Krillin to planet Namek, and Shishi was supposed to follow him. But in order to take care of Son Goku's injury, she had to bear the pain and say goodbye instead of going with him. This time, no Son Goku was injured, nor was there any trivial interference. Lin Chuan naturally didn't mind her going too. After all, it's not a big deal, and it won't be a drag on this industry. Overall, it would be a good thing for Shishi to go, because she can take care of all of them by herself. No one can compare to this. The portrayal of Shishi's housewife is even more remarkable in the Super Era. It can only be said that Son Goku really doesn't care enough about his wife. Many of his negative feelings come from his lack of understanding and failure to communicate well. Near the research institute behind the manor. Large launch base. After the last batch of supplies was loaded onto the universe ship, the group of 5 people got ready for departure, said goodbye to everyone who was seeing them off, and boarded the universe ship. This universe ship is different from the universe ship that Son Goku boarded in the original work. Originally, the shape and structure of the universe ship was based on Brive's design. However, with Lin Chuan's intervention and some suggestions on the shape of the universe ship, Bulma transformed it into a disc shape. Firstly, all the space can be used, and secondly, it is more convenient to add a few more special rooms. Just like Frisia's Emperor, but much smaller in comparison. This universe ship is indeed very big, and the diameter of the cabin has reached 50 meters. But Frisia's Emperor was a large battleship with a diameter of several hundred meters. Even ordinary high-end universe ships have reached around 100 meters. Go inside the universe ship. What comes into view is an open area. This is a temporary activity area and a temporary storage point. To facilitate the transportation of goods, vehicles can even be parked. Of course, there is no need to park now. All necessities are stored in the universal capsule. Even the universe ship can be included in the capsule. It is worth mentioning that the universal capsule was improved again by Bulma. Because the last time the universe ship was transported, the jet could not be transformed into a capsule, so she strengthened this limit. As a result, not only did the usable space become larger, but the limitations became smaller. Bulma also had a sudden idea under Lin Chuan's suggestion and created a portable universal capsule. As long as it is certain objects, as long as they are dead objects, they can be locked into the capsule space using portable capsules. Of course, this limit cannot be too large and can only be below 100 meters. Walking forward, after passing a passage of nearly 10 meters, we found the huge central control room. The total space is annular, with a diameter of about 15 meters and a height of more than 10 meters. The circular space is surrounded by arc-shaped structures except that the ceiling and floor are parallel. It is divided into two levels of space, upper and lower. On the first floor, there are 4 storage rooms, public toilets, maintenance rooms, living rooms, etc. On the second floor, in addition to a few necessary leisure areas, there are several gravity training rooms equipped by Bulma, which were built in accordance with Lin Chuan's requirements. Overall, the entire universe ship can be said to be almost perfect. I have to admire that Bulma and Breve both have top-notch minds. Just come up with an idea and you can quickly implement it. Okay, are you all ready? Our journey to Planet Namek is about to begin. Following Bulma's order, Lin Chuan and Piccolo felt a little embarrassed. It was Sun Wuhan and Shishi who started to look forward to it. A cold person will remain calm and silent even if he experiences something he has never experienced before. Of course, Lin Chuan is not the aloof type, he simply doesn't act silly. Along with the sound of the engine, the universe ship shook violently. After a few dozen seconds, it rushed directly out of the Earth's atmosphere and rushed towards the depths of the universe. The start was not very fast, because Gohan said that he wanted to see other planets in the solar system and also wanted to see the sun up close. Lin Chuan was not interested in this. Once you enter the universe voyage, you no longer need to sit in a safe seat. In fact, he doesn't have to sit down at all, but since everyone is sitting down, he should cooperate. As soon as he left, Piccolo immediately loosened his seatbelt and walked to the front of the universe ship. Here you can see the scene in the universe through the glass-like projection. This was also a huge shock to him. It was unimaginable before that we would leave the Earth and embark on an interstellar journey. After ending the low-speed cruise in the solar system and satisfying all Sun Wuhan's curiosity, Bulma started the superspeed sailing mode of the universe ship. Once the target location is determined, the intelligence system of the universe ship will automatically navigate, which is extremely advanced. It will take 6 days to get to Planet Namek. Uncle Lin Chuan, Uncle Piccolo, during this time, can we also practice in the universe ship? Sun Wuhan is a sensible child. He knew that Piccolo would be embarrassed here, so he took the initiative to mention practicing. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled knowingly. Piccolo also smiled. You guys feel uncomfortable even if you don't practice for a day, right? I don't mind, but I don't know if it's okay. Piccolo focused his attention on Lin Chuan. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled again, and just as he was about to speak, Bulma took the initiative to speak. I'm really impressed by you people. We've just stabilized the channel, and you can't wait to practice. Can't you just stop and stop? And, even if you want to practice, please go to the practice room. Training room? I see, is there a training room in the universe ship? Piccolo said in surprise. I asked Bulma to make this specifically for my long journey across the universe. Come on, I'll take you to experience gravity training first. I believe you will be very excited. Lin Chuan already had an idea. Let Piccolo and Sun Wuhan undergo 6 days of gravity training. How strong will they be when they get to Planet Namek? Comments. Previous as the universe ship completely leaves the solar system, Lin Chuan began to try gravity training with Piccolo and Sun Wuhan. For them, what they had been exposed to before was the kind of arduous cultivation they could imagine. Now combined with the shock brought by technology and hard work, they immediately felt that if they could practice here, they would definitely become stronger faster. In particular, Lin Chuan also mentioned that the original planet Vegeta had 10 times the gravity of the Earth, and the gravity of the King Kai planet where King Kai is located is 10 times the gravity of the Earth. Piccolo was confused about King Kai and the King Kai star. Lin Chuan also realized that he was not involved in the plot of the Temple of Heaven, so he would never know. After some explanations, Piccolo became even more excited. Because he now knows everything and has a training artifact like the gravity training room, he can completely surpass Son Goku and Raditz. What if there is a presence like King Kai to train you? Piccolo is not a vegetarian either. At this point, Piccolo and Sun Wufan's gravity training began. Start with 10x gravity. Lin Chuan was surprised that she didn't mind Sun Wufan practicing with Piccolo. I don't know how she figured it out. All in all, Lin Chuan felt that it was not just his fault. Bulma must have done something that Lin Chuan didn't know about. At the same time, located in the most supreme realm of God in the entire 7th universe. Not the supreme Kai world. Instead, it destroys the God realm. I saw a tall and slender being, wearing angel god's robes and holding a special scepter, talking to a strange-looking fish. They are none other than Angel Weiss, and the pet of Beerus, the god of destruction, the prophetic fish that can predict the future. Not bad, not bad. The cultivation of new tea trees this time has been very successful. The tea is fragrant and refreshing in the mouth, with a hint of freshness and no trace of impurities. Angel Weiss and the prophecy fish were sitting on the stone table, eating delicious snacks and sipping tea. As life forms of their level, their lifespans are already endless. Especially for a being like Weiss, it seems that he lives the same life every day, but in fact he comes up with some new tricks every day to kill the long boring time. This time it is about cultivating a top tea tree, isn't it? After all, this is tea that only gods can taste. According to the taste this time, it is at least twice as good as the last time. Just one piece, the energy contained in the tea is quite ridiculous. Not only can it improve your strength, develop your potential to comprehend divine power, and at least add a few hundred years to your life, the prophetic fish added. Weiss did not take such comments seriously. He smiled and took a sip of tea. It was at this time that a sudden change occurred. Boom! A shocking loud noise spread throughout the entire God of Destruction realm. Above Angel Weiss and the prophecy fish, at the top of the universe tree, is the location of the God of Destruction's palace. The rich firelight continued to spread out, showing how terrifying the power of the explosion was. You must know that this is the Destruction God realm. How intense is it? This tree is still a universe tree. It cannot be damaged casually. Really, Lord Beerus's temper is getting more and more irritable now. He will cause such a big noise every once in a while. When he was sleeping before, he was quite peaceful. Looking at the explosion flames dissipating in the sky, the prophet fish complained. There is nothing we can do about this. New negative energy is growing in the universe all the time. Lord Beerus wiped out most of the negative energy in the universe before falling asleep. He consumed too much power and energy and slept dishonestly. It's really normal. Weiss' explanation was spot on. After all, the reason why this time of sleeping lasts for decades is because of this. I think it's not just like this. No matter how tired Mr. Beerus was in the past, he wouldn't sleep in such a bad state. It's been so many years since he fell asleep this time. On average, he would sneeze every once in a while. It's almost become a habit. The prophet fish kept complaining. Regarding this, Weiss seemed to have realized something again and laughed. What you said is not bad. Maybe this has something to do with you. Weiss smiled mysteriously, and his words made the prophet fish a little confused. Does it have something to do with me? The little eyes of the prophet fish were full of doubts. I remember you made a prophecy before Lord Beerus fell asleep, saying that when Lord Beerus wakes up this time, he will encounter a fateful enemy. Weiss said, is Lord Beerus a powerful enemy? Is there such a thing? The prophecy fish fell into deep thought, and its body kept flopping and rolling in the fish tank. After thinking about it over and over for a while, I finally thought of nothing. There is no way. Fish's memory is like this, even he can't remember many things. He couldn't remember, but Weiss didn't pursue it, and just continued. It seems to be talking about Super Saiyan God. Therefore, over the years, I have deliberately paid attention to the surviving Saiyans in the universe. Thinking of this, Weiss also became interested. He picked up the angel's scepter in his right hand and made it empty. Use special abilities to scan the entire universe to search for the whereabouts of Saiyans. Soon, a projection appeared. Above is a father and son hunting for prey on a deserted planet. If Lin Chuan were here at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize who these two people are. The legendary Super Saiyan, Broly, and his father, Paragus. These are two Saiyan survivors living on Wampa planet. One of them does contain good strength. It is very likely that he is. However, this planet is a primitive planet. If nothing else, there's no way to leave, otherwise we won't be able to live a primitive life. Weiss murmured to himself, waving the scepter in his hand, and the projection changed. The image projected this time was that of a short, thin Saiyan, Vegeta's younger brother, Tabor. The little prince of the Saiyan clan is lucky to have survived. Unfortunately, his talent and potential are not outstanding, and he is not a fighting Saiyan. In comparison, his brother is pretty good, Vegeta. The screen switches again and comes to the universe space. Two circular Frisia Army universe ships are traveling through the universe space. Inside the universe ship, two Saiyans are in a dormant state. If it's not Vegeta and Nappa, then who is it? Whis took a serious look at Vegeta, intentionally or unintentionally, and then waved the scepter again. Underworld. The projected images are of Raditz and Son Goku who are practicing on the King Kai planet. Raditz did not die according to the normal trajectory, but went to King Kai to practice with Son Goku. The most important thing is that people who should have died did not die, but were still alive. Please beg for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. A new chapter has begun. The most stable spacetime node has seemingly different changes. As Angel, Weiss was surprised for the first time in his history. His existence is beyond the universe, beyond life and death, beyond the constraints of rules. He has even experienced the destruction and restart of the universe countless times. He can see the past and future, and can also travel between parallel worlds of the past and future. These two Saiyans are really amazing. They are able to enter the underworld as living people, and they are still training under the King of Kai. Looking at you, you seem to care about them. Is there anything special about you? Your strength seems to be average. The voice of the prophetic fish sounded, and his words interrupted Weiss's thinking. Ho 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 ho, there are infinite possibilities in them. They are indeed very weak now, but it won't take long for the future of our time and space to become extremely exciting. Weiss he narrowed his eyes and waved Angel's scepter. Instead of stopping at King Kai, it moved to Earth. What has happened is projected like God's perspective. Astonishingly, these are some of the major events that have occurred on Earth in the past 2 months. Such a situation shows that Weiss has been paying attention to the situation on the Earth from a long time ago. It can also be said that he, who is omnipotent and omniscient, has long seen the future of this time and space, so he understands everything. Important scenes flashed across the projection quickly, and finally transferred to a large universe ship rushing out of the Earth and heading straight into the depths of the universe. As the screen cuts in, the scene inside the universe ship at this time is revealed. It's really unexpected. Not only have I never paid attention to this Saiyan, but he also seems to have some kind of power to break the situation. Seeing the person frozen in the projection screen, Weiss expressed his feelings. For him, there are only a few key objects that he pays attention to. Even though there are still some Saiyan survivors in the universe, they have always been ignored by him. Angel's eyesight is so terrifying, and he can see the past and the future in the long river of time. How could he not know who has luck? How could he not know who can break the rules and create greater possibilities? Talos, that is, Lin Chuan, was imprisoned on Planet V3114 and could not leave, and could not intervene in the main plot, so it was impossible for him to enter the eyes of an existence like Weiss from the beginning. Only now, everything has changed. Staring at Lin Chuan in the picture, Weiss' expression seemed unchanged, but in fact there was caution in his eyes. The gears of fate were quietly changed by him. If this continues, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. In the future, there may be a place for him. He is a special case. After sighing in his heart, Weiss used Angel's scepter to look at other places in the universe, and finally took back Angel's ability. Wes, who do you think among the Saiyans you just projected will be the Super Saiyan God? The prophecy fish didn't know what Weiss was thinking, but he didn't care. He had his own ideas, so I asked curiously. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future. Maybe, it could be all. Maybe, no one is. Weiss smiled, put down the Angel scepter, and continued enjoyed afternoon tea. Confused by what Weiss said, the prophecy fish swayed for a while, then stopped thinking about it and ate the dessert. Nether. In the universe, no one who was noticed by Weiss would know that a supreme being stayed on their body for a moment. Especially Lin Chuan. He understands the plot of the original work and the horror of those super beings. If he knew that Weiss was paying attention to him at this time, he would definitely feel fear in his heart. After all, he is a time traveler, and if he is spotted, his life may be in danger. To put it simply, even if he is a Saiyan now, as long as it is known that he is a time traveler, it will be a virus to the world. The most powerful person in the world, those managers will not watch the virus spread and develop, so they will definitely kill him. Thanks to Lin Chuan, he has always been able to intervene in the plot steadily and make changes in subtle ways, without many major flaws to follow. That's all. Time flew by and 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Universe, located in the 27th main galaxy of the Vega constellation. The universe ship that Lin Chuan and others were on finally arrived at its destination, arriving on the surface of Namek, the 4th planet in this galaxy. The universe ship is parked in space. Panoramic projection allows Lin Chuan, Bulma, Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and Shishi to be free in the universe and see the appearance of the planet in all aspects. Is this planet Namek? From this distance, it is much larger than the Earth. Bulma was the first to make a comment. She has made achievements in any field, and she can see that the size of this Namek planet is probably not comparable to that of 10 Earths put together. She also hurriedly took out her universe voyage diary from her arms and recorded everything she saw and the data in it. Planet Namek, this is my hometown. Touched by emotion, Piccolo took a deep breath and tried his best to maintain a calm mind. Somehow, he felt something, as if the planet was resonating with him. It seems to be telling him from the bottom of his heart that this is his home. It's unbelievable. There are 3 huge stars on the edge of the Namek planet. No wonder Uncle Lin Chuan said that there is no night on the Namek planet. There is no blind spot of sunlight. There is no night on the planet at all. Sun Wukong looked at other scenes. During this trip, he not only practiced gravity all the time, but also conducted in-depth exploration of the universe in his free time, and saw many sights that were impossible to see before. Beside him, Shishi breathed a sigh of relief and said nothing. When planet Namek arrived, it meant that their journey was temporarily over. Although I will stay on this planet for a while, I can breathe fresh air in a short period of time. Shishi still can't accept the travel to the universe, and feels like she is not living a down-to-earth life. Especially since she left the Earth, she has been uneasy. Okay, let's go to the control room and prepare. We'll land on planet Namek first. At Bulma's order, the panoramic mode was turned off, and the group quickly returned to the control room from the observation deck and sat down. At this moment, on Namek, A group of Namekians who were working suddenly saw a flash of fire in the sky. Then, a universe ship came out of the sky and flew over their heads. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they immediately became alert. That's an outsider? Universe ship. A fighting-type Namekian in his prime had an ominous premonition in his heart and warned everyone. Feeling bad, he planned to go and have a look. Everyone, go back to the village temporarily and tell the elder to contact the great elder. I'll go check on the situation. The next second, the combat-type Namekian flew out at full speed, following behind the universe ship. Planet Namek. The top of a cliff somewhere in the Middle East. A huge white round house with a special shape is located here. Here, lives the most senior elder on planet Namek. Usually, the great elder usually spends this time in sleep. But today, the great elder did not fall asleep. Instead, he had a premonition of the arrival of some people and took the initiative to summon Nayla, who was guarding him. He is too old to move freely. When his longevity was about to come to an end, he used his inherited special ability to predict the future. Seeing the corners of the future, he originally thought that he would have to suffer for a while before he could truly be relieved of his burden. But he didn't expect a sudden change. In his sleep in the past few days, he had been dreaming continuously, and new pictures kept appearing in his mind. Let him know that the future he thought he had predicted for a long time is undergoing huge changes with the emergence of some unstable factors. Master Great Elder, what are your orders? Nayla stood in front of the Great Elder with a respectful expression and asked. As the best warrior among the Namekians, he has been guarding the Great Elder since he became an adult, ensuring the Great Elder's safety. Nero, we have welcomed some alien guests on Namek. As the words came out of his mouth, his weak voice showed that the Great Elder at this time was almost the same as he was a year later. Also, Namekians have long lifespans. In 1 or 2 years, not much has changed. Therefore, although there is still more than a year to live, it is insignificant compared to the Great Elder's long life. Hearing this, Naylu immediately reacted and asked seriously, is this the crisis of genocide that you predicted in the past, Great Elder, is coming? Genocide crisis? Indeed, it is such a catastrophe for the Namekians. The Great Elder once said it himself, and it also showed that the Namekians alone cannot solve the crisis. However, the prophecy at that time was that in times of crisis, powerful alien warriors would appear to help them defeat powerful enemies. No, it's not yet time before the crisis arrives. The alien guests who came this time should not be enemies. At least there are no evil thoughts in their aura. Moreover, I feel that among them, there is a person from our family who has been living abroad. They are not here to invade, so Nero, go and pick them up, to avoid unnecessary conflicts and bring them directly to me. Perhaps future crises will be better solved because of the arrival of this group of people. The Great Elder ordered Nayla. Such words made Nayla's heart tense. Knowing that this matter cannot be handled carelessly, he must also carry out the orders of the Great Elder. Yes, Great Elder. Then I'll go right away. Turning around, Nayla walked out of the Great Elder's room with a heavy heart. He walked outside the house and said to the 2 companions who were also guarding the Great Elder, I need to go out to carry out the tasks assigned to me by the Great Elder, so the guarding work will be left to you 2 for the time being. Don't worry, we will protect the Great Elder. You go ahead, Nero. The 2 nodded. In the next second, Lu flew into the sky and left here. In his perception, he already knew where the target was, and with the spiritual power of the Great Elder to point the direction, he would not make a mistake. Other side. After gliding for hundreds of miles in the sky, the universe ship finally stabilized and landed at the designated location. As the universe ship landed, the hatch quickly opened, and 5 people stepped out of the universe ship one after another. Because planet Namek is a planet made up of countless islands, at a glance, it feels like entering an infinite cycle of worlds. Although each island is different, it is similar. Is this the real landform of Namek? Although it is very different from what you said before, the environment here does not seem to be as desolate and barren as you said. There are still a lot of animals and plants alive, aren't there? Bulma immediately paid attention to the surrounding environment and asked Lin Chuan at the same time. The information they knew before was all told to them orally by Lin Chuan. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, there are still some differences. What I said is just what I know. The information is not wrong. It is rumored that Namek experienced a mass extinction a long time ago. There were very few Namekians who survived the disaster. I think the Piccolo of the past was sent to Earth when that disaster occurred. As for the reason why this planet looks like it does now and is also glowing with vitality, I think it must have something to do with the current Namekians. As Lin Chuan spoke, he looked into the distance. In his breath perception, he had already discovered that someone was approaching quickly. He must have seen the arrival of the universe ship, so he took the initiative to investigate the situation. The other party was well hidden, that is to say, Lin Chuan was extremely powerful and enveloped the whole world immediately, otherwise he would not have been discovered. On the side, Sun Wuhan and Shishi expressed their emotions after Lin Chuan and Bulma. Lin Chuan did not answer the conversation, because he was talking about comments about the environment of planet Namek and what he thought of this planet. On the contrary, he and Bulma have something in common. What about Piccolo? At this time, he calmed down and looked at the surrounding environment. Perhaps it was instinct, or perhaps it was scattered fragments of memory flashing through his inherited memory. The scene stirred up emotion, giving him an indescribable feeling. It's almost here, everyone has temporarily recovered. Especially you, Piccolo, your tribe is here, get ready to meet. Lin Chuan smiled slightly, and the chi he felt was extremely close, and he reminded everyone. The most important thing, of course, was to make fun of Piccolo. Hearing this, Piccolo was startled, his aura perception expanded, and he indeed noticed a very powerful aura approaching. In fact, this is thanks to the fact that his strength is no longer what it used to be, otherwise he would not be able to lock it with his breath so quickly. Piccolo is no longer the Piccolo he was 6 days ago. After 6 days of traveling in the universe and 6 days of gravity training, Piccolo and Sun Wuhan completed the practice of 60 times gravity together. The gravity increases 10 times every day. Although it only reaches 60 times the gravity, it also makes the strength of the two people improve by leaps and bounds. Coupled with Lin Chuan's guidance, the battle with them successfully stimulated some of their respective potentials. Overall, although it was not as high as expected, Piccolo's combat power index reached 45,000 points, and Sun Wuhan's combat power also broke through to 32,000 points. Of course, such a quick breakthrough was also related to Lin Chuan giving them some fairy beans. When they are tired, sleepy, or injured, a fairy bean can directly resurrect them with full blood, which will greatly increase their strength. Therefore, brushing bugs is not the prerogative of Saiyans. Piccolo's potential is equally terrifying. Otherwise, in the original Saiyan invasion chapter, he would not have gone to the King Kai planet after his death, and relied on his own training to gain tens of thousands of combat power in a short period of time. It should be noted that after he was resurrected, he arrived at the planet Namek and happened to meet the dying Nero. Neela's comment was, "I can't believe how you practiced and could be so powerful." Then, after receiving Neela's approval and entrustment, he was assimilated, and his strength increased by more than 10 times, reaching and exceeding 1,000,000 level combat power. Therefore, after 6 days of adapting to 60 times the gravity, his combat power only reached 45,000 points, which even Lin Chuan felt was low. After all, there was Lin Chuan's assistance and guidance, intentionally or unintentionally. All I can say is that there is less pressure and less experience. Breakthroughs in certain realms may require special methods. It's like truly experiencing life and death. Besides, Sun Wuhan, although his strength continues to improve, he has only reached 32,000 points, which is really low. Originally, Lin Chuan thought that Sun Wuhan could use gravity training and Xian's bug talent to reach a combat power of more than 50,000 points. As a result, let alone 50,000 points, the final 40,000 points were not even reached, just over 30,000 points. Of course, this also has something to do with the fact that he has little time to practice. Lin Chuan and Piccolo have been practicing continuously, and no one can restrain them. But Sun Wuhan is different. Firstly, he is still a child, and secondly, because Shishi keeps watching, he is not allowed to continue practicing once the time is up. Lin Chuan and Piccolo couldn't say anything about this. Could it be forced? After all, she is a mother, and it's not that she doesn't want her son to practice, she just allows her son to combine work and rest. Not to mention these, in short, with the current strength of Piccolo and Son Gohan, they can defeat Nappa and Vegeta who will arrive on Earth 10 months later. Let alone Vegeta, even if he encounters Dodoria and Sabo, Frisia's right-hand man, he can defeat him in seconds. Except for Jinyu, all of the Jinyu special forces can fight head-on and will never lose. Times are moving forward, and things are indeed different from before. As for Piccolo and Sun Wufan, they followed Lin Chuan and were directly influenced by Lin Chuan, and their strength entered a later era. After determining the direction of the breath, Piccolo turned around and looked towards the source of the breath. Son Gohan, Shishi, and Bulma also turned and looked at him. In the distant sky, a figure continued to enlarge, and finally the strong Namek warrior appeared. This person has reached a very high level of energy control and has incredible abilities in perception. It seemed that he knew that he had been locked, so he did not intend to hide. He rushed towards this place at an extremely fast speed, and finally landed in front of the 5 people. Except for slightly different body shape and appearance, everything else is almost exactly the same as Piccolo. After sensing the aura emanating from this Namekian warrior at close range, it can be determined that his strength is definitely more powerful than Raditz when he first came to Earth. Lin Chuan could see the combat power data in his eyes, which was as high as 3,000 points. Compared to Piccolo before departure, he was slightly more powerful. Of course, the actual combat power level cannot be compared. Sun Wuhan exclaimed, "He is indeed a Namekian, just like Uncle Piccolo." Bulma joked, "If I had seen this before, it would scare people to death." Another Piccolo Daimao. The two voices made the visitor frown. However, he focused his attention on Piccolo for the first time. "An outsider, and a compatriot I have never seen before, where do you come from?" Looking at Piccolo, although the hostility was not so serious, he still looked at everyone with vigilance. "Don't worry, we are not intruders." Piccolo took a step forward and said, looking at the strong fellow tribesman in front of him. The cloak draped on his shoulders fluttered in the wind, making him look very domineering. Coupled with the intentional and unintentional aura, no one would believe him if he was not showing off. Sensing the aura emanating from Piccolo, the Namekian looked shocked and unbelievable. "Could it be that you are one of the children who were sent away from the planet in the great disaster many years ago? Whose child are you? There are actually such powerful power." No, even if you were sent away at that time, your age. After feeling Piccolo's strength, the Namekian was immediately stunned. He made a guess, but it was unrealistic. Because so many years have passed since that big change, even those who were sent away from the planet at that time should be old by now. How does he know what Piccolo has been through? This matter is a long story. In short, we are from the Earth, and I grew up on the Earth. Piccolo replied. His kind communication surprised Lin Chuan and others beyond their expectations. Although Piccolo has indeed changed, it is also because the 6 days of getting along are more harmonious. But Piccolo is still Piccolo, and he still has his aloofness. Is that so? Anyway, as a member of the same tribe, you are welcome to go home. Also, my name is Al. The Namekian introduced himself. Piccolo. Piccolo also said his name. After a few exchanges, the vigilance was completely let down. Al was the first to ask, are they all from Earth? Did they send you back? That's right. Piccolo's expression didn't change much. I see. Since I am your friend, I am completely relieved. As long as you are not an enemy, you are a guest of our Namekians. Al returned to being a simple-minded BD. It was as if the serious person with a solemn face had never appeared before. It can be seen that the Namekians will be very friendly as long as they are sure that there is no threat. This is also related to the rule of the Great Elder for so many years. Almost all Namekians are children created by him. We adhere to the principle that we will not offend others unless they offend us. If someone offends us, we must make sure that we can resolve the matter in a friendly manner. If this is not possible, we will use force to suppress it. Hello, my name is Sun Wuhan. Shishi is this child's mother. You can call me Bulma, Earth super genius scientist. Lin Chuan. After a series of self-introductions, Al sincerely invites the group to visit his village and rest. He also explained to them the current situation of Namek planet and the distribution of tribes. Just as he was about to take action, Lin Chuan sensed another extremely strong aura approaching rapidly. Someone's here again. It is certain that the combat power of the owner of this aura is at least comparable to that of Piccolo at full strength. On the Namek planet, Lin Chuan couldn't think of anyone else except Nayla, who had a combat power of over 40,000 points. As he expected, the person who came was none other than Naylu. Please ask for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. Please feel free to read. The subsequent plot is more concise and exciting. Also, fattening masters don't have to worry about too few words. It will be updated at least 100,000 words on the first day it is put on the shelves. The strongest warrior of Namek's current era? Nera's arrival surprised Al, but he calmed down and asked. Nera, you also saw the arrival of the universe ship, so did you come over to check on the situation? I have basically confirmed just now that they are alien guests from the Earth, and they have also sent back our tribesmen who were left behind. Following Al's introduction, Nera nodded. Well, the Great Elder has foreseen the situation in advance, so he sent me to take them to meet them. Nairobi stated his purpose straightforwardly. These words surprised Al, and he immediately said respectfully, so, does the Great Elder already know about it? Then I will go with you. After the words fell, before he could continue to say anything, Nayla shook his head. No, you can go back to your tribe first. The safety of the Great Elder is protected by us. In contrast, in the recent period, you should not leave. The tribe is too far away. As these words came out of his mouth, Al clearly realized what Nero wanted to express. A few years ago, they were convened by the Great Elder and given their own arduous tasks. No one could act without authorization. Understood, then I'll go back first. Nodding, Al turned to look at Lin Chuan and Piccolo and his party, and said goodbye with a smile. The Great Elder wants to meet you, so I can't force you to go to the tribe to rest. Nilu is the most powerful warrior of our clan, and he will escort you all the way. Al left, and Lin Chuan and Piccolo, as an outsider, could not stop him. After all, even Piccolo, who is also a Namekian, is temporarily an outsider. After sending Al away, Nayla's eyes swept over everyone. Finally, his eyes fell on Piccolo. Sure enough, they care more about people of the same clan. Even though Lin Chuan's body exudes an aura that makes people have to take him seriously, it can't compare to a member of the same clan whose strength can compare with his own. The most important thing is that this tribe still has strong strength gained from practicing on alien planets. He was looking at everyone, and everyone was looking at him carefully. Especially Piccolo. After their eyes met, Piccolo's aloofness was more vividly displayed. Piccolo never thinks that he will lose to others, especially after his own strength continues to increase. He knew that Nielo was extremely powerful. If he hadn't been practicing desperately in the gravity training room these days, and with the help of Lin Chuan, he would have been an ant when he was still on Earth alone. Returning tribesmen and guests from afar, please come with me. Niela took the initiative to speak, breaking the calm. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan and Piccolo nodded one after another, followed by Sun Wufan. After Bulma and Shishi confirmed that they wanted to go together, they quickly put the universe ship back into the capsule, and then took out the jet. This is what Bulma has prepared a long time ago, and it is an upgraded version of the jet. Times have changed. The previous jets were too slow, so the improved jets are several times faster and will no longer be limited by height issues. It can be said that this is also Bulma's fulfillment of what she said under the Kalin Tower as promised. The purpose is to use the technological power at his disposal to go to the Celestial Temple by himself. Nayla led the way, not very fast, and also passed by a Namek tribe, allowing everyone to see the living conditions of the Namek people. unpretentious. Looking at the hard-working Namekians and their way of life, Bulma and Son Gohan knew these 4 words about the Namekians. By meeting these Namekians, everyone except Lin Chuan knew that not everyone on the Namekians was like Piccolo, Al, or Nero, and had strong strength. Soon, under the guidance of Nayla, the group came to the place where the Great Elder of the Namek people lived. Seeing the visitor, the 2 Namekians guarding the Great Elder here were surprised one after another. After a while of questioning and communication, I finally understood what was going on and then left. It's not that they don't want to continue communicating, but that the Great Elder can't wait. Seeing the Great Elder's posture and appearance, even Lin Chuan, who had been mentally prepared, was startled. Of course, what shocked Lin Chuan the most was the Great Elder's strength, which had a combat power of hundreds of thousands of points. This is a Great Elder who is so old that he is almost dead. It is hard to imagine how powerful he was when he was young. He was surprised, let alone Son Gohan, Shishi and Bulma. Shishi and Bulma were frightened and hid behind Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan. It seems that they are afraid of what this huge old guy will do to them. Piccolo, on the other hand, only had a flash of surprise and remained calm. He could clearly feel that the Great Elder was different from the Namekians outside. That feeling of being connected in life, it's like, he comes from him. Elder. He murmured softly. The words came to Piccolo's lips, but he didn't know how to express them. Child who lives outside, it's great to be able to see you. Can you get closer and let me take a closer look at you? Although the elder covered his voice, he took a breath, but could still tell that he was a little weak. After hearing this, Piccolo hesitated for a moment and stepped in front of the Great Elder. The other party slowly raised his huge right hand and gently landed on his head. This kind of action that was considered a violation of dignity for Piccolo should have made him furious, but the strange thing was that not only did he not feel angry at all, he didn't even have the slightest hint of conflict. The Great Elder's touch was like a father caring for him. The unprecedented feeling made Piccolo break his mood and his strength was also improved. When you are powerful enough to reach a certain level, sometimes just a sudden realization can increase your strength. Others couldn't see it, but Lin Chuan could. Of course, the Great Elder should also feel it. So that's it. Because I separated myself, I am missing that part. The strange power spread from the Elder's hands to Piccolo's body, and he also revealed Piccolo's situation. Piccolo could feel that the Great Elder had invisibly read his memories that were not private. After a moment of silence, the Great Elder smiled kindly again. You have perfectly inherited everything from Kadaz, and your appearance is almost exactly the same as your father's when he was young. It's a pity that if you hadn't been separated into 2 different individuals, maybe you would be 1,000 times more powerful than you are now. As the Great Elder's words came out, everyone was startled when they heard the words. Especially Son Gohan, Bulma and Shishi. The complete Piccolo is hundreds of times more powerful than it is now. What is the concept? Even so, I don't bother to get that kind of additional power. If you want me to be reunited with that old guy from the gods, with all due respect, Great Elder, it's impossible in this lifetime. Piccolo was determined. How could he know that he would assimilate with the gods and become one again due to the crisis of artificial humans? The Great Elder saw the memory and seemed to see the future. This is one of his special abilities. No one can completely guarantee that things in the future will not happen. My child, I will not interfere with you or force you, so you can rest assured. As a Great Elder, I fought side by side with your father back then. Without him, I probably wouldn't be where I am now. I owe Kadaz a lot. As a child living in a foreign land, I have not been able to do anything for so many years. It was my fault for not getting you back. Now that I am about to die, I can only give you a small gift to make up for my debt to you. I hope that with my help, you will not only become stronger, but also be able to protect your tribe and this hometown in the future. As he spoke, the Great Elder's hand began to exert force slightly. He took this opportunity to activate his ability without hesitation. While Piccolo was still hesitant to understand, a mysterious power enveloped Piccolo's body. Piccolo was dumbfounded as a mysterious force that could not be described in words ran through his whole body. His body is being opened up, and his soul is also being sublimated. My power is this. The body and soul undergo transformation in all aspects. Piccolo's combat power has grown explosively. Wow. The snow-white aura lingered around Piccolo uncontrollably, creating a strong pressure. Seeing this situation, Lin Chuan intentionally or unintentionally protected Bulma behind him and deployed his aura barrier. When Sun Wuhan saw this, he gathered his aura and stood in front of his mother. The potential development has actually reached this point. Piccolo's potential is no worse than that of Xia. Yes, after all, in the future, he also mastered the power of the Dragon God, and further transformed into an orange Piccolo, a true Super Namekian. Lin Chuan, who made an evaluation in his mind and knew what was going on, expected Piccolo to reach a higher limit. Although, no matter how strong this power is, it cannot be compared to him now, but the current intensity that Piccolo can achieve is higher, which in disguise shows that the potential of the Great Elder can be developed to a higher limit. Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wuhan was surprised by Piccolo's aura and couldn't help shouting. Bulma and Shishi didn't know why, and remained frightened from beginning to end. The development time took more than a minute. Finally, the Great Elder withdrew his hand, and Piccolo also stopped from the sudden increase in strength and quickly came to his senses. This is the only thing I can do. Although part of your body is missing, your potential is still so great that I can't even imagine it. I can't develop your full potential. I hope you won't be disappointed. With the kind words of the Great Elder, Piccolo would not be satisfied. At this moment, the respect for the Great Elder in his heart was even stronger. You must know that his strength at this time is at least several times that of before. Only Lin Chuan can say that his combat power has reached 225,000 points. It's 5 times the previous value? You clearly know that I have an evil side. Why do you want to develop my potential and make me stronger? Are you really not afraid that after I get the power, I will turn back into the big devil I was before? Piccolo pretended to be a devil, said arrogantly. This was something he did deliberately. What would he like to hear from the Great Elder? From the previous memory reading, the Great Elder discovered his identity. In this case, there is no need to hide one's ambitions. You won't. Maybe your predecessor would, but you definitely won't now. The Great Elder's words, Yun Danfanking, pierced Piccolo's heart and completely changed Piccolo. Humph. Don't want me to say thank you, and don't die. I don't want to see you, the Great Elder, die for me when I first come to my hometown. Piccolo, his mood was very complicated. After saying this, he turned and walked out of the room. It's not that he doesn't want to stay for a long time, but staying here makes it difficult for him to breathe. He tried his best to maintain his inner self and did not want outsiders to notice the changes. After all, how could he not realize that he is no longer the same person as before? Especially in the past month or so, plus this voyage to the universe. Ahem, this child still needs an opportunity to completely change himself. Okay, now it's time to thank you, the people on Earth, and the Saiyans. The elder coughed a few times, diverted his attention, and looked at Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan. Bulma and Shishi were ignored by him, because it doesn't have much strength. Of course, he still thanked me with a kind smile. After several exchanges, Bulma and Shishi were no longer afraid. Because the Great Elder is a good person, not as intimidating as it seems on the surface. Without the communication barrier, Lin Chuan also stated his purpose, Great Elder, I don't like beating around the bush. Since you had a premonition of our arrival early on, you should be able to guess the purpose of my coming to planet Namek. The next second, Lin Chuan stopped ink and got to the point. First, I hope you can help me develop my potential, just like you just developed Piccolo's potential. Of course, I also hope you can develop this child's potential. Second, I want to borrow a Dragon Ball from your clan. Although the Earth also has Dragon Balls, its ability is limited and I cannot realize my wish. After the words fell, Lin Chuan looked at the Great Elder and nodded slightly. After digesting Lin Chuan's words, the Great Elder spoke slowly. I can see that your strength has reached an unfathomable level. You are so powerful, do you still want to get stronger? Although I can develop my potential, in my current state, and looking at your current strength, I may only have a minimal effect on you, the Great Elder said, paused, and looked at Sun Wufan aside. Based on this child's foundation, if he has enough potential, he can be the same as Piccolo. However, it is not necessarily the case. Can be developed. After speaking, the Great Elder looked at Lin Chuan again. I've probably guessed what you said. You just need to develop your potential. No matter what the result is, I won't blame you, Lin Chuan said. The Great Elder nodded, and then said, there is no problem in developing potential. In any case, you can be regarded as the benefactors of our clan. After all, you have sent Kadaz's children back. It's just that I can't agree to you directly regarding the Dragon Balls. Everything is mutual. If you gain something, you will lose something. Asking for ticket data? Poor. The realization of a wish requires the consumption of a very large amount of willpower, and once the wish power is consumed to realize the wish, the Dragon Ball will generate an extremely large amount of negative energy. If we cannot control it, unimaginable disasters will occur. The reason why our Namek clan suffered a disaster many years ago has nothing to do with the Dragon Balls, the Great Elder said, then pretended to pause. After hearing these words, Lin Chuan roughly understood what the Great Elder meant. Although I was shocked by the GT plot setting that negative energy will be born after making a wish with the Dragon Balls, the excessive use of the Dragon Balls will cause unimaginable disasters, which is indeed described in detail in the Majin Buu chapter and even the Super Era. Just because of this, you don't want to let him use it? Lin Chuan was thoughtful and understood the Great Elder's meaning. The preface and the afterwords seem to be warning him of the consequences of using the Dragon Ball, but they are also telling him that using the Dragon Ball requires paying a corresponding price. Lin Chuan smiled indifferently, and regardless of the presence of others, he said, if you have any conditions, just put them forward. You should also know that I am determined to fulfill my wish during this trip. There was a hint of strength in his words. Of course, Lin Chuan would not force it. After all, making a wish requires the help of the Namekian language. With Lin Chuan, the Great Elder would no longer be secretive. In fact, he and Lin Chuan already understood each other. He was also testing Lin Chuan to see if this Saiyan was different from the one in his dream. After all, the Dragon Ball cannot be used casually by outsiders. If it is given to someone with an impure mind, it will definitely bring unimaginable disaster. And this is why making a wish must be done in the Namekian language. The last barrier set up by the Great Elder is to prevent this kind of thing from happening. At least under his rule, no children will betray the clan, let alone actively cooperate with others to make wishes. Therefore, even if the Dragon Ball is taken away by outsiders, it will not cause harm to the world. I hope you can understand that as the Great Elder of Namek, I must consider the future of my hometown and ethnic group. The Dragon Balls are not meant to be used casually, but today I am going to use them to make a deal with you. It's a pity that the child is not complete. Otherwise, maybe his strength will be enough to rival the enemies that will come in the future. After listening to these words, you will be confused, but to be honest, I have a premonition that Namek will usher in a huge disaster in the near future. My children and I may all be buried in this disaster. In the midst of disaster, the Dragon Ball can be lent to you, but I hope that when the time comes, you can help my people and protect my planet through this crisis. As the Great Elder's words came out, Lin Chuan was startled. At this time, it was completely concluded that the Great Elder could indeed foresee the future. As a time traveler, how could I not know the development of the plot, and how could I not hear what he was saying? However, even if he knew that the disaster would happen in the future, he could not tell it. After all, how could he know what would happen in the future? Yes, if the Namekians encounter a disaster in the future, I will help. But I cannot completely guarantee that I will do what you said. I can only do my best. Lin Chuan agreed to the Great Elder's request. Hearing this, the smile on the Great Elder's face became even brighter. Your words are enough. Then after our deal is concluded, I can help you develop your potential first. Lin Chuan nodded and walked to the Great Elder without hesitation. The Great Elder raised his giant hand again and landed on Lin Chuan's forehead. Seal your own mental power and use all your strength to sense the Great Elder's intentions. After all, this old guy can read memories. Lin Chuan couldn't let him see his memory, so he cautiously let himself go and sealed the memory with his own spiritual power. Others would not know about Lin Chuan's caution, but the Great Elder knew it very well. He had really planned to look at some of Lin Chuan's memory fragments, but as soon as his mental power entered, it was all gone. It was the gap in strength that made him unable to read the other person's memory when others refused. The reason why he could see Piccolo's memories was entirely because Piccolo didn't resist. Forget it, since I have chosen to believe, then I will completely believe in you. After letting go of the obsessions in his heart, the Great Elder's mind became much clearer. Wow. As the ability to develop potential was activated, snow-white arrogance emerged around Lin Chuan's body. Although it was not as shocking as Piccolo's, Lin Chuan could feel that he had indeed experienced a sublimation. Unlike Piccolo, Lin Chuan's strength, coupled with the fact that he has been practicing in the gravity training room, has already reached a certain level of control over power. The external system is enhancing its own combat power every moment, which allows Lin Chuan's body to instinctively adapt to the increasing strength. Therefore, even if his own strength is improved, it will not make him uncontrollable. You can feel that the power in your body is being constantly stimulated. Time passes by minute by minute. 2 minutes later, the Great Elder retracted his arm and took a breath. The display of abilities, plus the development of Lin Chuan's potential, made it particularly difficult for him. Ahem, I can only help you develop so far. I hope you won't be too disappointed. With your potential, it's hard to imagine how powerful you will be in the future. After completing his potential release, the Great Elder's words told Lin Chuan that even if he didn't have a system, he still had unlimited possibilities. It's enough. Although my strength has not improved much, it has brought me to a new level. Lin Chuan thanked him. The next second, open the system panel. Host, Lin Chuan. Age 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 85 kilograms. Combat Power Index, 8,000,005 points. The current level of the system, Level 1. Automatically hanging up, Combat Power plus 1 second. The combat power he possessed since the day he left the Earth, coupled with the 6 days of traveling in the universe, and the improvement obtained by Lin Chuan's own practice. Before developing his potential, Lin Chuan's combat power had already exceeded 7 million points. Now the development of this potential has directly supplemented hundreds of thousands of points, bringing his combat power value to 8 million points. 7 million combat power and 8 million combat power. The gap is indeed not too big, so Lin Chuan doesn't feel very excited. All in all, we are getting closer to the tens of millions level. The most important thing for him to practice in the next period of time is to study the transformation of Super Saiyan. It is conceivable that if he becomes a Super Saiyan at this time, the 50-fold increase in the first level and first form alone can increase the combat power to 400 million. 400 million combat power. This is a step that Lin Chuan must take. Otherwise, even after a year, his combat power will still not easily exceed 100 million. Okay, next is this child. The elder said directly without pausing. Although he was already a little tired, he had to finish it all at once. This is also the final consumption, and he will sleep for a few days to recover the lost mental energy. Go, Gohan. Lin Chuan saw the change in the Great Elder and knew that this kind of thing could not be delayed, so he urged. Yes, Uncle Lin Chuan. Sun Wufan stepped forward obediently. He is a kind-hearted and honest man. Although he was a little afraid at first because of the elder's size and appearance, his prejudice soon disappeared as the elder became kind and approachable. Thank you, Great Elder Grandpa. Sun Wufan thanked him politely after having close contact with the Great Elder. This also made the smile on the Great Elder's face become gentler. You're welcome. I see infinite possibilities in you. My child, your future achievements will be limitless. The Great Elder said as he used his potential development ability again. It happened again when Piccolo realized its potential. And because of his obvious lack of control, Sun Wuhan's increased strength created even greater momentum. Until the end of development, Sun Wuhan could not believe that his power could be so great. It's amazing, it's amazing. Is this still me? Sun Wuhan's childish voice was full of excitement. For children, the feelings brought about by the improvement of strength are directly displayed through their small mouths and expressions. Others can only judge how strong Sun Wuhan is based on his energy. Lin Chuan could see the exact value. This guy's combat power index has reached 188,000 points, slightly inferior to Piccolo, but this power has surpassed the strength of his father when he arrived on Namek in the original work. But his potential was not as good as Piccolo's, which surprised Lin Chuan. I thought that this kid could surpass Piccolo in one go. Perhaps it's because he is so young that his body strength can only bear so much. Great Elder, are you okay? Because the development turmoil was too big, Nilu outside the house couldn't help but rushed in and shouted with concern. Seeing that the Great Elder's breath was so weak, he hurriedly stepped forward to check the situation. It wasn't until he was sure that there was nothing strange about the Great Elder, but that he was just consuming a lot of energy, that he felt relieved. I have nothing to do, Nilu. You just happened to come in, so please work hard and summon the elders of each department and ask them to bring the dragon beads over and make a wish for this alien friend. The Great Elder said while maintaining calm. He was already very tired, but some things still had to be said and some things had to be ordered. Use Dragon Balls for them. Nilu couldn't believe it. At this moment, I suddenly realized why these Earthlings came to planet Namek. Besides for Dragon Ball, why else? Seeing Nilu's worries, the Great Elder nodded and continued, don't worry, the Dragon Balls can be used by them. They will always be our Namekian friends in the future. Friendship is on the surface, and although that is what it means, in reality it means forcibly binding each other together. Lin Chuan was not stupid. He looked at the Great Elder and gave his promise, don't worry, Great Elder. Although everyone gets what they need, since I promised, I will definitely do it. Protect you? The Namek clan. The words fell. Lin Chuan took Sun Wufan, Bulma, and Shishi out of the Great Elder's residence. He didn't stay in the house and say anything to the Elder because it was unnecessary. And the Great Elder must have something to say to Nilu alone. After waiting for a long time, Lin Chuan and others waited until Nilu came out. This guy's face was full of confusion, but he was helpless. As the number one warrior of the Namekians, although he has now been completely outclassed by Piccolo, he is still arrogant. I will contact all major ethnic groups to bring the Dragon Ball. Although I don't know what you rely on to make the Great Elder trust you, but if you do any bad things to Namek, even if you die, I will pull you along. Lu's words were full of hostility. Lin Chuan knew that he could not ease up with him easily, so he simply said nothing. Anyway, as long as the wish you want to make comes true, then everything about coming to planet Namek will be considered completed. 2 hours passed. After the 6 tribal elders arrived one after another, 6 Dragon Balls were brought here, and then Nilu took out the last Dragon Ball from the elder's house. The 7 huge dragon beads glowed with bursts of golden light, extremely bright. For the Namekians, this was a scene they had not seen for many years, because gathering the Dragon Balls to summon the divine dragon Palunga requires the approval of the Great Elder. Basically there is no need, and they will never summon Palunga to make a wish. This time, what they didn't expect was that the Great Elder actually gave the Dragon Ball to the alien to make a wish. These Namek Dragon Balls are really big, much bigger than the Dragon Balls on Earth. Bulma, as someone who has studied Dragon Balls carefully, kept looking at these huge Dragon Balls, her eyes filled with shock. Such a huge Dragon Ball, who knows what the dragon summoned looks like? The Dragon Balls have been gathered. Please stay away, I'm going to summon Palunga. Nilu motioned for everyone to keep a distance. Upon hearing this, everyone took a step back. As Nira spoke the summoning spell in Namekian, the 7 Dragon Balls reacted. The orange stars inside the 7 Dragon Balls began to shine, and in an instant, the entire sky of planet Namek was dyed black by a mysterious force. As golden light exploded from the center of the 7 Dragon Balls and shot straight into the sky, the darkness was lit up. Located in the center of this golden light, a ferocious and burly body appeared. The dragon that covers the sky and the sun, Varunga, appears? Is this the dragon of Namek? Bulma exclaimed in disbelief when she saw this. She had imagined many possibilities, but she never thought that the dragon on planet Namek would actually look like this. This is not a divine dragon, even if you say it is a monster crawling out of the abyss, some people will believe it. The image is the same as the appearance of the Namekian, giving people an intuitive feeling of a demon king. So big. Sun Wufan opened his mouth wide, unable to conceal the shock in his heart. He had never seen a divine dragon on Earth. The first time he saw a divine dragon that could grant wishes was from Namek, and he was extremely curious. Beside him, Shishi was frightened and nestled against his son. What about Piccolo? At this time, he was looking thoughtfully at the dragon on his home planet. In his concept, this is the genuine Shenlong. Of course, he would not know that even the divine dragon of planet Namek was not the real source. Please vote. Please vote. Please vote. Thank you to all those who support. Those who have collected all 7 Dragon Balls, tell them your wishes. No matter what they are, this dragon can help you realize 3 of them. As Palunga spoke in normal language, everyone except Lin Chuan was once again surprised. The wish went from 1 to 3. This is too outrageous. It's incredible to have a wish come true. There were constant lamentations, mostly from Bulma complaining that the dragon on Earth was really not up to par. Compared with the dragon here, it is simply not worthy of carrying shoes. Piccolo then echoed, but also expressed his own views, and by the way belittled Piccolo, the god of the earth. As for their verbal praise, Palunga was very impressed, and he puffed up his burly chest for a while. Okay, Palunga has been summoned. Now you can tell your wish. Palunga can fulfill a total of 3 wishes, but the wish must be made in the language of our Namekians before it can be realized. Nero understood the meaning of Bulma and Piccolo's verbal exchange, but even if he cared, he didn't delve into it. Wishes must be made in the Namekian language. If Lin Chuan's wish is unrealistic and threatens their clan, then according to the instructions given to him by the Great Elder, he can only realize Lin Chuan's wish in disguise, or simply express it this wish cannot be made. After listening to Nayla's words, at this time, Lin Chuan was actually looking at the divine dragon that was much larger than the Earth's divine dragon. Looking at Bolunga, who exuded boundless dragon power above his head, Lin Chuan said without hesitation, "My first wish, please let Shenlong grant me the ability to teleport to and from any planet at will." After saying these words, Lin Chuan glanced at Naylu again. After hearing this, Naylu analyzed the wish and found that there was no threat. He raised his head and translated Lin Chuan's words into Namekian to make a wish to Palunga. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you realize your wish." Palunga didn't remain silent for long, and answered after thinking for a few seconds. Lin Chuan couldn't accept this answer. "Why?" Lin Chuan frowned and asked. "You know, it's just teleportation, how difficult is it? The Earth Dragon cannot achieve this, but Lin Chuan can understand." But Palunga's answer directly affected his mentality. "You know, in the original work, the power of Porunga can involve the entire universe, and even the Supreme Kai world can have a hand." As the person who made a wish with Lin Chuan, Bulma knew Lin Chuan's current mood. She was also surprised, but she didn't speak. With the bridge of communication, Palunga did not hesitate to ask Lin Chuan and answered directly, "The teleportation you mentioned to be able to travel to and from any planet without using any medium is an ability that can only be mastered by Supreme Kai managers in the past generations, that is to say, only Supreme Kai can learn and use it. Although this dragon can indeed involve the realm of gods, it still cannot let you, a mortal, learn the divine control skills. Moreover, it requires divine power to activate the divine control skills. Even if it is given to you, you will not be able to use it." When he said this, Lin Chuan looked stunned. This was something he hadn't thought about. The dragon of the earth only said that the realm of gods cannot be touched. This time I know it completely. Emotions Supreme Kai's teleportation is actually a divine control technique. To perform that teleportation requires the power of God. The amount of information was so large that Lin Chuan was slowly absorbing it, let alone others. Before Lin Chuan could say anything, Palunga changed the topic and said, "However, this dragon knows that there is a teleportation skill similar to this god's control skill in the universe. On a planet called Adtra, there is a group of special Adelites. Although the teleportation they master is extremely limited, they need to lock the target first before they can teleport, but it is still considered teleportation. Kind of. If you need this kind of teleportation, this dragon can realize it for you, and can give you a small upgrade as compensation for not being able to fully realize your wish." After Divine Dragon Bolunga finished speaking, Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows. "How to improve and upgrade? Although it is not possible to upgrade the setting where you must lock the target to teleport, you can add a specific ability. As long as you leave a mark on the space where you have been, you can use teleportation to travel. What do you think?" asked Palunga. Hearing this, Lin Chuan's brain was spinning rapidly, and he kept repeating Bolunga's words in his mind. Although this is indeed not as good as Supreme Kai's teleportation, it seems to be good. "Okay." Lin Chuan nodded. Palunga made an okay gesture with his hand. The next second, he did not wait for Nialu to make a wish again, but directly fulfilled the wish. This is the humane Palunga. The Earth's divine dragon is nothing compared to one. Wang. Palunga's eyes glowed red, and the surging willpower was released. Lin Chuan felt that there was a lot more information flowing in his mind, and his body naturally absorbed it. That's about learning how to use teleportation and how to mark space imprints. Your first wish has been fulfilled. Now please tell me your second wish. After realizing the first wish, Palunga continued to ask Lin Chuan. "My second wish should be simpler than the first. Please give me the ability to recover from my own injuries when I am near death or seriously injured." Although I did not decide to make this wish at the beginning, in order to be able to establish the foundation, Lin Chuan decided to advance this wish to the first batch of wishes that must be realized. Self-healing ability, or healing ability? After hearing this, Naylu didn't feel that there was any harm in the wish, let alone the aspect of immortality. He simply translated Lin Chuan's words into Namekian and told Palunga. After receiving the wish-making instruction for the second wish, Palunga was silent for a moment. "I don't know how big the recovery scope you are referring to is, but this dragon can give you a special self-healing ability. As long as there is energy in your body, you can use it no matter how serious the injury is. Convert the energy into healing power to heal your own injuries. In this case, can you accept it?" Palunga said. Lin Chuan was not in a hurry when his wish was changed again. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was pretty much the same and nodded to Palunga. "Okay, then the second wish will be fulfilled for you now." Palunga, who received Lin Chuan's consent, immediately began to realize the second wish. With the flash of red light in Palunga's eyes, Lin Chuan could clearly feel that some subtle changes had taken place in his body. It seemed like something had been changed in his body, but it was not serious. And the ability to heal himself appeared in his mind. As long as you have enough energy, you can heal all injuries on your own. Even if a broken arm is reborn and the internal organs are crushed, it can be restored with the help of enough healing energy converted from energy. It's simply outrageous. This divine dragon Bolunga is really the best good old dragon in the original work. Not only will we help you realize your wishes, but we will also take the initiative to help you optimize your wishes every time. It's called a gift of wishing benefits, but in fact this is his humanity. He is not a rigid dragon. Okay, your second wish has been fulfilled, now please tell me your third wish. Palunga continued. After realizing the first two wishes, Lin Chuan came back to his senses and fell into deep thought. After two experiences, he was also considering a crucial thing. Perhaps, this wish can be realized in advance. I just don't know if Palunga can help him realize it. If not, what good suggestions or methods does he have? Before I realize my third wish, I want to ask you a few questions. Is that okay? Lin Chuan made some kind of decision in his heart and raised his head to look at Palunga. Upon hearing the inquiry, Palunga hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse and nodded. Seeing this, Lin Chuan no longer hesitated. Even though there were many Namekians nearby, even Piccolo, Gohan, Bulma, Shishi and the others were there, the questions he wanted to ask could still be heard by them. You should know that there are two legends in our Saiyan family, one is the legendary Super Saiyan, and the other is the legendary Super Saiyan God. I discovered the differences between them through research, and also learned a lot about them. So, I want to know if I can become the legendary Super Saiyan, or Super Saiyan God, through my own training. Lin Chuan's questions were carefully organized, causing Shenlong Palunga to quickly fall into silence. He is omniscient and omnipotent. After Lin Chuan inquired, he directly connected to the database that belongs to their Shenlong. The legendary Super Saiyan is a super warrior who is born every 1000 years of reincarnation in your Saiyan clan. This is something you are born with. It is an innate advantage that cannot be acquired. However, through hard work and practice, you can still become an ordinary Super Saiyan. With your current strength, you already have enough strength foundation, so you can achieve it in the near future. As for the Super Saiyan God, since you already understand the legend, you should also know the method of transformation. It's just that this requirement is extremely stringent, and the Saiyans surviving in today's era cannot meet this condition. Finally, what you said about becoming a Super Saiyan God with the help of training is indeed feasible. God can be born or acquired. As for more information, it touches too many secrets of the realm of God. It's not a wish, so please forgive me for not being able to answer it for you. Palunga's explanation can be regarded as an accurate answer. Although a little disappointed, it was also within Lin Chuan's expectations. It is indeed almost impossible to become the legendary Super Saiyan, and there is already a legendary Super Saiyan in the world today. It's something you're born with, and excellence cannot be achieved after tomorrow. The Super Saiyan God, as the Dragon Barunga said, he knows the method of transformation, but it is impossible to succeed in the current situation. Even if you have Son Goku and Son Gohan to meet the conditions, you will need 5 Saiyans. Of course, this is not the best way to become a god. In the Super Era stage of the original work, Vegeta relied on his own strength and the guidance of Angel Weiss to become a god. This is the true right path. So, there is a way, but I need to make a wish. Lin Chuan asked in a different way. Palunga had a sad look on his face. He didn't expect that he had not been out for many years and finally came out to take a breath of fresh air. The wishmaker he faced would be so difficult to deal with. The areas he had to cover were all on the edge of the limit of his abilities. Do you really want to know? This dragon does know a cultivation method that does not touch the realm of gods. Perhaps with your talent, you may be able to rely on yourself to cultivate the power of trance one day in the future. When the time comes, with divine power, you may also transform into a Super Saiyan god. Palunga's words were like opening up a new world. An alternative way to become a god? If so, then my third wish is this. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up and he said, it's better than nothing, so just give this practice a try. If you can succeed, it will be great. If you can't, it will be a failure experience. In summary, you can become more perfect and avoid detours in the future. Turning to look at Nielu, Lin Chuan no longer needed to say anything, because Lin Chuan and Palunga's exchange had already confirmed their wishes. Nielu translated Lin Chuan's words into Namekian and made a third wish to Palunga. After receiving the wish-making instruction, Palunga's eyes flashed red. In an instant, Lin Chuan felt a huge flow of information pouring into his mind. That was the alternative divine power cultivation method given to him by Palunga. Of course, you have to practice it before you know whether it is feasible or not. All your wishes have been fulfilled. I bid farewell to this dragon. Goodbye. With all the wishes fulfilled, Palungama turned into a golden light and shot straight up to the sky, bringing with it the 7 dragon beads. When the golden light completely converged back into the dragon beads, the 7 dragon beads turned into boulders due to exhaustion of their willpower, and flew to 7 different locations on Namek at a speed exceeding the limit. After the wish was made, the darkness that originally blocked the sky returned to a bright and clear sky. Why did I hear your last wish so vaguely? One moment it was about the legendary Super Saiyan, the next moment it was about the Super Saiyan God. You asked for a training method to become a god, just to become that legendary god. If you want to become a god, wouldn't it be enough to go back to Earth and ask the god of heaven? He is a god, so he should be similar, right? Bulma came to Lin Chuan's side and asked. While others were still in shock of making a wish, she had come back to her senses. What you said makes sense, but there is still a big difference between the two gods. You will know this later. Lin Chuan played it safe and did not tell Bulma the details. Please give me a vote? Thanks to the author. If you don't tell me, don't tell me. What's the point? You tried so hard, but you didn't even think about giving me a wish in the end. Bulma didn't get too entangled, but instead changed the subject and complained. Lin Chuan was a little bit dumbfounded when he waited until the wish was over before saying this. Over the past few days, he and Bulma were getting along more and more harmoniously, and they were used to facing each other like this. To be honest, Bulma should have just said it, otherwise she would have directly intervened if she had made a wish before. Of course she said that, but Lin Chuan didn't mind and said, "Next time, the Dragon Balls on planet Namek should be restored in 130 days. I still need to make another wish. Then one of the wishes will be yours, how about it? Give Bulma a wish, it doesn't matter to him." Even if it was a bit wasteful for her to make a wish with the dragon from planet Namek, Lin Chuan was not the kind of stingy person, not to mention that he had already regarded her as one of his own, so what was a mere wish? Because of Lin Chuan's guarantee, Bulma said, "That's not bad," and she finally revealed the matter. Of course, it also aroused Bulma's disbelief. She didn't expect that the Dragon Balls on planet Namek could be restored in 130 days. She will know this in the coming days, because there are 130 days in a year on planet Namek, and the law of Dragon Ball recovery is based on a yearly cycle. On the other hand, the Namek elders were a little uneasy because they heard that Lin Chuan wanted to make a wish. It's not enough to make 3 wishes at once, but you also need to make another wish after 130 days. The elders were angry with Lin Chuan and dared not speak out, while Nelo could only watch with cold eyes. The Great Elder ordered that these people would only be friends of the Namekians, and the Dragon Balls were also allowed for their use. They can't stop it. Unless you make a wish that harms your tribe and the world. In the blink of an eye, time flies. 5 days have passed since Lin Chuan and his party arrived at planet Namek to develop its potential and made their wishes. During these 5 days, the group also experienced all the customs of Namek under the care of the Namekians. After many days of getting along, the Namekians no longer treated Lin Chuan and his group from Earth as they did at the beginning. They only regarded them as friends under the orders of the Great Elder. It can be said that the best ones are Piccolo and Bulma. Piccolo is because he is a Namekian, so the Namekians on this planet show great care and concern for him, a member of his tribe who has been exiled and has only returned today. As for Bulma, that's outrageous. Planet Namek is too barren. Although its vitality is constantly recovering, it is still too desolate. Because Bulma learned about the situation of this planet from Lin Chuan, she specially brought a lot of fine crops from the Earth to enrich the Namek planet. It seems that this feels like an invasion by alien species. But there are very few animals and plants on planet Namek. Now the arrival of new blood brings new hope. Plus Bulma's various technological equipment, plus her mind. Her existence, in just a few days, constantly solved problems for the Namekians, solved various troubles and reversed the ecological crisis, and also promoted the development of the Namekians. There is no doubt that she became the savior. To put it in the simplest terms, if Bulma had originally said that she wanted to use the Dragon Balls to make a wish, no one would be willing to do it, and people would even think that she was wishful thinking. But now, if she says she wants to make a wish, the Namekians are definitely willing to take the initiative to give her the Dragon Ball. Lin Chuan had truly witnessed with his own eyes how awesome Bulma was at socializing. Besides, Sun Wufan and Shishi are also very happy. In addition to practicing with Lin Chuan and Piccolo at specific times every day, Sun Wuhan also interacted with the Namek children. His cute and innocent character quickly gained the favor of the Namekians. Shishi also took care of the Namekian children together, so he gained a lot of family and friend points. It is worth mentioning that among these children, there is one person who even Lin Chuan did not expect, that is the future god of the earth, Dende. Invisibly, even though the plot is different from the original work, he and Sun Wuhan have still become friends since childhood. Lin Chuan was even thinking about whether to take advantage of this opportunity to take Dende with him when he left and let him go to Earth in advance. Of course, this will have to be discussed later. Located on an island on Namek. At this moment, Lin Chuan was standing here motionless. He is cultivating his own spiritual power here and also exercising his ability to perceive chi. Sweat was dripping down his face. That ugly expression showed that he was not in a good mood. It's still far from enough. My strength is too weak. Lin Chuan sighed. He is actually sensing the Earth's breath, in order to hone his control and exertion of the breath. It's a pity that his chi can't even break through the entire Vega galaxy, let alone reach the solar system at the far end. Originally, I thought that since I had learned how to teleport, if I could sense the Earth's energy, I would be able to return directly to the Earth. Now it seems that it is impossible to do it. With his combat power of nearly 8.5 million points, his chi is far from enough to spread beyond the scope of a large galaxy group. Of course, if you only wander around the living planets in the Vega galaxy group, it won't be a big problem. According to this limit, simply sensing the Earth's energy from planet Namek would require at least over 100 million combat forces, maybe even billions. Moreover, it must be that there is a strong enough aura on the side to lock my target. He murmured in his mouth carefully. Think back to Son Goku from the original. He only used teleportation to reach the new Namek planet during the artificial human chapter, thus traveling across the stars. In comparison, his current strength is hundreds or thousands of times worse than that of Son Goku in the cyborg chapter. He calmed down and breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it, take your time. Since you can't teleport back, just practice the Super Saiyan transformation. There is also the primary divine power cultivation method given by Shenlong. The words were murmured from his mouth, and Lin Chuan also shifted his attention. I will not give up or be discouraged, but if I am insufficient in this aspect, I will seek greater breakthroughs in other aspects. This aura. Suddenly, a very evil aura appeared in Lin Chuan's aura. And this energy is not on the Namek planet. Suddenly he raised his head and looked up at the sky. It is certain that this energy is constantly approaching Namek. Who has such an evil aura? Did you find Namek again during this period? This aura is not very strong, but it is at least as strong as hundreds of thousands of points of combat power. In the current era, the intensity of this breath is consistent, and the breath is full of the smell of evil and killing. A figure appeared in Lin Chuan's mind, making him a little numb and confused. Not scared, but incredible. This aura, could it really be Frisia? No, it's impossible, but if it's not Frisia, who could it be? Frowning, Lin Chuan became more alert, and constantly digging for relevant plot memories in my mind. Logically speaking, it is impossible for outsiders to visit planet Namek at this stage. Now that there is such a big accident, the only explanation is because of his relationship with the butterfly. In terms of strength, the combat power of Frisia's first form without transformation is indeed 530,000 points. Apart from Frisia, Lin Chuan really couldn't imagine anyone else. Just when Lin Chuan continued to be suspicious, Neela's aura entered the range of perception, found him at extremely fast speed, and came to his side. These days, although Lin Chuan didn't do anything, he didn't deliberately try to build a good relationship with anyone. But more or less, it can be regarded as changing the Namek people's first sense of him. Nelo, in particular, was extremely hostile to Lin Chuan at first. Later, after the battle, he gradually became convinced of Lin Chuan, and also learned what kind of person Lin Chuan was from the battle and life. At least, he's not a bad person, and he won't harm their Namek family. Nelu, what's the matter with you coming to see me? Looking at Nilo who suddenly arrived, Lin Chuan did not explain the aura he sensed for the time being, but instead asked him the reason for his visit. Although he guessed that his arrival might be related to the evil energy he sensed, he still had to listen to his purpose first. After all, it happened suddenly and it was too coincidental. Lin Chuan, the Great Elder asked me to invite you to come. Neela stated his intention. He didn't say what was going on, but the Great Elder would not let him go for an interview for no reason. It seems that the matter is more serious than I imagined. Who is this evil aura? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes and guessed in his heart. Since the Great Elder wants to see me, let's go. Nodding in agreement, Lin Chuan used the Wukong technique to take off. Instead of guessing here, it is better to go directly to the Great Elder and ask for the reason. Niru followed closely behind. The two of them walked in tandem, and within a short time, they arrived at the Great Elder's residence. Not surprisingly, Piccolo and Sun Wuhan were already here, seemingly waiting for a long time. Lin Chuan also met the Great Elder again. I'm here, Great Elder. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. You won't summon us for no reason. Lin Chuan went straight to the point. After hearing this, the Great Elder nodded slightly. After these days of rest, he has already recovered from his consumption. I believe you have already sensed it, right? In the universe, a powerful evil force is approaching our planet Namek. I believe it will arrive soon. The words of the Great Elder immediately attracted Nera, Piccolo. Sun Wuhan was shocked. They didn't know exactly what was going on. Now that the Great Elder said this, let them concentrate directly on sensing the situation in the universe. Not long after, several people felt an extremely evil aura. Their strength is not weak, but after feeling such evil aura, their expressions changed drastically. Especially Nelo, although his combat power has improved due to the competition in the past few days, in the final analysis, he still has more than 40,000 combat power. Great Elder, is this evil aura preparing to invade our planet Namek? Nelu asked extremely cautiously. I don't know why, but this evil aura feels a bit familiar to me. By the way, it's the aura of demons. Piccolo interjected. Because Sun Wuhan didn't know anything, he could only stand aside and listen. Since you said it yourself, let's make it clear. It seems that you are not unfamiliar with this evil aura. Lin Chuan said bluntly. At this point, the Great Elder sighed again. Alas, they all blame me. The source of that evil power was the first child I sent to an alien planet. What? Piccolo was shocked. This situation is exactly the same as his. However, he is not the child of the Great Elder. Yes, just like Piccolo, Kadaz sent you away as one of our Namekian heritages, and I sent away my child, Slag. As the Great Elder's words came out, Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows, and memories flooded his mind. Although the changes in the plot are somewhat unexpected, the name Slag is not unfamiliar to Lin Chuan at all. When Slug appeared in the theatrical version of the Gaiden story, it was so shocking. Lin Chuan vividly remembers that it was Slug's arrival that inspired Son Goku's mimic Super Saiyan. In the main plot, Son Goku breaks through due to Krillin's death in the battle with Frieza, but in another time and space world, it was Slag who allowed Son Goku to break through the boundary first. I didn't expect that it would be this guy. From this point of view, the real world is exactly what I guessed, everything is possible, and many of the guys from the rumors also exist. The heart is at peace. Although he is not afraid of Frieza who has not transformed into his ultimate form, but if he encounters him now, he will definitely kill Frieza before he transforms. Now that it was confirmed that it was not Frieza but Slug, he had another feeling. The deal the Great Elder made with him a few days ago? You probably didn't expect Slug to arrive in the near future, right? Otherwise, he should have told him in advance. The Great Elder closed his eyes slightly and explained everything clearly as he continued to speak. The general meaning is that Slag came too suddenly. Although he didn't know why he came back at this time, the Great Elder hoped that Lin Chuan could help them and subdue him. No matter whether Slag is deeply trapped in the devil's path, no matter whether Slag has gone to extremes, as a father, he wants to try to guide him. After all, this is his child and he has his plans. Even if they really came to invade, even if they really wanted to take revenge, Lin Chuan couldn't refuse. What's more, the Great Elder had reached a consensus with him from the beginning, and they would help each other without compromising their interests. Regarding Slag, Lin Chuan could only say that as long as he didn't seek death, he wouldn't mind letting him live. After all, there is no hatred, and Lin Chuan has never been the kind of person who would take the initiative to cause trouble. So confident? That's natural. First, Slag is already an old man, and his strength is less than 1/10 of what he was at his peak. Second, even if he successfully uses the Dragon Ball to make a wish to become younger, Lin Chuan is sure to suppress him. Even though King Kai spoke highly of him in the movie version, compared with Frieza, he is still a bit inferior. What's more, it is impossible for him to have a Dragon Ball to make a wish now. His current strength level, even if it breaks out again, is only 1,000,000 points. Brothers, this book will be on the shelves on November 13th, which is next Monday at noon. Please beg for a first order here in advance. On the day it is released, 100,000 words will be updated one after another, ensuring that everyone will enjoy it. 10,000 to 20,000 words will be updated every day. In the universe, a huge universe ship is sailing quickly. In this huge universe ship, Slug, who calls himself a super Namekian, is sitting on his huge throne, overlooking his men. Angela, Dorotobo, Kixio, Jiga, Mitamaki. These generals under him are all elites who have fought with him in the universe for many years. How long will it take? How long will I need to use these things? Schlager roared indignantly as he reached out and grabbed a handful of life capsules that delayed aging. For him, when he first learned that these drugs could delay aging, he was very happy and excited. But when the effect of these drugs on the body continued to weaken and no longer had the same effect as at the beginning, he became panicked, irritable, and restless. He doesn't want to die. He has not yet completed his dream of ruling the universe. As a being with extremely powerful power, he was born to be a king. After traveling the universe for so many years, he has gained a great reputation and has a foundation built over many years. However, since aging became uncontrollable, he had to withdraw his ambitions, lingering among the stars, and avoiding those mortal enemies in the past. When he feels that life is the most important, everything else is no longer important. No longer like the past, he can no longer confront the major forces in the universe head-on, so he can only hide his whereabouts. Until some time ago, he received a message from a spy hidden in Frieza's Legion, which activated the information in his inherited memory. It took him nearly 2 months to find the Vega Galaxy where his hometown is. He wants to use the Dragon Ball in his inherited memory to achieve his wish. Of course, the most important thing is that the information passed down must be true, and in recent years, the Namek planet has not been destroyed, and the Namek people have not perished. Only by returning to his youth, only then, can he return to what he was like before and be able to compete with any existence. Even Frieza, who now dominates the universe, can be ignored by him. In his opinion, this kid Frieza has claimed to be the emperor of the universe for many years, relying on his father's relationship with the Kurdish king. If he is still in his prime, who is this junior? After all, he envied the frozen demon clan's long lifespan. Thousands of years are considered a long time for most races in the universe. But compared to the frozen demon clan, 1,000 years is nothing. He still remembers that when he and the Kurdish king sat face to face and had a discussion, he said calmly that he could live for tens of thousands more years, which really shocked him. Now, the Kurdish king has indeed retired for many years, but he knows that his family is still the same as before and has not changed. Angry, Slag crushed the life capsules, his eyes full of murderous intent. At this time, if anyone answers inappropriately or takes the initiative to provoke, it will inevitably lead to death. King Shalag, we still have 2 hours. Yes, we can reach the Namek planet in 2 hours. The leader, Dorotobo, reported in fear. 2 hours? Very good. After so long, it's finally here. I hope my people are not ignorant. Slag has already prepared for the worst. He has always been direct and selfish, always thinking only about himself. If those tribesmen cooperated, the most he could do was occupy it, then become the leader, and finally take possession of the dragon beads as his own. If you don't cooperate, kill them all. Soon, 2 hours passed quietly in the blink of an eye. Slag's universe ship has broken through Namek's atmosphere and is hovering in the sky, looking for a suitable landing place. At the same time, in this area, on an extremely huge island, except for some warriors who stayed in the tribe to protect the clansmen, almost all the combat-ready Namek warriors with combat capability came here. They are headed by Nelu, in order to protect Namek. Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and Sun Wuhan are naturally here too. In the past 2 hours, things have been made very clear. Finally here? After waiting for so long, it's better not to be like that. Piccolo was gearing up and couldn't wait any longer. There was an eagerness to try on his face. Since his strength reached the current level, he has never really fought except for sparring and training with Lin Chuaner and Sun Gohan. As a strong man with fighting beliefs, he has long wanted to test his strength. Now that Slug has arrived, he is from the same clan, which is great for him. Uncle Piccolo, I feel such a strange aura, like the devil from hell has crawled out. Sensing the dark and evil aura coming from the spaceship, Sun Wuhan's hair stood on end, and he even couldn't stop trembling. This kind of breath made him very uncomfortable. Even if he is not afraid, he is still young after all, and it is inevitable that his young mind will be affected. There's no need to be afraid. You are no longer who you were before. Even if that energy is very strong, we will not lose to him now. Show your courage, Gohan. Piccolo cheered for Sun Wuhan. After hearing this, Sun Wufan nodded seriously and replied, yes, Uncle Piccolo. Seeing that the two of them looked like they were going to take action immediately, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, don't act rashly for the time being. Let's see the other party's purpose and situation first. How things will evolve is unknown. Lin Chuan didn't plan to take the initiative, so he decided to wait first. Nelu and others on the side also settled down after hearing what Lin Chuan said. Even without the instruction of the Great Elder, just during this period of time, everyone knew that Lin Chuan was powerful enough. This is enough to convince the public. After a long time, I heard a Namekian with amazing eyesight yelling, look, the universe ship is moving. As soon as these words were heard, everyone focused their attention. I saw a huge mechanical device shooting out from the top of the huge spaceship. As this rocket-like product rose straight into the sky, it was suspended high in the sky of Namek. Under everyone's gaze, the thing began to rotate rapidly. Endless black mist spewed out from it, covering the sky at an extremely fast speed, dragging the world into darkness without sunlight. The black smoke carries a corrosive smell and at the same time causes the temperature to plummet. For only a short time, Namek, which was full of vitality, seemed to have returned to the era when the planet underwent major changes and climate disasters came. Others don't know, but Lin Chuan clearly understands what this thing is and what it does. If this continues, the entire planet will be transformed. If this thing is not destroyed, all animals and plants on the planet will also perish. After the environment mutated with the black clouds covering the sky, a very special particle seemed to be generated in the space, which could support the survival of some special beings. Immediately afterwards, the door of the universe ship was opened. For a time, countless combatants wearing armor rushed out of it. There were hundreds of people, forming two beautiful and neat landscapes in front of the universe ship. Then, a group of demon leaders who followed Slagger to conquer the universe came out one after another. Finally, there is Slug himself who has entered old age. Although he is old, his body is still burly and his breath is steady. There is no trace that he is an old man. Of course, this is also because no one here knows how strong Shaluj was at his strongest period. Only by comparing before and after can you know the difference. Is this planet Namek? I have to say that although it is a living planet, it is very barren. And they must be members of your clan, Lord Shaluj. They all look very similar, and they are all people with considerable strength. After Angela evaluated the Namek planet, she saw the Namek people waiting in the distance and said, same as the data provided in the information, most people have thousands of combat power levels. If it is daytime, we may not be their opponents. But under the cover of the fog of the demon world, this place will be our demon the clan's home ground. Our strength will be doubled, Dorota Po said with a sad smile. Shocked by the strength of the Namekians, but also more confident in his own strength. This kind of confidence comes from the fog of the devil world that changes the world. No, in addition to King Slag's people, there are also people from other planets. Mita March saw Lin Chuan and Sun Wufan and exclaimed immediately. After hearing what his men said, Slag came to the forefront. His eyes swept across the group of Namek descendants on the island in front of him who looked almost exactly like him when he was young, and he couldn't help but take a long breath. This is my hometown, and my people. I am a little flattered by such a big formation to welcome my return. Slag glanced at everyone, finally followed Mita Machi's words and fell on Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan. Human race? Tails? So, if nothing else goes wrong, these two, one big and one small, should be Saiyans. Slag recognized the identities of Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan at a glance. In his memory, the Saiyans also served him, but after breaking with the Kurdish king, he went into hiding. To this day, he still remembers the monkey army that was kept captive by the Kurdish king, the so-called fighting nation. However, he remembered that after the Saiyan planet was destroyed by Frisia decades ago, there seemed to be no other Saiyans except Vegeta. Are the Saiyans from Earth coming to planet Namek in this news? Or maybe it's other Saiyans who have wandered here. After thinking about it for a while, Slag didn't take it seriously anymore. In his opinion, Saiyans are just savage monkeys. Even if they have some strength, they are not worth mentioning. His goal is the Dragon Balls, everything else is irrelevant. The atmosphere is extremely weird. It can be said that the forces of the two sides were in opposition, and no one took the lead in attacking even half a step across the thunder pool. Finally, Nayla stood up. As the representative of the Namekians, he is also the spokesperson of the Great Elder. You must be Slug, the child who was sent away from planet Namek back then. Now that you have come back, you have brought so many aliens and released the fog above to change the environment of the planet. What do you want? As the question came out, Nayla's expression was not good looking. There is no doubt that he has no objection to the return of his fellow tribesmen, but what does it mean to attack the home planet directly after they return? What do I want? How dare you, a junior like me, question this king? Ask someone who is my equal to come out and speak. Slug replied angrily. If he wasn't a member of the same clan, those words just now would be enough to make him kill someone. He places his own status very high, so he doesn't pay attention to the younger generations at all. Nayla's face turned blue and purple after being openly suppressed by Slag. It is true that he is a junior, because there is an elder generation above him. Those are the direct children of the Great Elder, like Slug. Back then, the Great Elder, as the only survivor, created 108 Namekians in one go. Now, only a dozen elders remain. Let me say a few words. Piccolo saw that Nero was too angry to speak, so he walked up. In terms of seniority, he is indeed of the same generation as Slag. After all, although he is the child vomited out by Piccolo, that is not all. He is just a newborn, inheriting everything from Piccolo's life. And the reason why he stood up was because he was unhappy with Slag and was relying on his old age to show off. Piccolo Damao didn't even bother to do this. Are you still a kid? Is there not even an elder in the tribe? He was about to put pressure on him, but found that Piccolo seemed different from Nayla and the others. There is no suspense, the difference in strength is too big. I'm not the brat you call me. Rather than talking nonsense or wasting time, I prefer to be direct. You came back to invade and plunder, right? Otherwise, how could you release such a harmful mother? The demonic mist of the star. Piccolo said directly. Hearing this, Slag glared angrily and noticed something. He finally knew that this clansman, like him, had the power of the demon clan in his body. I see, no wonder you dare to stand up. Like us, you have been baptized by the power of the demons. That's fine, you have some qualifications to talk to me? Then I don't need to be secretive. At this point, Slag's expression suddenly became ferocious. I'm here for the Dragon Ball. If you give it to me, everything will be fine. After I realize my wish, I will leave directly. Before he finished speaking, Piccolo sneered, are you wishful thinking? Let me guess, you are not thinking about rejuvenating yourself with the help of Dragon Balls, are you? As soon as these words came out, Slag's eyes widened even more. Not only was he bluntly rejected, but his wishes were understood. Immediately, Slag's face darkened. His worst plan came true. That being the case, there's nothing more to say. The Dragon Ball must be mine. Slag snorted coldly and said cruelly with a threatening tone. As if they understood what he meant, the men around him immediately understood and showed cruel smiles. They are all demons, and their nature is to kill? Resist King Slug? It's a capital crime. You guys? Come on. Dorotabo gave an order. The next second, hundreds of warriors in armor behind him rushed out like a swarm of bees. This move is equivalent to the war having to start. Tribesmen, defend our homeland? Resist foreign enemies. Nero gave an order, and the combat-type Namekians behind him flew out one by one without any fear. Brothers, this book will be on the shelves at noon tomorrow, so please beg for a first order here in advance. On the day it is released, 100,000 words will be updated one after another, ensuring that everyone will enjoy it. In the future, 10,000 to 20,000 words will be updated every day. As the battle begins. On the field, only Piccolo, Nielu, Lin Chuan, and Sun Wuhan did not take action. Piccolo Nelu did not take action, but focused his attention on Slag and those high-level demon warriors. Lin Chuan didn't take action, he was thinking about other things. As for Sun Wufan, watching the Namek warriors and the alien demon soldiers begin to fight, a strong conflict arose in my heart. Even though he was very young and had extraordinary strength and had gone through all kinds of cruel training, he had never experienced such a scene. I saw that there were casualties on both sides in the battle, especially the soldiers on Slagger's side. Some of them died without their bodies intact, some had holes in their bodies, and some were even split into multiple parts. Such cruel and bloody scenes made Sun Wuhan tremble with fear and horror. He is kind-hearted and has the intention of not fighting if possible. He also does not hope that anyone will die in this war. However, this is impossible. He is still in the process of transformation, and he will soon realize that sometimes even if he doesn't want to, others won't. He instinctively wanted to hide aside to seek shelter, but he happened to bump into Piccolo beside him. Seeing that Son Gohan was scared out of his wits, Piccolo showed no pity and continued to maintain an indifferent attitude. He scolded, Gohan, open your eyes and see clearly. This is a real battle. Either you die or you die. I die. You didn't have the chance before, but now, you have to learn from it. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you will only be weak in the end. The weak cannot protect the people they want to protect. The weak can only be devoured by the strong. So there is no need to be polite when facing intruders. Piccolo's harsh words reached Sun Wuhan's ears, causing him to tremble instinctively. He has no way to retreat. This was the advice given to him by his real father. Lin Chuan on the side heard this and had a hint of admiration for Piccolo. This guy really has a way. Sun Wuhan was trained very successfully under his hands. Although he could have done it, it would have taken a lot of effort. I know, Uncle Piccolo. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wuhan felt courage and set his sights on the battlefield again. The cruel and bloody scenes continue, with broken limbs flying, explosions, and blood filling the air. In just 2 or 3 minutes from the beginning of the war to now, a one-sided situation has formed. Slag's shrimp soldiers and crab generals alone were killed in a short period of time after facing the fierce and powerful combat-type Namekian warriors. Only half of the Namek warriors were injured, and not even a single person died. The most serious injuries were that the arms were cut off and the body was penetrated. For the Namekians, these injuries can be recovered through cell regeneration. Seeing how few of the soldiers under his command were slaughtered, blue veins appeared on Slagger's forehead, and his anger became even stronger. This is almost all of his wealth? Although these warriors are no better than elites, each of them has at least thousands of combat power. There are even stronger ones, some with more than 3,000 to 5,000 combat power. At the same time, the demon leaders Angela, Dorotobo, Kixu, Jigu, and Mitamaki were also surprised by the fierce combat power displayed by the Namekians. Such a powerful combat power must be solved by them personally. In the final analysis, I was still too anxious, and started the war before the fog of the demon world had any effect. Otherwise, those elite soldiers would not have been defeated so miserably. Come on. Get rid of them? I don't have time to spend time with them. Slag was filled with anger, and his deep voice contained strong murderous intent. As soon as these words came out, his last few capable men were sweating like rain. On the one hand, he is afraid of Slag, and on the other hand, he is also afraid that the Namekians are too powerful. Who among them could have imagined that the result would be like this? It is said that although the Namekians are very powerful, they are not that outrageous. Slag has given a death order, and everyone must obey. This also includes the 5 demon leaders. Yes, King Slag. X5. After receiving the order, Angela, Dorotobo, Kixu, Jigu, and Mitamaki were all ready to take action. The battle situation did not ease due to the numerical advantage, but became more and more intense. Especially the actions of the leaders of the 5 major demon clans caused the Namek warriors to begin to fall into defeat. Although they are superior in quantity, the gap in strength has already been reflected. The demon leaders are too strong. There is a world of difference between a combat strength of tens of thousands and a combat strength of 2,000 to 3,000. It's like a dimensionality reduction attack. If you wave your hand and attack at will, the leader of the demon clan can easily fight 1 against 10 without being hurt. The Namek warriors who had been fierce before had become helpless ants in their hands. Humph, don't get carried away, let me meet you guys. After seeing his companions being crushed like that, Naila rushed up in one breath and directly chose to take action. He couldn't stand it anymore. He originally thought that the clansmen could deal with the men brought by Slag, and he only needed to deal with Slag. Now it seems that the gap is too big. Not all of Slag's men are idiots. Not to mention the 5 demon leaders, there are also about a dozen warriors with outstanding strength. And as the battle lasts longer, not only will these guys not get tired, but they will become braver and weirder as they fight. Looking at the Namek warriors, I don't know what's wrong. Not only can't they keep up with their physical strength, but their strength is also constantly weakening. Taking the lead, Neela picked Angela, who was closest. At this time, Angela's strength began to increase due to the blessing of the fog of the demon world. He thought that his strength was enough to suppress everything, but he didn't know that what he would face would be Nelo, a super soldier with a combat power of more than 40,000. Gohan, after training for such a long time, it's time for you to experience actual combat training. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chuan said to Sun Wuhan with a flash of light in his eyes. As soon as these words came out, Piccolo nodded in agreement. Lin Chuan didn't say anything, but he had exactly this intention. Sun Wuhan was frightened. Never thought that I would have to fight in person. Can I? Uncle Lin Chuan, I'm scared. Sun Wufan's childish voice was full of fear. Believe in yourself, you are already strong. Gohan. Piccolo encouraged him. Lin Chuan nodded and then added, Gohan, I believe that as long as you overcome the devil in your heart, as long as you become serious, then you will be a warrior who can truly stand alone. And don't you also hope for world peace? If you were the only one who could help Namek at this time, would you choose to stand up? Or hide? The encouraging words gradually calmed down Sun Wufan's fear. He is a smart kid who knows what to do and quickly figures out his position. I understand, Uncle Lin Chuan, Uncle Piccolo. When Sun Wufan became serious, his anger also changed. Although complete transformation still requires more experience, the first step has been taken now. Very good, now I'm sending you the first mission. Did you see that guy who looks as ugly as a toad? Go and defeat him and rescue the Namek warriors over there. Raising his hand and pointing a finger, Lin Chuan flashed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. In the original side story, Sun Wuhan was defeated by his opponent who devoured his power. This time, under the training and guidance of him and Piccolo, Sun Wuhan's combat power has reached nearly 200,000 points. Will he still lose? On the other end, Mitamaki, who had just absorbed the energy of 3 Namek warriors and had a good meal, had not yet killed him. Seeing Lin Chuan's intention, he focused his attention. Sending a human brat to be my opponent? Do you really don't take me, Lord Metamaki, seriously? Words burst out from his mouth. I saw it impact in an instant. Neither Lin Chuan nor Piccolo took any action, each maintaining their original posture. One person has one hand on his waist, and the other person has his hands on his chest. Sun Wuhan was prepared, because his opponent was coming. The serious look is particularly dazzling. Ha! His breath suddenly changed. As Sun Wuhan shouted, a powerful aura emerged from his body, sending the approaching Metamaki flying away. This move made Metamaki very angry, and he immediately yelled unconvinced, "You brat, if you dare to play tricks on my leader, just take it from me." His body suddenly became twisted. On his back, the flesh began to squirm continuously, and not long after, 4 small Metamaki were split apart by him. Little ones, suck up all his energy. Metamaki sensed the pure energy in Sun Wuhan's body and ordered the 4 little Metamaki that he split to take action. Lin Chuan had seen this scene before, but he was still surprised for a moment. Piccolo was dismissive, the tricks of the low-level demons. Gohan, hurry up and kill him, don't get bitten. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Hearing this, Sun Wuhan gritted his teeth, and considerable energy burst out from his body. Countless battle scenes flashed through his mind, and he took action almost instantly, punching and kicking. It can be said that little Metamaki was unable to withstand his blow and was defeated. Sun Wuhan didn't stop and went straight to Metamaki himself. What? Looking at the menacing Sun Wuhan, Metamaki was dumbfounded. Is this riding horse a child? This power is too terrifying? Sun Wuhan did not disappoint Piccolo and Lin Chuan. What this kid needs is their encouragement, so that he can grow faster. The next second, Lin Chuan glanced at Piccolo. So far, Piccolo has no intention of taking action. Seeing that his attention was slowly focused on Slag, Lin Chuan understood. Want to fight that guy? With your strength, you can definitely face him. However, you have to be careful when facing him. After all, that guy has lived for such a long time. Without any means, it is impossible to survive to this day. Lin Chuan spoke. When Piccolo heard this, he nodded immediately. You don't need to remind me, I know. After saying that, he jumped up and landed in front of Slag. Lin Chuan crossed his arms and continued to watch as if watching a good show. Nayla can actually solve the others. After Son Gohan takes care of Metamaki, he can also assist Nero in killing other people. The competition between 2 Namekians with super Namekian potential. Unfortunately, Piccolo is still too young. If it were a year later, he might have far surpassed Slag. However, with your current strength, you are still capable of fighting against the elderly Slag. This battle will benefit you a lot. Lin Chuan knew very well the outcome of this battle. Letting Piccolo take action also allowed him to have a good fight with Slug, so as to let him see a higher realm. After developing the potential of the Great Elder, I have to say that Piccolo is actually a bit drifting. Now, he desperately needs to be hit by others, especially people of the same tribe, located in front of the huge universe ship. Seeing Piccolo coming towards him, Schoolage was slightly shocked. He really didn't expect that Piccolo would actually have the confidence to face him. We are both members of the Demon Clan, how about you and I joining forces? With your strength, if you just stay on one planet, it would be too humiliating. Join me, and we can share everything in the future. After we capture the Dragon Ball, you will also have a share of the credit. Slagger didn't know where the confidence came from, and began to offer an olive branch to Piccolo. He saw a unique strength in Piccolo. Moreover, Piccolo has a demonic aura about him, so he should be of the same type as them. The people under his command are becoming increasingly unsatisfactory. Now that they are unable to fight back against the ordinary tribesmen, Slag is in urgent need of recruiting some powerful subordinates. In this way, he will not be left unavailable in the future. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. I have no interest in your solicitation, and I don't have the slightest interest in Dragon Balls either. I came in front of you simply because I wanted to fight you. After Piccolo finished speaking, he didn't want to continue talking nonsense. His eyes changed drastically and his breath rose rapidly. He launched an attack in an instant and caught Slag off guard, who was still in shock. With a continuous attack of fists and kicks, after Piccolo completely blew Slagger away, a beam of energy with extremely destructive power burst out from his palm, swallowing up Slagger's body with lightning speed. Boom! Vast energy, infinite power. It penetrated Slag's body, rubbed across the earth, flew tens of thousands of meters, and finally hit an island towering over a mountain. The super big explosion set off an extremely terrifying storm, like a nuclear bomb exploding and a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Everyone's attention was attracted. Not only the warriors of Namek, but also the demon subordinates of Slagger all gasped. Because such a terrifying energy bombardment is enough to kill them n times. It seems that the advantage is completely on Piccolo's side. But Piccolo didn't get carried away. On his face, the solemn look did not lighten, but revealed a trace of fear. Because in front of him, in the billowing smoke, Slag's body was not blown away with the energy, nor did he suffer much damage. Even though he is old, his burly figure still stands tall. When the smoke dissipated, Slug's body was revealed again. The only thing that was in a sorry state was that the black robe he was wearing was destroyed by Piccolo's blow, revealing his true appearance. An old Namekian with yellowish skin. Slag revealed his true face, his wrinkled face full of anger. Those dark and vicious eyes contained huge and boundless murderous intent. I gave you a chance? It's you who is seeking death. After saying that, Slag instantly sprinted towards Piccolo. Seeing this, Piccolo put into a response posture, looked at the approaching Slagger, concentrated his strength, and suddenly swung out a heavy punch. A sound of whoosh pierced the air. Just when Piccolo's punch was about to hit Slag, the opponent disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind Piccolo. What? Sensing the danger behind him, Piccolo instinctively wanted to dodge. But helplessly, his speed was still one step slower than Slag. There was a muffled sound of bang. Slagger hit Piccolo hard on the back, sending him flying to the rock wall hundreds of meters away before he could stop. Resisting the severe pain in his back, Piccolo stabilized his body. Is he the kind of being who can be easily suppressed, and how can he be easily defeated? Feeling the power coming from Shaluj, not only was he not afraid, but he became more and more full of fighting spirit. The violent energy flew out and rushed towards Slug at full speed. Bang, 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 bang. When it comes to hand-to-hand combat, Piccolo dare not say that he is perfect, but he also has absolute confidence that he can be invincible in the same realm. Even if there are beings whose combat power is much higher than his own, Piccolo is confident enough to suppress them. Facing Piccolo's fierce attack, Schlager's old body really felt the pressure. But Slug is still a super being who has dominated the universe for so many years. Even if he is old, he is still not inferior to young people. Damn it! If my body was still young, how could I allow such a thing to jump around in front of my eyes? Clenching his teeth, Slag threw himself into defense. Although his current strength is higher than that of Piccolo, Piccolo still took advantage of his physical condition. He kept defending, and over time, Piccolo caught the flaw. Bang! A heavy blow broke through the defense and hit Schlager hard on the face, forcing Schlager back 10 meters away. The ground rubbed against 2 ravines drawn by his feet. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Slag subconsciously wiped the corners of his mouth. A trace of purple blood on his finger was so conspicuous that it made him feel even more ashamed. Furious, the power in Slug's body surged, and he flew back in front of Piccolo so fast that even Piccolo was fully focused and didn't have time to react. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive full-force blows landed on Piccolo's chest, head, and abdomen, 3 fatal places. Pfft. Piccolo suffered a heavy blow and spit out a stream of black blood from his mouth. He flew out like a kite with its string broken, smashed into a huge island, and was buried under rocks. Huh. Has this body reached its limit so quickly? It just took a little movement. It has left me so breathless. It seems I have to speed up the progress. I have to collect the Dragon Balls as quickly as possible. Slagger knew very well what his physical condition was. He must fight quickly to clear out all the blockers on Namek. Slug defeated Piccolo? Such a scene stimulated all the Namek warriors. Demon, die. Piccolo was defeated. This was not a good sign. Knowing that he could no longer waste time, Nero immediately became furious. He would not have the slightest sympathy for the people of the Demon Clan. After firing a wave of destructive light and devouring Angela's body, he quickly went to eliminate other enemies. At the same time, Sun Wuhan completely exploded because of Piccolo's collapse. Originally, the fight with Mita March was back and forth. After Piccolo's anger could not be sensed, the little guy felt a strong anger in his heart and no longer retained it. Not only did he explode with a combat power of well over 200,000 points, but he also knocked Mitamaki away with continuous blows. Just in time, it fell in front of Slag. Slug, King. Mitamage is still partially conscious, but his scarred body obviously has no ability to continue fighting. Humph, useless trash. Seeing Mitamachi that had no use value, Slag became even more furious. Waste, all waste. He never keeps waste. No, you can't do this to me, King Slug. Mitamaki saw the energy accumulated in Slug's palm, and felt extremely panicked. He wanted to escape, but in his current state, it was difficult to even move. In the end, he could only watch Slagger take action against him. Boom! Under a wave of energy with astonishing destructive power, Mitamaki was wiped out by Slug, leaving no bones left. The battlefield quickly returned to calm. The chaos is over. Among the huge Slag army, only Slag was left. All the men he brought were wiped out by Namek warriors. The scene at this time is also quite a scene of forced uterus. Many Namek warriors who could still fight gathered together with Nero and Sun Wuhan, to face Slag. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be panicking at this time. But Slug was not affected at all. There is no doubt that he is confident enough and has absolute strength. The most powerful members of his clan have been killed by him, and the next ones are just ants in his opinion. He can easily crush a large piece of it. They are all useless people who fail to achieve anything and fail more than they should. In the end, I have to rely on myself. Slag stepped forward, facing the crowd of so many people. His expression was natural. It's like an elder scolding the younger generations of the family. As he took off the broken helmet that had been shattered by Piccolo before, his true appearance was fully revealed. Don't think that because I'm old, you can just use numbers to suppress me and win. My body is indeed not as good as before, but it can still sustain a big explosion for a certain period of time. Last advice, give me the Dragon Ball, I will make a wish and leave directly. Otherwise, taking a deep breath, Slag threatened. However, no one answered him. On the other hand, Sun Wufan shouted, "Stop dreaming, I want to avenge Uncle Piccolo." Sun Gohan naively thought that Piccolo was dead, and at this moment his anger surged, making it difficult for him to calm down. Smelly brat? And you damn guys, really pd me off. With bulging veins all over his body, Schlager no longer hid, and actively stimulated the dormant energy in his body, using what he had not been able to do for many years. Used abilities. Followed by a long and deep cry came from Schlag's mouth. In an instant, his body expanded astonishingly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is gigantism. A Namekian warrior exclaimed. Nayla frowned. No, it's not an ordinary giant transformation. This is a giant transformation. In the inheritance, this move is regarded as a taboo method. Burn your own life energy and push yourself beyond the peak in a short period of time. It's just that you need to pay a huge price after using it. What? This is the legendary giant transformation. Many Namek warriors were shocked. Ha 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 ha. I didn't plan to use it originally, but you guys are so disobedient. I have given you many opportunities. Now, you all must die. When I kill you, the Dragon Balls will also be mine. Seeing the surprised expressions of all the Namek warriors, Slag was even more proud and laughed wildly. All the Namek warriors present also felt an overwhelming pressure falling on them. The heavy pressure made them breathless. Also, except for Nayla, their strength is only a few thousand, and the weak ones are only over 1,000. Even the old Slag has a combat power of up to 1 million points after turning into a giant. Sun Wuhan, who was originally very high-spirited and wanted to avenge Piccolo, had almost reached 300,000 points in combat power. At this time, after seeing such a terrifying scene, he immediately returned to his original form. The situation was completely reversed. But at this moment, Lin Chuan, who had been waiting for a long time, walked up. His eyes kept looking up and down at the giant Slag. He didn't even need to look at the exact data. Just by judging the aura, he could figure out what Slagger's current combat effectiveness was. Surpassed Frisia, who had not transformed. Able to compete with the transformed Frisia? If he were young, in this gigantic state, Slag's combat power might really be comparable to Frisia's. Therefore, King Kai's statement that Schlug is scarier than Frisia in the theatrical version may not necessarily be false. Of course, there is another concept, that is, Slug is much more terrifying than Frisia, who has not transformed, but he is not as good as Frisia in the end. If this is the way of interpretation, then Slag's final combat power should be between several million and tens of millions. Lin Chuan can be sure that Slagger's combat power can be increased by at least 10 times after being rejuvenated. Therefore, there is bound to be tens of millions of combat power. What a pity, you are already old. If I were younger, I would really look forward to fighting you. Because the audience was silent, Lin Chuan's words were passed directly. In addition, the hearing of the Namekians was far superior to that of other races, and Slag felt that his dignity had been greatly insulted. He is the overlord of the galaxy? Now a mere Saiyan monkey dares to challenge his majesty. Damn, you ignorant Saiyan, since you want to die so much, then I will help you first. Slag, who was provoked, planned to use Lin Chuan, who had not taken any action from beginning to end, to scare the monkeys. He never thought that the reason why Lin Chuan didn't take action at the beginning was not that he was too weak, but that he didn't have a strong enough opponent for him to take action. Boom boom boom. There were layers of sonic booms in the space. Slag's huge fist like a hill violently pushed forward, pressing towards Lin Chuan's body. The pressure is vast and terrifying. The Namek warriors in this area were all worried about Lin Chuan. Although this Saiyan is extremely powerful, can he really block such a terrifying punch? If it were them, I'm afraid they would be frightened into loss of consciousness, let alone what happened next. If they simply faced this kind of terror, they would be frightened and lose consciousness, and they would even have no intention of resisting. Uncle Lin Chuan, be careful. First Uncle Piccolo, and now Uncle Lin Chuan. Sun Wuhan came to his senses and shouted loudly. He didn't want Uncle Lin Chuan to suffer any harm like Uncle Piccolo. Feeling the huge fist pressure coming towards him, Lin Chuan raised a hand without changing his expression. Bang! A deafening roar exploded in the space. With Lin Chuan as the center, huge ripples were set off in the surrounding space, and the roaring airwaves spread in all directions. When this overwhelming storm dissipated, an unimaginable scene happened. Slag's terrifying punch was blocked by Lin Chuan with one hand, and he could no longer move forward. Even the ground under Lin Chuan's feet was not broken. Such terrifying power was absorbed and removed invisibly. What? How is this possible? Slag exclaimed, his pupils shrank and his mouth opened wide. Although his power is far less than before, it is not something that anyone can stop. How could this fragile-looking Saiyan monkey block his attack so easily? What is the origin of this guy? Hey, is this your full strength? This kind of strength is not enough to tickle me, let alone kill me. Lin Chuan's mouth curled up and he teased jokingly. Saiyan, you just blocked one of my king's attacks by luck. Don't be so self-righteous. Being provoked again, Schlager was filled with anger, and launched an intensive attack with his fists like a violent storm. Boom, 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 boom. The fist, which was like a hill, continuously erupted with destructive power. The devastating attacks again and again finally shattered the earth and shook the space. The entire island, along with the surrounding waters, was shaking constantly. Smoke filled the air and dust flew. Shi Leige's attacks became more and more crazy. He kept punching Lin Chuan, but no matter how he attacked, his fists were easily blocked by Lin Chuan every time. After a while, thick smoke rolled into the area, which also made Slayton stop this attack method. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue using it, but that he suddenly lost Lin Chuan's goal. Damn guy, where are you hiding? Come out. Slag yelled in anger. He didn't realize that Lin Chuan had arrived behind him before he knew it. On his right hand, there is a ball of energy shining with scarlet light. It's on the shelves, brothers. I beg you to order all of it. I will update it one after another today until it reaches 100,000 words. LD guy, where are you looking? Lin Chuan's voice sounded from behind Slag. At the same time, the scarlet penetrating wave he condensed broke through the space. Hearing the sound, Slag's heart sank, and his huge body turned around suddenly. What caught his eye was a scarlet energy light group. What is this? Slag felt the terrifying destructive power contained in this energy, and instinctively folded his hands to protect his chest. Boom! The scarlet penetrating wave penetrated his arms and body in an instant, causing a devastating blow to Slag. Pfft! The body and hands were pierced, purple blood spurted out from Slag's mouth, and his breath suddenly decreased like a cliff. My body, my power, no. The old Slayton was unable to control the flow of his power. Due to the severe injuries, his giant state also began to recede, and he gradually returned to his normal posture. Because he is too old, the power he can exert after returning to his normal form is very low. Now, I'm afraid Piccolo can easily crush him if he takes action again. Even if it is Sun Wufan, it is enough for Slug to eat a pot. If it were a young state, if it were me when I was young, I would not be willing to accept it. Slag lay on the ground, filled with resentment in his heart. He hated why his body had become so old. If he were in a young state, let alone injuries of this degree, even if he had a few more holes in his body, his combat power might not be weakened much. Moreover, what is this kind of injury? He would recover in a moment. Slag struggled to stand up, but found that he was surrounded by Namek warriors. He was seriously injured, and there was no one around him at this moment. In this case, it seems that no matter what, it is impossible to reverse the situation. I didn't expect that my majestic overlord of the galaxy, the former emperor, would actually be reduced to this level. Damn it. Slag was furious in his heart, and he was extremely angry. Accepting your fate? Maybe, but not entirely. At least, Slagger did not give in his heart, and he would not realize that his return to planet Namek this time was wrong from the beginning. If he came with good intentions, if he still had a trace of conscience, he would not attack the mother planet. But, he took action? He did not come as a Namekian, but as a former universe emperor. Slowly falling, Lin Chuan arrived in front of Shi Lage, and the call of the Great Elder suddenly rang in his mind. Lin Chuan, thank you very much for defeating my child who fell into the evil way. Please bring him to see me. Transmission of thoughts is the communication ability of the Namek clan that Lin Chuan learned from the Great Elder just now. I didn't care about it at first, and I didn't want to learn it. Later I thought this method was not bad, so I learned it. It is also convenient for the Great Elder to contact him. I know, but I suggest you kill him. It's not that I look down on him, or that I think he is hopeless, but if I give him a chance to breathe, then when I leave planet Namek, no one among us will be his opponent, let alone him. Repression. Lin Chuan replied to the Great Elder through his thoughts. I will persuade. If he is still stubborn, then let it be as you said. The voice of the Great Elder came, and Lin Chuan stopped answering. People like the Great Elder are somewhat indecisive. He won't give up until he tries. Stepping up to Slag, Lin Chuan looked down at Slag. Damn it, are you here to humiliate me? Saiyan. Slag glared at Lin Chuan with unwilling eyes, filled with endless resentment and murderous intent. It was because of him that he ended up in this situation. I have no interest in humiliating an old guy like you. You should feel lucky that the Great Elder of Namek, your father, wants to see you, so you have temporarily saved your life. Otherwise, what I just said, that blow will not seriously injure you, but will directly kill you without any body parts. Lin Chuan's cold reply aroused Slag's astonishment. His father? Staring at Lin Chuan with cold eyes, Schrager tried his best to maintain his heart. Now that he had been defeated, he chose another way to maintain his dignity. It's just the Saiyan clan that was destroyed by Frisia. You are the prodigal dog who survived by chance. How powerful is this king? How can an ant like you predict it? If I were young, with your level of strength, I could crush you to death with one hand. Slag's rebuttal was meaningless in Lin Chuan's eyes. He looked at Slag so coldly, with no emotion in his eyes. There was an explosion of bang, and a sonic boom was set off in the space. Not killing Slug doesn't mean you can't continue beating him. This guy is too conceited, and he can't stand that self-righteous look. The slap was so powerful and heavy that 2 of Slug's teeth fell out. At the same time, Slagger, who was devastated by this terrifying force, his eyes turned white and he fainted. You damn duck has a tough mouth. After complaining, Lin Chuan looked away. The Namek warriors who witnessed this scene were suddenly sweating profusely, and the corners of their mouths were twitching. They had always known that this Lin Chuan was very strong, but this was a bit too strong. Moreover, this method of suppression was too shameless. It's finally quiet. Naylu, take him to see the Great Elder. Lin Chuan said to Naylu. Naylu knows this matter well. Well, before that. Naylu nodded. He did not act immediately, but raised his head and looked at the sky shrouded in dark smoke. We can't continue to let that machine release poisonous mist, we must destroy it. Nayla said, condensing extremely strong energy in his hands. Everyone saw this and knew his plan. Boom. With the explosion of energy, there was a loud sound tens of thousands of meters high in the sky. There was a huge explosion in the sky because of Nayla's burst of energy. The dazzling light bloomed like fireworks. The machine that created the demonic fog was destroyed, and the darkness shrouding the surface of Namek quickly dissipated. In the end, this messy battlefield was left behind. And that extremely huge universe spaceship? This thing can be left to Bulma to study. I believe she will be very interested. All Namek warriors are celebrating the victory in this defensive battle. Only some Namek warriors who had interacted with Piccolo on a daily basis and had a good relationship were secretly sad. Nero is naturally one of them. Among the Namekians, it was not easy to give birth to such a strong person. Now he fell in this war. After all, no one ever thought such a thing would happen. Everyone even thought that he might die, but no one would have thought that as the most powerful person among the Namekians, he would be the only one to die. Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wuhan had tears in his eyes. Seeing this situation, Lin Chuan felt nothing because he had already sensed that Piccolo was not dead. Previously he was only injured after being knocked out, and Piccolo could not recover for a while. Later, after he escaped, Shi Lage had transformed into a giant and fought against Lin Chuan. Don't worry, that guy is very tough, so he won't die. If he is killed in just a few hits, then he is no longer Piccolo. Lin Chuan's words stunned everyone. Sun Wufan looked even more incredulous. His face changed from sad to sad and he said in surprise, "Is it true, Uncle Lin Chuan?" "Of course, when have I lied to you? Look over there," Lin Chuan said, raising his hand and pointing. Located in an inconspicuous corner, when everyone's eyes are focused on it, Piccolo was standing there. Although he was injured, it was nothing serious. Piccolo was really not dead, and there was nothing serious. Sun Wuhan happily flew over. Previously, I thought Piccolo was dead, which prompted his complete transformation. As in the original work, Piccolo blocked Nappa's energy and died for him, and Sun Wuhan completely awakened. It should be said that although it has only been more than a month, the relationship between Sun Wuhan and Piccolo has become very stable. That kind of family affection is irreplaceable and irreplaceable. Piccolo did not die, which made all the Namek warriors happy. What about Piccolo himself? At this time, he felt extremely embarrassed about his tragic defeat, so he did not take the initiative to show up until the end of the battle. If you are so confident, you will be killed in just a few rounds. However, he did benefit a lot from this battle. Knowing that he could continue to become stronger, he also saw a higher realm again. Most of the soldiers are left here to clean up the battlefield and guard the universe ship. Some other people, together with Nayla, escorted Slag to where the Great Elder was. Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and Sun Wuhan naturally followed. After all, although the battle is over, the outcome of Slag's treatment still needs to be determined. Arrive at the Great Elder's residence. Just in case, Lin Chuan personally pressed Shi Lage in. Because Lin Chuan was there and the Great Elder personally spoke, everyone could only wait outside. Seeing with his own eyes the child he had never seen since birth, the Elder was obviously very excited. He even tried his best to get up, but gave up because his body couldn't support it. This abyss-like demonic energy, my child, didn't expect it to become like this. Looking at Slag, who was still in a coma, the Elder's heart was as sharp as a knife. At the beginning, he just wanted to let Slag take away the inheritance of the Namek clan and survive. Unexpectedly, this actually created a big demon who destroyed countless planetary civilizations. As you said, who knows what will happen in the future? You wouldn't have known that the future would be like this, right? Lin Chuan threw Slag next to the Great Elder. The old and seriously injured Slag seemed to be dead, making no sound at all. The Great Elder felt distressed, but he still adhered to his original idea. He did owe this child a debt, but if the child was really hopeless, he would never be merciful. Since I created him, it's up to me to end all of this. The Great Elder stretched out a hand, held Slag's head, and began to use his ability to read Slag's memory. This is his way of sharing the sins of Slug's life. Soon, he saw all of Slag's past. Because of the catastrophe on Namek, he was sent away from Namek and wandered in the universe. Because the target planet was hit and exploded by a meteorite, the universe ship selected planet number 2 in its intelligent mode. But planet number 2 was occupied by demons. Therefore, Shi Lage has been adopted by the demons since he was a child because of his special physique, and because he has a strong fighting talent, he becomes even more powerful after being infected with the demonic energy. When he grows up, he becomes even more powerful. Needless to say, Slag not only surpassed previous demon clan leaders, but also became the leader among those demon clans in one fell swoop. This is the beginning of sin. Because of his powerful strength, Slag became more and more cruel by nature. He is a ruthless and ruthless super devil. His level of evil is comparable to that of Piccolo Daimao. After learning all about Slag's past and experiences, the Great Elder finally felt relieved. He saw no hope of change, especially since Slug is as old as him. Although Slag still has nearly 100 years to live, to the Namekians, these last 100 years are like the last 10 years of human beings from 90 to 100 years old. Lin Chuan was surprised when his breath suddenly changed. Do it directly? You don't plan to recognize each other. I am very satisfied to see him. If we recognize each other, trouble may occur. He should pay the price for what he has done. When I die, I will go to hell to pay for his sins with him. The great elder's words were very desolate. Lin Chuan can understand. After all, who wants their children to follow such a path? Even, in the end, he will attack his closest relatives. Okay, now that you've decided, just do what you plan to do. However, you are you and he is him. Even though he is your child, he is still a living being. He embarked on this path by himself, and he cannot blame you? Lin Chuan tried to persuade him. The great elder didn't say anything more, but personally took away the last bit of Slag's life. This move also shocked Lin Chuan. He didn't expect the Namekians to have such ability. The description of the great elder in the original book is still too one-sided. If he were still young, his strength would probably be on the level of millions to tens of millions. At this point, Slag's incident is finally over. In a simple word, Slag's arrival is like a large experience package, which not only allows Piccolo and Sun Wukong to grow, but also helps Lin Chuan gain full favorability in the hearts of the Namekians. Since then, Lin Chuan and his party stayed on Namek for more than half a month. Counting the 6 days since leaving the Earth, plus the days spent on this planet, a full month has passed. There was no other reason. Firstly, the Namekians still needed help, and secondly, Slug's universe ship naturally needed to be dismantled in order to put the important parts into the portable universal capsule, so Bulma needed enough time. After all, there are no helpers on this planet. Even if there are intelligent robots to assist, the amount they can bring is very limited. On the other hand, Sun Wukong followed Bulma because he was eager to learn, and he must have learned a lot of new knowledge. Finally, the third reason is cultivation. Both Piccolo and Lin Chuan are looking for breakthroughs. Piccolo's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He also led some Namekians to improve their strength, especially Nira, whose combat power has reached 100,000 points. This terrifying progress is naturally due to the help of the gravity training room. And Piccolo himself, after this period of training, has a combat power of up to 300,000 points, and has long been accustomed to practicing under 100 times the gravity. His good ideas also inspired Lin Chuan. Carrying heavy weights to practice in a heavy environment will naturally increase the difficulty of practice, and the body will feel the pressure again. Let's talk about Lin Chuan himself. During these nearly 20 days of training, he had been seeking a breakthrough as a Super Saiyan. Finally, I even tried to rely on anger to break through. However, nameless fire is often useless and cannot find opportunities. It just keeps getting stuck at the most critical point, making it difficult to make any progress. In terms of combat effectiveness, with the support of the system, it has truly exceeded 10 million points and now has 10,358,850 points. Today, everything is ready, and it is time for them to leave Namek. One thing worth mentioning is that Dende, who was not brought back to Earth by Son Goku until later in the original work, will be entrusted by the Great Elder this time and will return to Earth with them. On the surface, it was said that he was a guest, because Dende had a good relationship with Sun Wukong and wanted to visit the Earth. In fact, isn't it the connection between the Namek family and the Earth? In this way, even if anything happens in the future, the other side of the Earth and this side will be tied together. Moreover, if Dende goes to Earth, he can be trained as the next god. When the Great Elder did this, Lin Chuan thought a lot. There is indeed a calculation, but for him, instead of having no disadvantages, this matter is all benefits. Even if Dende doesn't go to the Earth now, he will go to the future. Sooner or later, he will become the god of the Earth. Even though as a time traveler he can change any plot, he will not change the plot of Dende. After people arrive on Earth, they can immediately upgrade the Earth's Dragon Balls. In the future, Dende will also upgrade the spiritual time room. This is a proper high-level assistant. The most important thing is that Dende's healing ability is amazing. First in the Z era. Just like that, Namek and his party were over. Setting foot on the return voyage of the universe ship, the 6 days we returned to Earth were more joyful than before. Firstly, with the addition of Dende. Secondly, everyone's relationship has become better, so life is more harmonious. Lin Chuan didn't know anything else, but one thing Lin Chuan knew was that Piccolo would definitely send Dende to the god Piccolo. Unconsciously, Piccolo changed, and the aspects of his thinking and the future he saw became more distant. He seemed to understand what the Great Elder meant, so he didn't object. Although Dende will be very lonely in the future, the current Earth cannot live without gods and Dragon Balls. He, Piccolo, is indeed still young, but the god Piccolo is old. Once the old guy dies, he will also disappear. This is the fate of twins. Although they are already different individuals, their origin is the same. Arrive at Earth. The huge universe ship landed near Bulma's research institute. Because he received the news of Bulma's return early in the morning, Brive had been waiting for a long time. After getting off the universe ship, Bulma went about her business, handed over to Brive, and handed over all the gains from this industry to her father. Lin Chuan was the first to determine whether the space imprint of planet Namek could be sensed. The result was quite satisfactory to him. Although the breath cannot actively spread to such a long distance, under the mark of the space there, he only needs to expend a small amount of energy to reach there with the help of teleportation. Lin Chuan also made an attempt. After confirming that there was no heavy consumption, I was satisfied with the teleportation obtained this time, and it was not considered a stretch. Otherwise, it would be just a matter of teleportation on the planet Yadetra, which would be too restrictive. After some rest, The next day, Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and Sun Wuhan were outside the rooftop of the second floor of the big round house. I just finished lunch, so I took a rest here. In the past, a new round of practice would have started long ago, but because they have just returned to Earth, they are also combining work and rest. What about Dende? Of course he is here too. After returning to Earth, Lin Chuan also communicated with Piccolo in disguise, and finally understood his intentions. Lin Chuan would not stop Piccolo's idea. That's all. Time flies, the sun and the moon fly by. Before I knew it, nearly 9 months had passed since I went to Namek and returned to Earth. During these 9 long and short months, the Earth was in a peaceful stage as always. Originally, in such peaceful years, everything was so beautiful. However, the invaders are about to attack. This peace is like the calm before the storm. In order to meet the coming crisis, the Z warriors tried their best to spur themselves and make themselves stronger. Also today, in the dark universe space, 2 universe ships passed through the shadows, continuously crossing the space at a speed far exceeding the speed of light. The target of these 2 universe ships is the Earth. Sitting in the universe ship were Vegeta and Nappa, who had traveled hundreds of millions of miles to invade the Earth. They don't know that when they come to Earth, they actually come to kill people. Because of the close distance, the spacecraft switched from overspeed mode to low-speed cruise. Awakened by the universe ship, Vegeta and Nappa opened their eyes one after another. Finally, is it almost there? A long year has finally passed. I hope we won't be disappointed this time. Vegeta. On Earth. Western capital. Near the research institute at the Bulma family estate. An extremely huge round house stands here. This is a new building built by Bulma a few months ago. It is also a super large gravity training room built to give Lin Chuan a better training environment. The interior of the building was filled with bright red light. Lin Chuan is practicing super gravity here. Day after day, month after month. The gravity value displayed above the central control room reached an astonishing 300 G. 300 times the Earth's gravity? It seems ordinary, just like the training experienced by Vegeta in the original. However, Lin Chuan did not force himself to perform the persistent 300 times gravity training, but could completely bear it. In addition, Lin Chuan would apply heavy weight, so in just a few months, Lin Chuan's physical strength had once again improved to a higher level. Not only has he developed an indestructible steel body, but his mastery of strength and the use of chi have reached the pinnacle. He is no longer what he used to be, and his combat power is systematically increased by 1 per second. At this time, his combat power has exceeded 35 million points. It has reached 35,545,500 points. The normal combat effectiveness has reached this point. Not to mention Super Saiyan. If he transforms into a Super Saiyan at this time, a mere 50-fold increase would give him a combat power of nearly 1.8 billion. Not to mention a certain universe emperor in the current era, even if the androids are revived in a few years, whether it is number 17 or number 18, or both of them together, he will be able to deal with them with ease, and even defeat them easily. As long as it is not the evolved cell, no one is his opponent. These 9 months have been a true transformation. It is also a new beginning. When the practice progressed to a certain point, Lin Chuan suddenly stopped. As he walked to the central control room, he pressed the red button. There was a muffled sound of wang. With a roar, all the red light around them receded. The 300 times gravity environment returned to the Earth's gravity standard, and Lin Chuan felt that the pressure on his body was completely gone. After this round of gravity training, Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the gravity training room. Instead of going back directly, he came to the temporary lounge here to take a shower, then changed into a simple set of powerful martial arts uniforms, and then walked out of the big round room. I was about to go back to the big round house to have lunch to fill my stomach. Suddenly, 2 breaths that I had never sensed appeared in my breath perception. Although it seems normal to him now, there is an evil aura in his aura. Immediately let him raise his head and look at the sky. I see, it's almost time. Is it finally here? Vegeta and Nappa. It's really wronging you to come all this way to give someone away. Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile. He had really been waiting for a long time. During this time, he would dream about the scene when Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth and were completely crushed. At this speed and this distance, it should take less than half an hour to reach the Earth. Talking to himself, Lin Chuan took off into the air the next second and flew towards the big round house. Although Vegeta and Nappa were about to arrive, this could not stop him from going to eat. At the same time, located on an uninhabited island in the south, Piccolo and Sun Wuhan are undergoing field training. During this time, although Sun Wuhan was not practicing with Piccolo all the time, he would find time to find Piccolo or Lin Chuan every day. This guy is strong enough, with a combat power of 250,000 points, so there is no problem in going back and forth every day. Different from the original work, due to lack of strength, he can only survive in the wilderness under the training of Piccolo. At this time, Sun Wuhan tried his best to attack Piccolo, but Piccolo easily defused Sun Wuhan's attack, and used this to teach Sun Wuhan more combat skills and optimize his combat experience. Just when they were fighting fiercely, they suddenly noticed 2 strong auras approaching the Earth. The 2 of them pulled away at the same time, stopped fighting, and looked at the sky. Looks like it's those 2 Saiyans. After waiting for so long, they are finally here. Piccolo had an evil smile on his face. Today, he is no longer the Piccolo of the past. Everything he has experienced in the past year has made his strength reach a level that even he himself could not imagine. If he had sensed these two chi a year ago, he would have been prepared to be cautious and not be careless. But now, the gap is too big. These two chi are not even as good as those demon leaders under Shi Lage more than 9 months ago. Their aura is so weak. Sun Gohan said without any scheming, and his straightforward words already reflected his views on Nappa and Vegeta. So weak that he couldn't even get interested. This year, Sun Wufan has already been transformed. Especially after the disaster of Shi Lag, he became a real warrior. Even if the opponent is weaker than us, don't underestimate any enemy easily. Sometimes the less threatening is the most deadly. Piccolo put on the posture of a strict teacher and admonished Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan is still young, and he doesn't want this child to underestimate his enemies or even feel conceited because of his strength. That would do him no good at all. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wufan nodded repeatedly. Being obedient is the standard for Sun Wufan. Even if his strength continues to improve, he will not be proud. Above the Temple of Heaven, Dende has been living here for a long time since Piccolo brought him here 9 months ago. Of course, Dende is not restricted. He can go to the earth to play, or he can find Sun Wufan, Piccolo, Lin Chuan, and Bulma. For Dende, the god Piccolo regarded him as his successor from the bottom of his heart. How could he have imagined that Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and the others would bring back a young tribesman when they went to Namek? The most important thing is that this child is pure and flawless, without a trace of evil thoughts. This is simply the best candidate to become the next god. Originally, he planned to let Son Goku's son Son Gohan inherit the position of god, but the appearance of Dende completely changed his mind. There is no one on the planet better suited to be nurtured than Dende, and the most important thing is that they are all Namekians, which are extremely special to the earth. At this moment, the god Piccolo is taking the god Dende and a group of Z warriors standing on the edge of the platform, looking up at the universe galaxy. For no other reason than that, as a god, he has noticed that the enemy invading the earth is close at hand. I have calculated the time in advance, but I still made a mistake. I don't know if Goku and his eldest brother have finished their training. God Piccolo's face was extremely ugly. The gods of the old era were at the bottom of the pile in this new era. After a year of training in the Temple of Heaven, you are no longer what you used to be. Today is the time to show the results of your cultivation. I hope you can resist the invasion of those two Saiyans before Son Goku and Raditz come back. Although he felt that Tianjin Rice Krillin, Yamcha Dumplings, and the others could not be the opponents of the two Saiyans, God Piccolo still gave serious instructions to the 4 people in front of him. After a year of hard training, we have been transformed. Let all Saiyans come over. Yamcha was the first to speak. He was so confident in his own strength that he was a little blind. Now, it is true that he has been reborn, but his combat power has increased dramatically, and it is only 1,750 points at this time. Compared with his 1,480 points of combat power in the original work, it is indeed much stronger. But in fact, this gap in strength cannot make up for anything at all. Don't worry, leave it to us, Lord Tenjin. Even without Goku, we won't be defeated so easily. Krillin was not as boastful and confident as Yamcha. Although he was extremely confident in his own strength, he always had an unknown premonition about the unknown enemy. That is to know that the enemy is definitely not simple. With our current strength, even if we are defeated, we can definitely delay time. So God-sama don't have to worry too much. I believe that Goku is on his way back from the underworld. As the strongest among everyone present, Tianjin Fan also spoke. His strength is more than a little stronger than in the original work. The combat power is as high as 3,000 points. It's a miracle that Kling reached 2,780 points, but he is even better. Only Dumpling remained silent. He is the weakest, but he is much stronger than the original, breaking at least 1,100 points of combat power. It's a good thing to have ambition, but the enemy who came this time is extraordinary in strength. You must remember not to be careless, the god said earnestly. He only hoped that the 4 people he trained could hold back the Saiyans. In his opinion, the only ones he could really count on were Raditz and Son Goku, who were training under King Kai. As the god of the earth, how can he compare to the king of Kai? So there's nothing wrong with having this concept. It's not that I'm looking down on Clin Tianjin Rice, Yamcha Dumplings, and the others. Reaching a consensus, the warriors looked at each other, and finally flew down from the Temple of Heaven one after another. The enemy hasn't arrived yet, but they have their work to do. For example, go to the immortal Carlin to ask for some fairy beans, or go to meet some important people. Looking at the 4 people's retreating figures, the god Piccolo turned to face Dende and the servant Bobo. Bobo, I'm going to the underworld to wait for Goku and the others to come back. I'll leave Dende to you to take care of. God Piccolo said earnestly. After receiving affirmative answers from the 2 people, he also disappeared from the celestial temple. At this moment, on the King Kai planet at the end of the underworld snake path, under the guidance of King Kai, Son Goku, and Raditz are now considered successful in their cultivation. Compared with when they first came to King Kai, they were completely different. The situation is different from the original work. Because of the addition of Raditz, the direction is completely different. The 2 compete with each other and complement each other. Son Goku has become more powerful than in the original work, and Raditz has also fully unleashed his potential, ushering in a substantial transformation as if he was reborn. It can only be said that Radith's potential cannot be underestimated, but he has no chance to show it in the original work. Just when Son Goku and Raditz were training for battle, King Kai suddenly noticed something and interrupted them. Son Goku, Raditz, today's training ends here. King Kai put his hands behind his back, with a hint of anxiety in his words. He didn't expect that he also miscalculated the time. It was thought that the Saiyans would arrive on Earth in 2 days, but it turned out that there were less than 2 hours left. Did something happen? Kai-sama. Son Goku didn't know what was going on. He had a carefree personality and asked directly. Kai-sama, you won't come up with any weird training methods like last time, right? Raditz looked wary. As a thorn, he was often punished by King Kai. Insanity. In these days, it was also because of King Kai's repeated training that his arrogant temper was smoothed away. Seeing the two of them stop fighting, King Kai no longer hesitated and told the situation. Raditz, what? Vegeta and the others are here so soon. Son Goku, oh no, the snake path is so long, we won't have time to get back. The two of them panicked. How could they have imagined that this king of the realm, who had always maintained omniscience, would sometimes make miscalculations? Don't worry. With your current strength, if you want to complete the entire snake path, 1 or 2 hours will be enough. Even if it's a little late, you still have a lot of warriors on the earth. No matter how bad they are, they can delay it for a while. Before I leave, I want to give you a gift. As King Kai spoke, he activated his ability. The two of them felt that the clothes on their bodies disappeared and reappeared instantly. I saw that they were already wearing brand new battle uniforms that were different from the original ones. Son Goku still wears the orange battlesuit, but the word on the back has changed from turtle to Kai. Raditz's battlesuit maintains the Saiyan style, but there is also the word Kai on his chest. This clothes feels different from before. It doesn't feel heavy at all, Son Goku said in surprise. Of course, this is specially made by King Kai. Not only is it light, but its defensive function is also quite good. Ordinary attacks cannot damage this piece of clothing at all, King Kai explained proudly. But what does this word mean? Raditz focused on the word on his chest. After all, you are considered half of my disciples, so naturally you must wear a battlesuit with the identity of a disciple of this realm king. King Kai raised his head, feeling particularly conceited. When the two of them heard this, they were both stunned. Ordinary people would be confused. After all, this is a status symbol. But Son Goku and Raditz are Saiyans, and they don't care so much. After saying their final goodbyes, the two regained their strength under King Kai's ability and had another hearty meal. Then, we will say goodbye. Thank you for your teaching during this time, Kai-sama. Son Goku thanked King Kai very humbly. Looking at this proud disciple, King Kai nodded with satisfaction. Compared to Raditz, he still liked Son Goku more, so he taught all his secret skills to Son Goku. Of course, Raditz also taught him, but this guy is a fool. He seems smart, but he can't learn anything. Not as good as Son Goku, whom he initially disliked. Go ahead, we can meet again after you die. According to the lifespan of Saiyans, you will die in a few decades. King Kai joked. Yeah, Son Goku didn't think anything of it. After all, although this is King Kai, it is still the underworld. Raditz said nothing, but his eyes told King Kai that he was grateful for his guidance. Without King Kai, he wouldn't be what he is now. 2 hours, fleeting. Beyond Earth, the two spaceships locked on the target, passed through the Earth's atmosphere, and fell towards the densely populated city. Boom, boom. Along with the spread of extremely terrifying shock waves, and after the violent concussive explosion, 2 giant pits of 20 to 30 meters in diameter and several meters deep appeared in the center of the city. Although the impact of the universe ship's fall is much smaller than that of a meteorite, it is still no small matter for ordinary people. Due to the direct collision between the 2 universe ships, this neighborhood fell into chaos, which resulted in the death of many humans. It was like a disaster from heaven. He was walking well, but suddenly he was killed by the landing of the universe ship. The imagined riot did not happen. The street, which was originally bustling with traffic, was instead filled with people for a short period of time. Human beings are like this, full of curiosity about the unknown. As everyone knows, curiosity can kill you. The hatch of the universe spacecraft opened. After a year-long journey, Vegeta and Nappa finally breathed a breath of fresh air. The two slowly walked out of the hatch, and performed air dance skills to leave the giant pit and land on the street. Is this the Earth where Kakarot lives? A low-level planet is a low-level planet, and the life forms are so weak that they don't even have a combat power of 5. Nappa used the combat power detector to observe the surroundings, and glanced around with a playful and bloodthirsty gaze. Everyone. The people on Earth still haven't figured out the situation, and they have even begun to talk about it. The constant noise made Vegeta and Nappa feel irritable. The ants-like Earthlings are really noisy. There is no need to waste time in a place like this. Nappa, get rid of all the Earthlings here. Vegeta ordered impatiently, thought for a moment, and then looked coldly, said, as our first gift to the Earth, I believe Kakarot and Raditz will be very satisfied. I see, I understand, Prince Vegeta. After understanding, Nappa smiled cruelly and raised his right hand. Condensing energy, the next second. Boom. The destructive energy spread rapidly and spread to the entire city in an instant. Everything within 100 miles radius, the entire human city, was instantly reduced to ruins by Nappa's big explosion. It looks much better now. I wonder where Kakarot, Raditz, and Talos are now. I can't help but want to crush them to death. Nappa said with a sinister smile. He is bloodthirsty and has been following Vegeta to invade planets for many years. It can be said that except for Vegeta and the senior generals of Frisia's Legion, he doesn't take anyone seriously. What's more, they are 2 lower-level soldiers and Raditz, a waste among the higher-level soldiers. It's useless even to hide. The combat power detector can accurately find the specific location of these traitors. Vegeta smiled ferociously, slowly levitated into the sky in the next second, and activated the combat power detector. Beep beep beep. As waves of searching sounds rang out, not long after, 2 numbers with impressive combat power were detected and the target locations were marked. The combat power is 2,000 and 2,500 points. Are they Kakarot and Raditz? 1 year has passed. Is this the so-called combat effectiveness that we strive to improve? In the final analysis, lower-level warriors are lower-level warriors. That loser Raditz has the qualifications of a higher-level warrior, but he can only do this. Looking at the numbers on the detector, Vegeta already thought his guess was correct. Originally, he thought that Raditz might bring him a surprise. Unexpectedly, this is it? Vegeta doesn't know how cruel he is saying now, and how much he will pay in the future. It seems that it is undoubtedly Kakarot and Raditz. Otherwise, no one on this planet would be able to reach this combat power index. Nappa agreed. Let's go, deal with the traitors first, and then go find the Dragon Balls that grant wishes. Vegeta sneered. The 2 of them got angry and flew in the direction pointed by the combat power detector. Located on the huge uninhabited island where Piccolo and Sun Wukong are located. The 2 masters and apprentices sensed the breath and immediately discovered that the breaths of Vegeta and Nappa were approaching quickly. Uncle Piccolo, they came directly towards us after landing. Moreover, a lot of the breath of the city over there suddenly disappeared. Although Son Gohan has no fear of Vegeta and Nappa, but because a large area of the aura there suddenly disappeared, his young mind was still shocked. A city was massacred by Saiyans? Yeah, keep your mind. It doesn't matter how many people die. We have the Dragon Balls. We can just make a wish to resurrect the dead afterwards. Piccolo replied nonchalantly. Judging from his calm appearance, he didn't care much about how many people on Earth died. And in his eyes, Vegeta and Nappa are no different from ants. A year ago, because he knew how powerful the Saiyans were, he couldn't believe it and was unable to resist. Nowadays, where can I still have that feeling from back then? He just wanted to get rid of these 2 Saiyans quickly, and then continue his training to improve his strength. A sound of whoosh sounded through the air behind the 2 of them. Piccolo and Sun Wukong sensed something at the same time and turned slightly to look sideways. I saw Lin Chuan quietly coming behind them at some point. Teleportation? It's really a convenient ability. If it were in battle, the opponent could be killed directly in a fight of the same level. Looking at Lin Chuan who suddenly appeared, Piccolo complained. Lin Chuan is a monster. However, he is used to it. Uncle Lin Chuan. Sun Wukong greeted happily. Although they haven't seen each other for only 2 days, Sun Wukong will always be so enthusiastic every time they meet. Yes. Lin Chuan nodded and stroked the boy's head with his hand. The 3 of them exchanged few words before 4 more familiar auras came flying towards them at extremely fast speeds from the horizon. 4 streams of light descended from the sky, revealing the face of the visitor. It was none other than the 4 people Yamcha, Klin, Tianjin Fan, and Dumpling who came down from the Tianshan temple to arrange everything. Uncle Klin, Uncle Tianjin Fan, Uncle Yamcha, and Uncle Dumpling. When seeing these father's companions, Sun Wukong immediately took the initiative to say hello out of politeness. Long time no see, Gohan, you look great. Krillin looked at Son Gohan and greeted him with a smile. This power, didn't you expect that Goku's son would grow to this point so quickly? It's really amazing. Tianjin Fan is different from Krillin. His perception is even more superior, and he seems to be aware of Sun Wukong's the strength was shocking. Of course, what he perceived was only the 2,000 points of combat power displayed by Sun Wukong on the surface. If he were to know Sun Wukong's true strength at this time, it would completely subvert his worldview. He has practiced hard for so many years before he achieved what he has achieved today. You're flattered, Uncle Tianjin Fan. Sun Wukong responded. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and after communicating with each other for a few words, they finally decided on their stance. The only person present was Yamcha, who had a sad face. There was no doubt that his eyes had been focused on Lin Chuan. Can't you see through it at all that even after a year of hard training, you still can't reach the state this guy is in? Damn it! Yamcha shouted angrily over and over in his heart. He originally wanted to prove himself, but now it seems that he is too narcissistic. Lin Chuan also noticed the way Yamcha looked at him, but didn't care. As a strong man with tens of millions of combat power points, how would he care about an ant with a combat power of just over 1,000 points plotting against him? Let him be? Okay, if you want to reminisce about old times, let's wait until the battle is over. Vegeta and Nappa are already here. Lin Chuan reminded him. The 4 warriors who came back to their senses suddenly raised their heads and looked towards the sky. I saw that Nappa and Vegeta had arrived here, and were overlooking them from above. He. Is this all the combat power on this planet? Instead of hiding, it's okay to gather here instead. If we gather them all, I'll go find them one by one. Nappa was gearing up, looking at everyone carefully with his playful eyes like a hunter looking at his prey. Raditz is not here, and neither is Kakarot. So, the one with 2,500 combat power points is the Namekian, and the brat with 2,000 combat power points must be Kakarot's son. Combat power 5,000 points, hum. He is Talos, interesting. Instead of escaping, he boldly appeared in front of us. Vegeta's words came out of his mouth, and he looked around the audience for a short time and made the most intuitive evaluation. Although I don't know where Raditz and Kakarot have gone, leaving their sons to die here is the usual behavior of lower-level warriors. Nappa's joking tone was full of arrogance and disdain. In his eyes, these people seemed to be dead. It's better not to be too careless, Nappa. Don't forget, they all have the method to control their combat power. Moreover, Talos's combat power is 5,000 points. These Earthlings are all pretty strong. As the two people slowly fell from the sky and landed on the wasteland 10 meters away from everyone, their exchange also ended. Is this the Saiyan we are about to face? Strong, but a bit too outrageous. After Yamcha felt the auras emanating from Vegeta and Nappa's bodies, he felt already in his heart fear arose. He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but when he thought of retreating in front of so many people, it would be too embarrassing, so he had to force himself to calm down. It's really not a bluff, the aura of the two of them is actually so strong. Clint swallowed, with a hint of fear in his eyes. A year of hard training is just for today. No matter how strong the enemy is, they can't make me retreat. Tianjin Fan did not dare to neglect and was ready for a battle at any time. Dumpling didn't say anything, but he was so frightened by the two momentums that he was covered in cold sweat. 4 people spoke. Piccolo and Lin Chuan listened but did not take it seriously. After all, the strength levels are too different. The current 4Z warriors are the same as Piccolo a year ago. Son Gohan, on the other hand, blinked his big hazy eyes and looked up and down at Vegeta and Nappa. Final. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Lin Chuan, they are really weak. Do we need to treat them so seriously? As soon as Sun Wuhan said this, everyone's attention was immediately attracted. Krillin was shocked. Yamcha was dumbfounded. Tianjin rice is incredible. The dumplings were amazing. Even Nappa and Vegeta had countless question marks above their heads. What is this kid talking about? Where am I? Am I so weak? This simply touched the sore point in Nappa and Vegeta's hearts. It's like they are weak in front of the senior generals of Frisia's army. Gohan, you just need to know some things in your heart. There is no need to say them out, otherwise it will cause some people's displeasure. Lin Chuan ordered while suppressing a smile. Piccolo, who had always been indifferent, was also amused by such words, and the corner of his mouth raised a smile that was intentional or unintentional. To Piccolo, he is a big devil. He will never laugh like this, unless you can't help it. Damn brat, didn't that Kakarot guy tell you to be careful with your words? How do you know what it means to be powerful? I'll kill you. Nappa, who was ridiculed by Son Gohan, could not bear it anymore. Immediately, he would rise up and kill Sun Wuhan. However, stop, Nappa, Vegeta said, stopping Nappa who was about to explode. Why? That brat despises us so much. If we don't let him taste the pain, we will be disgraced. Vegeta, Nappa asked in confusion, his words full of anger. For a moment, I even forgot to mention my honorific title. Vegeta looked at him coldly. He's just Kakarot's young and ignorant son. There's no need to be familiar with him. Rather than torturing him, I care more about where Kakarot and Raditz are. If you want to express your anger, why not break Kakarot's bones in front of him? Besides, there is another Saiyan traitor waiting to be dealt with before us. Vegeta said while looking at Lin Chuan. The two sides looked at each other, and Lin Chuan looked at the arrogant Vegeta as if he were a clown. This guy's B-box was full in the early stage, but later on, he stretched his hips more and more. Even if he appears invincible for 10 seconds and is stunningly talented, he will be instantly killed 10 seconds later. Beep beep beep. Vegeta turned the combat power detector on his right eye again. Soon, in front of his eyes, the combat effectiveness of everyone present was displayed, especially Lin Chuan's. He confirmed repeatedly because he was afraid of making mistakes. Humph. Is it still 5,000 points of combat power? Even if you hide your strength, according to my estimation, it won't exceed 10,000 points, right? The remaining guys, their combat power is above 1,500 points. It's really good for people on Earth to reach this level of strength. It's just a pity that the gap in strength between us is still too big. Vegeta stopped the step-by-step analysis of combat power, and his eyes fell on Piccolo. I was originally quite curious about how there could be Dragon Balls on a shabby planet like the Earth. Now that I see you, I suddenly understand. The Namekians not only have strong combat capabilities, but also have a very strange power. If my guess is correct, you should have created the Dragon Balls, right? Vegeta said to Piccolo, guessing in his words. Every sentence makes sense. The purpose of our operation is for the Dragon Pearl. If you know the truth, please cooperate and hand over the Dragon Pearl. Otherwise, even if you are a Namekian, you won't be much better in our eyes. Nappa said cruelly and teasingly. Unfortunately, I did not create the Dragon Ball. As for how strong my fighting power is, you can give it a try. A murderous intent flashed in Piccolo's eyes. If he wanted to, he could kill Nappa and Vegeta in just an instant. But he's not interested. He has an idea, that is, wait for Son Goku and Raditz to come back and see how strong they are. By the way, leave these two guys to Son Goku and Raditz as well. Okay. Nappa smiled ferociously, and his muscles all over his body swelled, with a tendency to explode. Just calm down, Nappa. If you continue to act like this, do you know what will happen to me? Let's play with them first. I remember there are still 6 seeds left in Vegetable Man. Take them out. I believe the entertainment will be enough to wait until Kakarot and Raditz show up. Vegeta has a calm temperament. Don't let Nappa mess around, but take out the Vegetable Man seeds first. Huh? How do you know Kakarot and Raditz will come out? Vegeta, Nappa asked in confusion. Needless to say, those 2 guys must be hiding somewhere for special training now. When the time comes, they will definitely show up. Vegeta folded his arms and said proudly. After hearing this, Nappa calmed down. Such a situation caused a panic among the Z soldiers. Unexpectedly, the skinny Vegeta was the real master, and his analysis was clear and logical, and he completely saw through their preparations. Then I'm relieved. I was worried that those 2 guys would hide away forever. Nappa stopped messing around. Because he wanted to ravage Kakarot and Raditz more than ravage the people on Earth. Then he took it out from his arms and said, there are really 6 Vegetable Man seeds left, so let them feel the terror from the Vegetable Man. The scene changes to the underworld. The god Piccolo, who had been waiting in the Yama temple for a long time, finally noticed a familiar aura. In the direction of the snake path, 2 auroras flew over, passing through the entire isle at an extremely fast speed and arriving at the Yama Demon Palace. Goku? Raditz? I'm here. Seeing this, the god Piccolo was overjoyed and shouted hurriedly. Great, God has arrived in advance. When Son Goku saw the god, he jumped and landed in front of the god. Take us back to Earth quickly. Vegeta and the others should have arrived, right? Raditz went straight to the point. The only things he cared about now were Nappa and Vegeta. I have been practicing on the King Kai planet for such a long time, all just for today, to avenge my previous shame? According to the time, they should be here. Catch me first, and I will take you back. God Piccolo stretched out his hand and motioned for Son Goku and Raditz to catch him. The 2 grabbed the god's hand, and the next second, the god Piccolo's ability was activated, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 of them disappeared here. The suddenness of the incident made King Yama a little confused. He, the master of the underworld, doesn't even know what's going on? Temple of Earth and Heaven. Just after returning to the Temple of Heaven, Son Goku and Raditz noticed Dende next to the servant Bobo before asking. They didn't know anything about Namek. Looking at the miniature version of Piccolo under him, Son Goku made a bold guess. Lord Tenjin, is this your child? This sudden question made the god Piccolo twitch the corner of his mouth. He is not my child, but a compatriot brought back by the Saiyan named Talos who took the universe ship to Namek. God Piccolo explained. Ah, he's from Namek? He looks really similar to that guy from Piccolo. Son Goku lowered his waist and looked at Dende with curiosity on his face. He even wondered whether these Namekians were carved from a template. Hello, are you Mr. Goku, Gohan's father? My name is Dende. Dende took the initiative to greet Mr. Goku. Do you know Gohan? Son Goku said unexpectedly, looking at the innocent Dende in front of him. Yeah, he and I are good friends, and I followed him to the Earth. Dende replied with a smile. After hearing this answer, Son Goku was filled with questions. My son, he went to planet Namek and brought back this Dende? I couldn't figure out what was going on for a short time, and Son Goku was confused. Thanks to Raditz's presence, one word brought his spirit back. Kakarot, how long do you want to talk nonsense to this Namek brat? If you feel tired, just stay here. I don't have time to waste time here. Raditz urged impatiently. Sorry, I forgot about it for a while. But we still have to go find the Karen Immortal. With our current physical strength, we need the Celestial Bean to recover, Son Goku said. They were speeding along 1,000,000 kilometers of snake roads, which consumed a lot of money. Raditz had already learned from Son Goku that there was such a thing as fairy beans on Earth, so it was not surprising at all. If you want to recover, I can help, Dende said hurriedly. His healing ability is second to none. Not only can you recover from injuries, but you can also restore your physical strength and energy. Really? Son Goku was overjoyed. Raditz looked at Dende in surprise. He knew nothing about the Namekians. The screen returns to the battlefield. Everyone was confused about the vegetable man that Vegeta and Nappa were talking about. They didn't understand what it was. I saw Nappa digging a few small pits on the ground with his hands, then putting the seeds of vegetable man into the small pits, covering them with soil, and then dripping the green liquid in the bottle on each seed. The soil on this planet is quite good. I believe it can grow good quality vegetable people. Nappa stood up as he spoke. Just 10 seconds later, the ground beneath his feet began to move. 6 weird-looking green vegetable men emerged from the ground, surrounding Nappa, waiting for instructions. Is this the vegetable man? It's incredible. Tianjin Fan frowned slightly, and after feeling the intensity of the vegetable man's aura, he didn't dare to slack off. This is a fabrication of 6 powerful beings out of thin air. You want to use some monsters temporarily grown from seeds to kill our majesty. What a joke? I'll kill them all. Yamcha was a little angry. Although he thinks he is not as good as the two Saiyans Nappa and Vegeta, he is still somewhat confident that he can defeat these little monsters. What a shame. Come on, kill all the people on Earth. Nappa gave the order to the vegetable man without hesitation. Guji. Vegetable man number 1 was the first to bear the brunt and killed Piccolo. It should be said that they are both green-skinned, so there is no need to rush them. Moreover, this vegetable man is really brainless and chose the strongest person besides Lin Chuan. One vegetable man moved, and the other 5 vegetable men followed closely behind. Target respectively, Krillin, Sun Wufan, Yamcha, Tianjin rice, and dumplings. Lin Chuan was directly ignored by them. I don't know why they just ignored him. Boring. Piccolo's expression did not change. He raised a hand lightly and gathered energy in his palm. An orange light wave left his palm and hit vegetable man number 1 at an extremely fast speed. Ah, in a painful scream. Boom. With a loud noise, vegetable man number 1 turned into ashes on the spot. What? Nappa was shocked when he killed a vegetable man with one blow. Vegeta on the side also showed a thoughtful expression. With Piccolo's help, others are eager to try and have more fighting spirit. Well done. Krillin took the initiative to rush towards Vegetarian Man 2. After a brief exchange of moves, he figured out the opponent's true combat power. He seized the opportunity, repelled it with one blow, and sent it to Vegeta's side. Yamcha, who is also a member of the Kamizen Ryu sect, is not as strong as Krillin and Tianjin Fan, but his strength has reached a certain level. Defeating a vegetable man was no problem, but he was too anxious and wanted to show off too much. Even though his turtle-style Qigong wave successfully hit vegetable man number 4, it did not really defeat it. What about Tianjin rice? There was no sloppiness in his battle, and he killed vegetable man number 5 in just a few blows. Even vegetable man number 6, who was controlled by Dumpling on the other side, was easily killed by him. These guys called vegetable men are quite powerful. How did they grow? Sun Wuhan was the only one who was not in a hurry to kill the vegetable men. He had a great time. I am also researching and thinking about what is going on. After all, he is a scholar in the future, and he is also very interested in the field of biology. Gohan, stop playing around and get rid of him. Piccolo couldn't help but remind Sun Wuhan when he saw that he was becoming more playful. If you are careless, you will often harm yourself. I know, Uncle Piccolo. After hearing Piccolo's words, Sun Wuhan also knew that he was too promiscuous. There was a muffled sound of bang. Vegetable Man 3 was hit hard by it and flew to the side of Nappa and Vegeta. This blow was an extremely perfect control of power. It only caused Vegetable Man number 3 to lose his fighting ability and did not harm his life. Within a minute of their appearance, all 6 vegetable men were defeated, with only 3 left. This made both Vegeta and Nappa feel incredible. Impossible? Vegetable Man's combat power is over 1,200 points? In terms of strength, it's enough to compete with guys like Raditz. Nappa spoke his mind. It seems that their real combat power has already surpassed Raditz. Interesting enough for us to enjoy it. Vegeta didn't care about this, but turned his eyes to the 3 lucky ones aside. On the surviving vegetable people. Since you are defeated, there is no value in living. Vegeta said coldly, and fired an energy ray with his index finger, instantly burning the 2 vegetarians who survived into black charcoal. Such cruel and cold behavior gave the Z warriors present a new impression of Vegeta. The heinous devil? Aren't they your men? Why kill them? Son Gohan was furious at Vegeta's brutal behavior. Vegeta reminded him of Slug. He was such a big demon who wouldn't even let go of his subordinates. Why? Anything that has no use value is waste. Kakarot's little kid is really naive. Vegeta said without changing his expression, as if this was a natural thing for him. The remaining half-dead vegetable man already knew his fate. As vegetable people, they were born to die with their enemies. Guji, vegetable man number 4, who was seriously injured, let out a sharp cry. He shot out and headed straight for Yamcha. What's going on? Yamcha's heart tightened, and he subconsciously put on a defensive posture, but vegetable man number 4 directly locked his body with his limbs this time. At the same time, a faint white light flashed around vegetable man number 4. This was the rhythm of accumulating energy and self-destructing. No, Yamcha, get away quickly. This guy is going to blow himself up. Clint saw vegetable man no 4's intention at a glance and called out to Yamcha. No, he's too strong, he can't break free. Yamcha struggled hard. The more he struggled, the more anxious he became, and the more anxious he became, the less able he was to gather strength. He was completely panicked. He could clearly feel how terrifying the power contained in this ball of light was. Once it exploded, he might really die. As the light became more and more dazzling, Yamcha's heart rose to his throat. He clearly felt that the breath of death enveloped him. Damn it, Uncle Yamcha. At this critical moment, Sun Wuhan struck decisively. His thin body rushed in front of Yamcha as fast as lightning. His whole body was filled with white mist, and he kicked vegetable man number 4 on the waist with a powerful whip leg. There was a loud bang of bang. The power of this blow is so terrifying. Vegetable man number 4, who was about to self-destruct, was forcibly interrupted. Due to Sun Wuhan's eagerness to save people and the strength of his kick, vegetable man number 4 was split into 2. Without waiting for Yamcha to react in the next second, Sun Wuhan dragged Yamcha's body and moved quickly. Boom. The huge explosion caused a terrifying storm. Yamcha had a narrow escape. It's saved, thank you, Gohan. Yamcha, who survived the disaster, was very happy that he could survive. Looking at Sun Wuhan at this time, he felt like he was more infuriating than others. It's okay that he is not as good as grandson Goku, but now he is not even as good as Goku's son. Everyone else was also shocked by Sun Wuhan's sudden move. This is incredible. Kakarot's son, he actually has such a powerful force in his body? he was able to defuse the self-destruction of Vegetable Man, and he also saved that useless Earthling. Nappa was shocked by Sun Wuhan's brief burst of power. The one just now required at least several thousand points of combat power to do it. This is such a young age. Vegeta on the side, his eyes became more and more profound. He was currently staring at Sun Wuhan intently. With the power that exploded in that moment, the detector's response directly reached more than 3,000 points. In a flash, it can even be compared to Nappa? Kakarot's child actually has such potential. What's going on? Could it be that the hybrid race born from Saiyans and Earthlings is really a more powerful race? Perhaps, I can take him with me. Vegeta had the intention to take Sun Gohan away and train him. Firstly, the potential shown by Sun Wuhan was really amazing, and secondly, he wanted to make this half-blood kid useful to him and do things for him. Nappa is getting old. He is becoming more and more disobedient. He needs an obedient subordinate. Nappa, it's time for you to take action. Keep Kakarot's son and the name Kian, Talos will watch over it for you. For the rest, do as you please. Biggie made a decision in his heart. Ta ordered. He. Is it finally time for me to take action? Okay. Nappa received the order to take action, with a cruel smile on his face. Although he was not very satisfied with Vegeta's order, it finally gave him a chance to make a scene. Here is the Z-Warrior. At this moment, Yamcha was still slumped on the ground, his back soaked with cold sweat. This feeling of surviving a disaster left a deep impression on him, and he may never forget it in his lifetime. At this time, Tianjin Fan, Klin, and Diazi were also in a state of sluggishness. So fast. Beads of sweat fell from Tianjin Fan's cheeks, and the scene of Sun Wufan's instant action just now kept popping up in his mind. With his eyesight and state of mind, he was unable to see Sun Wuhan's actions clearly, and he didn't even know when he took action just now. At this age, Sun Wuhan already has this level of strength. Tianjin Fan, did you see Gohan's movements clearly just now? Krillin asked with a look of shame on his face. He was also frightened by Sun Wuhan's sudden burst of speed. Just now, Yamcha was almost in a certain death situation, and even they couldn't find a way to save him, but he was resolved by a 5-year-old child. This made him feel ashamed. I didn't see it clearly at all. Tianjin Fan shook his head and replied. Can't you see with your 3 eyes? It seems that this kid Gohan has become so powerful in this year that we can't even imagine it. Goku's original decision should be the right one. Krillin recalled the scene a year ago when Son Goku entrusted Sun Wuhan to Lin Chuan, and murmured to himself. Oh, Tianjin, that Saiyan is about to take action. At this time, Dumpling noticed Nappa's movements and reminded him. Hearing this, everyone immediately stood ready, put on a fighting posture, and were ready to fight at any time. Here on Earth, the real war is about to break out. At this moment, in the interstellar universe, Frisia's universe ship is sailing rapidly towards the Earth. In the central control room, Frisia sat on the stroller as usual, shaking the red wine glass in his hand. While enjoying the wine, I slowly looked at the wonders of the universe outside the specially reinforced glass in front of me. These rays of light shining in the dark universe belong to him. He is the emperor of the universe? He is also a well-known planet developer. Just as he was admiring it, the door behind him opened. Sorby came to Frisia's side and bowed respectfully to report the situation. Tell me, what's the latest news? Frisia asked casually while shaking the wine glass in his hand. Inform King Frisia, it has been confirmed that Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth and had a conflict with the people on Earth and the Saiyans on Earth. Sorbet said. These words made Frisia frown, and for a moment, the atmosphere cooled down. How long will it take for us to reach Earth? Dear Mr. Sorbet, Frisia asked after taking a sip of red wine. If nothing else happens, it should take another 7 days. As the words came out, Salbai immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Because Frisia's murderous intent has spread to him. But my subordinates also got a piece of useful information. According to the information sent back by Vegeta's detector, the Dragon Balls seem to have been created by Namekians, so, before he could finish his words, the wine glass in Frisia's hand was crushed to pieces. The scarlet wine spilled all over the floor, making everyone present look pale and tremble. It seemed that what exploded was not the wine glass, but their heads. Does it take 7 days to travel? It seems that we can't reach Earth in time before Vegeta uses the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Ha ha ha. Little Vegeta, do you think that after you realize that boring wish, you can compete with me? You are naive. Let me ask you, is the news true that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians? Frisia's sharp gaze stared straight at Salbei in front of him. The invisible pressure caused the other party to be frightened to the point of sweating profusely. My subordinates heard that Vegeta himself said that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians, and the Namekians on Earth also admitted it. Sorbet's answer was somewhat opportunistic. Because Piccolo didn't admit it, they just thought so. Really? If the Namekian admits it, then there is a high probability that the Dragon Balls are products from Namek. At our current speed, how long will it take to change course to Namek? Frisia changed his mind and planned to change direction directly to planet Namek. Since it is the place of origin, the Dragon Balls must be more powerful than those on Earth. We have explored it before. According to our current sailing speed, it will take less than 2 months to reach Namek. Sorbet replied after thinking for a moment. Really? Less than 2 months is not a long time. In that case, give me the order to change the route and go to planet Namek. The scene returns to Earth again. At this time, no one knew that the Earth had unknowingly escaped Frisia's invasion. At this time, what everyone has to face is Nappa, who is ready to fight. People on Earth, it should be said or not, you are indeed very strong. Even the vegetable people have been killed by you, but it's a pity that what you have to face this time is Uncle Nappa. Nappa geared up and strolled closer. He stopped only after he was 5 meters away from everyone. This arrogant posture is quite a bit like I am invincible in the world and no one takes him seriously. Stop being arrogant. Those guys called vegetable people have been defeated by us, and it will be your turn soon. In order to save face, Yamcha opened his mouth and shouted to Nappa. Humph, hey, the guy who was lucky enough to survive has a good tone. Nappa smiled jokingly, not taking Yamcha seriously. Immediately afterwards, his eyes swept across everyone present. Yamcha, Tianjin rice, Kellen, dumplings, Sunwoo rice, Piccolo, Lin Chuan. These garbage-like earthlings are simply not enough to defeat, even if their power has surpassed that guy Raditz. Kakarot's son has good fighting ability, and this name Kian. Nappa kept murmuring, and he was somewhat resentful that Vegeta wouldn't let him take action against them. His eyes finally fell on Lin Chuan. Traitor of the Saiyans. Talos? I have to say that your combat power is indeed very strong. With a combat power of 5,000 points, you would have been a high-level warrior back then. It's a pity that you chose the wrong team. After I kill all these earthlings one by one, it will be your turn. Nappa's arrogant and domineering attitude, I don't know where he got his confidence. Seeing Nappa's arrogant attitude, Lin Chuan couldn't help laughing. Usually he won't laugh unless he really can't help it. A hole? How dare you make fun of me? Just wait, I will let you understand later what is the real terror. Nappa looked at Lin Chuan's arrogant smile, and the murderous intent burning in his eyes became even more intense. Intense. So what if he has a fighting strength of 5,000? If he breaks out with all his strength, he can fight with a fighting strength of 6,000. Alas, a guy with strong limbs and a simple mind. Any more words to an idiot like you is a waste of my time. Lin Chuan crossed his arms, still looking at him like a clown. He didn't care about Nappa at all, but the other party was different. Lin Chuan was slapping him in the face. He was on the verge of an outburst of rage. And then Sun Wufan added fuel to the fire, which instantly ignited his anger. Actually, you are not powerful at all, why do you pretend to be so? If we really attack you, you will have no room to fight back. Sun Wuhan directly expressed his feelings. His words echoed in everyone's minds, making Nappa so angry that the veins on his forehead were about to burst. Kakarot's little brat? Even if Vegeta doesn't let me kill you, I will never let you feel better. I will crush them all to death in front of you, then I will let you know how to write the word fear. The ferocious aura accumulated in Nappa's body exploded on the spot. Boom. As Nappa's power exploded, the surrounding ground continued to tremble, the air pressure continued to change, and countless gravel began to peel off from the ground and float into the air. The earth cracked, countless cracks spread rapidly, and the sky became dark because of Nappa's power. What a strong sense of oppression. Klin's muscles all over his body tightened, he gritted his teeth and tried his best to keep his body from shaking. Is this guy so strong? Yamcha was already a little frightened. He recalled what he had just said in rebuttal to Nappa. After the battle started, he would not be retaliated by the opponent, right? Saiyans, a group of terrifying guys. Tianjin Fan was shocked by Nappa's aura and became unsteady. For the first time in his history, he encountered such a powerful opponent. On the other side, Sun Wufan, Piccolo, and Lin Chuan all looked calmly at Nappa, who was constantly bursting with breath. To others, Nappa's aura was terrifying enough to crush people to death. But for them, this level of aura pressure has no effect at all, it can even be said to be a breeze. That's it, if I punch him, he will definitely fall. Sun Wuhan said. It would be better if only Lin Chuan and Piccolo heard what he said, otherwise Nappa would be so angry that he would vomit blood. In this world, there are always some people who are living in their own dreams. When he wakes up from the dream, he will know how small he is. Piccolo said to Sun Wuhan casually. This can be regarded as a kind of teaching. Well, I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wuhan responded. Lin Chuan remained silent on the side, his gaze directed towards Vegeta. He didn't speak or express his position. The sense of mystery revealed invisibly made countless suspicions arise in Vegeta's heart. Vegeta, with your IQ, you should be able to quickly guess how insignificant you are, right? Lin Chuan thought secretly in his heart. At this moment, Vegeta was indeed deep in thought. He repeatedly turned on his combat power detector to detect the combat power values of Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and Sun Wuhan. 5,000, still 5,000, there is no change from beginning to end. Piccolo's is 2005, and Sun Wufan's is 2000. It seems that not only Talos, but also the name Kian and Kakarot's kid are the same. After Nappa takes care of those earthlings, let him test their strength. If they fail, I will take action again. Vegeta was already prepared for Nappa's defeat. Earthlings have nothing to fear, but Nappa would never be able to defeat Talos. At this moment, Nappa's brewing aura had reached its peak. All the energy accumulated in his body exploded in one go, and his combat power reached a terrifying 4,000 points. Of course, as Nappa himself believes, although the value is 4,000 points, it can explode to a combat power level of more than 5,000 points. With this method, it is no wonder that I played several rounds with the original Son Goku. Hey, Who would be better to start with? Nappa licked the corner of his mouth, and the hunter's eyes swept across the group of Z warriors, choosing his prey. In the end, it settled on Yamcha. It's you? The boy who was lucky enough to survive from the vegetable man. Nappa locked onto Yamcha, and with his huge body, he rushed out like a rampaging beast. Why me? Looking at the menacing Nappa, Yamcha was instantly frightened. But now Nappa has rushed over, and he can do it even if he doesn't want to. Damn it! Don't think I'm easy to deal with. New Wolf Fang Fang Fist. Yamcha gritted his teeth, bit the bullet and used his special skill on the one coming at him, the latest version of Lang Fang 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 Fist. Idiot. Nappa in front of Yamcha smiled strangely, then turned into an afterimage and disappeared in the next second. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yamcha. What? Lanja Fang Fang failed. Yamcha felt the coolness behind him, his pupils shrank sharply, and he turned his head subconsciously. In his sight, Nappa's thigh continued to enlarge, containing terrifying destructive power, hitting his neck directly. Bang! A powerful and heavy blow hit Yamcha's head hard, making a dull popping sound. Yamcha suffered a heavy blow, his eyes were dull, blood spurted out from his mouth, and his whole body flew straight backwards like a kite with a broken string. Bang! A rocky mountain not far away was shattered into pieces by Yamcha. Although he himself was still conscious and alive, he completely lost his ability to fight under this blow. Kill instantly with one strike. No sloppiness at all. The difference between a combat power of less than 2,000 points and a combat power of 4,000 points is vividly displayed at this moment, and there is no comparison at all. Yamcha? Damn it. Lin looked at Yamcha, who was instantly killed by one blow, and his heart was extremely horrified. Even though Yamcha's strength is not as strong as them, it's not much different. Now he was instantly killed by the opponent with one blow and almost lost his life. Even if he comes to face Nappa, I'm afraid the end will be the same. Huh. At this time, Nappa felt that his body seemed to be restrained by some invisible force. Taking a closer look, I saw a weird-looking kid suspended in midair, restraining his body through superpowers. Annoying brat? You want to influence me with this little power? What a wishful thinking. Nappa locked the direction of the dumpling, waved one hand, set off an energy storm, and attacked the dumpling. Ah! Dumpling, who was swept by the energy storm, let out a painful cry. His clothes were torn apart by the energy storm, and he instantly became scarred. The superpower stopped being released, the restraints on Nappa's body disappeared, and he suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Dumpling? BD. Seeing Dumpling injured, Tianjin Fan became angry and took the initiative to attack Nappa. Are you taking the initiative to die? You are a bit brave, but at best, you are just risking death. Nappa looked at Tianjin Fan, who took the initiative to attack, and suddenly became playful. Bang, 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 bang. With anger in his chest, Tianjin Fan devoted himself wholeheartedly to the attack. His Crane Senryo fighting method is becoming more and more sharp and fierce, and every move contains terrifying destructive power. However, in the face of the absolute strength gap, no matter how Tianjin Fan explodes, it will not hurt Nappa in the slightest. All his attacks were perfectly blocked by Nappa. You have some strength. It's a pity that you met me. After saying that, Nappa immediately attacked, breaking Tianjin Fan's offensive, and punched Tianjin Fan in the abdomen with great force. Bang! The dull sound of flesh penetration suddenly exploded. Pfft! After receiving a heavy blow, Tianjin Fan spurted an arrow of blood from his mouth, his muscles tightened, and his breath suddenly decreased like a cliff. Is this a Saiyan's fist? The body seems to be broken. Tianjin Fan never expected that Nappa's attack would be so heavy and terrifying. Get out of here. Nappa, who had gained the upper hand, launched a roundhouse kick, sending Tianjin Fan flying 100 meters away. With one punch and one kick, Tianjin Fan was severely injured. Even though there was still strength in his body, he was unable to release too much due to the heavy injuries. The strength is not bad, but the speed and physical strength are several levels weaker. Damn it! You can't fall down here. Holding on to his broken body, Tianjin Fan stood up again, forming a triangular posture with his hands to accumulate energy. Ha 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 ha! The last move before death? Interesting. Come on, I will let you see what real power is. Nappa, who noticed this scene, smiled even happier and fiercely said sarcastically. In his opinion, even if Tianjin Fan has a combat power of 3,000 points, he is still a waste. Even if it is his full blow, what impact will it have after he receives it? Hearing Nappa's constant taunts, Tianjin Fan's anger rose in his heart, and he tried his best to gather energy to make Nappa pay the price. Qigong Cannon. The energy was accumulated to the extreme, and Tianjin Fan used all his energy in the Qigong Cannon. After this blow, he will no longer be able to fight. What? Looking at the orange energy light approaching in front of him, Nappa instinctively felt the threat and put his hands in front of his chest to form an energy defense. Boom! There was a loud noise. The roar caused by the explosion was deafening, and the terrifying shock waves swept across all directions, causing thousands of huge waves. There was flying sand and rocks within a radius of several thousand meters, and thick smoke was everywhere. Hit! Seeing Tianjin Fan's special move hit, Lin was ecstatic. He knew very well the destructive power of the Qigong Cannon, which even surpassed all their tricks. No matter how strong Nappa is, if he is hit head-on by this blow, he will never be able to remain intact. But not long after he was happy, Nappa's intact figure flashed in the thick smoke, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. I saw Nappa, who was hit by the Qigong cannon. Although he looked a little embarrassed and his combat uniform was also damaged, he was not seriously injured. I thought this blow could at least hurt me, but it turned out to be just an illusion. Nappa smiled sadly. Seeing that Nappa was fine, Tianjin Fan was in despair. It actually didn't work. Tianjin Fan was so disheartened at this moment. He was so stimulated that he couldn't catch his breath and fell to the ground and fell into a coma. TCH? It's boring. It seems that this is the limit for you Earthlings. Nappa snorted disdainfully and turned his eyes to Klin at the end. The joking smile on his face became more intense, and Nappa joked, "Little bald head, you have to make me happy. You." Klin looked at Nappa, who was smiling eerily, feeling disgusted and chilled from the bottom of his heart. The only thing left is to try that move. If it works, it can reverse the situation. If not, the only options left are to watch Piccolo, Sun Wufan, and Lin Chuan. He still has hope in his heart, that is, he hopes that Goku can come back at this time. If you have the ability, just catch this move and try it. Klin raised his left hand, accumulated energy with one hand, and swung it left and right to form an arc. On his palm, a sharp orange cutting disc appeared. Is this another novel trick? Just use it if you have any skills, and I, Uncle Nappa, will smash them all. At this moment, Nappa was completely immersed in the invincible pleasure. Pride and arrogance made him lose his most basic ability to judge. And this is exactly what Klin wants to see. Very good. It's best not to move if you're standing like this. Go to hell. Klin silently increased the speed of Chi Circle Slash's condensation. Take the move, Chi Yuanzhan. He threw his big hand violently, and the orange cutting disc of Chi Yuanzhan broke through the space and headed towards Nappa. Well done. Nappa was full of confidence and planned to resist the blow head-on. Little did he know that once he was hit by this move, he would be cut in half in an instant. Idiot! Get away! Vegeta shouted loudly, unable to stand it. Hearing Vegeta's angry scolding, Nappa was stunned. Although he didn't understand why Vegeta asked him to get out of the way, he still subconsciously avoided the Chi Circle Slash. But even if he got out of the way in time, a gash was cut on his face. The empty Chi Circle Slash cut the distant hills into flat ground in an instant. Damn it! Klin shouted angrily after hitting the target with a fatal blow. If Vegeta hadn't reminded him, his Chi Circle Slash would have split Nappa into two. Can't you even tell the strength of the enemy's moves? You are a hopelessly stupid fool. Vegeta cursed. Listening to Vegeta's scolding, Nappa did not refute. Indeed, if it weren't for Vegeta's reminder just now, he might have been killed by this little bald man. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. After being greatly humiliated, Nappa was furious, and the aura around him became more and more ferocious. Locked by Nappa's breath, Klin's whole body trembled, and even breathing became difficult. It's over, it's over. Klin's heart trembled, smelling the threat of death from Nappa's body. This time, he really couldn't escape. Stop. Knowing that something would happen to Klin if he didn't take action, Sun Wuhan really couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to intervene in this battle. Originally, neither Lin Chuan nor Piccolo planned to let him intervene. But since he took the initiative to intervene, Lin Chuan and Piccolo couldn't stop him. This battle should be over. Let me end it. Sun Wuhan, who took the initiative, stopped in front of Klin. Gohan. Looking at Sun Wuhan, who was blocking him, Klin instinctively wanted to stop him, but when he thought about the opponent's unfathomable strength, he was even far away from him. Above, he gave up the idea. Maybe, Gohan can really defeat this Saiyan and avenge everyone. What did you say? Kakarot kid, do you really think you can defeat me, Uncle Nappa? If Vegeta hadn't asked me to keep you, you would have died long ago. Nappa looked at Sun Wuhan in front of him and was extremely angry. Although Sun Wuhan had shown considerable strength before and eliminated the vegetable man who was about to self-destruct, he could also do it to this extent. It's even okay for him to resist the vegetable man's self-destruction. Therefore, Nappa did not take him seriously. You can't kill me, and neither can Vegeta, Sun Gohan complained. What did you say? Being underestimated by Sun Wuhan again, Nappa's eyes were bloodshot and his anger level soared. As an elite warrior among the Saiyans, he has been looked down upon by a brat time and time again. It's intolerable and intolerable. You brat, you really pd me off. Even if Vegeta doesn't let me kill you, I will never let you feel better. Nappa was completely angered, with bloodshot eyes and a terrifying aura. If he vents his anger everywhere, Sun Wuhan will be cut into pieces. Gohan, run away, you are probably no match for him. Sensing Nappa's ferocious killing intent, Krillin hurriedly asked Sun Wuhan to escape. If Gohan dies, how will he explain to Goku? It's okay, Uncle Klin, he just looks scary. In fact, he's not that powerful. Sun Wuhan gestured to reassure Klin that he would not lose to Nappa. At this moment, Lin Chuan, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Gohan, come back. Lin Chuan's sudden words made Sun Wuhan a little confused. Everyone cast doubtful glances at Lin Chuan. I sensed the auras of your father Kakarot and Raditz just now. They must have returned from practice. The two of them are not worthy of your action, let them do it. Lin Chuan explained. Really? Are dad and uncle coming already? After hearing the news, Sun Wuhan expanded his sense of breath. Sure enough, I felt the breath of my father and Raditz. It is indeed coming, and it is very close to their location. Goku's anger, and Raditz' anger, can't be wrong. After learning that Son Goku was about to arrive on the battlefield, Krillin finally felt relieved. Take a breath. If Goku is here, he will definitely be able to solve the current crisis. At this moment, Vegeta also became interested. He turned on the combat power detector and detected that there were indeed two quite strong combat forces approaching them at an extremely fast speed in the distance. There are indeed two powerful fighting forces approaching. If they are right, they should be Kakarot and Raditz. Vegeta suddenly had a playful thought in his mind. He had his eye on Sun Wuhan's potential ability and fighting power, and in order to make him follow him wholeheartedly, he might as well ravage his father in front of him. TCH? They're just low-level warriors and high-level trash. Even if they come, they won't make any waves. Nappa dismissed this. He is very confident in his fighting power. Even if Son Goku and Raditz go to practice and their strength increases greatly, they can only reach about 3,000 points at most. With a measly 3,000 points of combat power, he can defeat two of them one by one, but he still can't catch them. Nappa, I suddenly thought of a fun idea. Vegeta raised a smirk on his lips. Huh. Nappa glanced at Vegeta in confusion, feeling confused in his heart. Kakarot and Raditz are coming, aren't they? Just wait until they come. In front of this brat, let Kakarot and Raditz live and die. Vegeta, the cruel words immediately aroused Nappa's interest. What he loves most is torturing his opponents. Ha 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 ha. Kid, did you hear that? As the price for offending me, I will torture Kakarot severely in front of you later. Nappa threatened fiercely. Sun Wuhan didn't pay attention to Nappa's threat, or even dismissed it. In his opinion, Nappa is just a rough guy, good for nothing except talking. At the same time, it is located in the direction of Son Goku and Raditz. While the two were on their way, they were also using their breath perception to lock in on the situation on the battlefield. The moment the fighting stopped, they felt it too. What's going on? Why did the fighting stop suddenly? Was there an accident? Son Goku was confused and muttered to himself. If my guess is correct, that guy Vegeta should have known that we are rushing to the battlefield through the combat power detector. According to that guy's bad character, he might want to torture us in front of your friends. As a warrior who has been following Vegeta all year round, no one knows Vegeta's evil better than Raditz. Listening to Raditz's explanation, Son Goku's face suddenly darkened. As early as King Kai, he had asked Raditz what was going on with the two Saiyans. He also understood that Nappa and Raditz were completely heinous and cold-blooded villains. It is entirely possible to do so. Gohan, please don't let anything happen to you. He became more and more worried about his son's safety, and the eager Son Goku suddenly accelerated his flying speed. Time passes minute by minute. Before I knew it, 5 minutes had passed. The battlefield fell into a brief silence. There was no further conflict between the two sides and the ceasefire was maintained. During this short break, Sun Wuhan and Krillin brought the unconscious Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Dumpling back to a safe area to prevent secondary harm. As for Piccolo, he was not interested in any of this. He just watched the game. He didn't even notice Vegeta and Nappa, and he didn't even have the desire to take action. After reaching his level of power, there is no difference between the two Saiyans who can crush ants with just their hands. As for Lin Chuan, he looked like he was watching a show, waiting for the show to begin. Nappa and Vegeta were also resting. Nappa adjusted his state, already thinking about how to torture the two traitors Raditz and Kakarot. As for Vegeta, he was looking at Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and Son Gohan all the time. From the beginning of the battle until now, these three people have looked completely fearless. It can even be said that they have not taken them seriously at all. This calm look made Vegeta feel that something was wrong more and more, and he fell into deep thought. Is this a bluff, or do you really think you can defeat us? But they don't look like they're bluffing. Vegeta had constant suspicions in his heart, and he had not received an answer for a long time, which made him feel irritable. Beep beep beep. At this moment, a signal came from the combat power detector. Huh? Are you here so soon? Vegeta slowly raised his head in the direction guided by the combat power detector. I saw two black shadows appearing on the distant horizon. It's finally here. It's so easy for me to wait. Nappa, who was sitting on the rock to rest and recover his strength, smiled jokingly and stood up. Two black shadows came through the sky at extremely fast speeds and landed on the battlefield. Dad. Sun Wuhan came forward and threw himself directly into Son Goku's arms. I'm relieved to see you're fine, Gohan. Son Goku showed a happy smile when he saw his son. But soon, he discovered something was wrong. What's going on? His own son, he seems a little unclear, right? Illusion? We're finally here. You're really slow, Son Goku. Piccolo crossed his arms and said expressionlessly. At the same time, his eyes were also examining the current Son Goku and Raditz. With his current level of cultivation, his eyesight is already extraordinary, and he can see the true level of Son Goku and Raditz with just one glance. Compared with him now, the gap is really huge. Piccolo was so arrogant for a moment that he felt that his year was worth it. Although he is still not as good as Lin Chuan, he is the strongest under Lin Chuan. There is nothing I can do about it. I have returned from the underworld to the human world and rushed to the battlefield. I have tried my best. Son Goku smiled bitterly and expressed his helplessness. His eyes then looked at Piccolo carefully, and he was confused for a moment. Can't see through. Did Piccolo reach this level of cultivation alone? Son Goku's head was full of question marks, and his heart was even more frightened, and at the same time he was also inexplicably excited. This means that the competition with Piccolo will be more intense in the future. Piccolo is his most valued opponent and his most recognized friend. But what he didn't know was that Piccolo was already far ahead of him in terms of realm and combat effectiveness. Finally, Son Goku turned his attention to Lin Chuan. It's still the same unfathomable feeling as before. Lin Chuan's strength must be stronger than a year ago. Long time no see, Kakarot, and Raditz. Lin Chuan's eyes swept over the two of them, and his keen insight saw everything about the two of them. Son Goku has become stronger than during this time period in the original work. And Raditz's strength is even higher than Son Goku. It's been a long time indeed, Lin Chuan. Son Goku felt very excited when he saw Lin Chuan. If he were not on the battlefield now, he might not be able to control himself and want to fight Lin Chuan. As for Raditz, he just glanced at the situation behind him expressionlessly and said nothing. His eyes were on Vegeta and Nappa. Goku, you are finally here. Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Dumplings are all seriously injured and are still in a coma. Seeing the arrival of Son Goku, the happiest person besides Sun Wukong is Krillin. Hearing this, Son Goku looked at the unconscious Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Dumplings. Although he was seriously injured, fortunately he did not die, he just fainted. Of course, although he was not dead, just seriously injured, it also made Son Goku angry. The other party was merciless and rushed to kill them. If everyone's strength hadn't been enhanced, they might have died long ago. Finally here, Kakarot, Raditz, you two Saiyan traitors. You might be able to survive by hiding in the dark and lingering, but you have to come here to die. Nappa looked at the two of them without taking them into consideration at all. Instead, he laughed heartily as if he saw a fun toy. Kakarot, Raditz, you two brothers came here to say something stupid like, I want to defeat you, right? Vegeta also took the opportunity to sarcastically say. At the same time, he was also using a combat power detector to detect the combat power of the two. It was seen that the combat effectiveness of the two of them was constantly improving and had not stabilized. You can control your combat power at will. It seems that the combat power of these two people has become much stronger in this year. Vegeta looked at the changing numbers, not worried. After all, in his opinion, Son Goku and Raditz have always been lower-level warriors and higher-level trash. It is simply impossible for lower-level warriors to surpass elite warriors. What's more, he is the best of the best. As for Raditz, no more needs to be said. Leave it to me, Krillin. Seeing Vegeta and Nappa looking so arrogant and domineering, Son Goku felt unbearable anger. The veins on his forehead bulged, and the aura emanating from his body became more and more terrifying. Satoru, Goku, don't you need our help? Looking at Son Goku walking forward alone, Klin wanted to say something, but when he looked carefully thinking about it, it seems that I really can't do anything to help. Kakarot, are you going to die first? That's fine, it saves me the choice of choosing one by one. Nappa looked at Son Goku who was on the verge of an explosion and didn't care. In his eyes, Son Goku is just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered and can be killed at any time. Were the injuries on Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Dumpling all caused by you? Honestly, I haven't been this angry for a long time. After the words fell, the veins on Son Goku's forehead bulged, and the energy in his body erupted like a tsunami. At this moment, the earth shook, rocks flew, and with Son Goku as the center, an extremely terrifying aura was suddenly released. Beep, 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 beep. The numbers on the combat power detector continued to soar, and Vegeta finally showed a look of surprise on his calm face. What is going on? Noticing the extraordinary momentum erupting from Son Goku, Nappa suddenly changed his face. The previous arrogance were replaced by confusion and shock. What's this feeling like? No matter how strong you are, you can't reach this point. Son Goku was just about to explode his power in one go and let Nappa see what it means to be in a time when the sky is high and the earth is high. Raditz interrupted him. Stop, Kakarot, leave Vegeta and Nappa to me. This is my battle. You are not allowed to interfere. Raditz spoke indifferently, allowing Son Goku to calm down. Brother, you are too domineering, don't you have two opponents? Son Goku complained as he looked at the determined Raditz. There was nothing he could do. This year he had learned that his eldest brother was a tough-talking person, so he could only silently take back his momentum. It's not that he's afraid of Raditz, it's that he respects Raditz. Moreover, Raditz has been instilling a message in him that Vegeta and Nappa are his opponents and are coming to him, and they must be solved by him. Son Goku knew that Raditz had a personal grudge against the two Saiyans. Vegeta, what's the combat power of that Kakarot guy? At this moment, Nappa did not look at Raditz because the situation changed again, but turned to Vegeta and asked. The breath just now made his heart palpitate. It was completely different from what he expected. It has exceeded 8,000 points. Vegeta's eyes were more serious, even bloodshot, and his words were even more cold. Son Goku's outburst just now was a demonstration to him and a challenge to his dignity as a Saiyan prince. What? Over 8,000? Impossible? He is just a low-level warrior. How could he be so powerful? There must be a malfunction in the detector. Where's Raditz? How much fighting power does this guy have? Nappa felt that his worldview was about to collapse. 8,000 combat power points? He only has 4,000 points? Vegeta shifted his gaze to Raditz. The number on the combat power detector was fixed at 6,000 points. Radi's combat power is also around 6,000 points. Vegeta said calmly. What? This loser, actually has 6,000 combat power points? It must be a malfunction? Yes? In the previous battle, the combat power detector was affected. Nappa was sweating profusely at this moment. He would rather believe that it was a malfunction of the combat power detector to deceive him than believe that Raditz and Son Goku, two useless people, had surpassed him. Listening to Nappa's self-deception, Vegeta fell into deep thought. Is the combat power detector really broken? Obviously impossible? Then the only explanation is that Son Goku and Raditz have experienced rapid growth in strength within this year. But how did they practice to increase their strength so much? You must know that a year ago, one combat power was only a few hundred points, and one combat power was only 1,500 points. Vegeta vaguely felt that Raditz was still hiding his strength. His true combat power was far more than what he saw. Idiot! Does 6,000 combat power points scare you? With your strength, even with 6,000 combat power points, if you fight with all your strength, the opponent cannot easily defeat you. Go and prove to me, Nappa, your worth. Vegeta ordered coldly. Now Nappa's frightened look made him feel very embarrassed. Where is his dignity as a Saiyan prince? Hearing this, Nappa's aura changed again and again, and his eyes exuding a ferocious aura fell on Raditz. I thought you would be frightened by my fighting power and not have the courage to fight. It just so happens that the grudges between us should be settled. Raditz looked at Nappa in front of him, his eyes full of confidence. Back then, due to his low combat effectiveness, he could only do some chores under Nappa and Vegeta, and he had no dignity at all. Things are different now, times have changed, and he wants to take back all the humiliation he suffered back then. We haven't seen each other for a year. Raditz, how dare you talk to me like this? It seems that you have forgotten how terrifying I was back then. It's okay, let me remind you now. So what if you really have 6,000 combat power points? I am too powerful to lose to you. After the words fell, Nappa leaned forward, and his huge body began to burst into bursts of amazing potential. A steady stream of energy surged out of his body, blessing himself and making him look more majestic and powerful. Orange energy enveloped the whole body, and Nappa was ready to go like a wild beast. It's just an illusion. Looking at Nappa's explosive power in front of him, Raditz calmly crossed his arms and waited for Nappa's attack. Then give it a try, die. With all his strength unleashed, Nappa rushed towards Raditz and smashed his huge fist towards Raditz's face. A sound of whoosh pierced the air, and Nappa's fist fell into the air, but Raditz easily dodged it with a slight tilt of his head. Don't be so proud. After the blow failed, Nappa was even more angry. He continued to attack with fists and kicks, falling like raindrops. The intensive and fierce attacks contain the ultimate destructive power, and the power is so terrifying that a single blow is enough to break a rock mountain. But Raditz was able to deal with Nappa's attack with ease, as if he had completely seen through the opponent's tricks, perfectly dodging all attacks. As a spectator, Vegeta saw this scene and fell into deep thought. This kind of performance is not what 6,000 points of combat power should be. It seems that Raditz, like those people, has learned the ability to control his combat power at will according to the environment. His true combat power should not be lower than Kakarot, and may even exceed 10,000 points. Vegeta guessed. On the main battlefield, attack after attack failed, which caused subtle changes in Nappa's mentality. Impossible? Even if your combat power really is 6,000 points, it is absolutely impossible for my attack to miss even once. You. Nappa felt like he was going crazy. The pace of his attacks was getting faster and faster, and at the same time, he also revealed huge flaws. But he couldn't control that much anymore. He had to teach Raditz, a lower-level soldier, a lesson. Idiot! Do you still believe in boring things like numbers? I am no longer the same person, Nappa. Raditz enjoyed this feeling very much. The next second, he suddenly took action, violently blocked all Nappa's attacks, and charged up a super heavy punch that embedded itself in Nappa's abdomen. Bang! The thrilling sound of penetration suddenly exploded. Nappa's huge body flew upside down in response, flying from the main battlefield to Vegeta's side. Collapsed to the ground, Nappa was in a daze, his breath was weak, he couldn't even say a word at the moment. He knelt down and hugged his stomach, groaning in pain. Raditz, this is no ordinary punch, but a punch that can shatter your whole body? This blow made Nappa feel what power was. His body was shattered like a mirror. Do you understand the strength gap between us now, Nappa? Combat strength is just a boring number. I am no longer the same person I used to be. Next, it's your turn, Vegeta. Killing Nappa instantly with one blow doubled Raditz's confidence. He has completely reborn and is so confident that he can defeat Vegeta. The strength has indeed improved a lot. It is really surprising that a waste among superior warriors can achieve such a breakthrough after working hard, Raditz. Vegeta's eyes showed strong murderous intent. It was impossible for him to turn a blind eye to Raditz's provocation. As a Saiyan prince, he will never allow his majesty to be challenged. Raditz must die today. Vegeta. Nappa, who was seriously injured, called out Vegeta's name. He wants Vegeta to save him. But Vegeta just responded with an indifferent look, and then stretched out his hand to hold Nappa's right hand. This sudden change made Nappa feel incredible that Vegeta actually wanted to help him. However, the cruel fact soon gave Nappa a big mouth. You can't even win against a waste among superior warriors. You, an elite, disappoint me so much, Nappa. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta waved one hand and threw Nappa into the air. At this time, Nappa also suddenly came to his senses and shouted unwillingly, Vegeta? Why do you want to kill me? He didn't understand that he had been with Vegeta for so many years, but now he had ended up like this. After licking until the end, there is nothing left. Nappa's end is the best example. What a pity, Nappa, I don't need a Saiyan without fighting ability. The energy around Vegeta turned into a pillar of energy rising into the sky, instantly engulfing Nappa's body. Hey, Vegeta. Raditz saw this scene and subconsciously wanted to stop Vegeta, but unfortunately, it's still a step too late. Boom. In an explosion, Nappa's body was completely turned into ashes. This scene shocked everyone present. They never expected that Vegeta's behavior would be so ruthless. Even Nappa, a partner as powerful as this, will not let go after failure. This guy is so bloodthirsty. Son Goku had a big drop of cold sweat on his forehead. This Saiyan named Vegeta is not an ordinary Saiyan, although he has already been introduced to him by Raditz and King Kai, but this time it still refreshed his understanding. You actually killed Nappa like that? Vegeta, are you crazy? Raditz shouted in surprise. Although he severely injured Nappa, he had no intention of putting him to death. There are not many Saiyans left, he just wants to find his dignity. Vegeta was fine, but he lost to Raditz because of Nappa's incompetence. Then he said he didn't need subordinates without fighting ability, so he killed him. The three Saiyans have been together for so many years, although there is not much affection. But at least, they are compatriots. One of the few tribesmen. Vegeta didn't even show any kindness. This crazy guy killed Vegetable Man before, and now he's even killed this big guy Nappa. Absolutely crazy. Krillin's understanding of Vegeta was directly explained through language. This guy is an inhuman lunatic. Everyone feels the same way, including Sun Wukong, including Piccolo. To Piccolo, this Vegeta's character is somewhat similar to his previous one, ruthless, decisive, and purely selfish and evil. After killing Nappa, Vegeta looked at Raditz in front of him with an evil smile. Raditz, and Kakarot's son, and Talos. Enjoy these last moments, you will die in my hands soon. I will kill every last one of you, Vegeta said cruelly. In his opinion, even if these traitors are very powerful, they are definitely not as good as him. There is no other reason, because he is the existence that stands at the top of the pyramid among Saiyans, the elite among the elites. Perhaps this is what the villain calls mysterious confidence. Listening to Vegeta's arrogant declaration, Raditz was the first to be unable to bear it any longer. Vegeta, do you think all Saiyans must obey you? So what if you are the prince of the Saiyans? Times have changed. Besides, do you really think you are invincible? Use your detector to see clearly my current combat power. Facing Vegeta, Raditz didn't dare to drag it out like he did with Nappa, and directly exploded all his power in one go. Crackling. Following Raditz's explosion, the surrounding space became dark. The powerful energy even caused space to tremble. The earth was torn apart, countless boulders were flying, and Raditz was enveloped in a white stream of light. His strength increased steadily, and he directly broke through to the unit of 10,000. Brother, have you shown your true skills? Feeling Raditz's aura burst out, Son Goku planned to watch the battle between them. His intuition told him that this battle would not end so easily. Vegeta's strength was definitely not that simple. What an amazing aura, has his training with the King of Kai made him so powerful? Then Goku also. Clint felt the terrifying aura coming from Raditz, and suddenly he was sweating like rain. Suddenly he thought of Son Goku again. Raditz is so strong, so can Goku also reach this level, or even be stronger? Listening to Clint's emotion on the side, Piccolo said nothing, but showed a disdainful smile on his face. This strength is very strong? That's it? He can suppress it with one finger. Sun Wukong on the side had nothing to say. To be honest, he didn't think Raditz was that strong. The potential of Raditz is not inferior to that of Kakarot. With a little carving, he can turn it into a piece of exquisite jade. It's a pity that too much time was wasted in the past. Vegeta's opponent is now Raditz. This scene is quite interesting, Raditz's counterattack. Lin Chuan acted as a crowd pleaser throughout the entire process. For a warrior like him, who normally has exceeded 10 million levels, this kind of battle with a combat power of only 10 or 20,000 points is simply like a child's playhouse. This situation also reminded Lin Chuan of the future he had imagined. Isn't that what it is now? Vegeta just watched Raditz's improvement with cold eyes. Even though the value on the combat power detector had soared to more than 10,000 points, he did not have any emotional fluctuations. No wonder you were able to defeat Nappa with one blow. I really have to praise you, Raditz. In just 1 year, you have increased your combat power from 1,500 points to 10,000 points. But you seem to have forgotten how terrifying I am and how powerful I am in combat. You should still remember it, right? Vegeta looked at Raditz with a half smile. Although he was shocked, he still felt disdain for Raditz. It's true that 10,000 points of combat power is very strong, but it's still not as good as him. When Raditz heard this, he did not show any emotional fluctuations, but was very calm. In his view, numerical values no longer represent absolutes. Of course I remember that your combat power has reached 18,000 points, but if you think I only have this strength, you are totally wrong. I have made enough preparations for today. Clenching his fists, a blood-colored air wave appeared around Raditz's body. The muscles all over his body swelled, and veins appeared on the surface, like a dragon. The bloody aura surged throughout his body, and Raditz' combat effectiveness improved again. As a bystander, Son Goku was also shocked when he saw this scene. This is Kaioken? Brother, haven't you mastered it? No, this is not Kaioken. The first thing Son Goku thought of was the Kaioken taught to them by King Kai Ken. But on the way to learn Kaioken, Raditz couldn't learn it for some unknown reason, but he learned it. Now Raditz is not using Kaioken, but a move similar to Kaioken. Humph. Kakarot, do you think I really need that move called Kaioken? You should keep it for yourself. Me? I have my own way, this is the move I created myself. Stabilizing the energy around him, Raditz's body was in a very strange state. Stimulate one's own blood to achieve the effect of releasing potential and temporarily improving combat effectiveness. Although his strength increased by half, this strength could not last long. At this time, Vegeta's expression finally changed drastically. Because the combat power detector showed that Raditz's combat power value had reached more than 15,000 points. Although it is still not as good as him, it is already very terrifying and even threatens him. Finally, Vegeta showed a solemn expression. He personally took off his combat power detector, and because he was very angry, he crushed the combat power detector into pieces. Although I don't know what opportunity you encountered, Raditz, you have repeatedly provoked the majesty of this prince, and the death penalty is enough. Even if your combat power has increased 10 times compared to before, you are still far from my opponent. I am the prince of the Saiyans, the most elite genius warrior. Vegeta's eyes became sharp. Raditz was so powerful that he no longer relied on others and showed his true abilities. The combat power of 18,000 points completely exploded. Suddenly, the sky became dark, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the sky within a radius of 10 miles was shrouded in darkness. The continuous eruption of this aura made Son Goku's expression change. Almost instantly, Vegeta's aura overwhelmed Raditz's aura. His anger has actually increased to even greater than that of his elder brother. Even if I take out the Kaioken, I'm afraid I won't be able to match him. Son Goku was shocked. He never expected that Vegeta would be so powerful. It's finally here. Raditz was already prepared for this moment. Even though there is a certain gap in combat effectiveness, he will not be defeated. No matter what price he pays, he will win. Drink. As the shouts rang out, Vegeta's burst of energy reached its peak. 18,000 points of combat power, full firepower. Feeling that Vegeta's body was exuding a terrifying and fierce aura all the time, Raditz's face was as gloomy as ink. Even though he was taught by King Kai and his combat power was greatly enhanced compared with Vegeta, there is still a big gap. What's wrong? Raditz, do you recall the terror this prince once had? Unfortunately, it's too late. Even though your strength has become so much stronger than before, you are still no match for this prince. Vegeta raised an evil smile on his lips and mocked Raditz. Don't be so proud. Vegeta. Raditz, who couldn't bear it anymore, took the initiative and turned into a shadow and shot towards Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta jumped into the air 100 meters high. Raditz decisively changed direction and chased after Vegeta. Idiot. Looking at Raditz who dared to follow him, Vegeta smiled jokingly, clenched his right hand into a fist, accumulated energy on the edge of the fist, and turned into a ball of destructive light waves that shot straight down. Feeling the intensity of this energy, Raditz tensed up and subconsciously dodged the energy light group. It was at this moment that he revealed his flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta leaned forward and sprinting in front of Raditz as fast as lightning. Bang! A heavy punch landed on Raditz's face, knocking him out of the air. Raditz, who fell to the ground again, gritted his teeth and raised his head to look at Vegeta, who was falling in midair. After that moment, Vegeta could obviously launch more attacks on him to hurt him. However, Vegeta didn't. He still had that arrogant attitude, teasing him. Now do you understand the gap between you and me? Raditz. Even if you can defeat Nappa, you can never defeat me. You are a waste. You will always be a waste. Vegeta's words were full of ridicule and disdain. I've had enough of your self-righteous rhetoric. Vegeta. Wiping the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, Raditz adjusted his condition and continued to assume a fighting posture. It seems that you still haven't recognized the truth. Originally, I planned to play with you for a while, but seeing that you are so stubborn, I can only kill you in advance. Vegeta put on his classic fighting style. Posture, with an extremely confident and evil smile on his face. The two sides looked at each other for a moment, and in an instant, an aura formed. The next second, Raditz took the initiative to attack, gathering strength with his legs, crushing the ground, and fired at Vegeta with full firepower. It seemed that under his extreme blessing, the blood in his body became thicker, and his combat power increased again for a while. A sound of whoosh sounded through the air. As fast as lightning, Raditz was in front of Vegeta again in less than a breath, and his punches and kicks fell like raindrops. You want to hurt me with this level of attack? How ridiculous. Vegeta sarcastically mocked Raditz over and over again while neutralizing all the opponent's attacks. Bang. The next second, Vegeta's heavy punch had already hit Raditz's abdomen. The intense pain caused the blood and energy in Raditz's body to surge, and his internal organs were shocked. Taking advantage of the victory, Vegeta seized on Raditz's flaw when he was in pain and launched several fatal blows in succession. Bang, 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 A devastating fist hit Raditz, and the continuous attacks caught Raditz off guard. Raditz, who had more than 15,000 combat power points, was unilaterally crushed by Vegeta and was unable to fight back. It can only be said that Raditz has become stronger, but this cannot make Vegeta weaker. He is also an invincible master in the same realm, and even has superb methods. Even if he is fighting at a higher level, Vegeta is worthy of his reputation. What's wrong? Is this how you dare to challenge me? Raditz. Vegeta felt unprecedentedly surging. This feeling of beating up a traitor is so wonderful. In particular, trampling on what the other party considers to be the fruits of their efforts. Bang! Vegeta hit Raditz's jaw with a high kick, sending him flying into the air. The main body once again moved at super high speed, catching up with Raditz, who was flying upside down at an even faster speed, and arrived at the location where Raditz was about to arrive one step ahead. He put his hands together to form a sledgehammer and swung it down violently. There was a loud noise of bang, and the power of this blow even caused a roar in the space. Vegeta's sledgehammer fell on Raditz's chest, and the terrifying power penetrated the opponent's battlesuit, inflicting heavy damage to Raditz. Raditz fell from the sky to the ground, and the powerful impact smashed a huge crater tens of meters deep into the ground. In the center of the pit, Raditz was seriously injured and even temporarily lost his ability to fight. Brother. Seeing Raditz being crushed by Vegeta, Son Goku took a deep breath and prepared to take action without hesitation. Has Raditz been defeated by Vegeta after he went to train with the Kaio? How strong is he? Klin was sweating profusely as he stared at the winner. The difference in strength in this battle is probably too big. Raditz was directly crushed by Vegeta. This was a battle without any suspense. Damn it. Vegeta. The successive setbacks made Raditz begin to doubt his life. It can only be said that Vegeta's 18,000 points of combat power are really not worth it. His combat power of more than 15,000 points can only be crushed. Raditz struggled to stand up, but at this time, Vegeta in midair had already taken action. Die? You are a shame as a Saiyan. Vegeta said, shooting a hot orange-red energy bomb from his palm. Stop. Son Goku shouted loudly at the critical moment, and his whole body ignited with scarlet aura. In an instant, the double Kaioken was activated, sprinting in front of Raditz at full speed, and with a wave of one hand, he knocked the orange-red energy bomb away. The energy bomb changed direction and hit the towering rock mountain thousands of meters away. Boom! The shock wave generated by the explosion was like a nuclear bomb explosion, and it was extremely terrifying. It is enough to show the terror of this blow. If it really hits Raditz, if you are lucky, you can survive by chance, but if you are not lucky, you will be on the verge of death. Kakarot. Looking at Son Goku, who deflected his attack, Vegeta had a look of surprise on his face. He was not merciful with the blow just now, but it was directly deflected by Son Goku. It can be seen that Son Goku's strength must be superior to Raditz. Kakarot, didn't I say, you are not allowed to take action? Raditz looked at Son Goku, who was standing in front of him, feeling touched in his heart. Hehe, brother, I can't stand it anymore when I meet such a strong opponent. Just let me deal with him, Son Goku said tactfully. After getting along with him for this year, he knew Raditz well. Listening to Son Goku's euphemistic words, Raditz fell into silence. He gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and struggled to stand up. Seeing Raditz forcefully get up, Son Goku was a little worried. We Saiyans are not that fragile. Kakarot, I will leave him to you, but be sure not to get killed. That guy Vegeta is not that easy to deal with. Lottie, I told you again and again. After experiencing Vegeta's power personally, Raditz became extremely cautious. Of course I know. After receiving Raditz's permission, Son Goku smiled excitedly, and the next second he rushed into the air, facing Vegeta head-on. Have you changed my target this time? Kakarot. You guys really have a deep brotherhood. I've decided to kill you two together so that you won't be lonely on the way to the underworld. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta laughed unbridled. Looking at his expression, it seemed that he didn't take Son Goku seriously at all. You are so arrogant, but you do have the ability. Looking at the arrogant Vegeta, Son Goku secretly mobilized the energy in his body. Although his normal strength is not as powerful as Raditz, he has learned Kaioken and many killing moves taught by King Kai. The combat power that can be unleashed will be far superior to that of Raditz. Take the move. Son Goku exploded twice as Kaioken in one go. Today, he is even more powerful under normal conditions than in the original work, with a total of 9,000 points. Coupled with twice the explosion of Kaioken, his combat power can be temporarily increased to 18,000 points, which is the same as Vegeta. This feeling. Feeling the transformation of Son Goku's aura, Vegeta's heart tightened and he subconsciously put on a defensive posture. During the battle, Vegeta is also learning and making progress. There was a muffled sound of bang, 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 bang. He punched Vegeta multiple times in succession. This sudden change caught Vegeta by surprise. On the offensive side, Vegeta was once suppressed, which put a smile on Son Goku's face. But in the next second, his smile disappeared completely, because the last punch attack was caught by Vegeta with one hand. You are quite capable, Kakarot. Compared to your big brother, you are more interesting. With a cruel smile, Vegeta's counterattack began. The prince's tactics were used, and Vegeta turned from passive to active, taking control of the offensive power of the battle. Faced with Vegeta's stormy offensive, Son Goku brought out the essence of Kamizen Ryu fighting method, using softness to overcome hardness, and using stillness to move. Boom, boom, boom. Astonishing waves were set off in the sky, and Vegeta and Son Goku kept fighting. The two destined opponents attacked each other with all their strength without reservation. The battlefield is constantly transforming, moving from the sky to the ground, and then from this desolate area to the rocky area tens of thousands of meters away. Bang! Pound! Son Goku's fist hit Vegeta in the face. Vegeta's knee hit Son Goku in the stomach. The two of them were impacted at the same time, turned around magnificently in midair, and landed on the rock. Their eyes met again. After this fight, they all understood each other's approximate strength. Son Goku was very happy to meet such a strong opponent who could directly force him to use twice the Kaioken to fight against him. Vegeta, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. He was shocked by the fighting power displayed by Son Goku. In just 1 year, how could Son Goku and Raditz become so strong? Forget it about Raditz, at least not as good as him. But Son Goku is different? How can a low-level warrior be on par with him, an elite prince? This is a disgrace. What a joke universe. It seems that you are not very good either. The so-called elite warrior can't even defeat a low-level warrior like me. Looking at Vegeta who fell into silence, Son Goku joked. Hearing this, Vegeta came back from his thoughts, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Now the battle situation has become unfavorable to him. It is difficult to deal with a grandson Goku. If he and Raditz join forces, he may really be defeated. Failure was something he would never allow to happen. Although I don't know what you have done in this year to increase your combat effectiveness so quickly. Perhaps I have to praise you, Kakarot. You should be proud of being able to fight like this with me, the best of the best. Next, I'll let you see the true power of us Saiyans. Vegeta yelled, raised one hand, pointed it at the sky, and accumulated energy. White light flashes in Vegeta's hands. This energy is absorbing the Earth's air, creating a strange energy body based on the environment here. What does this guy want to do? His breath has become weak. Son Goku murmured to himself. Vegeta's behavior puzzled him. He recalled Vegeta's words over and over in his mind. What is the true power of Saiyans? There was a vague premonition in his heart. Wang. At this moment, the white light group in Vegeta's palm was condensed, and this was exactly the trick he would use in the original work when he was forced to have no choice but to use the artificial moon. The situation was not good, so he chose Great Ape to widen the gap in combat power with everyone. Even if Kakarot, Raditz, Talos, and Son Gohan are all Great Ape, he can still be fearless. He was the strongest before the transformation. After the transformation, he improved tenfold, and the gap would be even greater. Kakarot, seeing how clueless you are, I will explain it to you before you die. Although it's still some time before the full moon, my artificial moon has the same effect as the full moon. The moon can release 17 million units of Boltz's light waves. After we Saiyans absorb it, we can activate the wild power in our bodies and perform the Great Ape. Whenever the full moon night comes, that's when we Saiyans show our true power. After Vegeta finished speaking, he threw the artificial moon into the air with one hand. Great Ape, the true power of the Saiyans. Son Goku's whole body trembled when Vegeta said this. Who would have thought that Vegeta would actually use this move? Blast it, artificial moon. Vegeta pointed at the void with one hand. Boom. The artificial light group exploded in the sky. A new moon hung in the sky during the day. When the shape of the artificial moon stabilizes, 17 million units of Boolean light waves are also released from the artificial moon. Kakarot, just enjoy the rest of your time, your death is coming soon. Receiving the illumination of Brat's light waves, Vegeta's body began to undergo amazing changes. His form is approaching from human to beast bit by bit, constantly expanding like an inflated balloon. His aura is also constantly sublimating as his form changes. 164, Okay, what a terrible smell. Seeing Vegeta who had completed the Great Ape transformation, Son Goku had a heavy cold sweat falling on his forehead and felt at a loss for a moment. This aura is far more than twice the Kaioken he released just now. Even if he used triple Kaioken or even quadruple Kaioken, he couldn't match it. It's too strong, it's terrifying. Kakarot, are you starting to be afraid now? It's too late. Vegeta laughed jokingly, and then condensed an energy light wave to destroy the artificial moon high in the sky. Although, without the continuous irradiation of Boltz's light waves, it won't take long for him to return to human form, but as long as he kills everyone within this period of time, it will be fine. Honestly, I didn't expect your strength to become so powerful. My body even trembled under the power. But being able to meet a strong person like you makes my body feel excited. Son Goku clenched his fists, suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, increased his vigilance, and was ready. Incorrigible idiot, before I kill you, I will tell you that after we Saiyans become giant apes, our combat power will increase tenfold. In other words, my current combat power is a full 180,000 points. As Vegeta said, his huge fist hit the ground like a meteorite. Feeling the horror of this blow, Son Goku did not dare to take it hard, and his breath exploded, flying out of the range where he would be attacked. Boom. An unstoppable blow fell, the terrifying power tore the earth apart and crushed the hills. Outside the battlefield, Lin Chuan, Raditz, Piccolo, Krillin, and Son Gohan all witnessed Vegeta transform into a giant ape. This guy is really smart. In order to prevent us from attacking him together after the Great Ape, he destroyed the artificial moon directly after he completed the giant ape transformation. However, even if you do this, it will be in vain. Lin Chuan was watching the battle from a distance, and he was assessing Vegeta's true combat power at this moment. After using the artificial moon, Vegeta's strength has been weakened. Even after undergoing the transformation of Great Ape, his strength is only about 150,000. Therefore, it is definitely not as high as 180,000 points. However, this combat power is also real, and it is more than enough to deal with Son Goku, who only uses Kaioken to forcibly increase his strength. Vegeta? This guy is really despicable. If I also perform the Great Ape, I will never make him feel better. Damn it, everything is over. Looking at Vegeta, who transformed into a giant ape, there was deep despair in Raditz' eyes. He knew very well that with Vegeta's strength, Great Ape would become a very terrifying monster in the future. If he could perform Great Ape, it would be okay, at least he could compete with Vegeta. But now, no chance. He doesn't know how to make an artificial moon. That's a skill mastered by the best of the best. Seeing Raditz's desperate expression, Lin Chuan and Piccolo didn't take it seriously at all. Not even Gohan was afraid. You can't beat Vegeta by yourself, don't count us in two. Until now, Klin really couldn't bear it anymore. He turned around and looked over and said loudly, Piccolo and Lin Chuan, how long are you going to stand by and watch? Do you really want to watch Goku being killed by that Vegeta? That Vegeta's combat power after turning into a giant ape has far surpassed Goku. If we all attack together, there is no chance of winning. Krillin is calling on everyone to take action together to assist Son Goku and defeat Vegeta. It should be said that this guy still has such an idea at this time, which is really good. It's a good idea, but it's also a bit too fussy. Little bald man, you think too highly of that guy Vegeta. To deal with him, haha. Lin Chuan showed an incredible smile. As soon as these words came out, both Raditz and Klin were stunned. Are you kidding me? Talos, you mean, your combat power has surpassed that of Great Ape's Vegeta? That's 180,000 combat power. Raditz asked in disbelief. Road. What Lin Chuan means is, Vegeta is too weak and not worth his while. Could it be that in the past year, his strength has improved to a point where he is far superior to the giant ape Vegeta? As soon as this idea came into Raditz's mind, he was immediately rejected. Want to have a combat power of more than 100,000 points in a normal state? It is a foolish dream. Normally it exceeds 100,000 points. As far as he knew, Frisia's legion had only reached 1 Jinyu. Then there's Frisia. It's okay if you think so. But having said that, this battle has been going on for a long time, so let's end it quickly. Are you interested in taking action? Piccolo. Lin Chuan said, glancing at Piccolo beside him. Today's Piccolo has endless strength. Although it is not as strong as the combat power after assimilating with Niru in the original work, it still has 450,000 points. At least, against Frisia's first form, he might not lose. Originally, when they came, I had some expectations for the strength of these Saiyans. If it were a year ago, I would have been impatient, but now, I can't arouse any interest. Besides, this is Son Goku's fight, I won't save him. Piccolo made his position clear. Firstly, it's because Vegeta is too weak to be interested, and secondly, Son Goku is his enemy? Now he is asked to save Son Goku? What a joke. Are they discussing who should deal with Vegeta? Damn it! In just 1 year, how could that Namekian's combat power be improved to this point? But, Talos, this guy, doesn't look like he's joking? Raditz was frightened by Talos' question. Could it be that within this year, this Namekian encountered some great opportunity? This change is so huge that Piccolo, who was beaten by him with one hand a year ago, now has the combat power to crush the giant ape Vegeta. This feeling is like a dream, a fantasy. Let me go, I'm going to defeat that great ape Vegeta. At this moment, Son Gohan's childish voice sounded. He volunteered to help his father defeat Vegeta. Originally, he didn't want to expose himself because he was afraid that if his strength was exposed, it would irritate his father. But now there was no room for hesitation. It's rare to be so motivated. Since you have decided so, then Vegeta will be left to you, Gohan. Let him see your power. Lin Chuan glanced at Sun Wuhan with a smile on his face, said, since you want to go, then let's go. It's just in time for that guy Son Goku to see the power of your son. I'm looking forward to the expression on Son Goku's face. It will be exciting to know that his son is stronger than me, Piccolo said, and that picture couldn't help but appear in his mind. Son Goku looked confused as he watched his son beating up the giant ape Vegeta. Yes, then I'll set off, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Lin Chuan. Sun Wufan nodded seriously, and the next second he jumped into the air and flew towards the main battlefield. At this time, Klin and Raditz were messy in the wind. It wasn't until Sun Wufan flew far away that they came back to their senses. Are you sure you're not kidding? Let Gohan help Goku alone to deal with such a scary guy. Klin was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Lin Chuan would actually let Son Gohan goes to deal with Vegeta. How old is he? How can such a young child have such great power? This is clearly asking Sun Wuhan to die. My nephew, does he really have such a strong power? Raditz already believed Lin Chuan's words. When he first came to Earth, he noticed Sun Wuhan. Originally, he just wanted to see the depth of his nephew's strength on a whim, but he found that he couldn't see through it at all. He didn't pay attention at first, but when he thought about it carefully, something was definitely wrong. Moreover, Lin Chuan had no need to lie to them, and a year ago, he had personally experienced the terrifying power that Sun Wuhan unleashed. Although it was just one blow, it almost killed him. He had some ideas in his mind, but he was very unwilling to do so. If Sun Wuhan had only been with Lin Chuan on Earth for a year, he would have had such a strong fighting power. So he and Kakarot ran the snake path for so long to reach the King Kai planet, and now they have a combat power of over 10,000. Doesn't it become a joke? You'll know later. Since we're watching a show, we might as well get closer. It's too far here and it's not interesting. After Lin Chuan said that, he slowly rose into the air and shot out like a cannonball in the next second, heading towards the battlefield. Rush away. Piccolo did not speak, but silently flew out angrily, following closely behind Lin Chuan. Damn it! Are you kidding? Even if Gohan's potential is truly unfathomable, this is too risky. No, I have to watch to prevent accidents. Klin gritted his teeth, not believing Lin Chuan's words at all, and disappeared in anger. At this time, he had forgotten that his companions were still unconscious. I hope this isn't true. Raditz had vaguely guessed something. He could only pray in his heart that what Lin Chuan said was just a joke. Otherwise, compared with Sun Wufan, his year of cultivation would be like living like a dog. On the main battlefield. Boom, 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 boom. Countless cracks of rock collapse rang out. Suddenly, most of the battlefield was filled with thick smoke and rocks flying. The giant ape Vegeta is constantly venting his destructive violent power. Although the body has become huge, the speed of action is not slow at all, and every move contains terrifying destructive power. Son Goku can only choose to temporarily avoid the edge and use triple Kaioken beyond the physical load to dodge the attack of the giant ape Vegeta. However, the triple Kaioken is too heavy a burden on the body. Even if it is used, it can only be used to dodge Vegeta's attack for a moment. If you are hit once, you will be half disabled even if you are not dead. In the thick smoke, Son Goku hid behind a rock pillar to prevent Vegeta from being discovered. Kakarot, do you feel very powerless and scared now? This is what will happen if you go against me. All Saiyan traitors will be executed. You'd better pray not to be caught by me, otherwise, I will make you feel like you can't live but die. The giant ape Vegeta smiled sinisterly. Son Goku was sweating profusely at this moment. He didn't expect Vegeta after the great ape to be so powerful, and his own attacks had no effect at all. He is too powerful now. Even if he unleashes all the Turtle Kigong waves, he probably won't be able to hurt him. I am no match for him. What should I do? Son Goku is self-aware. Vegeta is now so powerful that he cannot deal with it at all. The huge body keeps pushing forward, and every step it takes will cause the earth to shake. Vegeta's keen perception after the great ape allowed him to quickly discover Son Goku hiding behind the rock. The huge palm waved violently. Bang! The entire rock pillar was torn apart by Vegeta's violent force. Son Goku was affected by the impact and continued to glide for dozens of meters in midair. Oops! Son Goku, who stabilized his body, looked at the approaching Vegeta and instinctively wanted to escape. However, Vegeta's speed was one step faster than him. The two huge giant ape palms broke open the space and held Son Goku in their palms like a little chicken. Click, click, click. As Vegeta's hands continued to exert force, the bones in Son Goku's body heard the sound of shattering. Ah! The heartbreaking pain made Son Goku wail in pain. Ha 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 ha, scream, keep screaming, I won't let you die so easily, Kakarot. Vegeta, with a bad personality, enjoyed the screams made by Son Goku when he was tortured. When Vegeta planned to go further and break the bones in Son Goku's body, in the distance, a white stream of light came rushing towards him, so fast that Vegeta didn't even have time to react. Don't hurt my dad. In the white light, Son Gohan shot out suddenly and hit the giant ape Vegeta in the abdomen. This scene is so familiar. The first one to suffer was Raditz. Now it's Vegeta. Poof. Vegeta, who was defenseless, withstood the terrifying impact. Vegeta, who was attacked by Son Gohan, suddenly spurted out blood from his mouth, his breath suddenly decreased, and Son Goku, who was held in his hand, also broke free. That huge body fell down like a building. Boom. The ground cracked and thick smoke spread. Vegeta was severely injured and fell to the ground. After knocking Vegeta back with one blow, Son Gohan changed direction and caught his father who was about to fall to the ground. Goku, Gohan. Looking at his son who suddenly arrived on the battlefield in front of him, Son Goku's eyes showed confusion and horror. Although he had suffered a lot of injuries just now, his consciousness was still there, so he could clearly see what hit Vegeta's giant ape body. He thought it was Lin Chuan who took action, but he didn't expect that the white light turned out to be his son, Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan and Son Goku landed smoothly on the ground. Under Son Goku's confused and puzzled eyes, Son Gohan slowly turned around, faced the direction where Vegeta fell to the ground and said, Dad, leave the next battle to me, I will defeat him. Son Goku's head was filled with questions. This is wrong. Shouldn't I let myself protect Gohan? Why is it the other way around now that he is being protected by his son? Moreover, Gohan's attitude does not look like he is joking. Gohan. The confused Son Goku was about to say something when a sudden tremor came from the earth, and Vegeta, who had been knocked down just now, stood up again. He looked like a giant ape, like a powerful monster that covered the sky and the sun, looking down at the father and son Son Goku and Son Gohan. Kakarot kid, you hurt me? How is that possible? Vegeta was also confused after seeing who it was. How could this boy be so powerful? It was actually able to hurt his giant ape body, and the injury was not serious. So what if it's me? Your opponent this time is me. Sun Wuhan stopped in front of Son Goku, and the breath in his body poured out without reservation at this moment. Son Goku, who was behind Sun Wuhan, looked at Sun Wuhan whose aura exploded like a storm. His eyes suddenly widened as big as copper bells, and his face flashed with confusion and shock. This breath. Gohan, you can actually burst out with such power. Son Goku had 10,000 grass and mud horses rushing past in his heart at this moment. He ran in the snake path for 2 months to reach the King Kai planet, and after practicing for more than half a year, he had the strength he has today. On the other hand, the aura that his son is erupting now is more than 10 times that of his full strength. The oncoming terrifying pressure was the most terrifying thing he had ever felt in his life. Boy, you. After the giant ape Vegeta felt this heaven-defying aura, his huge body retreated uncontrollably. This was something he couldn't even believe. Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, would be scared away by a child? Magic flash. Without giving Vegeta a chance to continue speaking, Son Gohan quickly accumulated energy with his hands and shot out an orange energy ray. This energy beam hit Vegeta's chest, shattering his armor and severely damaging his body. Boom. The power generated by the explosion is equivalent to a super bomb that can destroy the Earth. If it is not properly controlled, the entire planet may be destroyed. The aftermath of the explosion lasted for half a minute before it dissipated. Thick smoke billows, extending for thousands of meters. In the center of the explosion, Vegeta was lying on the ground, seriously wounded and half dead. Because there is no continuous irradiation of Bolt's light waves, and his body has been seriously injured. At this moment, he has returned to human form and is dying. All the bones in his body were broken, large areas of his body muscles were burned, and blood flowed continuously from his body. If it weren't for the powerful vitality of the giant ape form, he might have been wiped out by Sun Wuhan's magic flash. I lost. How is it possible? I was defeated by a brat born of a lower-level warrior. Vegeta only felt that his worldview has been subverted, and he seems to have lost the meaning of life. He calls himself the strongest Saiyan, and there is no one stronger than him among his kind. But now being killed by Sun Wuhan with one blow, there is no dignity at all. Could it be that brat is? Vegeta thought of something. His pupils were trembling, and he used his last strength to turn his eyes in the direction of Son Gohan. A title came to his mind. Super Saiyan? Apart from Super Saiyans, he couldn't think of anyone else who could possess such powerful combat power at such an age. No, he can't be a Super Saiyan. The person closest to a Super Saiyan should be me, Vegeta. The child of Kakarot, the child of a lower-level warrior, he can never be. Vegeta roared as hard as he could in his heart. This can be regarded as deceiving oneself in disguise. At this time, Son Goku finally recovered from the shock. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly to make sure he was not dazzled. Dad, what's wrong with you? Are your eyes injured? Sun Wuhan sent a soul question, asking Son Goku to confirm that he didn't make a mistake. Just now, it was Son Gohan who defeated Vegeta of Great Ape with one blow. Gohan, how did your power increase to this level? What special method did Lin Chuan use to make you so powerful? Son Goku eagerly wanted to know the answer. The fact that Sun Wuhan could become so powerful aroused the unwillingness in his heart and made him desire power even more. This, let Uncle Lin Chuan tell Dad. Sun Wufan directly asked Lin Chuan to answer the question. At this time, Son Goku felt the aura of other people present, raised his head and looked upward. I saw Lin Chuan, Piccolo, Klin, and Raditz suspended in midair. Except for Lin Chuan and Piccolo, who were not surprised by the result, the other two were all stunned. They saw the scene where the giant ape Vegeta was instantly killed by Son Gohan with one blow. If the pain in their bodies hadn't still been there, they would have doubted whether this was a dream. Gohan, you did a good job. It seems that Piccolo gave you a lot of useful things. Fighting should be vigorous and resolute, and decisive when necessary. Lin Chuan landed next to Sun Wuhan and praised. Hey, thank you Uncle Lin Chuan for the compliment. If you and Uncle Piccolo hadn't trained me together, I wouldn't be so good. Sun Wufan said modestly. The conversation between the two made Son Goku beside him confused. Piccolo also trained his son? It's really embarrassing, Son Goku. You went to King Kai to train, but you only have this little strength. Piccolo landed next to Son Goku and judged Son Goku in front of him. Weak, too weak, so weak that he didn't even have the desire to take action. Piccolo, you. Listening to Piccolo's judgment, Son Goku could only helplessly smile bitterly. When I came back just now, I didn't pay much attention to the difference in Piccolo. Now he understands that Piccolo's strength is far superior to him. His sons are all so powerful, Piccolo is even more powerful, not to mention Lin Chuan. It was just a trip to King Kai. When I came back, I was not only surpassed by this former opponent, but also by my own child. Now Son Goku feels very depressed. At this time, Klin and Raditz, who were in midair, woke up. Gohan, really won. Krillin was so surprised that he could not speak calmly. Vegeta, I didn't expect you to end up like this today, defeated by my nephew. Raditz took a deep breath to calm his restless heart. He slowly flew in the direction of Vegeta, and finally landed next to Vegeta. Tis. Vegeta gritted his teeth and glared at Raditz with anger on his face. Death was already beckoning to him. I didn't expect that we would meet again in this form. He. The arrogant Saiyan prince has now fallen into this state. It is pitiful and sad. Raditz looked at Vegeta, who was seriously injured, seized the opportunity and taunted him fiercely. He's just a low-level warrior. Cough cough cough. What qualifications do you have to judge this prince? I just lost at the hands of that brat. I didn't lose to you. Even though he was seriously injured, Vegeta still maintained his arrogance. Even if Raditz in front of him has the ability to kill him at any time, he will not lower his proud head. He. You are right. It's true that you lost to my nephew, but you will die in my hands. As soon as the words fell, Raditz's eyes showed murderous intent. He rubbed out a ball of bright red special energy with one hand and pointed it at Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta clenched his fists tighter. Anger burned in his eyes, unwilling to accept this outcome. Even if he died in the hands of Son Gohan, he could accept it, because the opponent was stronger than him, and was even the legendary Super Saiyan. But it happened that it was Raditz, a loser, who executed him. This is a disgrace. His actions also attracted the attention of others present. Klin and Piccolo were indifferent, but the others were touched. Son Goku actually wants to keep Vegeta as a powerful enemy until he can defeat him himself one day. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the defeat this time, and Vegeta cheated. As for Lin Chuan, he knows that Vegeta is the number 2 male in the world and understands the importance of Vegeta. If this guy dies here, what will happen in the future? It's at this juncture. From somewhere, an ethereal voice came. Uncle Raditz, you can't kill Uncle Vegeta, otherwise, the world will be in chaos. The cynical voice was filled with ridicule and quirkiness. Who is it? Who is talking? Raditz's mind tightened, and he vaguely felt something was wrong. His eyes scanned the surroundings, but he still couldn't find where the source of the sound came from. Uncle Raditz, don't look around, I'm here. The voice sounded again, and the next second, it appeared in front of Raditz quietly. I saw a tall, lively, and cute blue-haired girl standing in front of Raditz. What? Who are you? Raditz was shocked when he noticed the girl who appeared in front of him out of nowhere. When did this woman come? And he didn't feel anything at all. At this moment, not only Raditz was shocked, but everyone was shocked. Especially Lin Chuan. When he saw this woman, his expression changed drastically. Who is this girl? He has never seen her before. Throughout the entire Dragon Ball world, there is no trace of this girl's existence. As a time traveler, he felt a sense of terror for the first time. What's going on? Who is she? Why does she appear here? According to the progress of the plot, even if I changed a few things, there shouldn't be such a big change. Lin Chuan raised his vigilance, looked at the blue-haired girl, and fell into deep thought. Vaguely, he noticed something was wrong again. He seemed to feel a familiar aura from the blue-haired girl. Goku, do you know this girl? He calls Uncle Raditz, and he calls Vegeta Uncle too. Krillin heard it clearly and asked Son Goku. I don't know who she is either. Son Goku shook his head and answered. Is this woman Vegeta's partner? Piccolo, who had always been calm and composed, also looked horrified. Even as strong as him, he can't see through this woman's strength. This feeling is like staring into the abyss. Piccolo's speculation also made other Z warriors think deeply. If this woman is really Vegeta's partner, it would be terrifying. At this moment, Vegeta had no idea what was happening, and was in a state of confusion. He originally thought he was going to die in the hands of Raditz, but he was suddenly saved by an unknown woman. He doesn't remember which woman he had S*X with. He had no impression of this woman at all. After so many years in the universe, apart from Nappa and Raditz, there was no one else around. Women will only affect his judgment, hold him back, and stop him from moving forward. Everyone's attention was focused on this unknown woman. Vegeta seized this opportunity and tried his best to drag his broken body and crawl towards a location. Most of the bones in his body were broken due to the energy bombardment. Every time he moved, the pain of being torn apart would be felt in the flesh and blood all over his body. But even so, he still had to move on. Because he knows that this is his only chance to survive. Uncle Vegeta, you'd better not act casually. With your current physical condition, if you move around, you might die early, the blue-haired girl said cynically, while blowing bubblegum. Hearing this, Vegeta, who was crawling forward and planning to escape from here, made a movement in his hands, endured the pain and turned his head. His face turned extremely ugly. Isn't this woman here to help me, uncle? Who is this? Raditz heard the sound, glanced at the embarrassed Vegeta again, put away the energy in his hands, calmed down and looked directly at the blue-haired woman. He is no longer what he used to be. He has a combat power of over 10,000, and after being trained by King Kai this year, he has become very mature and stable. Raditz couldn't help but feel shocked when he used his breath to feel it for the first time. The woman in front of him had power that he could not imagine. That energy was looming, half-existent, and I couldn't sense the end, let alone how huge it was. If his strength hadn't reached the current level, everyone would have thought that he was just a little girl. But his body instinct and consciousness were telling him that this woman was dangerous. Who is she? Just a word, just a glance, made me afraid to take action. Raditz remained silent, only sighing in his heart. The blue-haired girl did not waste too much time on them. After blowing a bubble, a naughty smile appeared on her face. She walked around Raditz, who was staring at her, and then came to the others in a few flashes. Under the incredible gazes of all the Z warriors, she walked straight in front of Lin Chuan. "We finally meet, Dad," the blue-haired girl shouted, causing everyone present to explode. It was like a bolt from the blue in my mind. "Sun Wufan, you are Uncle Lin Chuan's daughter. Sun Goku, let me tell you, why is the smell still familiar? It turns out to be your daughter, Lin Chuan. I can't believe that you are only a few years older than me, but you have such a big daughter. Piccolo, is this true? Lin Chuan, I've never heard of you talking about it. Clin, so, we're not enemies? That's great. I thought something unexpected happened again." Finally, Raditz opened his mouth wide, unable to speak. Vegeta fell into an abyss. The possibilities he thought about when it came to feelings were all wishful thinking. She is the daughter of the traitor Talos. Everyone's eyes fell on him at the same time. There is disbelief, envy, surprise, disbelief, etc. Even though her daughter is already so old, she is still getting along with Bulma. If Bulma finds out, what happened to you two will be. Clin narrowed his eyes slightly, his thoughts were a little impure. He always felt resentful for his brother Yamcha. Now that something like this happened, he could already imagine Bulma being furious after learning the news. According to his understanding, Bulma's temper would probably make Lin Chuan scolded on the spot. A breakup is certain. What a powerful aura, Lin Chuan's daughter is so powerful. But why did she say those words and save Vegeta? Son Goku sighed, feeling confused in his heart. He looked at Lin Chuan with puzzled eyes. The scene became quiet at this moment, and everyone was waiting for Lin Chuan's explanation and answer. Where is Lin Chuan? He was completely confused and dumbfounded. This sudden breaking news even confused him. Are you kidding? He has been on Planet V3114 for 25 years after time travel. He has never seen even a shadow of a woman, let alone mating and giving birth to children. If dreams can be counted, then maybe he really has a daughter. The problem is that it is a dream. He looked carefully at the blue-haired girl in front of him. The more he looked at her carefully, the more shocked he became. Like, it's really similar? Not only is there his shadow, but this hair color, these big aqua eyes, are exactly the same as Bulma. The clothes on the other party's body are all engraved with the logo of Universal Capsule Company. Could it be that she is my daughter from the future? So, I will definitely get together with Bulma in the future, and then have her. Lin Chuan has gradually guessed the identity and origin of the other party. Otherwise, there is no other possibility. But, why did the future daughter come to this era? Even if he changed the plot of the original work and eliminated the big thing in the future, it shouldn't be at this time. Unless there is some big change in the world in the future, even he can't solve it. Their eyes met for a long time. Lin Chuan's eyes changed again, and finally he calmed down and asked, if my guess is correct, you should be from the future, right? As soon as this statement came out, everyone present was shocked. Future? What is this concept? This is Lin Chuan's daughter, who traveled through time and space and arrived at this time and space from the future. You are worthy of being a father. Even though you are not really strong at this time, you can still see my origins at a glance. The blue-haired girl smiled happily, and directly stepped forward to hug Lin Chuan's arm, saying happily. Lin Chuan was somewhat unable to react when he was suddenly hugged by such a beautiful girl. However, thinking that this was his future daughter, and feeling the resonance of blood after contact, Lin Chuan quickly calmed down. Who is your mother? Forget it, you don't even need to guess if you have any brains. Is it Bulma? I originally wanted to ask in a roundabout way, but after thinking it was unnecessary, I said directly. Yes, Dad is really smart. My name is Lin Shui. Because it snowed heavily on the day I was born and lasted for several days, Dad gave me this name. Lin Shui introduced herself with a smile. She was not afraid at all, because her arrival caused changes in time and space. This is completely opposite to the future date in the original work. Future date was deeply afraid of others knowing his identity, so he concealed it repeatedly, but in the end it was still known to everyone. Lin Shui, Lin Chuan murmured. According to his style, he really didn't think of a meaningful name, so he chose this name casually, which is in line with his casualness. However, considering Bulma's strength, it was surprising that she didn't stop him from taking this name. Bulma's children in the original book, Trunks and Bra, were both conceived by Bulma. His thoughts turned around, and Lin Chuan was about to say something, when he saw Lin Shui looking at him solemnly. What's wrong? Lin Chuan asked doubtfully. Dad, there are some dirty things on your body. After the words fell, Lin Shui's quick eyes and quick hands swept across Lin Chuan's neck with her right hand. The speed was so fast that even Lin Chuan couldn't see clearly. At the same time, it gave him a chill down his back. If this was to kill him, he might have died just now. My future daughter is really ridiculously strong. Regardless of anything else, he immediately opened the system interface to view Lin Shui's combat power. Target, Lin Shui. Combat Power Index, 999.9 billion downward arrow. Note, this data is the minimum combat power standard. The host is requested to increase its strength as soon as possible and upgrade the system level. The combat power of 999.9 billion is still the minimum combat power standard. Is the level 1 system just so overwhelmed? Holy shit, this little girl's strength has not reached the Super Sailor God level, right? At this age, if calculated based on time, she should be in the later stages of the super era plot. In Lin Chuan's heart, there were 10,000 grass and mud horses running wildly. This is simply too far off the mark. Where did such strength come from in this era? Experience life? For a moment, Lin Chuan began to think of his future self. If his future self is so awesome, what level has he reached? In other words, how will Lin Shue's future world develop? I'm full of questions, but it's hard to ask them. His eyes were full of doubts until his attention focused on Lin Shue's hands. She opened her pink palm, and saw an extremely small mechanical insect staying in her palm. Such a small insect would be difficult to detect even for a being like Lin Chuan without actively sensing it. Mechanical insect. Lin Chuan frowned, suddenly thinking of something. How could he forget this? Cyborg? Dr. Gero? In the original work, Cell, the ultimate artificial human, was created by relying on these mechanical insects to travel around the world and collect the cells of powerful warriors. Dr. Gero is hiding somewhere at the moment, using special technological means to control mechanical insects and collect cells from them. Uncles, you also have these bugs on your body. It's best to destroy them. Lin Shui kindly reminded her and crushed the bug in her hand. It seems that someone is plotting against us secretly. Unable to explain, Lin Chuan could only say in a roundabout way. Listening to the reminders of Lin Chuan and Lin Shui, several people present checked themselves at the same time, and exploded their own power, forming powerful aura storms. Then, mechanical insects that were so tiny that they were difficult to see with the naked eye flew out from their clothes. But there are only a pitiful few. Presumably, many mechanical insects have completed the task of collecting samples and left here. It seems that during this period, there are already people hiding in the dark and starting to create powerful artificial humans. Lin Shui clapped her hands, shook off the ashes, and said, "Artificial human." Lin Shui said so, and Lin Chuan followed the lead. This suddenly attracted everyone's attention. After everything was said, Lin Shui did not hide anything and directly reported some of the details of the artificial man a few years later. However, these things happened in the 2 years after she was born, so what I know is not very specific. After some exchanges, there was no communication barrier, and Lin Chuan found the opportunity to change the topic and ask directly. "Now, can you tell me why you came to this era from the distant future? I think you won't come for no reason, right? Is there some huge crisis in the future world, or?" Before he finished speaking, Lin Chuan was just guessing. Lin Shui just smiled and shook his head, with a bit of bitterness on his face. "It's true that it's not for no reason, but it's nothing. Let's go aside and have a chat, okay, Dad?" Hearing this, Lin Chuan frowned instead. This abnormality made him feel a little more uneasy. Something is wrong, very wrong. What will happen in the future world? It cannot be said directly. If you want to know the future of artificial humans, she has spoken out directly. Seeing Lin Chuan's expression, the two of them walked aside and communicated alone. That's it. The distance was enough. Lin Shui thought for a moment and began to say, "Actually, the entire world in the future has been destroyed. Although it was an accident that I came to this time and space, it is really to go back to the past. I'll come see you at some point and tell you something. The future world has been destroyed? And the whole?" Lin Chuan was shocked. At this time, there was another eavesdropper, and Piccolo was stunned. "What's going on? Please tell me in detail." Lin Chuan took a deep breath and said seriously, "In the future world, a person who looks exactly like you appears. He is as powerful as you, Dad, and destroys the future world with his own hands. Uncle Gaku, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Raditz, Uncle Piccolo, and the rest the other uncles, including the mother, all died in the hands of that man." Lin Shui's words were like a nuclear bomb exploding in Lin Chuan's heart. With such a plot, Lin Chuan directly thought of the Dark Man Zamasu. "You mean, a person who looks like me appeared and destroyed everything? I also died in the hands of that person?" Lin Chuan asked eagerly, "What are the characteristics of that person? For example, a catchphrase." He wants to know more specifically so that he can fully understand. If it is Zamasu, it must be the voice of God. Lin Shui shook his head and continued, "I don't notice anything special about that person in my memory, except that he is as powerful as you, Dad. In short, you did not participate in the battle, and you were 5 years away from that guy's arrival. Years ago, you said there was something in a place that attracted you, and since then, you have never returned. In the past 5 years, my mother has spared no effort to search for you. She also asked the god of destruction and the angels for help, but without exception, they all failed. It's like you evaporated out of thin air. No matter which time and space or which world, there is no trace of you. So, before the disaster struck, I disappeared." Lin Chuan suddenly felt horrified after hearing his daughter's explanation. "A shuddering feeling ran through my body. In the future world, the development of things will be so confusing and winding. What are you attracted to? Why would he make this decision in the future? Who is that person who looks exactly like him? Everything is unknown. It's okay, Dad, don't you already know what is going to happen in the future? You will definitely be able to prevent the tragedy of this world from happening again. As long as you, future father, don't leave and don't pursue the thing that attracts you, you'll be fine." Lin Shui held Lin Chuan's arm again, seemingly talking and laughing, but nothing happened. But everyone was very concerned about what Lin Shui and Lin Chuan said. After all, they couldn't hear it, but they could see the changes in Lin Chuan's expression. By the way, I have another question to ask Dad. Soon, Lin Shui took the initiative to change the topic and asked. The unpleasantness on her face was wiped away, and her change really surprised Lin Chuan. After going through so much, he still maintains this innocent mind. If you want to know anything, just ask. There was a hint of determination in Lin Chuan's eyes. Since he knew the outcome of the future world in advance, he would definitely use all means to stop it. As long as you are strong enough and don't enter that damn unknown place. Are you able to become a Super Saiyan at this stage? Lin Shui's question surprised Lin Chuan. These words also cheered up Piccolo and he looked at it without blinking. When he was on Namek, Divine Dragon Barunga said that with Lin Chuan's qualifications, he would be able to become an ordinary Super Saiyan sooner or later. He didn't care before, but now it's different. Because they came back, everyone happened to hear Lin Shui's question. Super Saiyan? What is that? Krillin asked confused. He didn't know anything, so he was naturally curious about everything. I have heard from my elder brother about the legendary Super Saiyan. It is said that there is a super warrior who appears every 1,000 years in our Saiyan family. Is it possible that Lin Chuan is the one? Son Goku boldly guessed, with a hint of expectation in his heart. Listening to the tone of their conversation, Super Saiyan seems to be a transformation. He was very curious about what this transformation would look like. At this moment, Raditz, who was not far away, and Vegeta, who was planning to take the opportunity to escape, were both stunned. What did they hear? Super Saiyan? That Lin Chuan's daughter is asking Lin Chuan if he can already become a Super Saiyan? Could it be that Talos is the legendary warrior of our Saiyan family? If this is really the case, then I understand that he is so strong. Raditz suddenly felt excited. While he was in awe of Lin Chuan, he also felt a sense of expectation in his heart. Super Saiyan? That is the legend that everyone in the Saiyan clan strives to achieve throughout their lives. Now I can witness the birth of a Super Saiyan in my lifetime. What an honor. No, this is absolutely impossible. The person who can become a Super Saiyan can only be me, Vegeta. Vegeta at this moment, although I have recovered somewhat due to time delay, my legs and feet are still unstable. He almost fell to the ground again, his teeth were clenched, his eyes were about to burst, and he stared at Lin Chuan and Lin Shui without blinking. His pride was at work. As an elite genius with royal blood, logically speaking, he was the one closest to a Super Saiyan. How could it be that lower-level soldier Lin Chuan? Hearing Vegeta's words of struggle, Raditz couldn't help but sneered and glanced at Vegeta with pity. Living in your own world, you never know how big the real world is. Raditz is different because his horizons have been opened this year. Vegeta, you are such a pitiful and pathetic person. You are still living in your own fantasy. For a guy like you, I should have killed you, but because of Lin Shui, I let you live. You are no longer the top genius among us Saiyans. It's time to wake up from this dream you've had for so long. Raditz finished speaking earnestly and turned his attention to Lin Chuan again. Damn it! Shut up, Raditz. Vegeta clenched his teeth, resisting the almost crushing pain on his body, intending to witness Lin Chuan's Super Saiyan with his own eyes. Not true. Facing his daughter's question, Lin Chuan hesitated for a moment and nodded. This move once again aroused the shock in everyone's hearts. Lin Chuan can really become a Super Saiyan. As expected of Dad, you can already become a Super Saiyan at this time. Can you let me see it? Lin Chuan could tell that Lin Shui had other motives, but he did not doubt his daughter. Yes, but although this transformation has been completed a long time ago, it is still a bit rough to master. When I transform, I will generate extremely strong energy and storms, which may hurt everyone, so everyone should stay away. Looking across the group of Z warriors, Lin Chuan both answered and reminded. Hearing this, everyone nodded without hesitation and stepped back one after another. Without worries and obstacles, Lin Chuan no longer has ink stains. Her daughter is still here, but Lin Chuan is not worried about affecting her at all. The powerful combat power of 999.9 billion alone cannot be shaken. Since you are going to transform, you might as well explode with all your strength and let your daughter see it. Although he is far different from this daughter now. His legs were planted firmly on the ground, his fists were clenched, and the breath in his body was surging like an erupting volcano. The veins on his forehead bulged, and the energy began to become violent. Crackling. White electric arcs lingered around the body, and the soul-stirring terrifying momentum shot straight into the sky. In an instant, the sky within a radius of dozens of miles became dim. The earth trembled and the air pressure continued to increase. Tens of millions of levels of combat power are fully activated, which is no small matter in this era. Even in the age of artificial humans, they are considered powerful. A golden light flashed across Lin Chuan's eyes. The S-cells in his body began to beat under strong emotional stimulation and began to converge towards the center of his back. The soldiers watching around were already frightened by this terrifying momentum and were speechless. Have your strength actually improved to this point? Piccolo tried his best to control his restless heart and trembling body. Over these years, he has been undergoing devil training to improve his strength, and he has also practiced with Lin Chuan many times. He thinks that although he is not as good as Lin Chuan, his strength is not much inferior. Nowadays, Lin Chuan's fighting power is 100 times that of him. It is still improving. Is this really the aura that can be radiated from a human body? This guy is even more monster than a monster. Klin was so frightened that he couldn't control himself. His body lost control and his whole body was trembling. It was as if an invisible big hand was pinching his neck, making it extremely difficult for him to even breathe. It's unbelievable. I thought that after practicing with Lord Kaya, the distance between us had been shortened. 1 year, what kind of training have you done in this short year? My power seems insignificant. I have a new understanding of the word powerful. Lin Chuan's figure has been deeply imprinted in Son Goku's mind. Not only has his son Sun Wuhan become so strong, but so has Piccolo, and Lin Chuan is even more frighteningly strong. What does a Super Saiyan look like? Sun Wuhan was looking forward to what Lin Chuan would look like after his transformation. At this moment, Lin Chuan had planted the seeds of becoming stronger deep in his heart. He felt eager for Lin Chuan's power and wanted to achieve such a state. What a terrifying sense of oppression. Is this the true strength of that guy Talos? The gap is too big. It's such an incredible monster. Raditz felt the coercion emanating from Lin Chuan and could not help but grin. Yes, if you don't even have this, how can you be called the strongest warrior in the universe, a Super Saiyan? This was the first time that he felt a surge of energy and blood, as well as a throbbing from the depths of his soul. What about Vegeta? Even though he dragged his body away a little distance, he was still affected. At this time, he was dumbfounded. He used to be proud of his 18,000 points of combat power, believing that he was the unique and strongest Saiyan. Now, reality slaps him hard, waking him up from his dream world. 18,000 points of combat power is very strong? It was a joke from the beginning? He felt like he had become a clown, extremely ridiculous. Clenching fists, unwilling, confused, frightened, appalled, even a kind of despair. At this moment, Lin Chuan's posture changed as the S-cells in his body were completely activated. The jet-black hair flutters in the wind, alternating between golden and black, with even sparks appearing. Not only that, his pupils and aura are also being replaced with emerald and gold. The rising aura soon broke through the tens of millions combat power mark and entered the unit level of hundreds of millions. Under the power of over 100 million, the entire Earth has been affected, and natural disasters of varying levels have occurred around the world. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions. Drink. With an angry shout, Lin Chuan released all the energy in his body. Boom. The golden light suddenly exploded and shot straight into the sky. The dazzling golden light was enough to swallow up everything in the world, causing everyone to subconsciously raise their hands to cover their eyes. This light is so dazzling and gorgeous. After half a minute, the golden light dissipated. In the center of the aura explosion, Lin Chuan had transformed into a Super Saiyan and stood on the spot. Son Goku, Krillin, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Raditz and Vegeta already looked like they had seen a ghost. Their mouths were wide open, and it was no problem to stuff a few eggs in one breath. Is this Super Saiyan? The bottomless aura, it's unbelievable. Is this Lin Chuan's true strength? Son Goku's whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and the appearance of a Super Saiyan was deeply imprinted in his mind. To be honest, he received a lot of scares today, but these scares not only did him no harm, but also had infinite benefits. Seeing a wider world and the existence of Super Saiyan further inspired his desire for power and wanted to become stronger. Weird monster. Klin's face showed fear, his heart beat faster, his body couldn't control himself, and he couldn't control his speech. Piccolo's face was ashen and he said nothing, but his clenched fists expressed his unwillingness. The gap is a bit outrageous. Raditz and Vegeta were completely shocked by this scene, and cold sweat had wet their entire bodies without even realizing it. Super Saiyan, you can't be wrong, this is Super Saiyan, and only with this kind of power can you be the #1 in the universe. Talos. Lottie watching Lin Chuan transform into a Super Saiyan, he shouted excitedly. The next second, Raditz's eyes turned and fell on Vegeta, who was already unconscious. Hey, Prince Vegeta, you seem to be very frightened. I wonder how you feel after seeing the Super Saiyan you dream of. Raditz teased Vegeta in a playful tone. Shut up, Raditz. Vegeta said unwillingly with his eyes bloodshot. He looked ferocious, like a mad beast. First he was defeated by Son Gohan, and now he has seen the existence of Super Saiyan. If his heart had not been strong enough, he might have gone insane under the double stimulation and turned into a madman. Ha 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 ha, it seems that our prince has been greatly stimulated. Forget it, there's no point in continuing to tease you. Raditz turned away amid a burst of laughter and stopped teasing Vegeta. Lin Chuan just said that Vegeta didn't deserve to die, and combined with what happened constantly, he had no interest in killing Vegeta. Just let this prince fend for himself. They are no longer from the same world. Raditz was so conceited that he even saw a brighter future. Also, now he is considered to be on the Earth side. Although he has not had much contact with Lin Chuan, as time goes by, as things develop, he is considered to be on Lin Chuan's side. Moreover, Raditz heard clearly that Lin Chuan from the future also called him uncle. On Earth, when Lin Chuan completed the transformation of Super Saiyan, located in the underworld, on the King Kai star at the end of the Snake Path. As the master of Son Goku and Raditz, King Kai has been paying attention to what is happening on Earth. He never expected that so many things would happen on the Earth, even so outrageous that they would affect the future. At this moment, watching Lin Chuan transform into a Super Saiyan, King Kai was even more shocked. Because if this power is really counted, it is enough for him, the king of the realm, to look up to. This Saiyan named Lin Chuan has unimaginable potential. This power, even the universe Emperor Frisia is far behind. Super Saiyan, the universe will probably be unstable again in the future. There will inevitably be a conflict between Frisia and the Saiyans. King Kai thought of it a lot, and he even saw Lin Chuan and Frisia fighting face to face not long after. After all, Frisia was one of the culprits responsible for the destruction of the Saiyan clan. Although, it was also because of the order given by Beerus, the god of destruction. However, it was Frisia who took action, and even without Beerus's order, Frisia would have wiped out the Saiyan clan because he was afraid of the existence of Super Saiyans. Frisia, I wonder if after you are defeated by a Super Saiyan, will you regret not completely eradicating the Saiyans? King Kai wanted to watch this show. He was so cunning that he even thought that if Lin Chuan destroyed Frisia in his Super Saiyan form, wouldn't that mean he was helping him slap the god of destruction Beerus in the face? In any case, Frisia is the temporary spokesperson of the god of destruction, and Beerus had destroyed his planet to such a small extent that he didn't dare to express his anger, so he could only laugh in apology. At the same time, located in the higher realm of God, destroy the world of gods, Angel Weiss, who has nothing to do, is observing the major events that have happened in the universe in recent times. He was patrolling the universe, looking for fun, when he was suddenly attracted by the sudden appearance of powerful energy in the universe. This power is inexplicably familiar. Who is it? Weiss's memory is not particularly good. No, that shouldn't be said. It should be said that there are no really powerful people in the lower world, so even those who lamented it 1 second, Weiss will forget it the next moment. However, at this time, he was curious and used Angel's scepter to trace the source of this burst of power. Not long after, his Angel's will had arrived on the earth and saw its target. This is. Looking at the projection in the scepter, Weiss exclaimed. In the picture, Lin Chuan turned into a Super Saiyan and was confronting his daughter, which surprised him. How long has it been since then? This Saiyan has grown so much? But in just a few months, has your power increased to this point? It's incredible. And this girl, she doesn't seem to be from this time and space world. You still have the aura of Supreme Kai of Time, the successor? Or, marvel at Lin Chuan's growth, and marvel at Lin Chuan's transformation into a Super Saiyan. But after a moment of emotion, he focused his attention on the unidentified blue-haired woman. As an angel, he could see that Lin Shui was not from this world of time and space, and had a special mark of time and space on her body. How can the existence of future time and space, despite having the mark of time, be allowed to cross time and come to this uninfected time and space? Moreover, such big changes have been made. Should we wake up Lord Beerus? A special person from the future world appears in today's era. Weiss sighed with emotion and couldn't help but look at the palace where the god of destruction Beerus was sleeping. Once people and things that do not belong to this world arrive, no matter whether they do or do not do anything, as long as they appear, this world of time and space will be affected. Now the appearance of Lin Shui has changed the future of this time and space line. It is equivalent to the originally bright future being suddenly changed and shrouded in a fog. After thinking for a moment, Weiss gave up the idea of waking up Beerus. It was not that he ignored it, but that he sensed a special existence hidden in the darkness. Moreover, he felt on Lin Shui the aura left by him from another time and space world. I see, is this allowed? Just pretend you didn't see it. The world has been changed and deviated from its original historical trajectory. Weiss realized that Lin Shui's appearance might not be accidental, but that this world was destined to be good. The corners of his mouth curved, and Weiss didn't know what he noticed, and he smiled meaningfully. On Earth. After stabilizing the transformation of the first stage and first form of Super Saiyan, Lin Chuan took back all the aura released from his body. His normal combat effectiveness already reached 35,558,850 points at this time. And it is still improving with the combat power +1 per second. With this strength, the combat power increases 50 times. Today, his combat effectiveness has reached a terrifying 1,777,942,500 points. The increase in combat power after transformation has changed from +1 per second to +150 per second. There is no doubt that the increase per second has also been doubled with the increase in transformation into a super race. Although, it is not the normal state that increases, but the combat power in this state, there is no change. But it's also good news, because if the increase is still +1 per second after transformation, it will stretch your hips. Feeling that he was exploding with all his strength at this moment, if his daughter hadn't been here, he would have been extremely excited. After all, my strength is undoubtedly invincible in this era. But his daughter's lowest combat power was 999.9 billion, which was invisible and made him not excited at all. I have become a Super Saiyan, what should I do next? After calming down the crazy surge of energy in his body, Lin Chuan looked at Lin Shui with a handsome expression and asked. The majestic, handsome, and powerful character that comes with the Super League makes Lin Chuan look so outstanding. In one simple word, it's handsome. As expected of you, Dad, not only can you become a Super Saiyan during this period, but your power is also so powerful. In my impression, Dad has always been the strongest Super Saiyan, and he can always save the day from danger and turn the tide. At this moment, Lin Shui's eyes were shining. She was very happy that she could see her father transform into a Super Saiyan again after so many years. Although it is just an ordinary first-level Super Saiyan, it is already extraordinary. Looking her father up and down, the smile on her face became brighter and brighter. Finally, a special light flashed in his eyes. Then, I will also become a Super Saiyan. As soon as Lin Chuan said this, everyone present was stunned. Lin Chuan's transformation into a Super Saiyan has subverted everyone's perception. Now Lin Chuan is here too? The next second, in the disbelief eyes of all of them, Lin Chuan's whole body flashed with golden light. Unlike Lin Chuan's transformation, Lin Chuan completed the Super Saiyan transformation in just an instant. This shows his proficiency. This is also inevitable. Given their strength, if it becomes very difficult to reach the top level, then what's the point? Naturally, it was done in one go, without any leakage of energy. This was Lin Chuan's intuitive feeling for Lin Chuan. The appearance of another Super Saiyan left an indelible impression on everyone present. 2 Super Saiyans? Could it be that Super Saiyans are not the only ones who can be achieved through practice? Son Goku was the first to react. A bright idea flashed in his mind. Emerge. Since Lin Chuan can become a Super Saiyan, and his future daughter can too, there is no reason why he can't. They are all Saiyans, so he is not bad either. As long as you practice hard, you will be able to complete the Super Saiyan transformation one day. The hearts of everyone present were in their throats at this moment. Now that the 2 Super Saiyans were confronting each other, they could not imagine what would happen next. Although they are father and daughter, no one knows what this future Lin Chuan will do. He perfectly restrained the excitement when transforming into a Super Saiyan, and used his energy almost perfectly without any leakage. Coupled with the difference in form and the details of free control, Lin Chuan understood that this was undoubtedly the first level of Super Saiyan at full power. At this time, he is definitely far inferior to his future daughter. Although it was very shocking, Lin Chuan was also very happy. At least this daughter is very strong. The stronger she is, the better she can live. So, are you going to fight me, Zioxu? Lin Chuan asked directly with a smile in his eyes. The intention to learn from each other is too obvious, and he is not stupid. Hehe, we just have to fight, Dad. Lin Chuan showed a proud smile on his face. The next second, she took action directly, preemptively, and kicked Lin Chuan in the abdomen. It was very fast and powerful, and it directly locked onto his exposed flaw. Lin Chuan, aware of the attack path, squatted down and raised his right arm. A timely defense was made. There was a loud air explosion of bang. This seemingly ordinary kick contains the power to destroy the world. Not only did it overturn Lin Chuan in the Super Saiyan state and push him back more than 10 meters, it also made Lin Chuan's arms numb and he felt pain. Such a sudden scene caught everyone present off guard. Is this going to start a war? Moreover, it is such an unimaginable speed and terrifying power. Lin Chuan, who was flying upside down, tried his best to stabilize his body with a violent energy. He looked at Lin Chuan, with a trace of relief in his doubtful eyes. As expected of her own daughter, even though her strength was suppressed to the same level as him, she still suppressed him. His strength seems to be very strong, but it is still far from enough. A very beautiful kick. Since I achieved the Super Saiyan transformation, this is the first time in my history that I have felt such a lot of pressure. As expected of my daughter, Lin Chuan moved his arms, and the next second, he became excited. It is a good thing that his daughter wants to have a good fight with him. Ever since he completed his Super Saiyan transformation, he has always felt lonely at a high place. In this era, no one will be his opponent anymore. Unless Shalu appears in advance. Hehe, that's for sure. My strength was all taught by you, Dad. You have to be careful next. Your state is still the initial stage of Super Saiyan. According to what you once told me, Dad, it is only the first stage of the first stage of Super Saiyan. What I am maintaining now is after breaking through the second stage of Super 1 and the third stage, perfect Super 1 full power. Lin Chuan rubbed the bridge of her nose confidently and put on a fighting posture. Lin Chuan also realized something, that is, this daughter seemed to be forcing him and telling some things. For example, the transformation of Super Saiyan has many levels. What he has achieved is just the first stage of transcendence. This daughter is really, Lin Chuan had an indescribable feeling. In this life, it was the first time that I was moved by family love. For 26 years, I was alone. Come on. Use whatever skills you have, just to show me how strong you, my daughter in the future world, are. Lin Chuan would not escape from his daughter's challenge. Moreover, this battle also has great benefits for him. Maybe he can use this battle to stabilize his Super Saiyan state and take his strength to the next level. The 2 Super Saiyans continued to fight, and this scene made everyone present feel nervous. After all, the simple aftermath is so terrifying. Gohan, Krillin, let's watch the battle in another place. With our current strength, if we continue to stay here, they won't be able to fight. Son Goku is self-aware. With his strength, he can just send an energy wave. Kill him. With Son Goku as an example, Sun Wuhan and Krillin nodded one after another, and the 3 of them used Wukong Jutsu to stay away from this area. Of course, it's not really to a faraway place, but to a place more suitable for watching the battle. Piccolo followed closely behind him and stopped several hundred meters away from the battlefield. As for Raditz, he saw that the situation was not going well and slipped to a safe area. Only Vegeta was left, who was seriously injured and frightened by the 2 Super Saiyans to the point of doubting his life. Damn it, just wait. As long as I, Vegeta, don't die, I will become a Super Saiyan sooner or later. By then, I will leave you all alone. Kill them all. Even if no one helped, Vegeta still relied on his tenacious will to drag his severely injured body out of the area. This just happened to give him a chance to escape. Of course, no one will want to kill him at this time, after all, he is too weak. On the battlefield, the atmosphere is boiling. The father and daughter looked at each other and understood what the other was thinking. But in the blink of an eye, the two of them shot up into the sky with anger, and started the first round of collision. There was a loud bang of boom. The father and daughter collided, causing a terrifying explosion high in the sky. The terrifying power swept through the sky, and the dazzling light spread in all directions. Both of them soared in the sky at dozens of times the speed of sound. In just a few seconds, hundreds of moves had been exchanged. Although on the surface they looked evenly matched, in fact Lin Chuan had the upper hand. This girl's fighting style is so sharp. She doesn't give me a chance to breathe. But that's right, she is my daughter after all. During the battle, Lin Chuan felt tremendous pressure. His fighting skills are even more perfect in the hands of his daughter. That was the accumulation and evolution of later generations over the past 1 or 2 decades. They are both the first stage of Super Saiyan, and they can also judge the difference between the first stage and full power. Even Lin Chuan only used lower strength to be on par with him. Lin Chuan was daydreaming, and Lin Chuan was also thinking at this time. Dad's fighting ability is really powerful, but it's just at this period. The power of the first level and first form of Super Saiyan can be so powerful. No wonder the later fully formed Cell, known as the ultimate android, and the later Majin Buu were all easily killed by Dad. Lin Chuan sighed inwardly. The next second, a bad smile flashed across her face. Since Dad is so powerful, I have to work harder. In an instant, her strength increased sharply, and she struck Lin Chuan in the face with a powerful punch. The power of this punch is extremely terrifying. No matter how you look at it, Lin Chuan cannot avoid it. But what is unexpected is that just when the fist is about to hit Lin Chuan's face, Lin Chuan turns into an afterimage and disappears from the place. So fast. Lin Chuan was surprised when she noticed her father dodged his attack. But soon, she realized what was going on. It's not super high-speed movement, it's teleportation. Lin Chuan suddenly came back to her senses and turned around quickly. She was surprised. She didn't expect that her father would already know this trick at this time. In her sight, Lin Chuan's fist continued to enlarge, getting closer and closer to her, but stopped just when it was about to fall on her face. Boom! The strong wind of the fist blew through Lin Chuan's golden hair, making her whole body tremble. I originally planned to lower my own level, and then rely on my own strength to suppress my father, and at the same time help my father avoid taking some wrong paths in the future. But she didn't expect that she didn't need to worry about her father's strength at all. In the same realm, her full power was actually suppressed. Although it was not an all-out battle, his father did not really use all his strength. You had too many thoughts when attacking and were not pure enough, so you gave me an opportunity to take advantage of you. Being distracted during battle is a taboo. I believe I have taught you this in the future. Remember, don't be careless when facing any opponent in the future. Even if you are facing me. Lin Chuan had nothing to teach Lin Chuan, he could only tell her some truths. I know, Dad. You are really, at this time, you are already so verbose. Lin Chuan stuck out her tongue in a strange way. She was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and she had to express herself. So since I've told you so much in the future, you should learn a lesson. Lin Chuan couldn't help but add another sentence. This girl is too innocent. Lin Chuan was a little worried. She always suffered a disadvantage when encountering enemies. Again? This time I won't be like before. Lin Chuan didn't stop there. The next second, she became angry again and prepared to attack. When Lin Chuan saw this, he would not be afraid. However, when the battle between the two sides is about to start again, a stern scolding interrupted the fight between the two. Have you had enough trouble? This battle is over, Lin Chuan, please stop. I knew it would be bad to take you back to the past, and you escaped from my custody. It took me so long to find you. You have messed up this space-time line. Below the two of them, a pink-haired girl with a thin stature and wearing a special god's uniform appeared. Her words caused Lin Chuan's expression to change. For a moment, she had no choice but to take back her strength and calm down. It was really not the right time to come. I should have known from the beginning that I should have used more strength to fight against my father, and also let my father see Super 2 and Super 3. Now it's better, there is no chance. Lin Chuan felt a little regretful. Lin Chuan looked at the pink-haired girl below, his eyes changed slightly and he frowned. Of course he knows this woman? Supreme Kai of Time Kurano. His daughter met Kurano, the Supreme Kai of Time. Moreover, from what she said, it was obvious that she was the one who brought her here. This can also explain why the future daughter can come to this time and space. Seeing Lin Chuan and Kurano talking, Lin Chuan also landed in front of Lin Chuan and Time's Supreme Kai, Kurano. Your future friend? Xiaoxiu. Lin Chuan knew the other party's identity, but he couldn't say it clearly. Hello, Lin Chuan from the past world, I am the Supreme Kai of Time, Kurano. As you can see, your daughter and I are friends. She came to this time and space this time because I brought her here. She originally wanted to see you in another timeline, but she didn't expect to come to this time and space unexpectedly, and she even went to such an extent. She is really ashamed. The Supreme Kai of Time, Kurano, glanced at Lin Chuan while explaining, obviously complaining. At this time, Lin Chuan looked like it had nothing to do with him. It's like saying it's not my fault. I see. I understand now. What's going on? My daughter will be in the future thanks to your care. Lin Chuan released the first-level Super Saiyan transformation and returned to his normal state. In response to Lin Chuan's show of goodwill, the Supreme Kai of Time, Kurano, showed a smile on his face. She never thought that Lin Chuan would be so wise and friendly at this time. She knew very well the importance of Lin Chuan. This man would surpass even the gods in the future and could be as powerful as Angel. After several exchanges, Lin Chuan learned some more things from the Supreme Kai of Time, Kurano. It turns out that Lin Xue has joined the Spacetime Patrol in disguise. Because the time and space world in the future was completely destroyed, Lin Xue was rescued by Kurano and brought back to the nest of time. Can't we really stay for a little longer? Kurano. Lin Xue obviously wanted to stay here. However, Kurano would not allow it. I have been very generous and did not hold you accountable for your misbehavior. You have to know that time is very scary. If it continues to stay, a few words from you and me may create a new future. Kurano, what Ya said was very serious. Indeed it is. Otherwise, there would not be so many parallel time and spaces in the Dragon Ball world. Lin Xue was still unwilling to give in. She looked at Lin Chuan with tears in her eyes. Let's go with her. Although we haven't met for a long time, I know that you have grown up very well. In the future, maybe we will see you again. When I am strong enough to reverse time and space and change the future, I will go find you, my daughter. Facing Lin Xue, Lin Chuan could only say such comforting words. How can he be involved now? Regarding Lin Chuan's guarantee, Lin Xue seemed to have gained spiritual sustenance. Farewell is always sad. Seeing Lin Xue being taken away by the Supreme Kai of Time, Lin Chuan clenched his fists. After all, I am still not strong enough. Otherwise, he could even force her to stay. No matter what the bullshit rules are, no matter what the impact is on the future, being weak is the original sin. The battlefield has returned to calm. Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. The amount of information he came into contact with today was so great that he could not even imagine the future of this world. However, now that he has learned what will happen in the future, he will naturally not wait for the tragedy to happen. He will also do his best to change the future. After the situation stabilized, Son Goku, Sun Wuhan, Raditz, Piccolo, and Klin gathered around. They had many questions to ask Lin Chuan. Under Lin Chuan's explanation, this was considered perfunctory. Piccolo, on the other hand, actually heard what would happen in the future and communicated with his mind. Unconsciously, the relationship between Lin Chuan and Piccolo evolved into the relationship between Son Goku and Piccolo in the original novel. Something else needs to be said. During this gap time, a circular universe ship rose into the sky and left the Earth. Who is riding in this universe ship but Vegeta, who is covered in bruises? Seriously injured, he used the life support device to forcibly extend his life. As long as he is supported until he returns to the military base near the Milky Way for treatment, he will be able to regain his life in a very short time. Super Saiyan. Talos, Raditz, Kakarot, and that kid, just wait for me. Sooner or later, Vegeta will come back again. Vegeta secretly made up his mind in his heart that he must come back for revenge. With the end of the incident, the crisis on Earth has temporarily come to an end. The unconscious Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Dumplings were taken back to the Celestial Temple by Krillin and Sun Wufan for treatment. Because of Dende's relationship, everyone became active very quickly. Son Goku and Raditz originally planned to continue in-depth discussions with Lin Chuan, and even wanted to see the gravity training room mentioned in the exchange. However, Lin Chuan told them not to worry, especially Son Goku, who should go home first, and this was the temporary solution. Returned home to the manor. As soon as he came back, Lin Chuan was caught by Bulma, who was looking for someone anxiously. What's wrong, Bulma? You look very anxious. Are you looking for something? Lin Chuan asked suspiciously, and what he immediately thought of was naturally his daughter Lin Xue. His and Bulma's daughter. Lin Chuan didn't know that Lin Xue had already met Bulma before finding him. Lin Chuan, you came back just in time. Your return means that the Saiyan crisis has been resolved. Let me ask you, have you ever seen a girl with blue hair? She is wearing clothes from our capsule company. She looks like me, and me. Bulma did not say go down, but the eyes have made it very clear. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that mother and daughter had met and became embarrassed. After all, there was no real development between him and Bulma. You, look at your expression, have you seen her before? Lin Chuan said. What do you think? That's our future daughter. Bulma said. The two looked at each other, and suddenly the atmosphere changed. The two of them have been getting along for a year, and their relationship is indeed very harmonious. They meet every day, eat together every day, and even find time to chat many times. When it comes to development, in fact, the two of them have some ideas in their hearts. After all, they have been living under the same roof and have long been accustomed to the other's existence, but neither one will take the initiative. Who could have imagined that at this juncture, a girl from the future suddenly appeared and said she was their child? This sudden amount of information, and what will happen in the future? It's not that Bulma can't accept it, but it's the same as Lin Chuan. After some exchanges, Lin Chuan told Bulma everything. So, she has left? Can't you stop her? Our daughter will be so pitiful and alone in the future, and you are her father. Bulma showed some strength. You think I don't want to? That requires me to have enough strength. Do you know how many eyes are staring at this? This spans time. Even if no one else will stop me from keeping my future daughter, Supreme Kai is the top god. Do you think a small god like the Earth's god can compare? All I can do is keep getting stronger. Lin Chuan responded forcefully. Angrily, the two of them almost leaned against each other. Some things may require such an impulse to go smoothly. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Located on the rooftop of the manor's large round house. After having S*X with Bulma yesterday, she was out of control. If it wasn't Bulma's first time, how could Lin Chuan be satisfied with just one time? This also made Lin Chuan more aware of the past of the plot. Although Bulma was used to being careless, she was really protective of herself. No matter how hard Yamcha tried, he never succeeded with her. Lin Chuan had to thank his daughter. If it hadn't been for her sudden arrival, he and Bulma really didn't know when they would get together. Sitting on the sofa on the rooftop and meditating, Lin Chuan bathed in the sunshine and had maintained this posture for a long time. He was absorbing all the information he got yesterday, mainly based on the insights after fighting with my daughter, and the help of perceiving the power of the Supreme Kai of Time, Kurano, to complete my understanding of the power of God. With his monster-like talent, he got some basic skills from the divine power cultivation method from Shenlong Barunga. In addition, after meeting the Supreme Kai of Time, Kurano, yesterday, he had a new understanding of the power of God. The breath of divine power is very wonderful. If you develop your practice in this direction, you will vaguely seem to have come into contact with an unknown field. The whole body is surrounded by white aura, which would normally be very scary, but now the aura is very stable, and there is not even a slight breeze here when it erupts. It seemed that he had reached a critical point in his cultivation. Lin Chuan, who was meditating, suddenly stood up. With his eyes closed tightly, he stretched out one hand forward, and the white airflow around him gathered along his arm and into the palm of his hand as if he had a conscious mind. This airflow was extremely calm, as if it was alive and fixed in Lin Chuan's palm, and then changed from a gaseous state to a liquid state. Lin Chuan, who had his eyes closed tightly, opened them and stared at the white energy condensed in his palms. Is this the power of God? No, this should be life energy. After carefully sensing it for a moment, Lin Chuan thought that the thing he had condensed was not the power of God, but a ball of energy. Very pure life energy. After practicing for so long, I finally developed this kind of power. Lin Chuan was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, he felt something in his heart, and the new path he thought of combined with the primary God's power cultivation method. What he cultivated must be the power of God. What is the connection between this life energy and the power of God? Or is it that the power of God is the energy after the further evolution of life energy? If so, what should he do next? Just when Lin Chuan was thinking about how to go further, he suddenly felt two familiar chi flying towards his position at an extremely fast speed. Is it from Kakarot and Raditz? It seems they can't wait any longer. Lin Chuan could distinguish the auras of the two people in just a moment, and he had already understood the purpose of the two people coming to him. No need to think too much, it must be for gravity training. The two are now eager to become stronger. This is also a good thing. In his sight, the two black shadows continued to expand, eventually forming the appearance of Son Goku and Raditz. As the two people came to the front, Lin Chuan was calm and smiling. The energy was naturally taken back into his body, preventing them from seeing it. Although I know you want to become stronger quickly, you are too anxious. Lin Chuan still couldn't hold it back and teased them. Hey, I can't let you go too far. Gohan has also told us about gravity training and the development potential of the Great Elder on Namek. Lin Chuan, let's try gravity training too. It's boring to become stronger alone. Son Goku directly stated his intention. After his horizons were broadened, he understood how insignificant he was. Even though his combat strength now exceeds 10,000 due to his injuries, he is nothing like an ant in this era. Even his son Sun Wuhan can be beaten with one finger. You shouldn't refuse, Talos. Raditz narrowed his eyes slightly, waiting for Lin Chuan's answer. He also desires to become stronger, so powerful that he can surpass Vegeta's power. Next time he sees Vegeta, he will defeat Vegeta in his own way. Of course, no problem. As long as you are ready, come with me. Lin Chuan took Raditz and Son Goku to the gravity training room without hesitation. After a while, they arrived in front of the huge dome-shaped gravity training room. Opening the door of the gravity training room, Lin Chuan took them inside. This is the gravity training room. This is a device that controls gravity and can change the surrounding gravity environment according to the user's needs. The upper limit is 1,000 times the gravity environment of the Earth. However, it is naturally impossible for you to withstand such a large gravity now. Everything has to be done step by step and slowly. Let's start from the lowest 10 times. Lin Chuan walked to the device that controlled the gravity environment and turned on the gravity environment as he spoke. Here on Earth, a new round of cultivation has begun. The other side is located in the Baida Galaxy. A super-large universe ship, larger and more imposing than Frisia's main ship, is sailing in the universe. There is a very special mark on the outside of this universe ship. Cooler Legion? That's right, this huge battleship is Frisia's brother Cooler's universe ship. Located in this huge battleship, Cooler is sitting on his throne. Unlike Frisia's aura of playing with everything in the world, Cooler's body exudes a permeating cold aura from time to time. Compared to his arrogant brother Frisia, Cooler also appears to be more mature and powerful. Because Frisia's body could not withstand the excessive energy, he degenerated independently. He faced the world in his short first form all year round, with a pitifully low combat power of 530,000 points. Even if it uses 100% of its final form's combat power, it only has 120 million points, which cannot be maintained for a long time. He is different. He has always presented his strongest appearance to the world all year round, and it will not bring any burden to your body. And just without the combat power of the ultimate transformation, he has already reached 150 million points, which is 30 million points higher than Frisia in his final form. More than that, his full power is far beyond this. Once he finally transforms, his combat power can reach a terrifying 470 million points. Neither Frisia nor his father, the Kurdish king, know this now. King Cooler, according to the latest news, it has been determined that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians. Your brother, King Frisia, is already on his way to Namek. Should we catch up now? At this time, a blonde universe man wearing a Cooler Special Force combat uniform came forward, knelt down humbly in front of Cooler, and reported. He is none other than the captain of Cooler's special team, Shahza, now Cooler's right-hand man. The combat power is as high as 170,000 points. After listening to Shahza's report, Cooler's expression remained unchanged and he said, "Let my stupid brother go to Namek first. Rumor has it that there are many powerful warriors among the Namekians, and he wants to take all the Dragon Balls. It's not that easy to collect everything. Our top priority right now is to go to Planet Adrit. Rather than unrealistic things like Dragon Balls that can fulfill any wish, what I care about right now is making myself stronger. The special abilities mastered by the people of Adrit can make my strength even further. Yes, Lord Cooler, I will order you to go down and rush to the star of Adrit at full speed." Shahza stood up humbly and walked towards the control room of the spacecraft. Earth. Gravity training room. Starting with the lowest 10 gravity, Raditz and Son Goku were somewhat dissatisfied after hearing this. But they will soon know that Lin Chuan did not belittle them, let alone look down on them. Buzz buzz. As the gravity training room was activated, the surrounding environment was quickly filled with a layer of scarlet light. The number on the display also changed from 0G to 10G. Under the pressure of 10 times the gravity of the Earth, Son Goku and Raditz only felt their bodies suddenly sink. It's really 10 times the gravity, just like the feeling at Kaiosama's place. Son Goku moved his body enthusiastically and said, "Since there is such an effect here, there is no need to think about going to Master Kaio to practice. Not enough? If this is the case, even if the gravity is increased, it seems to be the same. Sure enough, what is really important is the potential development you have experienced on Namek." Raditz has a certain understanding of gravity training. After understanding, the reason why Lin Chuan Piccolo and Sun Wufan became stronger was attributed to the Great Elder's potential development. He even felt that the reason why Lin Chuan broke through and became a Super Saiyan was inseparable from the development of his potential. If he goes too, maybe that's okay. Raditz took it for granted. He had no idea how much pressure he would face next. Listening to what the two said, the corners of Lin Chuan's mouth rose slightly, and he smiled intentionally or unintentionally. "Don't worry, 10 times gravity is no problem for you. If you can't even handle it, then your training this year will be in vain. Next, it's 20 times the gravity." As he spoke, Lin Chuan adjusted the gravity environment from 10 times to 20 times. Buzz buzz. The scarlet light in the space became more and more intense. Lin Chuan would not feel anything because he was powerful enough. Son Goku and Raditz only felt as if their bodies were suppressed by some invisible force, making them unable to react for a while and bending down. "Is this an environment with 20 times the gravity? My body feels a lot heavier." Feeling the pressure on his body, Son Goku's breathing became heavier for a moment. It's not that it's unbearable, and if you practice in such an environment, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. I think you guys are quite relaxed. How about increasing it by 20 times? Lin Chuan didn't hold back, nor did he choose to just increase it by 10 times. A smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth, making him want to see the two of them embarrassed. Under 40 times the gravity, Son Goku and Raditz's expressions suddenly changed. "Oh, damn it, it's only 4 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, so it makes me so miserable? Are you kidding me?" Feeling 40 times the gravity for the first time, Raditz began to secretly improve strength. Not only did he forcefully stand up straight, he also tried his best to stabilize his energy. A combat power of over 10,000 people can indeed achieve this under 40 times gravity. If not, it would be too useless. Brother can bear it, so can I. Son Goku originally stared blankly and tried his best to maintain it. Seeing Raditz's decisive exertion, he gritted his teeth and forced himself, standing up straight against 40 times the force of gravity. At first, I really didn't expect that the increased gravity would be so terrifying. Looking at how high your fighting spirit is, why don't you improve it 10 times or 20 times? Or should you practice in such an environment first? As soon as Lin Chuan said this, Son Goku and Raditz's expressions suddenly changed. Transformation. The 40 times gravity environment is already very difficult for them now. If it were to be improved further, what would it be like? Without giving them a chance to answer, Lin Chuan directly increased the gravity to 50 times in order to let them understand the horror of gravity training. The sudden surge of gravity caused Son Goku and Radith's pupils to shrink sharply, and their bodies leaned forward uncontrollably. Every cell in the body was pressed by gravity, and even the bones creaked under the pressure of gravity. At this moment, the two finally understood that the reason why Piccolo and Sun Wukong became so powerful was not only because of the potential development of the Great Elder on Namek. Among them, gravity practice is also particularly important. In other words, this is simply a cheating device for practitioners. If they had begun to undergo gravity training long ago, their strength would have definitely improved by leaps and bounds, and would have exceeded the current limit. In terms of potential ability, both Son Goku and Raditz are confident that they will not be worse than others. Especially Raditz, after experiencing King Kai's training, he felt that he was also a genius. Okay, let's overcome 50 times gravity first, and then 100 times. Let me tell you first, Gohan is practicing here and can withstand more than 100 times gravity. Since his body is still growing, Piccolo and we didn't increase the gravity training on him. As for Piccolo, he can already practice in a gravity environment of 150 times. State the specific situation. For a moment, Son Goku and Raditz's pupils shrank sharply. How incredible this is. Son Goku thought simply, and he stood up desperately, that Kid Gohan can do it. How can my father fall behind? That is to say, as long as I can withstand 100 times gravity, I can have the power to defeat Vegeta's great ape. Raditz's idea was more direct. True, but there are still differences. After adapting 100 times, it does not mean that you will become very strong. It depends on the individual. Moreover, although the original Son Goku achieved 90,000 combat power points in 6 days, it was a strong crisis that forced him to grow. Furthermore, the reason why Sun Wukong was able to defeat the giant ape Vegeta was related to the Great Elder's development of potential. It broke the boundaries in one breath. Practice well, I won't be here to accompany you. If you really can't bear it, control the gravity yourself. I believe you have seen it clearly. If it doesn't work, you can just turn off the gravity equipment and control it with words. He left a message. Lin Chuan left the gravity training room. Because of the arrival of Son Goku and Raditz, Lin Chuan waited for a group of Z warriors for 2 consecutive days. Everyone in this era is still eager to become stronger. Everyone is striving to be the best, unwilling to be left behind. Even Yamcha is in this category. However, the limits sought are different, and the motivation to become stronger is also different. There are naturally many reasons for their arrival. One was mentioned by Sun Wukong, one was suggested by the god Piccolo that they come to Lin Chuan for advice, and the other was that Son Goku and Raditz had already started practicing. For all of them, Lin Chuan would not refuse anyone thousands of miles away. Even for Yamcha, Lin Chuan only held the mentality that if he didn't cause trouble, everything would be fine. Of course, whether this group of people can withstand such a cultivation method depends on themselves. It is worth mentioning that in the past, in order to satisfy Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and Sun Wukong, many people used the gravity training room, so Bulma had already carried out the transformation, and there were a total of 5 gravity training rooms. Therefore, Z warriors also have the opportunity to practice alone. Without dragging others down, you can also explore and become stronger on your own. Otherwise, let them go after Son Goku and Raditz, and they will eat whatever they want. It's enough to have a combat power of less than 4,000 and be able to practice hard under 20 times gravity. More than 20 or 30 times, even if they can practice for a short period of time, they will not be able to maintain it for too long, and it will kill them. After arranging them, Lin Chuan continued his practice without interference. Piccolo and Sun Wukong have also been here in the past few days. After learning about the situation in the gravity training room, Piccolo did not intervene and chose to meditate and practice hard like Lin Chuan. Sun Wukong actually entered Son Goku and Raditz's gravity training room and practiced together. So unknowingly, 10 days passed quietly. During these 10 days, the relationship between Lin Chuan and Bulma became closer and closer. Because the relationship was exposed, although the two were not as tired as a passionate couple, they were no longer what they used to be. It should be said that after tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, who can endure it again? Although Lin Chuan is a Saiyan, he is a time traveler, and his soul and thoughts retain the concepts of his previous life. If you have done something like that, you will naturally be responsible to the end. Lin Chuan would always be by Bulma's side except for training time. In this regard, Bulma never expected that Lin Chuan was not a blockhead, nor was he the kind of person who didn't understand the style, but he had never understood it before. Today, I still continue to practice the power of God. For more than 10 days, I had a deep understanding and pondered the difference between the life energy I had cultivated and the power of God. At this time, he was on the lakeside behind the manor, suspended above the lake with his legs crossed, holding his breath and concentrating, entering a state of deep meditation. The breath around him is gradually transforming into liquid life energy. Mastering the method of condensation and transformation only requires time. After converting enough qi into liquid life energy, Lin Chuan felt more and more incredible about this special energy, awakening from a meditative state. The initial transformation has finally been completed. If you want to increase the level of energy, you still need a new way of cultivation. Palunka's cultivation method is not a real cultivation method of divine power. Otherwise, there would be no way to give it to me. Supernatural power is not something that can be easily cultivated, especially since I only have the strength I have now. I think Palunga must have guessed that I would reach this point, but how will I transform in the future? It's not that easy to truly transform into a Super Saiyan god by yourself. I sighed in my heart, and kept talking in my mouth. Lin Chuan's only complaint now is that the plot of the original work is too simple. If you really want to become stronger and break through, no aspect is easy and simple. Otherwise, super beings would be everywhere in this world. If you want to become stronger, you have to find another way. Next, we have to work hard to hone the Super Saiyan form. After the cultivation of God's power has reached this stage, I still have no clue. I can only seek breakthroughs through daily accumulation in the future. Therefore, the next few days will be about research on the Super Saiyan form. The first stage of Super 1 is just the beginning, the second and third stages are transitions, and reaching full power is the key. Only by cultivating Super 1 to the extreme can you touch Super 2, or even Super 3. Speaking of which, because I couldn't break through before, I had been training hard for normal combat strength. Now he can completely concentrate on perfecting his form, because his normal combat power will continue to increase every second even if he doesn't practice. System, are you really incomplete? You haven't told me how to level up until now. I sighed in my heart, something that Lin Chuan has always cared about until now. From activation until now, there has never been an active prompt or any special interface popping up. It's like it doesn't exist, like it's passive. However, Lin Chuan knew that the system could definitely be upgraded, he just needed to explore it himself. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more upset I get. I also have to take action on my next plan. I also have to go to the planet Yadetra. Arriving at the shore, Lin Chuan strode towards the big round house. Go to the planet Yardtra. This is also stimulated by the future daughter. Of course, it also has something to do with meeting the Supreme Kai of Time. The power of time, he wanted to get it. Lin Chuan wanted to see what special abilities the Yadtra people had besides teleportation, clone techniques, and energy separation techniques. Maybe, this magical race also hides forbidden tricks, and maybe it involves time. This is the only thing Lin Chuan can think of for the time being. If you make a wish like the dragon, you may not be able to obtain the ability to travel through time. It's just a trip that takes nearly a month. If you move instantaneously, you will not be able to travel through space without feeling the breath and without the mark of space. Of course, Lin Chuan already had an idea. He was going to go find King Kai. The original book is a living guide, and he knows the location of all the planets. But whether he can use King Kai to implement this positioning will only be known after he tries it himself. As for how to get to the underworld, it couldn't be simpler. God can help him. Back in the big round house, Lin Chuan found Bulma, who was watching TV series. She has also been free in the past 2 days. After the group company's affairs were settled, she occasionally took time to assist her father in research. After lunch, Lin Chuan told Bulma his thoughts. Lin Chuan had explained this matter to her a few days ago, so Bulma had no objection. Lin Chuan also had a reason to become stronger. Save the future daughter. Although it is far away and elusive, this is a goal. Afternoon. Above the Temple of Heaven. At this moment, Piccolo, the god of heaven, is teaching Dende to learn knowledge about gods, and also begins to formally teach him some skills belonging to gods. The gods Piccolo and Dende stood on the edge of the temple, overlooking the lower world. If we want to see the lower world from the Temple of Heaven, we must rely not on the eyes of the body, but the eyes of our souls. Remember not to rush for success, just take your time. God Piccolo said warmly. I understand, Grandpa Tianshan. Dende said humbly. In the time since he came to Earth, he has become accustomed to the life here. Although there are no companions and relatives in my hometown, there are also new companions and relatives here. Well, with your talent, you should be able to understand it soon. God Piccolo's face was filled with a satisfied smile. No one hates obedient children. It was at this time. A sound of whoosh sounded through the air from behind them. Lin Chuan's figure appeared on the Temple of Heaven out of thin air. Sensing the arrival of someone, the gods Piccolo and Dende turned around at the same time. Is it you? After seeing Lin Chuan, God Piccolo's heart suddenly tightened and his face became solemn. Uncle Lin Chuan, long time no see. Dende felt more natural after seeing Lin Chuan. For various reasons, his relationship with Lin Chuan was not bad. Moreover, Lin Chuan can take him across the interstellar space back to planet Namek, which can be regarded as an elder that Dende relies on and trusts very much. Well, it's true that we haven't seen each other for a while. Are you doing well here, Dende? Lin Chuan joked with a smile. Grandpa Tianshan is very good to me, and Mr. Popo has always taken good care of me. Gohan will come to play with me when he has time. Dende said obediently, and the heart of a child is very easy to be satisfied. Really? That would be great. Lin Chuan also uses another way to treat children. After Su reminisced about old times, Lin Chuan changed the topic. The gods must be wondering why I paid a sudden visit, right? I'll tell you the truth, I hope you can take me to the underworld. There are some things that I need to see King Kai and get his information help. Lin Chuan explained his purpose directly. Go to Lord Kaio. The god was shocked by Lin Chuan's words and felt incredible. You know, a year ago Lin Chuan had the opportunity to go, but Lin Chuan didn't take the initiative to say so, and Raditz took the spot away. There are many things that you and I can't explain clearly. In short, you just need to take me to the underworld. Lin Chuan did not explain too much. God is ashamed. Unable to go into details, he could only nod in agreement. He is not stupid. What happened on the earth some time ago is vivid in his mind, and it also involves the future. Immediately, the god looked at Dende again. Today's lesson ends here. You can let Bobo take you to the lower world, Dende. Yay, I understand, Grandpa Tianjin. After receiving the permission, Dende happily trotted over to Bobo without any scheming. After letting Dende and Bobo leave, the god Piccolo negotiated with Lin Chuan and immediately went to the underworld. Although he is old and crossing borders requires a lot of energy, he can still do it. Along with Lin Chuan and the god Piccolo disappeared on the Temple of Heaven. Hades, underworld. Is this the underworld? Arriving in the underworld, Lin Chuan looked around. Looking closely, an endless avenue is right in front of you. This is Huangquan Road. On this avenue are countless white souls. These are the souls of dead beings who have come here to wait for the judgment of Yama, the god of the underworld. Look to the other side. Not far in front of them was the Yama Hall. The main hall in front is where the god of the underworld, Yama, judges souls. God Piccolo was afraid that Lin Chuan didn't know, so he explained. I know, let's go. Lin Chuan said casually and took steps forward. Along the way, he ignored the ghosts maintaining normal order and the souls queuing up. His sudden appearance naturally disrupted the order, but no one dared to stop them. Because one is a living person. One is a god. Next one. In the Yama Palace, the lazy and slow voice of Yama King, who was working, sounded. When Lin Chuan heard this, he didn't say much. He just took a step forward and walked casually to King Yama's desk. He was not afraid, but God Piccolo was so anxious that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. At this moment, King Yama also noticed Lin Chuan, a living person. A living person? How did you come to the underworld? Hey, are you the god of the earth again? You always do this, which makes me very troubled. King Yama seemed to find something interesting and hit after having a haha, my spirits improved. I'm really sorry, Lord Yama. This man also wants to see Lord King Kai. God Piccolo said bravely, sweating profusely. Those two people came back not long ago and have become successful in their cultivation, so more and more people want to find Kai-Osama? Inum, do you really think that anyone can complete this snake path? Those named Son Goku and Raditz, they fell into the snake path and almost stayed in hell forever. If I hadn't been generous, they would have never had the chance to meet the king of Kai. Yama King glanced at the god Piccolo and said. Obviously, he felt that cats and dogs came to challenge Snake Road, which made him, the demon king of hell, lose face. God Piccolo was helpless and didn't know how to answer the question. He could only look at Lin Chuan. He didn't care, it was Lin Chuan who wanted to come anyway. You are wrong, King Yama. I am not who you say you are. I don't need to run away from Snake Road. I just want to meet King Kai and discuss something. I am passing by you as a way to pass by. Lin Chuan spoke directly. Others are afraid of King Yama, but he is not afraid. If he were a dead man, he could still judge him. But he is a living person and he has no control over him. After hearing Lin Chuan's words, Demon King Yan was a little embarrassed and stared. Lin Chuan did not tolerate him, and said directly to the god Piccolo, you can go back. After saying that, Lin Chuan directly used his sense of energy to envelope him. Not long after, the existence of the King Kai star was sensed. He performed teleportation and disappeared here, leaving behind the confused King Yama, the god Piccolo, as well as a group of imps and souls waiting for trial, on the King Kai star. At this time, King Kai didn't know that Lin Chuan had arrived in the underworld and was heading towards him. Driving his antique car, King Kai was in a happy and joyful mood. Since Son Goku and Raditz left, he has had a lot of leisure time. In addition to driving around every day, he would watch some funny jokes or use his special ability to watch some bloody scenes in the lower world. The life of a Kaio is like this. It seems boring, but there is fun in it. Alas, I spent the past year teaching Goku and Raditz how to practice, but now I feel a little uncomfortable. Without the two of them, life seems really boring. As King Kai spoke, he looked at Huang Quan and sighed repeatedly. I drove without looking at the road and cried twice afterwards. According to the past, this King Kai planet was his personal territory, and except for his two pets Gulegli and Bobris, there was no one else. He can drive however he wants. However, how could he have known that at this moment, Lin Chuan's figure appeared here out of thin air? In an instant, he was frightened with a comfortable look on his face. There was a loud noise of bang. A car accident happened. King Kai's car hit Lin Chuan. Naturally, the person was unscathed, but King Kai's car was severely deformed and the tires flew off. No, my beloved car. King Kai flew out and immediately got up. His first thought was that his heart was bleeding. Seeing that the whole car turned into a pile of scrap metal, King Kai was about to get angry. After taking a closer look, the anger in his heart quickly disappeared, and the expression on his face changed drastically. His eyes changed from anger to confusion, and finally to disbelief. Isn't this the Super Saiyan on Earth? You are that Saiyan on Earth, Talos. King Kai exclaimed. I didn't expect you, King Kai, to know me. It seems that you are also paying attention to what happened on the Earth 10 days ago. That's good, I don't need to introduce myself. Lin Chuan said with a smile on his face. Although it was a surprise, now that King Kai already knows his identity, it will be much easier to do things. After glancing at Lin Chuan and listening to Lin Chuan's words, King Kai could no longer take care of the damaged car. Ahem, I can't believe that you actually came to my place. Talos, what do you want to do when you come to my King Kai planet? Could it be that you also want to practice under my hands? King Kai asked with a hint of suspicion. Hearing this, Lin Chuan shook his head directly. Although I am indeed quite interested in your Kaioken, the main purpose of my coming here is to ask for your help to help me find the coordinates of the planet Adret. By the way, I want to try it. Can I teleport directly from you? Lin Chuan said. King Kai was slightly startled when he heard the name of Star Adret. I see, you are interested in the special abilities of the Adretites, right? As a king of the realm, especially since the planet Adra is in the northern galaxy, he knows it very well. You guessed it right. Lin Chuan did not refute. This doesn't need to be hidden either. No problem, let me see where the Adret star is. King Kai didn't hesitate and activated his ability. The two tentacles on his head swayed slightly. This ability was extremely weird. Speaking of which, you have learned how to teleport. Isn't this the trick of the Adra people? King Kai said while searching. It's a long story. Anyway, let's find it first and then talk about it. Lin Chuan didn't answer too much. Although he was perfunctory on the surface, he actually had some admiration for King Kai in his heart. This guy is so smart. As time passed by, Lin Chuan waited quietly. Finally, after a while, King Kai found the location of Adret. We found the location of the star Adret. However, something seems wrong. Something big is happening on the planet. Wait, then, that guy is Cooler? How come he is on the planet Adret? King Kai's exclamation made Lin Chuan's expression suddenly change. Cooler? He is no stranger to this character who exists in the theatrical version. Frisia's brother really does exist in this main time and space. Moreover, according to King Kai, he is on the planet Adret at the moment. What kind of labor management plot is this? Is it also the butterfly effect caused by my arrival? That's nonsense. Lin Chuan thought to himself. Suddenly, he thought of something. In the original work, Cooler used the teleportation technique to fight Super Saiyan Son Goku. Now think about it. How did Cooler learn teleportation? Is this a coincidence, or is it destined to happen? It seems that the planet Adret is about to encounter a catastrophe this time. It encounters Frisia's demon brother, Cooler, who is even more cold-blooded and perverted than Frisia. King Kai is the star of Adret. Feeling sorry. He knew how powerful Cooler was. He was a demon even more terrifying than Frisia. Looking to the side, King Kai saw that Lin Chuan had no reaction, so he tentatively said, I have found the location of the planet Adret, but this planet is being invaded by the Cooler Legion and will probably be destroyed soon. That Cooler is the brother of the current king of the universe, Frisia. I think if you don't know Cooler, you must also know how terrifying Frisia is. Do you want to go there now? He hoped that Lin Chuan would go to Adret. After all, Lin Chuan can already transform into a Super Saiyan, and according to his inference, with his strength after transformation, he can easily solve Cooler's problem. Although it's surprising, I didn't expect to meet him at this time. It's good that I don't have an opponent to have a good fight with. Lin Chuan felt King Kai's thoughts. But Lin Chuan had his own ideas. Cooler, according to the original combat power level, has 470 million points. Although she is not his first-hand enemy, she can still have fun with him. Since he had a fight with his future daughter 10 days ago, his desire to fight has become even stronger. Then, seeing Lin Chuan being so direct, King Kai felt ashamed. Tell me the location of Star Adret, or can you help me sense the aura there, and then I can teleport there. Lin Chuan said. If it was indeed a bit difficult before, you have to find a stronger chi to make you feel it. Now that Cooler is here, it couldn't be easier, King Kai said. With the help of King Kai, Lin Chuan finally felt what the means were. That will is directly connected to the lower universe. Not only can you see the situation in the lower world, but you can also feel the breath of the lower world. It stands to reason that with Lin Chuan's strength, he can actually do it, but it is still difficult and it is impossible to perceive it very accurately. I'll take the first step. I'll come back to you after I deal with Cooler. Lin Chuan raised the corner of his mouth, locked Cooler's breath, and used teleportation to disappear. After a long time, King Kai came to his senses and murmured with surprise, why are you coming back to me? Thank you readers for your strong support. Please beg for votes and rewards. These two should be the only ones tonight, and I will continue to update them tomorrow, no less than 10,000 to 20,000 words a day. On the planet Adret. Due to the full-scale invasion by the Cooler Legion, the planet Adret at this moment has changed beyond recognition. Countless iconic buildings collapsed, smoke billowed, and flames shot into the sky. The members of the Cooler Special Forces, leading countless soldiers, are carrying out destruction everywhere, demonstrating to the people of Adret on this planet, and at the same time enjoying the pleasure of destruction. At this time, Cooler was also confronting the Great Elder Kiro on the planet Adret. You devil. Great Elder Kalu angrily scolded Cooler, his eyes filled with anger, but unable to resist. He hates it. He hates that he is not capable enough to stop Cooler and cannot control the current situation. Although they, the Adras, have various strange abilities, they have always been a kind-hearted and peace-loving race. I never thought that one day, my kindness would provoke such a terrible emperor of the universe. Not only was the cooler in front of him so terrifying that it was unimaginable, but even the fighting power of this man's man was so terrifying that even if they tried to resist, they could not stop him. Even escaping became a luxury. Teleport? Indeed it can. However, there are also old, weak, sick, and disabled people among the people of Etra, and there are even some people with poor qualifications or special people who are not used to teleportation. Now they are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ho ho ho, the great elder of the Adretites, I said that I came here just to learn the teleportation of your Adretites. You must know that it was your unwillingness to teach that led to the destruction of your planet Adret. Without strong enough power, there is no way to maintain such ability. You still have a chance now, but my patience is limited. You should also know that I will not show mercy. The longer you delay, the more Adrets will die until the end. Kill them all. Cooler's cold words lingered in the ears of Great Elder Kalu like the whispers of a devil. Such a naked threat made the Great Elder Kalu dare to be angry but afraid to speak out. If he doesn't agree, all his people will be slaughtered by the demon Cooler. But once he agrees, if a being like Cooler learns the teleportation of the Adretites, he will probably kill them all. How should he choose? As a great elder, Kalu has never encountered such a dilemma since the day he was born until today. At this moment, 3 members of Cooler's special team suddenly landed in the sky and landed next to Cooler, respectfully. Dre, Mr. Cooler, all the Adretites living nearby have been controlled. As long as you give the order, you can kill them all. Nez, hey, those Adretites who wanted to escape were all caught directly by me using the high-voltage power grid, and now we have them all put on collars that restrict their movement. Shaza, Lord Cooler, please give me your next step. Thank you for your hard work. I'll stay put for now. Cooler smiled coldly. Turning around, he turned back to look at the Great Elder Kalu. You also heard that all the living Adretites nearby have been controlled by us. Should we continue to fight until the end of our race, or should we hand over the teleportation to my king, and then we can still be friends? Hurry up and choose. If you don't choose, a new game will start, and you won't have a chance in a while. Cooler crossed his arms and was ruthless in everything he said and did. In his eyes, such a lowly species of life is just an ant. It is also strange that the creator actually gave the people of Etristar such a natural advantage. Great Elder Kalu gritted his teeth. He was trembling all over. Finally, he seemed to have made some decision and had to lower his proud head. Can you guarantee that I will teach you teleportation and you will let us at Eltra Planet go? Hearing this, Cooler smiled and said, of course. I am the Emperor of the Universe. I will do what I say. So sure. How it will be done is unknown. After receiving the final psychological comfort, Great Elder Kalu sighed. Compromise is the only way to go. This situation happened to be clearly seen by Lin Chuan, who came through teleportation. Lin Chuan has arrived, but he didn't show up. After determining Cooler's true intention, he was ready to take action. I didn't expect that the dignified Cooler would engage in such coercion and inducement. It's really shocking. You Cooler are also the Emperor of the Universe after all. You still do things in this way. Don't you think it lowers your worth? Lin Chuan's voice sounded and echoed in the area, attracting the attention of Cooler and all the Special Forces members, including the Great Elder Kalu of Adret. The situation changes in an instant. Oh, I didn't expect there to be other outsiders on the planet Adret. Inferior humans? Huh? Tails? So that's it, you are a Saiyan. Things are getting more and more interesting. After seeing Lin Chuan coming out of the darkness and confirming Lin Chuan's identity as a Saiyan, Cooler was only slightly surprised and then quickly showed a playful expression. Have you been on the planet Yadetra before, or did you just come to this planet recently? From what I know, there seem to be only a few Saiyans. According to the news from Frisia, you Saiyans have been quite active recently. You should not be among those people, right? Cooler didn't stop talking and asked directly. Such questions told Lin Chuan that Cooler and Frisia's messages were indeed in sync. Is it necessary to dwell on this? Now you shouldn't say that I, a Saiyan, am so bold and reckless that I dare to appear here, in front of the Emperor of the Universe. Unfazed by the unexpected answer, Cooler took a long time to react before he finally came to his senses. The look in his eyes changed drastically because a mere Saiyan monkey actually mocked him in this way. I understand, you are here to seek death. Cooler is cold-blooded than Frisia, that's for sure. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Do it earlier to save time. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes also exuded a dangerous atmosphere. Cooler didn't move or be disturbed. The man beside him stood up after understanding. As a Cooler Special Operations team member, Dre's combat power is as high as 185,000 points. Wild and burly, he took a step forward. Humph, let me ravage you on behalf of King Cooler? A mere Saiyan monkey dares to escape in front of us. How can you, King Cooler, tease you like this? Dre stepped forward as he stepped forward, while flipping the combat power detector worn on his right eye. With the activation of the combat power detector, Dre also clearly saw Lin Chuan's combat power value at this time. Dre, what's his combat power value? Nez asked with a playful look on his face, his arms crossed. The people of Edra were so useless that he didn't even have fun. If this Saiyan had some strength, he could be teased as a mouse. TCH? I thought he was so powerful, but it turned out to be a waste with only 5,000 combat power points. Dre had a look of disdain on his face. With 5,000 combat power points they are not even American Samoa good as the elite soldiers under their command. Is a mere 5,000 points of combat power so far away? Syans are indeed simple-minded ants. Hearing this, Shaza crossed his arms and didn't care. He will not take action against such ants, and will wait for the good show to begin. Click it, click it. Dre was gearing up, and the joking look on his face became more intense. Saiyan, don't be afraid, it will only hurt for a moment. After Dre said this, he rushed towards Lin Chuan with anger, and hit Lin Chuan's face with his huge fist. A sound of whoosh pierced the air. Del Rey's fist that was supposed to hit unexpectedly missed. What? The attack failed, and Dre felt in disbelief. The remaining people, Cooler, Shaza and Nez were all shocked by this scene. Lin Chuan also teleported behind Dre at this time. The trash is talking about yourself. How dare you be qualified to talk to me? Lin Chuan said indifferently. He raised his hand, golden light flashed in his palm, and in just a moment, vast golden energy shot out from his palm like a roaring giant wave. Boom! The roaring energy released with a single palm engulfed Dre's body entirely. When the energy dissipated, Dre's figure no longer existed. In this extremely destructive energy, Dre was directly burned to ashes by Lin Chuan's domineering power, instantly killing Del Rey, whose combat power was as high as 185,000 points. This moved Cooler, who had underestimated Lin Chuan at first. He has not seen such a powerful low-level human warrior for many years. Hey, are you kidding me? Dre was actually killed by this guy? How is that possible? Nez's face was horrified, and his body fell back uncontrollably, with cold sweat already soaking his whole body. He knows how strong Dre's fighting ability is. Now, he was killed instantly by the person in front of him. The opponent's combat power was at least 200,000 points. No, 5,000 combat power points, has not changed. Damn, this guy is the type who can control his combat power at will. That guy Dre was fooled from the beginning. His true combat power is definitely above 250,000 points. Shaza was already sweating profusely from nervousness. He didn't understand why a Saiyan could have such strong fighting power. 250,000 points, is this really the combat power that a Saiyan can achieve? Nez was sweating profusely. The great elder of Adrit, Kalu, was extremely happy when he saw Lin Chuan instantly killing Dre with one blow. No matter what Lin Chuan's identity is, as long as he can get rid of these bad guys in front of him, he will be the most noble friend of the Adrit people. Even if you have 250,000 points of combat power, you two can still fight together. Cooler had a strong interest in Lin Chuan and ordered, Shaza, as you command, King Cooler. Nez, as you command, King Cooler. Cooler has given the order, they have to go even if they don't want to. Otherwise, death will be even worse. A Shaza has a combat power of 170,000 points. Another Nez's combat power reached 163,000 points. The two of them join forces, even if their combat power reaches 250,000 points, they are indeed capable of fighting. However, that's about it. Shaza and Nez looked at each other and put on fighting postures. Both sides secretly accumulated strength at the same time, and finally rushed out at the same time, one from the left and the other from the right to attack Lin Chuan. It's so boring, with the power of an ant. Lin Chuan would never let go of those who actively seek death. These two guys are not even as good as Dre, who was instantly killed by him just now. Even if they attack at the same time, what's the use? Garbage should be thrown into the trash can. Lin Chuan is also a person with a temper. He will fight back when he is ridiculed. At the moment when the two of them acted, Lin Chuan also acted at the same time. Faster than lightning, in just one breath, he arrived in front of Shaza and Nez one step ahead, accumulating energy in his hands and pressing them against their chests. How is that possible? Shaza's face changed drastically. How could he be so fast? Nez was horrified. Boom, boom. The energy beam shot out directly, swallowing up the bodies of Shaza and Nez. These two people repeated Dre's fate and were burned to ashes under Lin Chuan's devastating energy attack. Killing two of his generals instantly again made the look of surprise on Cooler's face even more serious. Is this young man really sent by God to save us? Great, he looks very strong, and he will definitely be able to defeat the demon Cooler. Great Elder Kalu's mood became excited, and his previous fear changed. Bah, bang, bang. Such a wonderful performance. Cooler changed his attitude and instead of getting angry, he clapped his hands and applauded. The sudden applause made Lin Chuan turn around and look at Cooler. I have killed all your men, and you seem to be very happy. Are you stupid? Or stupid? Lin Chuan teased expressionlessly. In between words, he directly used stupid words to cover Cooler. They are sharp-tongued and sharp-tongued. They were killed just because their skills were inferior to others. But you have indeed aroused my strong interest. As a Saiyan, you have such a powerful power, which makes me admire you with admiration. Your performance just now didn't look like you only had a few 100,000 combat power points. According to my guess, your combat power should be over 1,000,000 points, right? Now that 3 of my Special Forces members have died in your hands, the position next to me is also vacant. How about you fill this position? Below 1 person, above 10,000 people. Cooler liked Lin Chuan in front of him very much. He knew very well that it was not about having too many soldiers, but about having the best, so he extended an olive branch to Lin Chuan. Each of his Special Forces members has been carefully selected, and their combat effectiveness has reached more than 150,000 points. Even the strongest Jinyu under Frisia was an unqualified member who was passed over from him. He has traveled most of the universe, and there are very few people with Lin Chuan's strength. It is best to keep it for your own use. Listening to Cooler's soliciting words, Lin Chuan tried not to laugh out loud. This guy is really arrogant. But yes, before this era, they did belong to their frozen demon clan. Compared to being under one person, I prefer being over tens of thousands of people. Speaking of which, even if I agree, aren't you afraid that I will surrender to you and wait for an opportunity to kill you? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, said in a joking tone. To be honest, both Frisia and Cooler are arrogant. It was because of their extreme arrogance that they all died in the end. Cooler's death was actually more aggrieved, because he sent Kakarot away, and finally went to Earth to give Kakarot his head. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Cooler didn't have much unexpected expression on his face. Instead, he was unexpectedly calm now. Every soldier under my command has the ambition to replace me, but they all failed in the end. Do you know why? As he finished each word, Cooler's hands slowly opened, and he was wearing a terrifying look. The cold evil aura spread at an extremely fast speed. The combat power reached the level of 100 million and began to press towards Lin Chuan. As Cooler's pressure expanded, the temperature of the surrounding space dropped sharply, and the Great Elder of Adret, Kalu, was even more frightened by this evil energy. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, was not affected by Cooler's aura. Even if he doesn't become a Super Saiyan, he can still use his power as he wishes. In other words, he has achieved perfect control over his own power. In particular, he has condensed infinite life energy in his body. It's not the power of a god, but it's stronger than ordinary energy. Moreover, by using the energy pool of Super Saiyan, he can be as strong as he wants. Just over 100 million. Just right for him to take on the next level challenge? Are you so frightened that you can't speak? Hehehehe, it was as expected by me. I will tell you, my combat power is 150 million points. You're not stupid enough to think that you can defeat me, are you? Cooler showed off his figure to Lin Chuan extremely arrogantly. The cold evil energy in his body rolled like a tsunami, and he seemed to think that just by doing this, he could scare Lin Chuan. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Chuan did not show a frightened expression, but looked at him like a clown. You're right about this. I really don't think it's a big deal for you. Is 150 million points of combat power very high? Lin Chuan crossed his arms and stared at Cooler with frosty eyes. Humph. Killed 3 of my capable men, and now you say such words. You are really seeking your own death? Saiyan monkey. If you don't want to surrender, then go die. Cooler's face, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by murderous intent. Cooler's actions are like thunder and fast as lightning. Bang. The billion-level energy spread the ultimate destructive power in all directions. This punch containing murderous intent was blocked by Lin Chuan in an understatement. The two sides faced off, and powerful force spread in all directions. The ground beneath their feet was dented by the force, forming a huge crater more than 10 meters deep. The Great Elder of Adret, Kalu, who was on the side, was in tragedy. He was overturned by the aftermath of the battle and flew 100 meters away. The two sides faced off for more than 10 seconds, but there was still no result. Lin Chuan had a confident smile on his face, and golden arrogance flashed around him. Facing Cooler's angry blow, he was as steady as a rock. Normal strength is insufficient, energy intensity comes to support. There is also the energy pool of Super Saiyan. Cooler was gritting his teeth and exerting force at this moment, switching from attacking with one hand to using 2 hands. Lin Chuan did not escape, but clasped his fingers with him and began a power struggle. Gravity training is not in vain, his physical strength is no longer what it used to be. No matter how hard Cooler exerted himself, Lin Chuan's burst of power was equal to or even better than his, making it impossible for him to easily take advantage. What's wrong? Is this the only level of fighting ability you think you have? Looking at Cooler, whose expression looked as ugly as eating shit, Lin Chuan curled up the corner of his mouth and a sneer appeared on his face. Being ridiculed, Cooler was furious and roared, "You self-righteous wild monkey, stop being so complacent." Cooler roared, seized the opportunity, charged up and kicked out. Logically speaking, this attack should have severely damaged Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan had already anticipated Cooler's attack and easily dodged the attack. The two sides distanced themselves, and stepped tens of meters away from each other, arriving outside the pit and standing face to face. In the first confrontation, he did not take advantage and was even ridiculed by the opponent. At this moment, Cooler felt heavy. He finally understood why Lin Chuan refused his solicitation and even had the courage to attack him. Just based on the performance just now, it can be concluded that the opponent's combat power is definitely very close to the unit of 100 million. Suddenly, an idea appeared in my mind. But soon, Cooler was forgotten again. Because he thought it was impossible. Your fighting ability is indeed beyond my expectations. With this strength, you are indeed qualified to fight against me. But with this level of fighting power, you will never be able to defeat me. In the battle just now, I probably understood how strong you are. 90 million points of combat power. Even above this, but it does not reach 100 million units. As a reward for shocking me, I will let you experience the truly terrifying power. You are the first to witness it. Ha 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 ha. Cooler teased while raising his breath. You can hear from his words how conceited and arrogant he is. But unlike Frisia, although he was very playful, he didn't hold back. Facing Lin Chuan, he chose to directly use his full strength to carry out the final evolution. Sure enough, there is another level of transformation. In that case, take it out quickly and don't waste time. Otherwise, your current strength will make it impossible for me to exert any energy. Lin Chuan crossed his arms and said casually, "Wild monkey, you won't be able to laugh anymore." Cooler roared with murderous intent in his eyes. In an instant, his body began to expand, the energy in his body rioted, and his powerful breath leaked out, causing the surrounding air pressure to become unstable. In just a few seconds, this explosive increase in energy caused the entire Adrit star to shake violently. The surviving Adritites all showed expressions of despair at this moment. Because of the explosion of Cooler's power, the area of 100 miles has been covered by dark clouds. The sky shook and the earth shook, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The strong wind roared and wreaked havoc on the earth. It would be no exaggeration to say that this situation is the end of the world. Cooler's transformation continues, and the pressure released from his body becomes more and more terrifying. Feeling the increasing energy, Lin Chuan's expression did not change at all, and he stared at Cooler indifferently from beginning to end. Even if his combat effectiveness under normal conditions is far inferior to that of his opponent, he can still temporarily use the boundless energy pool of the Super Saiyan to supply himself, making himself stable. "I've kept you waiting for a long time, come on. Let you see the terror of this king now." Cooler, who had completed his final transformation, unleashed his evil energy wantonly and laughed heartily. At this moment, he was like a mecha demon. The whole body exudes terrifying coercion. "Speaking of it, you can be considered the strongest opponent I have ever encountered." Faced with Cooler's wildness, Lin Chuan said with a hint of playfulness. Knowing that Cooler now has 470 million combat points, he is not panic at all. Compared with more than 10 days ago, he was able to complete the transformation in a short moment. It is worthy of praise that you can feel the ultimate power of this king and still perform it like this. However, you will die soon. My current combat power is 470 million points. Cooler mocked. He began to use his momentum to press towards Lin Chuan, trying to suppress it forcefully. Lin Chuan was full of disdain for this. "It's already this time, and you're still playing this game. Take action, I'm tired of waiting." With a fighting spirit in his eyes, Lin Chuan raised his hand and made a come-on gesture. "Humph, you are really looking for death, wild monkey." Without any further hesitation, Cooler suddenly burst into flames. A powerful and heavy punch, with a terrifying momentum that could shatter everything, hit Lin Chuan. "Just what I want." Seeing this, a golden light flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes. Golden aura has gathered around the body, making it seem like a transformation, doubling its strength. Not a super race, it's a mimicry super match. With the help of the Super Saiyan energy pool, your own strength increases by nearly 10 to 20 times. He charged up a punch, causing layers of powerful punches to be thrown out suddenly. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. The fists of Cooler and Lin Chuan collided, tearing the earth apart, shaking the space, and causing the entire Adrit planet to be affected fundamentally. Feeling the terrifying weight coming from his fist, Lin Chuan's heart sank, but his eyes were full of excitement. Cooler is indeed a good opponent for a warm-up battle. At the same time, both sides drew back their fists as quickly as possible and punched each other again. This time, no one had any defense and used their bodies to withstand the blow firmly. Bang! Pound! Two piercing sounds exploded. Both sides took the most powerful blows from each other. Lin Chuan bared his teeth and backed up dozens of meters away. Cooler did the same. Feeling the pain coming from his chest, the militant factor in his body was completely activated. Cooler is different. He is the emperor of the universe, but he was injured by a mere wild monkey? Are you kidding? He is now in his ultimate form? Death. The killing intent surged, a flash of light flashed across Cooler's eyes, and his burly body burst out at extreme speed. The huge solace of the feet, carrying the power of destroying the heaven and the earth, blasted towards the door facing Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan hurriedly crossed his arms in defense, covering his chest. Boom! The ground cracked and rocks flew. Cooler's terrifying force overturned Lin Chuan's body. Even if he inserted his feet into the ground, Lin Chuan still flew backwards hundreds of meters away. Hiss! It really hurts. The pain in both arms stimulated Lin Chuan's spirit. Cooler's attack is extremely destructive. While Lin Chuan was sighing, Cooler's attack came again. Not having much time to sigh, Lin Chuan burst out and faced off again. Bang! 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 Thrilling explosions resounded in all directions, and the figures of Lin Chuan and Cooler quickly shuttled across the earth like polar shadows. This physical duel and collision was so terrifying and frightening. Both sides used their close combat capabilities to the extreme. In the eyes of outsiders, Cooler's fighting power is fierce and sturdy, and he has the upper hand in this battle. All physical indicators surpassed the current Lin Chuan, and Cooler showed his terrifying suppressive power. The crazy attack with fists and kicks did not give Lin Chuan any chance to breathe. The current situation is extremely unfavorable to Lin Chuan. However, this also made Lin Chuan even more motivated to fight. The more difficult this battle is, the greater the reward will be for him after he survives it. The warlike factors and Saiyan blood in his body were boiling. Lin Chuan felt a warm current surge in his body, and his combat power increased rapidly in this battle. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chuan hit Cooler in the face with a heavy punch, knocking him back. The counterattack has begun. What? The repulsed Cooler stabilized his body, his eyes filled with horror. Is it an illusion? He felt as if this Saiyan had become stronger again. As expected of Frisia's brother, you are indeed a very dangerous guy. Lin Chuan twisted his neck and moved his limbs. Hot steam was rising all over his body at this moment. After this fight, he gained a lot of insights. Needless to say, Cooler is indeed a master. Lin Chuan has never seen this guy's fighting style before. The Saiyan blood in his body was activated, eager to fight with the strong. This is the nature of Saiyans. Fighting nation, Saiyans. Humph. Are you still pretending now? Do you think I really can't help you? The combat strength of nearly 500 million is not empty. Even if Lin Chuan uses the Super Psi energy pool to mimic his form, there is still a gap. In Cooler's eyes, Lin Chuan became a lamb to be slaughtered. After the previous confrontation, he had roughly figured out Lin Chuan's strength. Next, it's time for him to completely crush him. This wild monkey must pay the price for his arrogance. It seems that your fighting power is only at this level. I have to say that your strength reminds me of the legend of your clan, the Super Saiyan. Unfortunately, even if you are still not worth it in front of me. Mention it. Cooler said jokingly. The next second, the huge body shot out and sprinted in front of Lin Chuan again. Weird and unpredictable attack methods, killing every move, all aimed at the weak point. I admit that you do have two skills. Compared with Frisia, you are definitely stronger. But, for me now, that's all. Faced with Cooler's continuous attacks, Lin Chuan has found the rhythm of the battle. He has become accustomed to Cooler's offense, and his body has gradually imprinted the opponent's offensive line into his instincts. Even if he doesn't need any special reaction, he can dodge. While dealing with Cooler's attack, he absorbed the insights brought by this battle, which enriched his combat experience. In combat effectiveness is the top priority, and combat experience is also essential. If you want to defeat the strong with the weak, you must learn from each other's strengths, absorb a lot of experience in the battle, and use your own skills to make up for your shortcomings, thereby making yourself more perfect. Frankly speaking, what he needs now is such a high-intensity battle. Cooler helped him and appeared at the right time. Losing the idea of continuing to play, Cooler's murderous intent increased sharply, and his strength also increased sharply for a while. Wild monkey, the game is over. I want to show you the power at the top of the universe. The huge body displayed speed beyond the limit, as if entering an uninhabited land, crossing the space and landing behind Lin Chuan. His body instinctively sensed the coming crisis, and Lin Chuan's spine felt chilly. Just as he was about to turn around and block, he was knocked over by an irresistible force and sent high into the sky. There was a sharp pain from muscle tearing in my back. However, this made Lin Chuan smile instead of angry. I took advantage of this injury and made progress again. Even though you have absolute certainty during the battle, you can't be careless in the slightest. Especially when it is determined to be 100%, you have to keep an eye on it. The violent energy takes control of itself and takes back control of the body. Cooler on the ground was already accumulating energy, and in an instant, he fired an energy cannon with terrifying destructive power. Well done. He crossed his hands, and the golden aura formed a defense. The vast energy continued to expand in Lin Chuan's eyes, until it finally swallowed up his body. On the King Kai star. At this moment, King Kai is watching the situation on Star Adret. Looking at the entire universe, battles of this magnitude are rarely seen. No, even in the past few thousand years, there has not been such a terrible war. What on earth is this guy thinking? Wouldn't it be better to just turn into a Super Saiyan and kill Cooler? The Frozen Demon Clan is a master who will destroy the planet if he is stimulated. If you let it go, you will harm yourself. King Kai trembled as he spoke. That old face had been eroded by cold sweat. He didn't use all his strength directly in Lin Chuan. Otherwise, Cooler is no match for him. The sky is filled with smoke. Cooler's destructive energy cannon exploded instantly after hitting Lin Chuan. The destructive power is terrifying, destroying the world and destroying the earth. The scalding heat wave stretches for dozens of miles and swallows the entire sky. The atmosphere was torn apart, and hurricanes roared in space, sweeping in all directions. It's over. Sure enough, I am still too strong in my final form. Cooler gave a sinister sneer. In his opinion, Lin Chuan must have no bones left. The ultimate winner of this battle is undoubtedly him. Of course, he wouldn't know that he was leaving too much behind. In the battle just now, he only used 5 pieces of power. If it were full force, the damage would be even greater. At this moment, Kalu, the great elder of the planet Adret who is the only one in this area, has been filled with fear. Lin Chuan was killed, and then their planet Adret could only be controlled by Cooler. He won't know, and Cooler won't know either. At this time, Lin Chuan was holding his breath in the center of the explosion. After enduring such a fierce blow, he stood here unharmed. The body is surrounded by a layer of golden aura, like an unbreakable defense. Fortunately, I transformed into the Super Saiyan form in time, otherwise, I might have overturned in the gutter just by relying on the mimic form. Lin Chuan sighed secretly. I have to say, Cooler is indeed powerful. Lin Chuan originally thought that with the help of mimicry's amplification, he would be able to match his opponent. In the end, I miscalculated and missed a beat. However, it is not the loss in terms of combat ability, experience, skills, tricks, etc., but the gap in pure combat power. Maintaining Super Saiyan form? The S cells in the body are fully activated, and a steady stream of energy flows throughout the body. A normal increase of 50 times in combat power. Lin Chuan's combat power at this time was as high as 1.88 billion points. The increase of 11 days, coupled with the breakthrough in his own cultivation, the normal state is doubling every moment. Otherwise, he would not be able to reach the current level after fighting against his future daughter 11 days ago. As the smoke receded, Lin Chuan's figure slowly emerged. Huh? What's going on? Transformation? Blonde? Xians can only transform into giant apes. Cooler was horrified and suppressed his restless heart. He was sure to hit that move just now. However, the other party relied on this transformation to survive without any damage. Looking at the high sky, the golden figure was so sacred and inviolable that even he felt a strong psychological oppression in his heart. Lin Chuan looked down at the dilapidated land like a savior. As his transformation became more stable and his strength increased dramatically, Lin Chuan had an absolutely confident smile on his face. Falling slowly, finally, we arrived at a place only a few dozen meters higher than Cooler. Are you really the legendary Super Saiyan? Cooler shouted loudly with a thought in his mind. Be careful of the Saiyans who will turn into golden hair? He remembered the warning left by his ancestor. What? Are you scared? Lin Chuan said condescendingly. After a moment of instinctive fear in his body, Cooler was stimulated again and roared unwillingly. Afraid? Stop joking? So what if I'm a Super Saiyan? I am the strongest in this universe. Cooler, who was so stimulated that he was delirious, said such a joke. You are the strongest in the universe? Then where do you place the god of destruction, Beerus? Cooler narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Chuan's words made Cooler's pupils shrink suddenly. You, how do you know? In disbelief, Cooler took a step back. The next second he saw the joking expression on Lin Chuan's expression. He became even more angry. How dare you play tricks on me? In just one moment, he sprinted high into the sky, like a rocket, rushing straight towards Lin Chuan. Sprinting in front of Lin Chuan, Cooler punched out with an iron fist full of rage. There was a muffled sound of bang. Cooler's full blow hit Lin Chuan in the abdomen. This terrifying punch power can crush even an asteroid. A really star-shattering punch. But this punch failed to have the slightest effect on Lin Chuan. This feeling is like hitting an indestructible Super Kasing. No matter how powerful he is, he can't make any waves. Such an absolute gap made Cooler's eyes widen in horror. Bloodshot eyes covered his eyes, and anger exploded in his chest. No. Impossible? Give me, die. Unwilling to accept the facts, Cooler unleashed all his energy. Withdrawing his fist, he launched that strange and fatal blow again. Bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound. Dull explosions came from the space again and again. However, no matter how powerful the attack was, it could not break through Lin Chuan's tough and powerful chi barrier. The battle has reached this point and is actually very boring. Lin Chuan had fought with him before and was really relying on him to become stronger. Now that the effect you want has been achieved, there is no need to continue to waste time. Cooler, your strength is indeed amazing, but it only ends here. It is your honor to die in my hands? You are the first person who needs me to become a Super Saiyan to kill. Lin Chuan's cold words fell. In an instant, he accumulated strength and hit Cooler hard on the abdomen. It looks like just a punch from Yun Danfan, but it hides a mystery. Bang! With one blow, the powerful punch penetrated Cooler's abdomen, tore the air, and reached far away. Poof! Cooler, who was hit hard, let out a shrill scream. Blood spurted out of his mouth and slid down the mechanical mask. If it weren't for the unique bone mechanical mask that protected his face after transformation, his painful look would have been very interesting. At this time, there is no arrogance in those eyes that initially regarded everything as a stupid dog. After seeing Lin Chuan's true power, fear began to take root in Cooler's heart. He was truly afraid. The stronger you are, the more you cherish your life. Especially their frozen demon clan. It's impossible, Cooler, but I want to be the strongest in the universe in the future. How could I be beaten by a hateful Saiyan like you? Just one punch. Covering his abdomen with both hands, Cooler fell back in the air. Like a lost dog, how can he still have the demeanor of being the emperor of the universe? It's time to wake up from the dream. You can't even withstand this punch, you're too weak, Cooler. Lin Chuan's indifferent voice of judgment lingered in Cooler's ears, hitting the depths of his soul. Cooler gritted his teeth at being so scorned. He considers himself to be the true emperor of the universe, the unparalleled super frozen demon in history. Neither his father, the king of Kurds, nor his younger brother, Frisia, can compare with him. He surpassed his limits through training and became stronger, thinking that he is invincible in the universe. Even if it was the god of destruction that appeared in the past, he had an idea to replace it. Lin Chuan looked at the sudden change of momentum in front of Cooler, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Unexpectedly, not only did this guy not beg for mercy, but he actually changed. Super Saiyan, you are indeed very strong, far better than me now, but don't think that you will win this battle. After Cooler finished speaking, he didn't know what method he used. When he turned his hands, a bright red fruit appeared on his palm. This fruit is particularly bright and covered with protruding fleshy balls. It exudes a strange life energy, but also gives people a strange ominous feeling. What is this? He narrowed his eyes and memories flooded his mind. Lin Chuan felt familiar. Until his memory froze, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he exclaimed, "Spiritual tree fruit. There is no mistaking it. The thing in Cooler's hand is the fruit of the spiritual tree. According to legend, the fruit that only gods can eat has wandered into the world. In the world of theatrical Gaiden, he was acquired by the Saiyan. In the investigation and research of the previous life, the origin of the spirit tree fruit was said to be that after the god of destruction Beerus ate the fruit, he accidentally spit the fruit core on a certain living planet while traveling across the universe. Eventually, that core became the seed of the spiritual tree. It's not surprising that Lin Chuan, the spiritual fruit, appears in this real world. The strange thing is, shouldn't this thing be in Dales's hands? How did it end up in Cooler's hands? Could it be that Cooler met Dares on the way to Edret, and after killing him, he seized the fruit of the spirit tree? It seems that you know this thing, so you are right. At first, I doubted that this fruit would have side effects and did not dare to eat it. It's interesting to say that on the way to planet Edret, I met an interesting Saiyan. After eating this fruit, his combat power will be greatly improved. After killing him, I got this something. Cooler looked at the spirit tree fruit in his hand uncertainly. This thing can greatly improve combat effectiveness. Before switching, you need to do analysis and research to make sure there are no hidden dangers before eating. Now in order to deal with Lin Chuan in front of him, he must eat this fruit, no matter it is poisonous or not. Click, click, click. After opening the mask, Cooler opened his mouth and swallowed the huge spirit tree fruit in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. As the fruit of the spiritual tree entered his abdomen, the majestic vitality filled his body. This feeling. Cooler's eyes widened, and the energy in his body spurted out uncontrollably. The icy blue aura lingers around, and Cooler's aura becomes more and more terrifying, comparable to the appearance of a demon. He could clearly feel that the potential in his body was being developed, and his combat power increased dramatically, as if he was riding a universe spaceship. His stagnant state was broken through, and his strength, speed, reflexes, and mental strength all ushered in a dramatic improvement. Paying attention to Cooler's changes, Lin Chuan had no time to stop him. Seeing Cooler's increasing strength, Lin Chuan also became a little more serious. The combat power exceeded 1 billion and stabilized at 1.05 billion. This improvement effect made Lin Chuan feel incredible. Just a fruit of the spiritual tree can have such a great effect. Directly increase Cooler's combat power to over 1 billion. Could it be said that spiritual fruits are not just about improving combat power, but also about developing potential? Lin Chuan thought to himself. Coupled with the potential of the frozen demon clan, it makes sense. Fortunately, his strength is far superior to Cooler. Otherwise, just facing Cooler who has now eaten the fruit of the spirit tree, I am afraid he will overturn. After completely digesting the majestic vitality in the fruit of the spirit tree, Cooler recovered from the pleasure of a sudden increase in power. This spirit tree fruit actually improved his power so much? It is indeed a treasure. If he had known earlier, he should have eaten the fruit of this spiritual tree in advance, so that he would not have to suffer the humiliation just now. Wild monkey, now it's your turn to be afraid of me. As his strength increased dramatically, Cooler's temperament also changed. Even though he was so severely beaten just now, he forgot about it because of his increased strength. The next second, Cooler shot out without hesitation. He did not choose to face Lin Chuan directly, but reached an altitude of hundreds of thousands of meters. What is this guy doing? Lin Chuan murmured with hesitation in his eyes. Suddenly, the iconic scene of Frisia using the planet-destroying bomb flashed in his mind. Could it be that this guy is going to use this trick? With a thought in his mind, Lin Chuan also took action. Since you Adretites are unwilling to teach me teleportation, then just follow this planet and turn it into dust in the universe. Ha 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 ha. And you, a Super Saiyan, how are you going to deal with this move from me? Fall under this King Supernova. Even if the planet explodes, their family of frozen demons can still survive in the universe. But Saiyans can't, not even Super Saiyans. Cooler doesn't know that Lin Chuan has already acquired the ability to survive in the universe. At the tip of Cooler's index finger, an extremely rich crimson energy mass appeared. This mass of energy is constantly being expanded and increased, and the terrifying pressure drives the aura that destroys the world and sweeps across the entire Adret planet. After a short period of 10 seconds, a supergiant energy light bomb with a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters and as big as the sun appeared. This terrifying scene also frightened all the surviving Adretites. It's a good idea to destroy me and this planet together, but you seem to think too highly of yourself. Even if you eat the fruit of the spirit tree, you are still an ant in my eyes. Lin Chuan dismissed Cooler's behavior. The energy in the body surged like a tide, gathering along the arms and into the palms. Just kidding, what if he was defeated by a mere Cooler? He is not that weak. The gap between a combat power of 1 billion and a combat power of nearly 1.9 billion is huge. Sharp-tongued wild monkey, regretted in the world of death. Follow the Adret star and turn into the dust of the universe. Cooler roared loudly and threw his big hand downwards. In an instant, the supernova, which was 10,000 meters in size, fell straight down, tore through the atmosphere, and violently pressed down on Lin Chuan. The space was ignited by the scorching energy, and the scalding high temperature set off layers of flames in the space. This situation and scene are so spectacular and terrifying. But Lin Chuan was not moved at all. Looking at the approaching supernova overhead, a cold smile appeared on his face. The only person who will die will be you, Cooler. Thunder smash cannon. With one word spoken, a golden energy beam wrapped with infinite lightning shot out from Lin Chuan's palm. This energy beam is so huge and terrifying, and its power cannot be estimated. The terrifying energy hit the supernova, and instantly pushed the unstoppable supernova back arrogantly. What? At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Cooler looked at the supernova that was pushed back, and his three views were subverted again. He tried his best to release his own energy, trying to suppress the supernova that was pushed back. But he didn't know that Lin Chuan's strength was far superior to him. Even if his strength improved, it was still far behind Lin Chuan. Unable to stop the supernova's advancement, Cooler could only use his own body to block it. Damn it! Damn Saiyans! Cooler resisted the advancement of the supernova with all his hands, and his whole body was directly pushed out of the Adrit star, and was still rushing towards the distant sun. The supernova's advance was already very fast, and coupled with the blessing of the Thunder Smasher cannon, Cooler couldn't break away at all. Unable to break free, Cooler was pushed back and forth, roaring with a ferocious expression. With his vitality and physical strength, even if the supernova and the Thunder Smasher cannon exploded at the same time, he would be crippled at most, but would not really die. However, when he noticed the huge star waiting for him behind him, Cooler's whole body is feeling bad. Damn Saiyan! Cooler roared unwillingly, and was finally pushed to the huge star. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall that 25 years ago, he witnessed Frisia destroying planet Vegeta and annihilating the Saiyan clan in the spaceship. Back then, he discovered some fish that had slipped through the net, but because of his arrogant personality, he didn't take Saiyan seriously, so he didn't pay attention to them. Today, he understands that not only Frisia is an idiot, but so is he. If he had ordered his men to kill all the Saiyans who were lucky enough to survive, how could he have ended up like this? It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in life. If I had known this, why would I do it in the first place? Accompanied by a burst of white light, supernova, Thunder Smasher cannon, and Cooler all ceased to exist at this moment. On the planet Adrit, through sensing the breath, Lin Chuan had determined that Cooler's breath had completely disappeared. I don't know if this guy will meet Piccolo Star again by chance and then be resurrected again. However, even if he is resurrected, just kill him again when the time comes. Even if Cooler is really still alive by then and has created countless metal coolers with a combat power of tens of billions, he doesn't care. When that time really comes, how can his strength be only tens of billions? Lin Chuan took back his mind and stopped caring about Cooler's affairs. He took the initiative to cancel the Super Saiyan transformation and breathed a sigh of relief. The golden aura dissipated, all the aura was restrained, and Lin Chuan returned to normal. This scene was watched by the Adritites from all over the planet, as well as the great elders of Adrit. At this moment, they were stunned, shocked by Lin Chuan's terrifying power and unable to control themselves. This killed the terrifying Cooler. This Saiyan is their savior of planet Adrit? After witnessing Lin Chuan's terrifying power with his own eyes, the great elder of Adrit, Kailu, has made a decision. That is, no matter who Lin Chuan is, as long as he will not harm their planet or harm their clan, he will agree to any request of the other party. The great elder Kailu was so wise. He knew that Lin Chuan must have some agenda to come to their planet. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? If he came here for Cooler, it would have been reflected in the previous exchanges. Falling from the sky, Lin Chuan did not go directly to Kailu. Instead, he used his thunderous means to kill all the Cooler Legion soldiers on the planet. These people are all elites, each with thousands of combat power points, and the weakest ones have thousands. Keep them for fear of accidents. When it's time to be ruthless, Lin Chuan will be ruthless. Afterwards, Lin Chuan found Kailu, who was forced by Cooler. At this time, Kailu was already mentally prepared. Because Lin Chuan helped them eliminate all their enemies, in the hearts of Kailu and the Adra people, he truly became the savior. I am the great elder of the star Adrit, Kailu. Dear guest from the alien world, thank you from the bottom of my heart for saving our Adrit family. Kailu showed respect to Lin Chuan and performed the highest standard of etiquette among the people of Edra. Lin Chuan didn't understand, but he didn't care either. He immediately said, "It doesn't matter, I just got rid of some disgusting guys. That Cooler also has a grudge against my Saiyan family." When the great elder Kailu heard this, he was immediately frightened. Looking at Lin Chuan's cold expression after the war, I felt a knot in my heart. Although he had heard it before, but now that he was sure, he felt a chill. The reputation of Saiyans in the universe is not good. Looking at Lin Chuan's expression, he feels like he has fallen into the tiger's mouth again. Could it be that you came to our planet Yadetra to teleport? Great Elder Kailu said bluntly. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chuan shook his head. The purpose of my coming to your planet is not just to teleport, but I have already learned another version of teleportation. I heard that you Adritites have many strange abilities, and teleportation is one of them. I came here just to ask for advice humbly. Here, the situation has stabilized. On the King Kai planet at this time, King Kai was wiping the cold sweat on his face with a handkerchief. The power of Super Saiyan is really terrifying. A guy as strong as Cooler even ate spiritual fruits to enhance his strength, but he was killed in one fell swoop. I'm afraid his strength is already the best in the lower universe, right? King Kai sighed with lingering fear. Now that the scourge of Cooler has been eliminated, only Frisia and King Kurd are left in the Frozen Demon clan. Even if there are still tribesmen who have not awakened from the ice, those are nothing. With the existence of Lin Chuan, it is only a matter of time before the hidden dangers of the Frozen Demon clan are completely eradicated. The news of Cooler's death will definitely reach the ears of the Kurdish king and Frisia before long. The frozen demons are ruthless, but they will definitely take the initiative to seek revenge from Lin Chuan with a trace of curiosity. By that time, the era of the frozen demon clan dominating the universe will come to an end. No wonder his future daughters are so ridiculously strong. This Lin Chuan's future achievements are limitless, maybe even comparable to that god of destruction. Moreover, he is also favored by the supreme Kai of time. The future development is becoming more and more confusing. At the same time, destruction in the world of gods. Leisurely Weiss was enjoying tea while watching the battle that ended early on the planet Adrit. Although it was another accident, it reminded him of Lin Chuan, a Saiyan, so he took a look. But seeing it again this time surprised him again. It wasn't that his strength had increased, but that there was an energy in Lin Chuan's body that was incredible to him. Your growth rate is really beyond my expectation. The direction of the world seems to have completely changed. I'm afraid the speed of this change will become faster and faster. Perhaps you are the Saiyan closest to the Super Saiyan god. Weiss spoke earnestly, and just when he was about to take a sip of tea, something happened again. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the God of Destruction's palace. Weiss was already used to this situation. Let me take a look at what you are dreaming about, Lord Beerus. When his interest arose, Weiss turned off the projection on Lin Chuan's side and used his special ability to open the dream scene. It doesn't matter if you don't see it. Weiss was surprised when he saw it. In the dream, Beerus was fighting with a warrior radiating light. The terrifying power of the two was just released at will, and countless planets were destroyed. Every move of his hands and feet has the power to destroy the world. No wonder, I just said that my sleeping appearance has been getting worse and worse in the past 1 or 2 years. A precognitive dream? Perhaps Lord Beerus is overly eager for an opponent. Narrowing his eyes, Weiss had a premonition. This golden figure may be the Super Saiyan god? That's all. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed since Lin Chuan defeated Cooler and came to the planet Yadetra. Lin Chuan, in more than a month, acquired many skills from the Adritites. As a distinguished guest who saved the planet Adrit, the great elder Kalu did not hide anything from Lin Chuan. He told almost all the skills and tricks of the planet Adrit and taught him everything he had. Needless to say, the Adritites are really a magical race, and they have created countless abilities. Teleportation, clone technique, energy separation technique, body hardening, transformation technique, foreseeing the future, and so on. Even with his monster-like talent and unique insights, he has only mastered 3 techniques. The energy separation technique must be learned. The hardening of the body is of great help in combat and can greatly improve defense. There is also a vision of the future, where you can briefly foresee the future during battle. The only thing that disappointed Lin Chuan was that even the Adrits didn't have any tricks related to time. Originally, I was expecting that the Adras might have skills similar to flash time. But if you think about it carefully, after all, it involves a taboo area that even gods cannot easily touch. If you want to come into contact with the realm of time in the future, you must at least complete the transformation of Super Saiyan God. In general, Lin Chuan has gained a lot after more than a month. Not only has he acquired 3 different skills, but his own understanding of the Super Saiyan state has also improved. Now, we have been able to complete the first and second stage of Super Saiyan, begging for votes and rewards. In the Holy Land, Lin Chuan had finished his last round of training and was saying goodbye to Kalu, the great elder of the Yadetra planet. Thank you for your care during this time. I have been here for a long time. Although I am also interested in other abilities, I must leave. Facing the great elder Kalu, Lin Chuan expressed his sincere gratitude. Without his personal teaching, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to grow so fast. Not to mention learning 3 stunts so quickly. Although I really want you to stay on our planet Yadetra, I know you will never stay. No matter what happens, no matter when the time comes, you will always be a friend of our Adritites. So if you have any needs in the future, feel free to come to us. If you can help, we will do our best. Great Elder Kalu expressed his stance. How could Lin Chuan not know? In fact, these days, Kalu and other Adra people have set their sights on him. All the people of Adra hope to keep him as a strong man and become the protector of the planet. During this period, they even used what they thought was a honey trap. Perhaps to the people of Adra, she is a great beauty, but as a human being, Lin Chuan would never be able to accept her. Then I'll thank you in advance. I believe that one day in the future, maybe I will come again. Send a message to Supa, Huso, and Tate for me, and we'll meet again when we are destined. Lin Chuan's words also seemed to provide a guarantee to the people of Adra. I was just about to use teleportation and go directly to King Kai, but he didn't expect that King Kai would take the initiative to find him. Lin Huan, I have something important to tell you. King Kai's voice sounded in Lin Chuan's mind. King Kai, what's going on? I'm about to go find you. Lin Chuan was confused by King Kai's proactive contact and still being so impatient. This old guy has never been like this here. After thinking about it, there was a guess in my mind. It's about Namek. Today, Namek is being invaded by Frisia's legion and needs your help. Actually, I should have told you a few days ago, but I was afraid of hindering your practice, so I have to tell you now because Gaku Raditz and the others have arrived on the Namek planet. King Kai's words made Lin Chuan frown. I see. Calculating the time, it's almost time to advance the plot. Because of the news brought to Frisia by Vegeta, Frisia went to planet Namek to seize the Dragon Balls. With an idea in mind, Lin Chuan continued to communicate. You are really calm enough. You are telling me the news now. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to you? I was thinking that you can teleport and can directly cross the universe to the planet Namek, so. King Kai's answer made Lin Chuan feel even more cunning. I understand. I plan to go to your side first. Since the situation there is special, I will go over and have a look first. After saying this, Lin Chuan ignored the Great Elder Kailu. Using teleportation, he locked the space imprint on the Namek planet and disappeared in place. This sudden disappearance and what Lin Chuan said made the Great Elder Kailu look frightened and incredulous. King Kai, there are also some special legends on some planets. Therefore, the Great Elders and Wise Men of Adristar, as well as the Great Elders of Namekians, etc., have all heard about it. At this moment, outside Namek, a large universe ship with the logo of the capsule company passed through the atmosphere of Namek and finally landed steadily on a huge desert island. The hatch opened and many people walked out from inside. They are Son Goku, Raditz, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Tenjin Rice, Gyoza, Yamcha, Krillin, and of course Bulma. Is this planet Namek? Although Gohan, you have already explained it very clearly, but seeing it with your own eyes is still incredible. It is so different from the environment on Earth. Son Goku looked around and sighed. The next second, his eyes changed drastically, and he looked sharply into the distance. That breathtaking evil aura must be Frisia, right? It's really scary. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful existence in this universe. Son Goku's murmur caused everyone to amplify their senses to sense the evil energy that enveloped the world. Everyone was more or less shocked, especially Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Kellen, and Yamcha. Although their strength is no longer what it used to be, it is still not as strong as Piccolo, Son Goku, Raditz, and Son Gohan, who are already far superior to them. I've decided to take action on my home planet of Namek. No matter how scary Frisia is, I will make him pay the price. Piccolo's words were fierce, and you can see his mood. He is not afraid at all, because to him, although Frisia's energy is evil and huge, it is not as good as him. This is inevitable, because Piccolo's combat power is already 1 million. Without Frisia's transformation, his combat power would only be 530,000 points. The scene flashes back to a week ago. While they were practicing, they suddenly received a distress message from Namek from Dende. Everyone made the decision immediately, boarded the universe spacecraft carrying the gravity training room, and headed for Namek. Originally, if Lin Chuan was there, he could have teleported over directly. But there has been no news from Lin Chuan since he left more than a month ago. Son Goku and Raditz also learned about Lin Chuan's whereabouts from King Kai, saying that he was practicing new skills on the planet Yadetra. It should be said that after more than a month of gravity training, everyone's strength has surpassed an era. Not to mention Dumplings, Tianjin Rice, Kellen, and Yamcha. The strength of Son Goku and Raditz has already exceeded 300,000 points, even approaching 400,000 points. More than a month of gravity training has had a remarkable effect on the Saiyans. With more than 150 times the strength, coupled with the two brothers' desperate sparring, they were constantly injured and recovered, constantly getting stronger. It should be said that it was thanks to Lin Chuan that he found the cat immortal and negotiated the business of planting fairy beans. I also gave Akilobei a warning so that he could not continue to act recklessly. Otherwise, Z warriors would have absolutely no extra fairy beans to use. Dad, I seem to feel a very familiar aura. Vegeta, who was injured by me last time on Earth, is also here, and his aura is strong and weak. Sun Wuhan suddenly said, as soon as the words came out, let everyone feel it with all their strength. Sure enough, I noticed Vegeta's aura, and there were several very powerful auras over there. Vegeta? I didn't expect that he was also on the Namek planet. His breath is a little weird. Could it be that he has also learned how to control his breath? Son Goku murmured after sensing it carefully. One sentence. At the same time, his mood also became excited. Last time on Earth, there was no winner. This time, when they met again, even though he was no longer the same person as before, he still wanted to have a good fight with Vegeta. Decide the winner and loser in an honest and fair manner. What about Raditz? He couldn't have the same idea as Son Goku. In his opinion, his strength has reached its current limit, and Frisia is confident enough to give it a try. Vegeta was completely ignored by him. Prince of the Saiyans? A joke from a bygone era. Raditz now has an idea of what level I am now, and what level are you? It would be great if Vegeta is here. I was defeated by that Nappa at that time. This time, I can't say I have to take a few tricks. Vegeta's figure appeared in Tianjin fans' mind. His previous defeat at the hands of Nappa reminded him to become stronger. With our current strength, we can definitely defeat that Vegeta, as long as he doesn't perform the Great Ape. Klin answered. Obviously he was beaten like that last time, and now that he has a chance to take revenge, he is naturally eager to try. The most important thing is that his own strength has become stronger. Don't worry, I have already thought about dealing with the Great Ape. No matter whether it can be stopped or not, as long as the Saiyans' tail is cut off, the Great Ape will be lifted. Yamcha said with confidence. On the face full of confidence, there was a sentence, I am familiar with cutting off the tail. The exchange continued, and finally, Piccolo took the initiative to speak, interrupting a group of people who were eager to take action. Come with me. Just now, the Great Elder has learned that we have arrived on Namek, and he wants to see you. As he spoke, Piccolo slowly levitated into the sky. The Z warriors who heard this had different expressions on their faces and each had their own thoughts. Son Goku, Raditz had already wanted to meet the Great Elder and try to develop his potential, so he followed him without hesitation. The rest of the people looked at me, and I looked at you, and followed one after another. Yamcha was left alone and glanced at Bulma. She originally wanted to ask if he would be needed to take her with her, but Bulma ignored his presence and immediately created a jet after turning the universe ship into a capsule. A trace of resentment grew in Yamcha's heart. He finally knew that he had no place in Bulma's heart. Now, it's too late to regret. He could only focus all his hatred on Lin Chuan. It was because of Lin Chuan that he took away his future wife. Yamcha would not know that he is too self-righteous, thinking that he is an absolute strong man on earth because of his high strength, and beautiful women and money will come. Only after losing it did he realize that he had missed the best. Even if there is a big forest, he and this forest will not last forever, it will only be a small part of his life. A few short minutes later, a group of Z warriors, led by Piccolo, arrived at the Great Elder's residence. Nayla, who had been guarding the Great Elder, nodded to Piccolo after noticing the descending Z warriors, and said, "Are you finally here? Piccolo, the Great Elder has already given the order, you go in." After receiving permission, Piccolo and Nayla looked at each other and nodded, looked at Son Goku and his party, and finally entered the Great Elder's house together. After seeing such a huge elder, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. "Are you, the Great Elder?" It's exactly what Gohan said. It's really great. Although Son Goku's words were exaggerated, his attitude was very respectful and he also acted like he was doing good to him. "Welcome, friends from the distant earth, thank you for coming to help us resist foreign enemies. This kindness will be remembered by all Namekians. Ahem. Piccolo, if you ask them to line up in a row, I don't have much time left, so I will treat it as repaying your kindness and developing your potential one by one. I hope that with my development, you will have the power to reverse the situation." The performance of the Great Elder was particularly eager. He seemed to realize that his life was coming to an end and wanted to make one last contribution. Hearing this, everyone except Piccolo and Sun Wukong ignored the meaning of end of life, and everyone looked excited. After all, it is too tempting to develop potential, which can allow them to surpass their limits and become more powerful. Piccolo and Sun Wukong are the best examples. After the potential is developed, he is completely different from before. Soon, everyone lined up in an orderly manner, with Son Goku as the first to exploit the potential. Later we went to Raditz, Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin rice, and dumplings. The process of potential development lasted for about 10 minutes. After developing everyone's potential, the Great Elder's condition was already extremely poor. The power has really improved a lot. "Is this how you have developed your potential, Great Elder? It's so amazing." Son Goku could feel the powerful energy flowing through his body, which made him feel flattered. The power now is several times what it was just now. This kind of improvement speed is much faster than cultivation. Son Goku would not know that at this time, his combat power value had reached over 1 million points. So strong? Power is constantly erupting in the body. The combat power increased sharply again, and Raditz's heart was extremely swollen. Now, he is even confident that he can easily kill Frieza. He can also be a Super Saiyan? The distance got closer and closer, and he became more and more excited. "It's unbelievable, is this really my power?" Klin felt as if he was in a dream. His combat power went from close to 40,000 points to 120,000 points. In such a short period of time, we have developed our potential power. This method is more than my year of hard training, and even the results of my hard work in the gravity training room are far behind. Tianjin Fan tightened his grip. With his fist, he could feel the power all over his body. His combat power increased from 50,000 points just now to 150,000 points. "Tianjin, I also feel that I have become very strong and my superpowers have also been improved," Dumpling said in a happy mood. As the weakest of the Z fighters, Dumpling's combat power has also increased from 10,000 points to 30,000 points. "If I had this power when I was on Earth." Yamcha's combat power increased from 30,000 points to 70,000 points. The sudden increase in strength made him hate that this power came too slowly. If there were only so many people on Earth, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. Ahem, how much strength you can improve has a lot to do with your accumulation of potential. Everyone's potential is different, and I have seen you all have great potential. Terrible child. The physical exertion was too great, and the Great Elder's face showed signs of fatigue. Only then did everyone come back to their senses from the joy of increased strength. "I was so rude just now that I almost forgot about the Great Elder." When people develop their own potential, they must pay a very high price. This can be felt from the changes in breath. "Dear friends who have come from afar, the future of Namek depends on you," the Great Elder said weakly. Hearing this, everyone nodded one after another. "Once you have received the favor, you will naturally have to pay what you have to pay. Guarantees are essential, but they are not absolute guarantees. After all, even if the strength increases, no one knows how things will develop. Only after it is resolved can we truly say that they have saved planet Namek." After seeing off the Z warriors, the Great Elder sighed. As someone who could predict the future, how could he not know that even with his help, this group of people might not be able to contend with the ultimate terror? Nialu. The Great Elder called. Master Great Elder. Nelu heard the call, walked in quickly, and finally stood respectfully in front of the Great Elder. With a quick glance, he could already see that the current Great Elder was very weak. Exploiting your potential so many times takes a huge toll on your mental and physical strength. In a sense, it has shortened the Great Elder's short lifespan in disguise. Nero, you are the strongest warrior left on our planet Namek. Now my lifespan will come to an end. Go and assist those people, and Piccolo, Nero, maybe we will need you in the end. Sigh. Halfway through the Great Elder's instructions, it was difficult to continue. He doesn't want to see anyone sacrifice. Nelu seemed to understand the Great Elder's intention. As long as you are alive, I will never leave your side. Unless that time really comes. Nero said firmly. When the Great Elder heard this, he didn't speak anymore, but just closed his eyes silently. The countdown of life has begun. At the same time, it is about 3,000 miles northwest of the Great Elder's location. At this time, Vegeta had been tortured to the point of being bruised and bruised. Especially the right arm, the entire arm bones have been broken, almost comminuted fractures. The combat uniform was shattered and covered in blood. And his opponent is none other than Likum of the Jinyat team. Just like the plot development in the original work, after Vegeta came to planet Namek, he was temporarily distracted because of his own strength. Since recovering from his serious injury, his strength has greatly increased, and he has killed Sabo and Dodoria on Namek one after another, which has greatly increased his self-confidence. After eliminating Frisia's right and left hands and destroying all the combat power detectors, Vegeta believed that his actions would not be discovered again. Frisia can't find him, and he can't threaten him. Now, the arrival of the Jinyu Special Forces team has directly shattered his extravagant hopes. Just one Likum almost destroyed him. Even though his combat power index reached 40,000 points, he still looked fragile. He was looking for a way to break the situation, but the situation in front of him was a dead end no matter how he looked at it. No one can save him. Damn it! Is this really the end of the game? I haven't become a Super Saiyan yet. I'm not willing to give in. Taros, why are you a Super Saiyan? Obviously I am the most talented Saiyan. Vegeta shouted in his heart. Hey, little Vegeta, what's with that desperate expression on your face? You were extremely arrogant at the beginning. I'm going to give up, but I have to let me have fun. The torture has just begun, Likum said with a cruel smile. Not far behind him, Bard and Geese were playfully discussing how Vegeta would die next. Gudda sneered sinisterly, waiting for Likum to crush Vegeta to death. He and Vegeta have a grudge, they are life and death enemies. Rikum, kill him quickly. If you continue to waste time, King Frisia won't be able to wait any longer. Jinyu spoke at this time. I know, Captain. Likum waved his hand slightly impatiently, but still signaled Captain Jinyu not to worry. Jinyu has long been accustomed to this. Now Vegeta is just a grasshopper. Even though he can jump, he can't jump very high. The Dragon Balls have also been obtained, which means they have completed the task given to them by King Frisia and recovered the 6 Dragon Balls stolen by Vegeta. Is the overall situation decided? However, accidents always happen at this time. The combat power detectors of everyone in the Jinyu Special Forces reacted. Multiple powerful combat forces were detected approaching at extremely fast speeds. What's going on? Is it a Namekian or a companion of that guy Vegeta? Does he have a companion? Jinyu was confused. His eyes followed the direction guided by the combat power detector. At the same time, other members of the Jinyu Special Forces also looked in the same direction. I saw several figures galloping towards me from the distant horizon, and quickly landed on Vegeta's side. Those who came were the Z warriors who had fully developed their potential. In order to find out what's going on and find out what the situation is, I came here. Kakarot? And Raditz. Seeing the old acquaintance whom he regarded as his enemy, Vegeta's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. They also came to this Namek planet. Hey, isn't this our Saiyan Prince, Vegeta? It's really embarrassing to be beaten like this by the Jinyu Special Forces. Seeing Vegeta, Raditz instinctively turned on sarcasm. Raditz? You. Hearing Raditz's taunt, Vegeta gritted his teeth angrily. If his body hadn't reached its limit, he would have crushed Raditz to ashes. Okay, brother, please stop saying a few words. By the way, what's going on now? Son Goku was caught in the middle, and he saw some new signs. Isn't Vegeta with them? After being beaten like this, can you say? Klin on the side also had an immature idea. I'm afraid it was because of the temptation of the Dragon Balls that they fought against each other, right? They were just outnumbered. After looking at Vegeta coldly, Tianjin Fan commented. His eyes were on the members of the Jinyu Special Forces, but Vegeta was quickly ignored. As soon as Vegeta was hit hard, his strength plummeted. Secondly, he was no longer interested in Vegeta like this. On the contrary, the enemy on the opposite side was even more tempting. These people look very strong. The Dragon Ball must be taken back. How about one of us dealing with each other? It's time to try our current strength. Yamcha said. When it comes to the person who wants to show off the most after improving his strength, there is no one other than him. And in order to appear the most outstanding, he also set his sights on Likum who was ravaging Vegeta. If he defeated Likum, that didn't mean he was far superior to Vegeta. In this regard, Vegeta can be said to be in a state of confusion at this moment. What the hell is this? One person versus one person? He thought this earthling was crazy. The Z soldiers are talking. Team Jinyu is also communicating. How could they not be angry at Yamcha for saying such things? What a shame. That guy with long hair has only 20,000 combat points. Who is going to kill him? There are others, they are all a bunch of guys with only 10,000 to 20,000 points of combat power. Who is Jinyu? As Frisia's strongest elite, even though he was originally recruited from Cooler's special team, he is still better than 10,000 people. Over the years, he has fought on countless planets for Frisia. When had he ever been so angry? Just low-level humans. Jinyu gave an order, and Gudu, Bart, G.I.S, and Likum all responded at the same time. I haven't had enough fights with Vegeta yet. Leave this long-haired guy to me. I will definitely let him know how stupid he is. Likum directly regarded Yamcha as an ant. It just so happens that both of them intend to make each other their rivals. I don't care who it is, but since I have a choice, leave Raditz to me. After all, he is a Saiyan, so I can also move around. Geese said, choosing Raditz. A group of them are looking for the strongest person on the opposite side. Otherwise, if it is too weak, it will not be able to withstand their 3 punches and 2 kicks. They don't know that each of the Z fighters they are selecting at this time has the power to kill them. Raditz simply ignored his words. Now, except for Frisia who is qualified enough to let him take action, Team Jinyu is not taken seriously by him at all. Jis, you are really cheating. Leave that tall bald man with 3 eyes to me. Bart chose Tianjin Rice. Apparently Son Goku was ignored. With his harmless look on his face, no one would think he was powerful. Unlike the grandson Goku in the original work, he appeared and was so domineering that he instantly defeated Likum and crushed everyone. Then I'll take care of the 2 short ones first. Guda's combat power was low, but he had the secret skill of time pause, and he behaved calmly. The atmosphere became extremely solemn. Jinyu Special Forces? All troops are dispatched. Jinyu gave the order. 4 special operations team members attacked at the same time. Z warriors also responded immediately. Yamcha and Likum fought together and started the war. Tianjin Fan versus Bart, the 2 directly competed in speed and went to another island. Keith looked down upon him because of Raditz, but Krillin was full of fighting spirit and stepped forward. Geth was very disdainful of this, but the momentum shown by Klin shocked him, and Geth had to fight this battle unwillingly. Where is Gudu? His targets were originally Klin and Dumpling, but now I was stopped directly by Dumplings. This is not only a showdown between combat powers, the most important thing is a competition between superpowers. Gohan, give me a fairy bean. Watching the battle begin, Son Goku did not panic or be affected at all. After all, everyone is already stronger than the other party. Okay, Dad. Son Gohan obediently took out the fairy bean bag from his pocket, took out a fairy bean and handed it to Son Goku. Raditz and Piccolo on the side saw this and frowned. When Son Goku threw the fairy beans to Vegeta, the 2 of them were stunned. Vegeta was puzzled. I don't know, what's the use of this thing? Hey, Kakarot, are you crazy? Give that guy the fairy beans. Raditz scolded in confusion. Giving it to Vegeta was a waste of resources in his opinion. I can't understand this time either. Son Goku, you are doing your own evil. Piccolo said coldly. He didn't have any good impressions of Vegeta. Just give him a fairy bean. After all, I haven't defeated him myself yet. If he dies like this, he will have one less opponent in the future. It would be a pity. Son Goku randomly found an excuse to excuse himself. His mother's heart overflowed, and for Vegeta, who had defeated him, he wholeheartedly wanted to pull Vegeta onto their side of the ship. Then, after Vegeta also became stronger, he defeated him one-on-one. Vegeta, these are fairy beans. If you eat them, they will not only heal your injuries immediately, but also restore your strength. Son Goku said to Vegeta. Hearing this, Vegeta was immediately shocked. It's really unimaginable that this thing can have such an effect. After a brief silence, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the fairy beans. He has no choice. As the fairy beans are consumed, the effect explodes. Vegeta only felt the muscles of his body expand. Not only did all the injuries on his body recover, but all the hidden diseases that had been left behind were also recovered by the cure of this fairy bean. He recovered from serious injuries, resurrected with full blood, and experienced an explosive increase in combat effectiveness. This thing actually has such a terrible effect. Feeling the surge of energy in his body, Vegeta was shocked by the fairy beans. Such a thing is actually a product of the earth. His strength has at least doubled from before. At this time, he looked at the Z warriors again and his eyes widened. Especially Yamcha, who was instantly killed by Nappa with one blow, was able to suppress Likum in a short battle. That is an existence that can crush him. Their strength has improved so much. So Kakarot and Raditz. Vegeta suddenly felt horrified, and his eyes turned to Son Goku in disbelief. At this moment, Son Goku and Raditz seemed to be shrouded in a fog, making him unpredictable. The gap was completely widened. Vegeta involuntarily clenched his fists, his unwillingness reached the extreme, and his eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes. Can a bean have that kind of effect? On the other side, Jinyu watched Vegeta's recovery. That humble bean actually has such an effect and must be snatched up. His eyes changed slightly, and Jinyu looked at several battlefields. The combat power detector he was wearing was constantly changing the data. During the battle, the combat effectiveness has changed significantly. I see, are you the type like me who can control your combat power at will? No wonder they all have so much courage. Jinyu cheered up a little. Those guys who look inconspicuous are actually not inferior to the members of his special forces team in terms of combat effectiveness. Forget it, if you lose, you won't be qualified to stay in my queue. Then let me deal with the situation here first. Jinyu turned his eyes and focused on Son Goku. At this time, Son Goku also turned his attention to him. You should be their leader, right? Although your anger is not as strong as Frisia's, it's not bad. That's right, let's do some warm-up exercises together. In the flash of lightning, Son Goku smiled and moved directly. With an extreme burst of speed, he arrived in front of Jinyu in a blink of an eye and punched out hard. Seeing this, Jinyu had no time to be surprised and directly raised his hand to block Son Goku's attack. The two of them disappeared at the same time. The next second, in the air, hand-to-hand combat breaks out. The speed of exceeding 100,000 points of combat power is so fast that it can't be detected by the naked eye. The figures of Son Goku and Jinyu kept twisting and turning in midair. In the short battle, neither one could take advantage. It was Son Goku who hid his strength and played with Jinyu. Otherwise, with Son Goku's strength, he could crush Jinyu and kill him with one move. Watching the battle, Raditz and Piccolo, who did not take action, expressed their opinions. Jinyu's strength is higher than I thought, but that's all. Kakarot is training with him, it's really boring. Raditz said. If it were him, he would kill Jinyu immediately to avoid further trouble. This is his character, and it hasn't changed even now after so many years. Piccolo knows Son Goku better than Raditz. That guy gets stronger when he gets stronger, and gets weaker when he gets weaker. The two people's comments caused Vegeta beside him to take a breath. It's already this far and you haven't used your full strength yet? Damn it! What went wrong? Why am I so far behind them? Is it all the fault of that guy from Talos? Wait. Kakarot and Raditz have both come to Namek, so that guy must have come too. Vegeta's concerns grew deeper and deeper. At this moment, a muffled sound exploded in the sky. Jinyu fell from midair, with a blood stain hanging from the corner of his mouth. After several rounds of fighting, Son Goku began to exert his strength. Jinyu couldn't bear this effort. How could Jinyu have imagined that a seemingly non-threatening lower-class human race could be so powerful in combat? On other battlefields at this moment, the battle between the members of the Jinyu Special Forces and the Z Fighters has also entered a stage of being crushed. The first is on the battlefield between Yamcha and Likum. After perfectly adapting to the power at this time, Yamcha began to use all his strength, from being evenly matched at the beginning, to firmly gaining the upper hand, and now, it was a complete suppression. What's wrong? Pineapple Head, is this the only level of your fighting ability? If that's the case, then I'm not polite. Yamcha continued to tease. He had forgotten how he was almost killed by the vegetable man last time. How can your fighting power be so high? No, it's impossible. I don't believe it. Likum seized the opportunity and opened a distance of more than 10 meters from Yamcha. At the same time, the breath in the whole body rose rapidly, and Likum's muscles tightened. Let's have a taste of my special skills. Likum, Super Battle Bomb. In the process of performing his tricks, Likum can be said to have a wide open door. In this case, no matter how stupid Yamcha is, he will never miss it. Without hesitation, he sprinted in front of Likum and punched Likum's abdomen with his fist filled with all his strength. A burst of air explosion sounds like bang, sounded. You have no martial ethics. Being forcibly interrupted from casting his ultimate move, Likum's eyes widened and he was furious. If you're to blame your own ultimate move for being too slow. Taking advantage of the victory, Yamcha launched a special move to attack Likum. The Wolf Fang Wind Fist attacks from all directions, causing a devastating blow to Likum's body. Damn it, if you hadn't consumed so much energy fighting that Vegeta guy, you wouldn't have. Likum said. Before he finished speaking, Yamcha kicked him hard in the face. Death is not far away either. Other side. Bart and Keith, who had transformed into a joint operation, were still suppressed by Tianjin Fan and Klin in all aspects. Their special attack red and blue light balls are unable to do anything to the opponent. The cooperation between Tianjin Fan and Klin is flawless. Coupled with the gap in combat effectiveness, Bart and Keith could only be beaten. Chi Circle Slash. Klin seized the opportunity and decisively released a round of Chi Circle Slash and threw it at Bart. How can a move at this speed hit me? Bart ejected sideways, dodging Klin's Chi Circle Slash attack. Be careful. Geese noticed that the situation was not good and warned loudly. What? Bart had a premonition, and a Qigong cannon with extremely destructive power continued to magnify in his eyes. Tianjin Fan's Qigong cannon has condensed and formed, carrying terrifying destructive power and swallowing up Bart's body. In an earth-shaking loud noise, the dying Bart's seriously injured body fell to the ground like a meteorite. Damn it! Bart has been eliminated, so the red and blue light balls can no longer be used. Geese looked extremely ugly, looking for a way to break the situation. The current war situation is extremely unfavorable to him. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong, Wave. When Geese was distracted, Klin seized the opportunity and came behind him at an extremely fast speed to gather energy. The Azure energy beam broke away from the palm and struck from behind Geese. Oops. Geese had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. He had no time to dodge and was engulfed by the wave of Turtle Qigong. Both Bart and Gi's were killed, and in the end only Gudu was left. At this moment, Gudu was helpless due to the competition with Dumpling's superpowers. The two are both masters of superpowers. Although they are involved in different fields, they each have their own merits. Damn it! Likum and the others were all killed. No, I can't repeat their fate. Golden binding technique. Gudu used his special move. The superpower is fully released and I want to trap the dumplings. What is this? The use of the golden binding technique made Diazi panic, and his superpowers were completely suppressed despite his original advantage. Movement is restricted and unable to move. Humph, go to hell. Gudu smiled sinisterly, pointing his right hand at the big tree in the distance. Just like the scene in the original book against Sun Wufan and Krillin, Gudu wanted to use the cut trees to take away the life of Dumpling. Just when Gudu was about to take action, a golden energy beam struck from the distance and pierced Gudu's heart. No, damn, someone attacked. Gudu's heart was pierced and he died on the spot. With the death of Gudu, the constraints on Dumpling were lifted. Are you okay, Dumpling? Tianjin Fan came to Dumpling's side. It was obvious that he was the one who rescued Dumpling just now. Yeah, Dumpling nodded repeatedly. As long as it's okay, then that guy will be the only one left. Tianjin Fan's solemn gaze fell on Captain Jinyu. On the main battlefield. After Jinyu witnessed all the team members being killed, his face was ashen and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Jinyut team was wiped out under his nose, which was a slap in the face. Gaku, your speed is too slow, do you want to help? Those guys can't even warm up for us. Yamcha took the lead and came to Son Goku's side, saying confidently. Next came Tianjin Fan, Klin, and Dumpling. Have you all finished the battle? Then I'll get rid of him quickly. Son Goku's casual words reached Jinyu's ears, which immediately made the latter furious. Stop looking down on others. Do you think I, Captain Jinyu, are the same as those guys? Die to me. The furious Jinyu decisively exploded with all his strength, and his 120,000 points of combat power exploded. White-purple flames ignited all over him, and a white-purple ball of destructive light shot out from his palm. Such amazing energy made everyone change their expressions slightly. Boom. The power of the explosion was extremely terrifying. The aftermath swept across all directions, and a huge mushroom cloud shot straight into the sky. Such a horrific attack is indeed terrifying. However, for the Z warriors, it is not worth mentioning. After the Great Elder's potential was developed, except for Yamcha and Dumpling whose combat power did not exceed 100,000 points, Krillin and Tianjin Fan both had combat power of 120,000 and 150,000 points. What a risk, what a risk. You guys are really messing around. Are we going to die together? From the center of the explosion, Son Goku's carefree voice came. What? Jinyu heard the sound and suddenly felt bad. When most of the thick smoke dissipated, the unscathed appearance of the Z soldiers was revealed. Impossible. You, how could your combat power be so strong? Realizing the gap in strength, Jinyu was dumbfounded and retreated uncontrollably. He had a feeling that he might be doomed. At this moment, a voice sounded, which shocked him. Not only did he stop, but his eyes showed joy. That was a sound he would never forget in his life. Captain Jinyu, my most powerful man, it seems like you can't deal with these outsiders. Frisia arrived here at some point. He was sitting on the stroller, suspended in midair, overlooking everyone. With his appearance, an infinite coercion descended from the sky, covering the entire world and catching everyone present off guard. King Frisia? This subordinate is incompetent, please forgive me. Looking up at Frisia in midair, Jinyu hurriedly knelt down on one knee with a pious attitude. Frisia was not surprised by this performance and couldn't help but let out his iconic laugh. Others can't feel it, but Jinyu knows the deep meaning and it's terrifying. Is he going to be liquidated by King Frisia? Frisia didn't pay attention to the frightened Jinyu. After quickly falling from the sky, he also got off the stroller. He glanced at Jinyu casually. Forget it, let me do some exercise today. If my guess is correct, these people are Saiyans and Earthlings from the Earth. Frisia did not kill Jinyu. Even if the opponent failed in his mission, he would not die, especially since he has so few available men now. All the elites died in this incident. I'm so sorry, King Frisia. I feel honored to be able to see your majestic action. Jinyu's flattery was slapped indiscriminately. Keep the Dragon Balls safe for me? If you can't even do this, then you don't need to exist, you know, Jinyu. Frisia said again. Yes, even if I die, my subordinates will definitely guard the Dragon Ball. Jinyu said excitedly. The situation suddenly changed and the pressure increased greatly. Is this, the Universe Emperor Frisia? Yamcha was ashamed and frightened. After his strength increased greatly, he was about to be slapped in the face so soon. He refused to accept it, but there was nothing he could do about it. The evil aura was really terrifying. What an evil aura, a bottomless feeling. Klin muttered with a solemn expression. Compared to those people we dealt with just now, they are not even a bit stronger. Tianjin Fan agreed. Frisia. Seeing Frisia's arrival, Vegeta looked nervous. While feeling scared, a ball of anger ignited in my heart. He is indeed no longer the same person as before. After recovering this time, his strength increased greatly again, giving him a little more confidence. Moreover, now that there are Kakarot and Raditz, Natalos must also be hiding in the dark. Super Saiyan, ask Frisia if you are afraid. Is he Frisia? Son Goku looked at Frisia on the battlefield, frowned, and braced himself. Before, I felt the other person's presence through breath. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was not that the other party was too strong, but that he found that the other party did not seem to be as strong as he thought. When he looked at Frisia, Frisia was also looking at him. After all, this Saiyan had just easily defeated Jinyu. This Saiyan looks familiar. Looking at Son Goku's appearance, the long-sealed memories in Frisia's mind emerged. When planet Vegeta was destroyed, the Saiyan who resisted to the end seemed to look like this. I see. You are the child of that Saiyan. No wonder you can defeat Jinyu. It's a pity that we managed to escape the big explosion of the planet and survive. Instead of staying well on the Earth, we have to come to Namek to die. Frisia has recognized Son Goku's identity, but he doesn't care. A wild monkey is always a wild monkey. Frisia. Raditz, who had been silent for a long time, also roared when he saw Frisia. All the anger he had accumulated over the years exploded, and Raditz didn't waste any time talking, and unexpectedly attacked on his own initiative. Seeing Raditz who dared to attack him, Frisia was surprised for a moment, and then his eyes showed deep contempt. What kind of thing do you dare to attack him? He remembered that Raditz was just an Ancien with a combat power of only 1,500 points. Isn't this the little follower beside Vegeta? How dare a mere wild monkey take action against me? It's ridiculous. I think my life is too long. After saying this, Frisia's eyes burst out with lasers, heading straight towards Raditz. This was done with murderous intent, without any mercy. It is also to kill one person as a warning to others, so that these people can consider themselves first, and then think about whether to disobey him. However, what happened next left Frisia in disbelief, because the rays from his eyes were shot away by Raditz. What? The attack was easily disintegrated by the opponent. You know, this has not happened for many years. A mere follower of Vegeta has such strength. What went wrong? Surprised, Raditz had already rushed in front of him. After Frisia was frightened, he immediately came to his senses and had a fist and kick collision with Raditz. In the end, the two sides clasped their fingers and wrestled with each other, and the terrifying power burst out like a tide. Boom! The terrifying aura storm swept across all directions, and the powerful air pressure tore the earth apart. The momentum of destroying heaven and earth seems to be enough to change the world. The air pressure became heavier and heavier, forming a huge pit with a diameter of tens of meters and a depth of nearly 10 meters under the two people's feet. Moreover, the giant pit is still expanding with the explosion of power. What a terrible anger. Is this Raditz's current strength? Clin exclaimed, trying his best to maintain himself under this power. Even if his strength has improved, he is still at the level of Jinyu. It's really amazing. As expected, no matter how hard you put in, there will be rewards. I'm not as good as you, Goku, and Raditz, Tianjin Fan admitted. Everyone present was shocked. Yamcha and Dumplings are the only places to seek refuge. Piccolo, Son Goku, and Sun Wuhan frowned. Raditz's action obviously also helped them test Frisia. What about Vegeta? At this time, he was shocked when he saw the scene of Raditz and Frisia wrestling. Impossible? How on earth did he manage to improve his combat power to such an extent? Are you kidding me? Am I dreaming? Vegeta's eyes were dull and his expression was shocked. Only 2 months have passed, and the strength of Raditz, who was beaten so violently by him, has actually improved to this point? Doesn't that mean Kakarot's strength has become stronger than this? Jinyu, who was overturned by this terrifying aura, was shocked beyond words. How could he have imagined that Raditz would have this level of strength? Also suddenly, a bold idea came to Jinyu's mind, that is, if he could take Ceratus' body, he could also have this kind of strength. In a deep pit, the aura storm became more and more terrifying. Frisia looked at the changing data on the new combat power detector, feeling extremely unbelievable. Bang! What? Frisia was shocked when the combat power detector exploded. What kind of Saiyan is this? The combat effectiveness has reached this level? Over 500,000 points. Bang! The energy exploded, and both Frisia and Raditz flew out of the pit. The Saiyan monkey who survived by chance has evolved to this point. Could it be? Frisia's frown deepened. The cause then, the effect today. However, he didn't want to believe it. What a bullshit legend. Ha 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 ha. It's unbelievable, Frisia. My combat power has increased from 1,500 points to what it is now. I am evolving towards the Super Saiyan you fear. Raditz shouted triumphantly. Now that his strength has increased significantly, he has the confidence to kill Frisia, who used to control them. I see, you're not a Super Saiyan yet. It should be said that this is the funniest joke I have heard in these years. Frisia's smile was very cold, and the energy in his body also surged. And out. Raditz's strength made him fearful. Therefore, he planned to directly use his true skills to drive these people away without leaving anyone behind. Idiot! Do you think Frisia's combat power is only this? He can transform. Seeing this, Vegeta thought of something and shouted loudly to remind him. Raditz, this idiot, didn't take advantage of this moment to kill Frisia, but instead spoke arrogantly. Isn't this giving Frisia a chance? Transform. Hearing this, Raditz was shocked. I have never heard of Frisia transforming. Doesn't this mean that this strength is far from everything the other party has? 530,000 points is only part of Frisia's strength. Ho 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 ho, little Vegeta, I didn't expect you to know about my transformation. It seems that you were fully prepared before coming to Namek to fight for the Dragon Balls with me. Immediately, I will let you wild monkeys experience the horror of falling into hell. After finishing his words, Frisia smiled ferociously. The energy exploded, the armor on his body was directly shattered, and his body began to undergo horrific deformations. The physical body expanded, the body straightened up, and became extremely tall. The head was deformed, and a pair of sharp devil horns sprouted from the left and right sides. The posture is completely different from before, from a short man with a height of 1.5 meters to a burly devil with a height of 2.5 meters. The evil aura emanating from nowhere caused everyone's expressions to change dramatically. The strength has at least tripled? Damn it, it's all over. Vegeta was desperate. His anger, is it fake? How could it reach this point? After carefully feeling the other person's breath, a look of fear flashed across Klin's face. Hey, no matter how strong you are, you should have some control. We are already so strong, but in comparison, we are still no different from ants. Yamcha already had the intention of retreating in his heart. Tianjin Fan was so nervous that he was sweating profusely and remained silent. Is this just going to scare you? I've told you before that if you don't have the skills, don't come. Piccolo muttered nonchalantly. I encountered refutations when I came before, but now no one dares to answer this sentence. Because several people were indeed afraid. Son Goku and Son Gohan remained calm. For Son Goku, who has become stronger, as long as he is at this level, there should be no need to worry about Raditz' safety. As for Sun Wuhan, even if his strength is less than 500,000 points, he is at least at this level, so he is not afraid. Frieza, who had completed his transformation, showed a joking smile and locked his scarlet eyes on Raditz. Wild monkey, you just said you were about to become a Super Saiyan, right? In that case, then take your dream and die for me. As soon as the words fell, Frieza's huge body shot out and struck straight at Raditz. The huge fist struck straight at Raditz's face without any cover. Frieza thought that after his transformation, he was strong enough to crush everyone, but he still made a mistake. His fist seemed unstoppable, but it was blocked by Raditz with one hand. Frieza was stunned for a moment when his fist was blocked. In this daze, Raditz didn't give him a chance to react, and charged up a kick to knock him back. Feeling the pain in his abdomen, Frieza frowned. This wild monkey's combat power has actually reached the point where it can resist even his transformation. I thought you were so powerful. After the transformation, will your power only reach this level? I'm so disappointed. Emperor Universe, you should show some strength that interests me. After saying that, Raditz's whole body ignited with a bloody aura, the blood in his body was stimulated, and his combat effectiveness once again experienced a surge. After developing his potential, his combat power level increased from 3 to 400,000 points to 1 million points. Now, with the blessing of special skills, the strength has reached over 1.5 million points. Feeling the increasingly terrifying aura on Raditz, which even surpassed his own, Frieza was shocked. He had never looked at Vegeta's former little follower. Can it be so strong? What kind of monster did he allow to slowly grow? Fine. Frieza felt lucky that he hadn't fully grown up yet. Take the move, Frieza. After stabilizing his vitality and blood, Raditz fired 2 destructive rays with both hands. Frieza jumped into the air, emptying his energy. The powerful shock wave hit a 100-meter-high mountain island and blew it into pieces on the spot. Taking advantage of the victory, Raditz did not stop and teleported one step ahead to directly above Frieza, slamming down his fists like meteors. Frieza was caught off guard and was shot down from midair to an island, setting off a terrifying smoke that shook the entire area. Rushing out again, Raditz locked onto Frieza and dived towards Frieza at full speed. Are you kidding? Frieza's eyes were bloodshot and he felt ashamed inside. He, the majestic emperor of the universe, was actually injured by a lowly wild monkey? Furious, Frieza stood up suddenly and hit Raditz's jaw with an upward kick, knocking him over. With an explosion of breath, Frieza chased after Raditz, who was flying upside down. Raditz, who was knocked away, stabilized his body violently and sprinted towards Frieza again. Boom! The two collided, causing a huge explosion on the way. In a burst of white light, the two men struggled together, and a hand-to-hand fight broke out. Waving his fists and kicking his legs to the side, the attack was so terrifying that even a single move could shatter an island on Namek. The fist and kick attacks continued, accompanied by energy attacks, which raised the fight to a higher level. Raditz is stronger than Frieza. This also made Frieza fearful and retreat when facing Raditz. Frieza regrets it? How could he have imagined that his million-point combat power after his transformation would now be so worthless and suppressed by a low-level wild monkey? Change again? He can do it. But he must first get rid of being continuously chased by Raditz. At this moment, on the planet King Kai was watching Raditz crush Frieza with a happy expression. Although he, his disciple, has not received his true inheritance, but it has to be said that Raditz's strength and decisiveness are far beyond what Son Goku can match. King Kai can imagine that if it were Son Goku who was fighting Frieza at this time, the battle would not go so smoothly. Beautiful, well done, Raditz, attack with all your strength, don't give him a chance to transform, crush him directly, defeat him, and finally kill him. King Kai was so excited that he now spoke with a strong sense of malice. Speaking of which, King Kai did not expect that in just 2 months, his 2 disciples would not only become so powerful under gravity training, but also have the potential of the Great Elder to be developed after arriving on Namek. Originally, he thought that without Lin Chuan, it would be impossible to deal with a guy like Frieza. Now he has another idea, that is, even if Lin Chuan is not around, Raditz and Son Goku should be able to defeat Frieza who has not transformed. If the two of them join forces, maybe they can fight to the end even if Frieza transforms. Speaking of which, you are watching from the side and not taking action, right? It's also to see how strong Raditz and Son Goku are. Anyway, for you, a battle of this level is really not worth mentioning. You have already defeated Cooler. While mumbling, King Kai burst into laughter of hee again. In recent months, he has been really happy. The most critical thing is that the Frozen Demon clan is finally coming to an end. On the planet Namek, the location of the Great Elder. Because of the impact of the war, this place was also affected. Because Bulma is an ordinary person, she stayed here and was looking into the distance worriedly. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside her and hugged her into his arms. Don't worry, I'm back. A soft whisper came from Lin Chuan's mouth, which made Bulma's heart suddenly thump, which could not be calmed down, and she turned to look happy. Wrong? The next second, Bulma raised her head angrily and complained, you still know how to come to me? You disappeared for more than a month, and I thought you were dead. An accident happened, and I had to stay on the planet Yardtra for a while. I planned to go back to Earth, but I heard King Kai talk about things here. I had already gone to see the battle there before, and now in order to ensure you're safe, I have to send you back to Earth first. Just in case, Lin Chuan must ensure Bulma's safety even if it consumes energy. Please vote? Please reward? The book club is short of people to discuss the plot, so you can come in and give more suggestions. In addition, there will be beautiful pictures and extras. He explained to Bulma what happened to him during this period. This is also an explanation that must be made. At any rate, the relationship between the two has long been established. If he completely ignores Bulma's feelings, then he is too selfish. After explaining clearly, Lin Chuan once again proposed sending Bulma back to Earth. Regarding life safety, Bulma agreed to Lin Chuan's proposal. After all, as an ordinary person, she would be a burden if she stayed on planet Namek. If it weren't for others being unable to pilot the universe ship in the first place, she would definitely not have come. It would be great to be able to go back now. Teleporting across the stars, Lin Chuan sent Bulma back to Earth, and then returned to the Namek planet. Originally, Lin Chuan planned to send the Great Elder and all the Namekians to Earth, so that he would really have no worries. However, the Great Elder was unwilling, saying that he wanted to coexist with planet Namek. In this case, Lin Chuan couldn't say anything else. After leaving the place where the Great Elder was, Lin Chuan came to the battlefield again. Watching the battle progress, Lin Chuan made an evaluation in his heart. It should be said that the strength of all Z warriors has been greatly improved. Especially Raditz and Son Goku, who didn't expect that they had not seen each other for more than a month. After the Great Elder developed their potential, they had already reached a combat power of more than 1 million points. Originally, Piccolo was the strongest among them all, and Sun Wuhan was the second. Now, Son Goku and Raditz are catching up. Piccolo's combat power is a full 1.5 million points. Although Raditz and Son Goku are still not as good without the help of means, once these two guys use the secret skills they learned from King Kai, they can crush Piccolo. Without using all of his strength, he completely suppressed Frisia's transformation. His fighting skills are indeed far superior to those against Vegeta. However, if you continue to play like this, Frisia will change. When the time comes, unless you can double your strength on this basis, I'm afraid you will be suppressed in turn. Analysis comes out of your mouth. Others don't know, but he knows it. Frisia's combat power before transformation is 530,000 points. The transformed Frisia's combat power exceeds 1 million points. Frisia's second transformation has a combat power of over 3 million points. As long as Frisia transforms into his second form, except for Son Goku who can continue to suppress him with the help of Kaioken, everyone else will have to avoid his edge. At this time, a fierce battle was in progress. Raditz showed his superb fighting power. With the blessing of his own special skills, even Frisia after his transformation was difficult to resist. Frisia was trying his best to get rid of Raditz's pursuit, while Raditz pressed forward step by step, giving Frisia no chance. This also makes the Universe Emperor face an unprecedented dilemma, which can be said to be difficult to move forward. Damn wild monkey, you have really angered me. How could Frisia continue to endure the continuous defeat? Incompetent and furious? Frisia didn't know that his resistance and roar had become trophies in Raditz's size. Ha 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 ha, is this all you can do? Frisia, you are still the Emperor of the Universe. In front of me now, you, the Emperor of the Universe, have completely become a guy who has been eliminated by the times. The ship of the new era has abandoned you. After defeating you, I, Raditz, am the new Emperor of the Universe. During the attack, taunts continued. Raditz seems to have seen himself ascending to the throne of the Universe Emperor after killing Frisia. Because of the pleasure of revenge, he lost himself. He didn't even think about it. This so-called Emperor of the Universe was just the dream he pursued before. Now, he actually doesn't need to care about that at all. His real goal should be to follow in Talos' footsteps and become a Super Saiyan. After enduring Raditz's taunt again, Frisia looked ferocious. The burly figure kept punching and kicking, and the attack was shockingly powerful. However, despite this, he could only resist Raditz's attack. As long as Raditz exerts a little force and speeds up, he can hurt his body. Shock arose in his heart, and Frisia even felt the threat of death. If he continues like this and cannot complete the next stage of transformation, then Raditz can kill him. Damn it! This damn wild monkey has no intention of giving me a chance to breathe. Frisia thought to himself after understanding Raditz's intention. Accept your fate? How is that possible? Cunning flashed in his eyes. Frisia directly gathered his strength and fired an astonishing super wave cannon. The explosion set off fire and thick smoke, covering the sky. This kind of attack is not powerful, but it has a very good covering effect. Naturally, Frisia was shocked again the next second. Because his blinding technique could hide himself, Raditz was not affected at all and punched him away again. He didn't know that even if he couldn't see it, Raditz could still lock on to his aura. How could he be allowed to escape? However, this punch knocked Frisia away, and Raditz stopped attacking, preparing to continue taunting to show his strength. He didn't know what to do, giving Frisia a chance to make a comeback. Frisia landed on the island, his eyes bloodshot. The burly body was covered with scars, making people shudder. Without any hesitation, Frisia directly released the huge energy in his body. The second change is ongoing. Raditz in the sky was still pretending to be 13 at this time. Frisia, is that the end of it for you? He. Today I will show you how terrifying we Saiyans are. Keep your eyes open and look carefully. How powerful is my entire power now? With an angry shout, Raditz raised his hands to the sky with his fists, and then retracted his hands to his sides as if released. Not only did he show off his muscular body, but he also completely released the power in his body. The blood around Lattice became thicker and thicker. Although this is not Kaioken, it is still a secret that is not inferior to Kaioken. When Vegeta invaded the Earth, the limit of the skills Raditz could display was increased by 50%. Now unleashing all his strength, he has been able to increase his combat effectiveness by 100%. Therefore, Raditz's combat power has now reached 2 million points. 2 million points of combat power. The terrifying momentum doubled, affecting everyone in the area. Everyone was shocked, even Piccolo couldn't help but be moved. He is like this, not to mention Tianjin Fan, Klin, Yamcha, and Dumpling. Where is Son Goku? He also clenched his fists excitedly. Speaking of which, he also wanted to have a good fight, but his elder brother took action, so he could only wait. On one side, there's Vegeta. At this time, his mood completely hit rock bottom. Although he felt happy watching Frisia being crushed and seeking revenge, he didn't want to see Raditz crush Frisia. He, the Prince of the Saiyans, became the most ridiculous person at this time. Up in the sky, Raditz looked at Frisia on the island below, motionless. He was no longer like before, rushing up to die at the slightest provocation. The strange aura made Raditz frown, and suddenly felt a strange feeling. What's going on? Is Frisia still hiding this anger? Raditz murmured in his heart. After fighting to this point, he thought Frisia was bluffing. If there was anything hidden, he would have already revealed it under his previous pressure. However, before 10 seconds passed, the situation on the island suddenly changed. Countless red cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of Frisia's burly and powerful body. The process, which was like peeling off skin, surprised everyone. The alien-like monster emerged from Frisia's original body, and it brought with it an extremely terrifying bloody aura. What? You can still transform. Looking at Frisia who looked more like a monster, Raditz couldn't help but be shocked. But after thinking that his strength was strong enough, he calmed down. Falling slowly, he finally reached the island. No matter what, he will crush Frisia again? With the confidence brought by his strong strength, Raditz had no doubts about himself. Even though he felt Frisia's aura change drastically at this moment, he could not shake his belief. Being on the other side, Jinyu was already so excited that he couldn't help himself. After witnessing Frisia's transformation, his admiration and respect for Frisia grew even stronger. I knew King Frisia was playing tricks on that wild monkey before. However, now that King Frisia has transformed again, this Raditz is nothing to worry about. It's just a pity for that powerful body. Wait, hum. Maybe, I can take advantage of the last moment to swap bodies with this wild monkey. By then, my combat effectiveness will be able to reach that level. Jinyu began to make calculations. He even neglected to protect the Dragon Ball. On the island, the second transformed Frisia stared at Raditz's whereabouts with blood-filled eyes. Without the performance of the first transformation, the strength after the second transformation gave him enough confidence to crush this wild monkey. As for the final form, which is only a second transformation instead of a third transformation, he still kept a secret for himself, not wanting to expose everything at once. However, it also solved part of it. If something goes wrong, the second transformed body can directly complete the final transformation. Wild monkey, I'm sorry to tell you that I'm tired of playing games. Now, it's time to kill me. With his strength greatly increased, Frisia shot out in an instant. The weird body moves like a wild beast. The speed shocked Raditz. The next moment he reacted, he punched out, but what he hit was a ball of air. What? His pupils shrank, and Raditz suddenly sensed a crisis and turned around suddenly, crossing his hands to protect his chest. There was a loud bang of pound. Second transformation Frisia didn't know when he came behind him and kicked him away. The incomparably huge force destroyed Raditz's body. Raditz felt as if his arms were torn apart, and the pain was excruciating. How is it possible? Is this the true form and true strength of Universe Emperor Frisia? Forcibly stabilizing his body, Raditz gritted his teeth and shot continuously, sending several shockwaves towards Frisia. Go away. Frisia simply ignored this. What level of attacks do you need to dodge? Fierce fighting breaks out again. It's just that this time in the battle, Raditz fell into absolute passivity. Frisia dominated the battle, causing all the Z warriors to take a breath. God knows things will develop to this point? Okay, that's terrible. Uncle, if he continues like this, he will be killed. Sun Wuhan's voice rang out, directly touching everyone's hearts. His senses were correct. The evil energy Frisia is exuding now is too terrifying. Even if Raditz is very strong, there is still a gap. What should we do now? With our strength, we can't help at all, Goku. Krillin said. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha echoed that this is their idea as well. Now, only Goku and Piccolo are eligible to intervene. I've said it before, that guy Raditz is so self-righteous. He thinks he can do whatever he wants when he's strong enough. He should have killed Frisia just now, but now he has no chance. Vegeta is here, she interrupted. Obviously, he was blaming Raditz for not taking action. After hearing this, everyone felt a little disgusted with Vegeta, but this was indeed true. After thinking for a long time, Son Goku took the initiative to speak. Wait a little longer, even if Frisia transforms again, he will become stronger. But brother, he may not lose. It was just a short-term defeat. What the real result will be is not yet clear enough. As the battle continued, Raditz was no longer able to crush Frisia as vigorously as before. At this moment, he could only try his best to resist Frisia after his second transformation. Under the suppression of that absolute power, Raditz once again felt like he was being played. His combat effectiveness is indeed continuing to increase. But the gap at this time is obviously not something that a small improvement can make up for. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. After Frisia determined that Raditz was at the end of his strength, he toyed with Raditz with a cunning smile on his face. Wild monkey, where did your arrogance go? You were not like this just now? Keep on pleasing me. Continuous attacks, every punch and kick, can break through Raditz's defense and cause huge damage to him. Of harm. However, in a short period of time, Raditz's state was almost the same as Frisia's previous transformation. His body was covered in scars, and his battle uniform was stained with blood. Perhaps because he was tired of playing, a murderous intent flashed in Frisia's eyes. But in an instant, he attacked without holding back. The crushing blow hit Raditz's weak spot hard. Bang! A heavy blow pierced into Raditz's chest and abdomen. The terrifying power swept through Raditz's body, severely damaging his internal organs, making him so painful that it was difficult to breathe, and his brain briefly crashed. Pfft! Blood spurted out from his mouth, Raditz's sturdy battlesuit was destroyed, and his whole body flew upside down like a kite with its string broken. It didn't stop until it hit an island mountain not far from Jinyu. The body was covered in rocks, and the crushing pain in his abdomen made Raditz lose the ability to fight. At this moment, Raditz's expression was extremely ugly. Frisia's blow almost killed him. Before he could recover, the white-purple light flashing on the horizon instantly made the hairs on his body stand up, and he sensed a fatal sense of crisis. Wild monkey, go to hell with your dream of becoming a Super Saiyan. After the words fell, the destructive energy in Frisia's palm became more intense. This is to kill Raditz. It can be felt that the light group contains unimaginable ultimate destructive power. Have I stopped here? Damn it. At this moment, Raditz was in a daze, as if he saw death waving to him. Stop it. At the same time, Son Goku, who knew that he could not wait any longer, got angry and took the initiative. Scarlet evil energy ignited all over his body, and he used Kaioken twice, and his combat power increased to more than 2 million points. His body rushed out like an aurora, and Son Goku's attack directly attracted everyone's attention, including Frisia. Raditz, who thought he was certain to die, never expected that his younger brother would save him again. The appearance of Son Goku sent the destructive energy released by Frisia flying to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The terrifying energy explosion made the sky darken. This situation is like the end of the world. Kakarot. Taking a deep breath, Raditz tried to get out of the gravel, but found that he had no strength at all. He gritted his teeth and had to remind, be careful. Frisia, that guy, is a monster. I know, brother, just have a good rest. Frisia is left to me to deal with. Son Goku nodded and sprinted in the direction of Frisia the next second. Looking at Son Goku walking away, Raditz was very moved. At some point, he had developed a feeling of great trust in this younger brother. It was at this time. Raditz did not expect that Jinyu would suddenly stand in front of him, was giving him an evil smile. Ha 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 ha, Raditz, you didn't expect that you would die in the hands of my captain in the end. Jinyu put his hands on his hips, looking like a clown. Hearing this, Raditz was furious. He wanted to move, but the severe pain made it difficult for him to move at all. After escaping the fate of being killed by Frisia, he still had to die at the hands of Jinyu. Raditz fell into despair again. Before you die, give me your body? After all, you have cultivated to this level. It would be a pity if it was destroyed just like that. I can guarantee that I will take good care of your body in the future. As Jinyu spoke, he began to destroy his body. Just in case, he had to immobilize himself. Otherwise, after the exchange, Raditz would have gained his power, and he would have become the fat on the sticky board. Jinyu's IQ is online. In the original work, he was like this, defrauding Son Goku's body. However, doing so at this time is a bit too clever. Just when Jinyu's act of self-mutilation was about halfway through, a strange sound entered Jinyu's ears, causing Jinyu's expression to change drastically, and he turned around to look. Who are you? Before Jinyu could react, he only said 3 words and suddenly felt like the world was spinning. Death ushered in the next moment, and he watched his body fall to the ground. The body and head are in different places. Then, Namek. Starman. Before death, Jinyu said these words. The one who took action was undoubtedly Piccolo. Piccolo had attacked with Son Goku before, but he was afraid that Son Goku could not completely block Frieza's attack, and in the end they were defeated one by one. It turned out that he was overthinking, and Son Goku was much stronger than he thought. With the blessing of Kaioken, he is even stronger than Raditz at full strength. No need to thank me for saving you, just because this battle is far from over. Piccolo received a look of thanks from Raditz. Of course, Piccolo doesn't care. Think about it, when Raditz first arrived on Earth, Piccolo almost killed him twice. Now, Piccolo comes to his rescue. This is the last fairy bean in my hand. Eat it. With the ability of Usians to greatly increase their strength after recovering from serious injuries, your strength should increase again. Because of Frieza's power, Piccolo took him into his hands. The fairy beans were contributed. Of course, he no longer had the fairy beans in his hand, but Gohan still had them. With the fairy beans, Raditz was resurrected with full health in a short period of time. Moreover, his strength skyrocketed again. If there is a combat power detector, it can be directly seen that his combat power has reached 1.6 million points. After recovering from a serious injury, although he was not on the verge of death, it allowed Raditz to reach this level. At this time, if Raditz uses the secret skill of blood burning, he can at least compete with the second transformed Frieza. However, it is not his fight now, it's the battle between Son Goku and Frieza. In the sky, faced with Son Goku's sudden intervention, Frieza's face was full of sarcasm. How could he know at this time that the person in front of him would love and kill him for the rest of his life? From the initial mortal enemy, he became his final teammate, and even became Son Goku's biggest brother. In the All-Universe Power Tournament, without Frieza's energy transmission, Son Goku would have been eliminated. Of course, none of this has happened yet. It may not happen in the future of this world. Isn't it better to hide quietly? If you insist on standing up and dying, you are really a Saiyan monkey who doesn't know whether to live or die. Frieza stared at Son Goku in front of him, murderous intent emerging in his eyes. Whether I am here to die or not, you will know after fighting. Frieza, I will be your opponent next. Son Goku did not get angry because of Frieza's sarcasm. He remained vigilant and spoke sternly. Treat. You wild monkeys, one after another. I have had enough. Without listening to his advice, Frieza did not hesitate and took the initiative. His sudden burst of speed caught Son Goku off guard. Son Goku suffered a heavy blow to the face and was knocked dozens of meters away. Frieza didn't intend to continue playing around, but wanted to get rid of everyone as quickly as possible. Because he wants to make a wish quickly, he will never forget the ultimate goal. Damn it! Can't you react to twice the Kaioken? In that case, then 3 times the Kaioken. Son Goku, who was flying upside down, once again increased the Kaioken's multiplier. The combat power soared from 2 million points to 3 million points, and Son Goku turned around and rushed towards Frieza. What? Frieza, who was surprised by Goku's sudden increase in strength, hesitated and was knocked away. After coming back to his senses and stabilizing his body, Son Goku had already sprinted in front of him again. A fist with infinite destructive power was waved, and Frieza defended himself in time. Bang! The power of this punch was so terrifying that it even caused ripples in space. He put his hands in front of his body, resisting the advancement of Son Goku's fist. Frieza was shocked again. The power of this wild monkey is actually stronger than that Raditz. Damn it, if we had completely killed all these wild monkeys back then, we wouldn't be in trouble today. The Saiyan monkeys he faced were each more powerful than the last, which made Frieza increasingly suspicious. Among these people, will there really be a Super Saiyan? Bang! While Frieza was distracted, Son Goku's attack had broken through his defense. The destructive fist hit Frieza in the face, causing Frieza to lose consciousness for a moment. The next second before he could recover, he was greeted by Son Goku's continuous attacks. Bang, 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 bang. The fist and kick attacks continued, sweeping through Frieza's body like a storm. The pain in his body continued to increase, causing Frieza's anger to rise. Bang, pound. 2 consecutive muffled sounds. Son Goku's fists were locked by Frieza's hands, unable to move forward at all. Oops. The action was blocked, and Son Goku secretly thought something was wrong. Stop poking your nose in your face, wild monkey. With an angry shout, Frieza instantly became furious. Huge power exploded, throwing Son Goku away. Before the flying Son Goku could control his body, Frieza hit him in the face with a heavy punch and was sent flying hundreds of meters away, smashing 2 islands in succession. The breath exploded again. Frieza caught up with Son Goku, who was flying upside down, put his fists together, and landed a dunk. Boom! Son Goku suffered a heavy blow and fell into the sea like a meteorite, causing waves thousands of meters high. It's over, wild monkey. To avoid unnecessary complications, Frieza raised his right hand and pointed it at the sky, condensing a large white-purple light ball. With a big hand throw, the huge white-purple light ball broke through the air and pressed down, heading towards Son Goku. Its destructive power was so terrifying that even Son Goku, whose combat power reached 3 million points, felt a fatal crisis. Son Goku, who was tumbling in the sea, looked at the super-large ball of light condensed by Frieza. He didn't dare to lift it up, and concentrated all his energy to release his special move. Turtle style, Qigong, wave. Condensing the ultimate move at the fastest speed, a blue energy beam burst out from Son Goku's palm. Boom. The two forces collided, causing terrifying energy shocks in the void. The aftermath of terror swept across all directions, subverting everything. The entire Namek planet was shaking due to their opposing waves. Everyone watching the battle, including Vegeta, was in a cold sweat for Son Goku. The power of the two of them has reached an incomprehensible level. Tianjin Fan watched this scene that seemed to be the end of the world, and the shock in his heart could not subside for a long time. The strength gap between them is already the difference between dimensions. We must win, Goku. Krillin shouted loudly. Dad, that's amazing. You can definitely defeat Frieza. Son Gohan said with joy on his face. Dumplings and Yamcha are also conveying their cheers in their own words and ways. That Kakarot guy, could it be said that he is already qualified to become a Super Saiyan? The one who was most stimulated was Vegeta, who was watching the battle on the battlefield. He was supposed to be the strongest of all Saiyans. Now all the Saiyans have surpassed him one after another, and he, the strongest, has become the weakest. Other side, did that Frieza guy really use his full strength? Piccolo, who had been silent as a bystander, had an ominous premonition in his heart. He vaguely sensed that Frieza's true combat power was probably much more than that. Being able to transform twice, will there be another hidden transformation later? Kakarot, you are still ahead of me, 3 times Kaioken. With your current physical fitness, it is more than enough to use 5 times Kaioken. Raditz commented. On the battlefield, Wild Monkey, Frieza, who was high in the sky, once again increased the release of energy because his energy attack was blocked. The white-purple energy light ball further suppressed the turtle Qigong wave. The pressure on his hand increased, and Son Goku gritted his teeth and tightened his mind. If you are hit by this energy, you will be half disabled even if you don't die. The next moment, 5 times? Kaioken, shouted angrily, and Son Goku directly increased the multiple of Kaioken. The combat power also climbed straight from 3 million points to over 5 million points. The roaring turtle-style Qigong wave penetrated Frieza's super-large energy light ball and headed towards Frieza. What? How is this possible? The attack was neutralized. Frieza was shocked. Feeling the deadly threat coming, he immediately protected his chest with his hands to form a defense. Boom. Frieza's body was completely engulfed, and a huge explosion exploded in the sky. The scalding flames were overwhelming, and the devastating aftermath swept in all directions. Dazzling light bloomed high in the sky, and everyone couldn't help but protect their eyes. The power of the explosion swept across and lasted for half a minute before it subsided. Did it work? Vegeta, who wanted Frieza to die the most, looked up at the explosion high in the sky and couldn't calm down for a long time. Frieza, who he regarded as a devil, became so terrifying after his transformation again that he was even suppressed by Son Goku. In this huge explosion, even if he didn't die, Frieza would still feel uncomfortable. Until the smoke in the sky clears. Frieza's form appeared again. Is that guy a monster? In such an amazing energy explosion, he's not dead yet. Clint said with a look of horror on his face and disbelief. Goku's turtle-style Qigong wave with all his strength failed to have much impact on him. What a monster. Tianjin Fan said with a solemn face. All Z warriors were frightened by this scene. Frieza's power far exceeded their knowledge. With the end of the energy explosion, Son Goku stabilized his energy and slowly floated in front of Frieza. He began to feel excited, because he thought that 5 times Kaioken would be his limit, but now after using it, it was obviously not the case. Maybe, he can produce 10 times the Kaioken. After quickly coming to his senses, Son Goku looked at the embarrassed Frieza again. Even if he cast Kaioken 5 times, he didn't dare to be careless at all. Because of his sudden increase in strength, he also sensed the huge energy in Frieza's body. The two looked at each other, and after a while, Frieza showed an unexpected smile. Then Frieza quickly descended to the ground and hooked his index finger at Son Goku, beckoning him to come over. What is this guy trying to do? Son Goku was confused, but he still fell from the sky and landed in front of Frieza. The battlefield has returned to calm, but this is a precursor to the coming storm. Back then, there was a Saiyan who looked exactly like you. He fought against me until the last moment before Planet Vegeta exploded. Now, his son appears in front of this king. It's a pity that the fate of your father and son is the same. Frieza smiled sadly. This was deliberately revealed to Son Goku. He wanted to tell the other party that the other party's father died in his hands. I see, that Saiyan you mentioned is my father. However, I'm wrong about one thing. The only person who loses today is you, Frieza. Son Goku put on a fighting stance, with 5 times the Kaioken added, reaching 5 million points of aura and pressing down on Frieza. Ho 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 ho, it's a very strong momentum, but that's all. Because of your hard work, I will let you see my ultimate form. Frieza didn't do any ink, he charged up his hands, and more majestic energy surged from his body. After Son Goku felt the surge of energy, his expression suddenly changed. Frieza, indeed, he has a backup plan? He has another transformation. Crackling. As Frieza exploded, his aura quickly formed. Countless cracks appeared on his body, as if something was about to break out of its shell. This transformation is very similar to the previous one, but there are also differences. Bang! The armor-like skin turned into fragments and shattered, scattering on the ground. Because Frisia's momentum exploded, the sky for hundreds of miles around darkened, and countless thunder and lightning flashed. The wind was howling, waves were rising, sand and rocks were flying, and thick smoke was everywhere. Looking at Frisia's posture at this moment, he is no longer the hideous and terrifying alien he was before. His figure is like a small and exquisite clown. There is no threat at all, but it represents absolute terror. This is the final form of Universe Emperor Frisia. You are the first person besides my brother and father who can see my king's final form. I'll give you a good time, wild monkey. Frisia stared at Son Goku with his bloodthirsty eyes and teased expressionlessly. When Son Goku looked at Frisia in his final form, he was also shocked by his unfathomable aura. Awesome, I didn't expect you to be so strong, I'm getting more and more excited. Son Goku is not afraid of Frisia, because he also has a trump card that he has not used. He is very happy now. He feels very lucky to have met such a powerful enemy as Frisia. The Z warriors, as well as Piccolo and Raditz, who were watching the battle from a distance, all felt their hearts rise at this moment. Frisia's bottomless aura was like an abyss, making it impossible for them to see through it. Can Son Goku really win? Lin Chuan, who was hiding in the dark at the same time, looked at this scene on the battlefield and knew that this battle was coming to an end. I just don't know if Son Goku can become a Super Saiyan without his intervention for the time being. This was also a test for Lin Chuan. Otherwise, he would have appeared before. It's a fateful duel. Unfortunately, the current Kakarot is much weaker than the original. Lin Chuan murmured to himself. Due to the changes in the plot, even if Son Goku has the potential to develop as a great elder, he only has 1 million points of combat power at this time. In the original work, he still has 3 million points. However, if he is crushed by Frisia and uses the Senzu Bean to fully recover, he may be stronger. On the battlefield, war breaks out. Son Goku took the lead and charged towards Frisia. With the blessing of 5 times Kaioken, a new round of attack was launched against Frisia. However, these attacks were in vain in front of Frisia in his final form. No matter how he attacks, no matter how he takes action, he can't even touch Frisia. At this moment, Frisia was swimming like a fish in the water, easily dodging all of Son Goku's attacks. Just like an adult facing a 3-year-old child. Too weak, you should already understand the difference. Frisia smiled jokingly, and the tail behind him broke through the space and gave Son Goku a heavy whip. With a muffled sound of "pa," Son Goku was instantly sent flying to a distance of 10 meters. Before Son Goku could control his body, a death beam passed him by and bumped the mountain not far behind him. Boom! The power of this explosion was beyond imagination, even more than Son Goku's full-power turtle-style Qigong wave just now. When Son Goku came back to his senses, he felt that his body was soaked in cold sweat. He clearly realized the terror of Frisia. Ho 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 ho, that should be the right expression, fear, fear. Frisia smiled sinisterly. He wants to torture Son Goku bit by bit, making him unable to survive or die. He also wants everyone here who stops him to suffer his humiliation. What a scary guy, but I will never give up. Kaioken, 10 times. Knowing that Frisia was very powerful, Son Goku didn't dare to neglect, and just gave it all. With today's physical strength, 10 times Kaioken. On the basis of his millions of combat power, his combat power at this moment reaches tens of millions. Your momentum has improved again. It seems you have hidden a lot, wild monkey. But unfortunately, it was all in vain in the end. That's just it, it's still too weak. Son Goku's 10 times Kaioken is nothing in Frisia's eyes. Take it, Frisia. With a cry, Son Goku sprinted towards Frisia at full speed. At this point, the second round officially begins. Outside the battlefield at this moment, everyone has a new understanding of Frisia's terror. No, Goku's aura is still not as good as Frisia's. Krillin came to a conclusion after carefully sensing the aura. Even with Kaioken activated 10 times, can't you compare to him? What kind of monster is this? Tianjin Fan was surprised that Frisia's true ability was so terrifying. Everyone, you can't help much by staying here. How about we first? Yamcha already felt like shrinking back at this moment. In fact, it's not just him, Vegeta also has this intention. Frisia can still transform. What does this mean? They are ants. I think we should take away the Dragon Ball now. Dumpling's sudden words made everyone stunned and turned their attention. Because of Jinyu's death, they all ignored Dragon Ball. Other side, Piccolo and Raditz were stunned and overwhelmed. Piccolo frowned, thinking about the next strategy. When he arrived this time, he couldn't even help. Abruptly, Piccolo, the Great Elder's voice sounded in Piccolo's mind. Great Elder? What's wrong? Piccolo was surprised by the sudden contact from the Great Elder. I have ordered Nero to assist you. Frisia's power is too powerful. Your current strength is not enough to defeat him. When Nilu arrives, you will assimilate him. The Great Elder's words made Piccolo feel as if he had been hit by a heavy bomb. What the Great Elder means is to make him and Nayla become one. You want me to assimilate him? No, absolutely impossible. Piccolo decisively refused. Don't worry, Nero will only turn into your power and will not affect your thoughts. Piccolo, fight as a Namekian. Right, the Great Elder's voice suddenly disappeared at this moment. It seems that it will never ring again. On the main battlefield, 10 times Kaioken's grandson Goku chases and beats Frisia. With combat power exceeding tens of millions, looking at the entire universe, in the current era, there is no doubt that one side is the overlord. But now, Son Goku, blessed with tens of millions of levels of combat power, is being played like a plaything by Frieza. No matter how he attacked, his attacks were easily blocked by Frieza with one foot. Ho 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 ho, are you still struggling? It's really interesting. In front of me, you are just an ant that can be easily crushed to death. If it hadn't been for this king's whim, you would have died long ago. Frieza enjoys torturing his grandson Goku. His small body burst out at extremely fast speed and quickly circled behind Son Goku, and his slender tail even wrapped around Son Goku's neck. The tail wrapped around his neck kept shrinking, and Son Goku was unable to fight back. His eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and his body fell forward uncontrollably. The suffocation feels good, right? Wild monkey. Frieza said cruelly while increasing the strength of his tail contraction. At this time, Frieza's despicable and cruel nature was revealed. It is obviously a great opportunity to kill with one blow, but it is tortured to the opponent, which is too horrible to watch. And often at this time, rollover often occurs. The next second, Son Goku, who couldn't break free, simply bit Frieza's tail. Frieza, dem wild monkey. The heartbreaking pain caused Frieza's expression to change dramatically. He quickly withdrew his tail and kept blowing on the bright red tooth marks to calm the pain. Seizing the opportunity, Son Goku smiled, and once again exploded with tenfold Kaioken. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he attacked Frieza. Bang! A punch containing terrifying power hit Frieza's face hard, sending him flying instantly. Son Goku, who did not miss the opportunity, chased Frieza angrily, and he wanted to continue the blow. Unexpectedly, the opponent turned around and kicked him several dozen meters away. Stabilizing his body that was flying upside down, Frieza stared at the panting Son Goku directly in front of him with an evil expression on his face. What a rude wild monkey. Okay, it's time for me to send you on your way. Frieza moved his limbs and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The moment this ray of light flashed by, Son Goku clearly felt a chill sweeping through his body. He was also frightened by this moment of intimidation and almost lost his mind. Hey, I forgot to tell you something, so you can be convinced that you lost? The power I used against you just now was only 1/10 of my true strength. Frieza's words made Son Goku even more afraid of him. From the tone of Frieza's words, it didn't sound like he was bragging. In order to let you die with peace of mind, I will reluctantly use 2/10 of my power. After these cruel words, Frieza immediately rioted. Just this sudden burst of speed left Son Goku with no time to dodge. Bang! Frieza's head hit Son Goku's face. Just this one blow almost caused Son Goku's consciousness to dissipate. Forcibly maintaining the stability of his consciousness, Son Goku endured the severe pain and launched a counterattack. But every move he made had already been seen through by Frieza. Whenever he launches an attack, Frieza will catch the exposed weakness and hit him hard in return. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he had already endured several heavy blows, and his physical body had also suffered great trauma. The injuries on his body are getting more and more serious. At this time, even if he is 10 times Kaioken, it is still very difficult to maintain. This situation made the Z warriors watching the battle from afar feel despair. Even Goku, who is as strong as Son, is no match for Frieza. If they go, they will give Frieza his head for nothing. Son Goku, hold on a little longer, it only takes a little while. Watching the situation on the battlefield, Piccolo clenched his fists involuntarily. With the current situation, it would be useless even if he and Raditz went up together, they would only be killed instantly by Frieza. He was relieved and determined. Accepted that Neru came to be assimilated by him. The only hope is that after assimilation, he can gain combat power that surpasses Frieza. At this time, Piccolo noticed something. A powerful aura erupted rapidly. When he focused his attention, he saw Sun Wuhan on the other side having extremely violent mood swings. His breath was erupting uncontrollably. Gohan. Piccolo was shocked when he noticed Son Gohan's condition. The intensity of this breath even far exceeded him. Stop. With a roar, Son Gohan's anger completely detonated the potential in his body because he saw his father being ravaged by Frieza. The violent aura swept across all directions, and a terrifying aura formed instantly. The sudden burst of aura made everyone present feel their hearts sink. Everyone present looked at Sun Wuhan like a monster. This power. Kakaroto's little kid can actually explode with such a strong power. How is it possible? Vegeta was suspicious of Son Gohan's ever-expanding aura. Life. Who is he? Where is he? What is he doing? Don't bully my dad. His anger was aroused, and Sun Wuhan rushed towards the battlefield at full speed. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could not catch up. Stop it, Gohan. Don't be impulsive. Piccolo wanted to stop Son Gohan from going berserk. But the distance was too far, and he had no time to intervene. Just when he couldn't help but take action, in an instant, Nayla's energy was very close to him. Stopping what he was doing, Piccolo forced himself to calm down his mood swings. He turned around and looked in the direction where Nayla's breath came from. Not far away from the horizon, Nayla's figure appeared. Finally here, noting Nayla's arrival, Piccolo did not hesitate at all, and the next moment he jumped in the direction of Nayla. This scene aroused great confusion in Raditz. After a while, Piccolo and Nero met, and the two stood face to face in the air. The Great Elder should have told you my purpose of coming. Nayla said firmly. Well, although I am reluctant to assimilate with you, the current situation is special and we have no choice. Piccolo nodded. Come on. Maybe it's fate. My existence is to fulfill you. Nayla said. If you dare to cause trouble in my body, after I deal with Frisia, I will find a way to force you out. Piccolo nodded again. Hearing this, Nayla smiled. Don't you want the power that was given to you for free? But soon, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by deep solemnity. Promise me, with the rage of the Namekians, I will defeat and kill Frisia. Nira's eyes contained murderous intent. You don't need to say anything, I will kill that guy naturally. Piccolo nodded without hesitation. At this time, regardless of whether they are strong enough after assimilation, this is their determination. The two reached a consensus and held their right hands. Under the power of Piccolo's assimilation, Nero's body turned into a white energy flame and attached to Piccolo's body. Feeling the terror of this white flame, Piccolo's expression changed drastically. He felt an extremely huge amount of energy flowing through his body, and his body, soul, and strength were all undergoing transformation at an extremely fast speed. As this flame completely submerged into Piccolo's body, his combat effectiveness has undergone earth-shaking changes. This power, is this me? Piccolo's whole body was horrified. The surge of energy in his body gave him the confidence to defeat everything. 10 times, no, not even 20 times. His strength can no longer be compared with what it was before. Even Frisia cannot be his opponent. Kill Frisia with the fury of a Namekian. Nira's voice echoed in Piccolo's ears. Piccolo, who had gained great power, had a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, there was a hint of gloom and determination on his face. For those who didn't know, they thought Piccolo's demonic nature had resurrected and he had become the heinous devil he once was. Don't worry, with such a powerful force, Frisia will definitely die in our hands. At this moment, Son Goku is here. He had been bruised by Frisia's torture, and he didn't even have the strength to swing his fists. After being hit hard by Frisia again, Son Goku fell to the ground. It seems you have reached your limit, wild monkey. Frisia smiled sinisterly, looking down at the incompetent Son Goku with a victor's attitude. The tip of the index finger flashes with a strange light, and the death ray condenses on the fingertip. Don't bully my dad, Frisia. At this time, an angry Son Gohan rushed to the battlefield. The terrifying aura exuding from him attracted Frisia's attention. Frisia dissipated the energy at the tip of his index finger and looked at Son Gohan with a puzzled expression. Ho 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 ho, is that your son, wild monkey? Frisia had a cruel idea in his heart, and the evil smile on his face grew stronger. This time, he must remove the roots, especially at such a young age, with such strength. You, come at me if you have anything, don't touch Gohan, Frisia. Son Goku almost yelled the last words. After going through this battle, how could he not see what Frisia was thinking? This madman wanted Gohan's life. Hoo ho 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 ho, there is nothing more touching than the reunion of father and son. Your father died in my hands back then. Now I will send you and your son to reunite the 3 generations of you in the underworld. Frisia kicked Son Goku away to prevent him from causing trouble. Dad. Seeing Son Goku being kicked away, Sun Wuhan became even more angry. Because of his anger, many S-cells stored in his body began to beat. Little monkey, just use whatever skills you have. Frisia didn't take Son Gohan to heart. But then, Sun Wuhan's outburst made him dumbfounded. You are unforgivable. The anger in his heart was completely ignited, and Sun Wuhan's aura grew explosively. The deepest potential in the body was released, and Sun Wuhan's aura climbed like a rocket, breaking through 1 million points and reaching 10 million points. Mimicry? Super Saiyan? This little monkey's strength has actually reached this level? He must be killed. Frisia's frown deepened. Although he didn't care about Sun Wuhan's little strength, the opponent's combat effectiveness was undoubtedly 1/10 of his level. At such a young age, if he is allowed to grow up, it is not impossible to become a Super Saiyan one day. Even Sun Wuhan himself didn't notice that in the depths of his eyes, a golden light flashed past. He didn't even know that his state was about to truly break through and become a Super Saiyan. Magic Flash. With a roar, the magic flash that Sun Wuhan concentrated with all his strength shot out. Its destructive power is terrifying, with a combat power of tens of millions. Humph. Frisia snorted coldly. In his final form, his strength was much more than what he had shown before. In an instant, he sprinted in front of Demon Flash and hit Demon Flash with an upper kick. This ball of golden energy light with a destructive power of 20 million levels was sent up into the clouds by Frisia's kick and flew towards the depths of the universe. Outside Namek's planet, the energy of the magic flash exploded, forming a brilliant halo. The explosion lasted for 20 or 30 seconds before the light disappeared, showing the terrifying destructive power. Damn it. The brief outburst ended. Sun Wuhan only felt weak and exhausted, and it was difficult to even maintain the Wukong technique. After all, he was still young, and the power he had just exploded out of anger was certainly powerful, even reaching the level of mimicry, but its side effects were beyond imagination. His body collapsed. Oh, the energy is quite amazing. Even I am beginning to be tempted. If you were not a Saiyan, I might be able to train you to become one of my generals. It's a pity that such a good seedling will die soon. Frisia knew the terrifying potential of Son Gohan. With such strength at such a young age, if he continues to grow for a while, he may be threatened in the future. Run, Gohan! Son Goku shouted heartbreakingly. Frisia's death ray also shot out at this moment, heading towards Son Gohan. At this moment when his life was hanging by a thread, a golden energy wave shot out from the sky, scattering Frisia's death ray. Huh? Who is it this time? Frisia became even more angry after being blocked one after another. This is endless. Looking in the direction of the opponent's attack, he saw that the person coming was none other than Piccolo. Name Qian. Frisia said with disdain. In his opinion, the name Qian who came over was not even as powerful as Raditz, who he had just defeated. Uncle Piccolo. Seeing Piccolo, Sun Wuhan smiled on his tired face. Leave the rest of the battle to me, take Goku and leave here first. Piccolo flew in front of Sun Wuhan and said in a voice without any emotion. Yes. Sun Wuhan did not hesitate and followed Piccolo's instructions. The combatants changed again, and Sun Gohan had no doubt at all whether Piccolo was Frisia's opponent. He flew towards Sun Goku. When Frisia saw this, he was about to fire a death ray, but was interrupted by the energy bomb spit out from Piccolo's mouth. Name Qian, it looks like you really want to challenge me. Killing intent flashed through Frisia's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the Dragon Balls were still on Namek, he would have turned Namek into dust in the universe. These flies keep disturbing him, which is really annoying. I'm not challenging you, but I'm going to kill you and feel the anger of the name Qians. Piccolo said coldly as he came to Frisia. The next second, he took off his training clothes and stared at Frisia with his cold eyes that seemed emotionless. What did you say? Did I hear you right? Do you want to kill me? Frisia felt as if he had heard a big joke, and he couldn't control the smile on his face. You won't be able to laugh anymore. Without saying anything else, Piccolo unleashed the surge of energy in his body. Boom. The combat power exceeding 10 million points swept across all directions like a tsunami. That's not all. Piccolo's aura is still expanding. 10 million points is far from his current limit. In the original work, his combat power was limited, but assimilating with Nayla would give him 1,000,000 combat power points. Now the combat power has reached 1.5 million points. After assimilation, even if it is only increased by 20 times, the combat power will still be 30 million points. Frisia felt the rising terrifying aura on Piccolo and felt a little dazed for a moment. This name Qian seems a little different. Lin Chuan sighed. Hiding in the darkness, he is always paying attention to the direction of the war. To be honest, he had thought that after the assimilation of Piccolo and Nero, the combat power would reach millions or even tens of millions of points. But he didn't expect that the opponent's combat power would increase to 30 million points in such a short period of time. But if you think about it carefully, it seems reasonable. Later in the original work, Piccolo went to assimilate the gods, and his combat power increased dramatically to the point where he could defeat number 17. The combat power of more than 30 million points is almost catching up with my normal level. Lin Chuan praised without hesitation. However, with only this level of fighting power, it still cannot change the fate of being defeated by Frisia. Speaking of which, it's almost time to show up. There won't be any other surprises in this battle. The perspective of the Z soldiers. It's amazing. Can Piccolo's aura be improved to this level? How did he do it? Clin exclaimed. His breath is even 10 times stronger than Kaioken's Goku? What happened just now? Tianjin fan said in disbelief. Great, if it were the current Piccolo, he should be able to defeat that monster. Yamcha said happily with a trembling voice. Everyone sighed. At this time, Sun Wuhan returned with Son Goku, and Raditz also approached at this time. Taking this opportunity, Sun Wufan gave Son Goku a fairy bean to help him recover. After eating the fairy beans, Son Goku also successfully cleared the bug of recovering from serious injuries. Moreover, his increased strength far exceeds that of Raditz, because the power he exerts and the damage he receives are greater. 3 million points? It is comparable to the combat power he possesses in the original work. Why did Piccolo's aura suddenly increase so much? It's amazing. It's amazing. Son Goku was shocked by Piccolo's burst of aura. No one knows that this is because Nero came and was assimilated by Piccolo. On the main battlefield, Frisia looked at Piccolo, whose aura erupted like a volcano, with a hint of surprise. You really hide your secrets, name Qian. I underestimated you. Your power is even more powerful than that wild monkey named Son Goku just now. As a reward, I will reluctantly use 30% of my strength to fight you. Frisia smiled slightly, gathered 30% of his energy, and fired a death ray at Piccolo. 30% of the strength is undoubtedly 36 million points of combat power. Better than Piccolo, but slightly inferior in some aspects. Bang! This extremely penetrating death ray was knocked away by Piccolo with one hand as he gathered his strength. Seeing this scene, Frisia's expression did not change and he once again fired multiple death rays towards Piccolo. He wanted to see how capable this name Qian was. It's useless. Piccolo's eyes surged with murderous intent, and his strength boiled and burned rapidly. He knocked away all the incoming death rays. At the same time, all the strength in his body turned into substantial flames and burned, and with full of anger, he sprinted towards Frisia. Begging for votes? Begging for rewards? The book club is recruiting people. Come on, be happy, you have a lot of time anyway. Comments. Previous Frisia, it's time to pay for your evil deeds. In roaring rage, carrying a power that could shatter the stars, Piccolo's punches were fierce and filled with the immense anger of the Namekians towards the invaders. At this time, Piccolo represents not only himself, but the entire Namek family. There was a loud bang of boom. Piccolo's fist was blocked by Frieza with his arm. With 30% of his power, Frieza is so powerful. In purely numerical terms, it is higher than Piccolo. Do you think that this skill alone is enough to defeat me? You are too wishful thinking, Namekian. Piccolo's arrogance allowed Frieza to reveal his truest self. An extraordinary fierce battle begins. In terms of real combat power, Piccolo has reached unprecedented heights. With the help of fighting skills, and the body and will that have been trained and honed in the gravity training room for a long time, Piccolo's strength far exceeds his superficial numerical level, and he can even suppress Frieza, who has exerted 30% of his power to a certain extent. Of course, despite this, Frieza will not be completely passive. Even though he has never practiced seriously since he was born, or even fought seriously, the power in Frieza's inheritance is not false. There is no need to work hard to become stronger, that's because his stable strength after his birth is the Universe Emperor level. The fists and feet collided, causing countless ripples in the space. The speed was so fast that even Son Goku and Raditz, whose combat power reached 1 million levels, could not fully see clearly. Others can only use their sense of breath to capture it with all their strength. The sound of air explosions is endless and terrifying. As the battle progressed, Frieza finally understood that his repeated clumsiness was the wrong decision. These ants, because he repeatedly treated them lightly, became more and more difficult to deal with, and even once made him, the Emperor of the Universe, lose face. Disturbed by his emotions, Frieza's counterattacks became more and more powerful. Facing Piccolo's fist and kick attacks, Frieza also showed his super fighting ability. They are all geniuses, and they all have extremely terrifying potential. They can achieve leapfrog challenges and so on. It can be said that Frieza's terrifying qualifications completely surpass Piccolo's. After all, in the original work, Super Era, after Frieza was resurrected, he reached the height of the 7th dimension with just a few months of training, and even completed a higher level of transformation, the golden form. Even though there are more than 10 years of accumulation in Hell, this kind of explosion is in one breath, far beyond all existence. And this is only the early stage of the Super Era. In the later stage, Frieza has completed the black gold form. They suppressed everything violently from the moment they came up. Granola and Jassy were not worth mentioning. To put it more accurately, Black Gold Frieza was so powerful that he was able to punch and kick a self-knowing sky. Of course, that is the performance of later generations. Nowadays, it is impossible for Frieza to achieve a breakthrough due to his mood swings and violent rage. For a higher golden form, Frieza at this time has no idea at all. Bang, bang, boom, pound, bang. Fierce confrontations continue to occur. During the ultra-high-speed movement, Piccolo and Frieza transformed into two Aurora. Sometimes they went to the sky, sometimes they fell on an island, sometimes they hit the sea, and sometimes they returned to the sky. Planet Namek is a battlefield, and neither of them has any intention of holding back in the current state. At the same time, it is located on the planet King Kai. Watching the battle escalate again and again, watching his disciples lose one after another, there was still some hope that Son Goku and Raditz could defeat Frieza's King Kai, but now they can only put their hope of defeating Frieza back on Lin Chuan. Piccolo is strong, but King Kai knows the horror of finally becoming Frieza. This battle has just begun. If Piccolo didn't have stronger means, the result would undoubtedly be a brutal defeat. Great Elder, since you have already guessed the result, why don't you arrange for a few more Namekians to be assimilated by Piccolo? Although the remaining Namekians may not be as strong as Nero, if the remaining Namekians are by assimilating the people below, Piccolo might be able to surpass Frieza. When the time comes, as long as Frieza is defeated, then I can use the Dragon Balls to make wishes and resurrect the assimilated Namekians. King Kai kept telling his thoughts. It's a pity that he can't intervene in this incident. Otherwise, even if he was openly assisting others to kill Frieza, he was afraid of being held accountable by Beerus, the god of destruction. After all, Frieza was the spokesman of the god of destruction during his sleep. If he helps others kill Frieza, he is going against Beerus. Beerus will not be able to come to him then? Lin Chuan, it's time for you to take action, right? Everyone else's strength has been improved because of Frieza's relationship. This should be your plan, right? King Kai turned his attention to Lin Chuan. Although it has only been more than a month since he really got to know Lin Chuan, he already has a rough understanding of what kind of person Lin Chuan is. On Namek, as Piccolo suppressed him more and more intensely, Frieza unknowingly used 40% of his power. 48 million combat power points. Ordinary beings with a combat power of 30 million would definitely be unable to resist. But after Piccolo assimilated, he clearly discovered the deeper source of power in his body, and became stronger as he fought. Although Nero failed to completely make up for Piccolo's shortcomings, he successfully played a certain role. It's over? Eat my move? Frieza. The collision of fists and kicks could not gain the upper hand, let alone defeat Frieza. The pressure was increasing, and Piccolo was determined not to waste time anymore. The ultimate move was brewing, and terrifying energy gathered during the battle, and he was directly knocked out. Facing this blow, Frieza clearly felt threatened. In the next second, he used all his strength to maintain his body and raised his hand to block Piccolo's super explosive magic wave. This scene is so shocking. But Frieza directly blocked the energy devouring with his body. Just like in the original work, Frieza blocked the turtle-style Kigong wave from Son Goku's 20 times Kaioken. What? His full blow was still blocked, and Piccolo felt unwilling. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and released energy beyond the limit. At this point, there is no retreat. The hot and burning feeling in his hand became more and more intense, and Frisia did not dare to lift it any further. As soon as he gritted his teeth, the energy in his body began to flow rapidly. The next second, while resisting, a terrifying energy cannon burst out from his palm. Boom! An extremely shocking super explosion exploded in the sky. The terrifying storm swept across hundreds of miles. The power of the aftermath seems to destroy everything. Fire and smoke filled the sky, covering Frisia's figure. You can't see it, but everyone knows that Frisia is fine. Not only did the aura not weaken at all, but it became even stronger. The edge of the battlefield. The Z soldiers gasped. Son Goku and Raditz gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. Damn it! That guy Piccolo is already so strong, isn't he still a match for Frisia? Raditz doubted his life. At this moment, he seemed to realize that he was the frog in the well again. Frisia is the strongest person outside the well, overlooking the weak him. Even now, even if I use Kaioken 10 times, I'm afraid I'm not as powerful as Piccolo. Son Goku murmured to himself. After recovering from a serious injury, his strength has indeed greatly increased, but he still cannot participate in this duel. Unless, use a higher multiple of Kaioken, such as 20 times. However, if Kaioken is used 20 times, his body will definitely not be able to bear it. At most, it can only be used for a short period of time. The limit is to issue several attacks. You can't even interfere with Goku and Raditz, we are even more useless. Krillin's face was full of sorrow, and he was extremely afraid. At this moment, he still has the same excitement as when his strength increased greatly in the beginning. The gap is too big. So, we can only pray that Piccolo can hold back and defeat Frisia. Tianjin Fan tried his best to calm down, but he just couldn't calm down. Always working hard to become stronger, always chasing. Goku is a Saiyan, and his strength continues to improve, reaching heights that are difficult for him to look up to. Piccolo is a Namekian and is now even more amazing than Goku. What about him? He is from the Three-Eyed Star, but no one can compare to him. In fact, it is just a little stronger than Lin. The people being compared were different, which gave Tianjin Fan's inner demons. TCH? At the last moment, do you still have to have this prince come up with an idea? All of you, please listen to me. Now may be the last chance. You don't really think that Namekian can defeat that monster Frisia, do you? Suddenly, Vegeta, who had been silent until now, spoke. The prince's tone was still so loud. Everyone concentrated their attention, and their surprised eyes fully expressed their doubts. Only Raditz was dismissive. The personal grudge between him and Vegeta was so deep that no matter what Vegeta said, he would sneer at it. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly. No one likes to see your self-righteous princely manner. One sentence directly caused veins to appear on Vegeta's forehead. But at this time, he could no longer think about these grudges. Only by defeating Frisia can they all survive. Only by surviving can Vegeta have a chance to regain his life. In his opinion, both Raditz and Kakarot can do it, and so can he. And that Talos. Thinking of this, Vegeta's eyes were sharp. Before this, I was very surprised. Since you are all here, why didn't Talos show up? That guy's strength can completely kill Forley after turning into a Super Saiyan. Essay. As soon as these words came out, everyone froze. In the final analysis, this group of them was too confident, so they came to Planet Namek before waiting for Lin Chuan to come back. It's too late to say anything now. Lin Chuan is not here, so you can talk about your solution now, Vegeta. Son Goku asked. Hearing this, Vegeta gasped when he knew that his guess came true. Immediately, he talked about the characteristics of Saiyan's greatly increased strength after recovering from serious injuries, and how Raditz and Son Goku's strength increased greatly after being beaten by Frisia this time. The suggestion is that as long as Raditz and Son Goku climb from the edge of death again, maybe they will have the power to surpass Frisia after they recover? It can even reach the bottleneck of Super Saiyan. But, at this time, Sun Wuhan spoke. Because everyone was practicing in the universe ship when they came here, of the 20 or 30 fairy beans they brought, only the last one is left. After they arrived at Planet Namek, there were only 3 fairy beans left. I gave one to Vegeta and one to Son Goku. Piccolo hid one and gave it to Raditz. In other words, do we only have one chance? In that case, let's do it, Kakarot. Raditz suddenly spoke. At times like this, he became selfless. He also wants to become stronger. But he realized that he was not as good as Kakarot now, so even if he climbed back from the edge of death, he would not be as strong as Kakarot. After hearing this, everyone agreed. Only Vegeta clenched his fists. He originally planned to take this opportunity to do it again, but he didn't expect that there was only one magical bean left. After a change of thought, Vegeta came up with another way to guarantee the bottom line. If even this doesn't work, then there is only the Great Ape. After the Great Ape, the combat power of us Saiyans can be increased tenfold. Kakarot, you should be able to control it, right? Another backup move, and everyone realized that they were not desperate. It was just another sentence from Son Goku that made Vegeta dumbfounded. His tail was cut off by the god Piccolo a long time ago, and never grew back. Here, the discussions are still going on, but they don't know that time is no longer enough for them to consume. In the sky, when the smoke completely dissipated, Frisia's ferocious face was revealed along with his body. He is angry. After such a long and fierce battle, he has gradually lost his patience. Especially the Namekian in front of him was so powerful in combat that it threatened his existence. Even compared with him, there is still a big gap. But God knows if the Namekians still have some backup plans. The battle is over, Namekian. You have succeeded in pleasing me, so I will also use powerful enough stunts to take away your life. With the murderous intent in his eyes increasing, Frisia raised his hand, and a huge amount of energy surged out of his body and gathered at the tip of his index finger. In just a moment, a black-purple energy sphere condensed out, carrying endless evil aura. This move is Frisia's unique planet-destroying bomb. It was used in the original work, but failed due to the energy bomb. This move is slightly inferior to Supernova in strength, but it is also Frisia's ultimate move. Faced with the terrifying pressure, Piccolo was shocked. Not daring to show any signs of neglect, he gathered his strength as quickly as possible. I will not sit still and wait for death. Frisia, you think too highly of yourself. Even though he knew that the difference in strength was reflected, Piccolo still had his aloofness. He is trying his best to condense the magic-piercing light to kill the cannon. Kill the enemy by leapfrogging? Even if he is not able to do it with his current strength level. But after exceeding the limit of the limit, it may not be possible. At this moment, are you still thinking about fighting to the death? I really like your unruly look. The Namekians, it should be said, can make me use 50% of my power. Looking at the entire universe, there are only a few people who can do it. After I use the Dragon Balls to realize my wish of immortality, I will destroy your planet and let all the surviving Namekians be buried with you. Don't thank me. Ho 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 ho. Frisia's cold and gentlemanly words pronounced Piccolo's death sentence and the fate of the Namekians. The next second, the black-purple energy ball condensed from the tip of his index finger expanded rapidly, reaching the level of 1,000 meters. With his sudden throw, the huge energy bomb broke through the space and pressed towards Piccolo. Magic penetration, light kill, cannon. Condensing the energy to the maximum extent, Piccolo decisively used his special move. The spiral orange-yellow energy beam broke through the space and rushed high into the sky. The two sides' special moves collided, causing the space within dozens of miles to change color. Piccolo's face became even more ugly. His special move, the demonic light-killing cannon that goes beyond the limit, is being pushed back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only did he fail to penetrate Frisia's energy bombs, he was directly suppressed and retreated. Ho 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 ho, Namekian, your death has come. Frisia smiled sinisterly and increased the propulsion of the black and purple energy bombs. Filled with infinite destructive power, the demon Guang Guang killing cannon was instantly defeated. Oops. Looking at the huge destructive energy approaching in the sky, Piccolo knew that he could not avoid it. Once hit, you will lose half your life even if you don't die. And if he avoids it, the one directly affected will be the mother planet under his feet. The ending seems to have been decided at this time. But just when Piccolo gritted his teeth and prepared to fight to the death. In the distance, a speeding golden energy beam hit the black-purple energy bomb. Although this energy was not directly detonated, it also changed the movement trajectory of this black-purple energy bomb. After the energy bomb flew more than 10 miles away, it broke away from the surface of planet Namek due to some magical power and reached an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Boom! The huge explosion caused an extremely terrifying world-destroying storm. Although the star-destroying blow did not directly destroy Namek, the terrain of Namek was also changed due to the air pressure, and the planet was constantly shaking and shaking. Piccolo, who had a brush with death, still doesn't understand what happened. When he came back to his senses, only one possibility appeared in his mind. Could it be that it's him? The image of Lin Chuan appeared in his mind, and Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. Now it seems that no one except him can do this. Humph. You have so many reinforcements, so many that I can no longer accept them. Frisia's eyes flashed with a hint of haze. This time, he got really angry. Every time you want to kill an enemy, you will be blocked one after another. This made him very unhappy. Frisia stared forward, but Piccolo ignored him. Next, how about I be your opponent? Frisia. Lin Chuan's slow voice sounded. In the space, Lin Chuan appeared without knowing when. It was so natural. It seemed as if nothing had been done just now. I knew it was you. From the looks of it, you arrived here a long time ago and haven't shown up. Do you want to see me make a fool of myself? After confirming that it was Lin Chuan, Piccolo completely relaxed. Although he felt very unhappy, Piccolo Daimao was so powerful that he still needed to be rescued. However, Lin Chuan made him dependable and reassured enough. This is a change that has been brought about subtly over a long period of time. TCH? Is it another wild monkey? There's no end to it. Frisia's temper gradually became violent, and Frisia decisively changed his target and took the initiative to kill Lin Chuan. Be careful. Piccolo's eyes widened at Frisia's action, and he quickly shouted a warning. Death? Wild monkey. Using 50% of his combat power, Frisia was about to kill Lin Chuan on the spot. And just when he was about to reach Lin Chuan also moved in an instant. His body reacted instantly, turning around and kicking Frisia in the cheek. With a muffled sound of bang, Frisia's body flew backwards. Frisia was shocked when he was knocked away. The severe pain made him lose consciousness. He even flipped dozens of times in midair before he stabilized his body. He stroked the part where he had been hit hard, and the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. 50% of his combat effectiveness is 60 million points of combat effectiveness. This wild monkey was actually able to hurt him. Since the first battle with this group of people, the situation has become more and more uncomfortable, and each opponent that appears is more powerful than the last. I thought that using 30% of the final form's combat power would end this battle, but now 50% is not enough. What's wrong? Are you starting to fall into self-doubt? Frisia. Lin Chuan smiled slightly, crossed his arms, and looked at Frisia with cold eyes. Frisia didn't answer, just stared at Lin Chuan indifferently. Seeing the tit-for-tat atmosphere between the two sides, Piccolo knew what would happen next. As a loser, he decisively exited the game. Outside the battlefield, just when Son Goku was about to accept Vegeta's proposal and perform self-destruction to recover and improve his strength. Seeing Lin Chuan appear, the situation completely changed. They were still shrouded in death and despair, but now they finally don't have to worry. Lin Chuan is here, which means Frisia is really done. Even if they are defeated, Lin Chuan can win, because Lin Chuan is a Super Saiyan? Great! As long as Uncle Lin Chuan is here, Frisia has nothing to fear. Son Gohan shouted happily. That Talos guy is finally here. Frisia, your death has come. Without any other means, Raditz clenched his fists in excitement. Now, the Super Saiyan that Frisia fears is right in front of him, and he doesn't know it yet. If he takes action, I don't need to take any more risks. Son Goku clearly knew how powerful Lin Chuan was. The horror of Super Saiyan is still fresh in my memory. Fortunately, okay, that guy really knows how to pick the time, and he came at the right time. Clin was sweating profusely and stretched out his hand to wipe it away. He had witnessed Lin Chuan's power. Compared with Frisia, he was just a chicken. Great, Tianjin. Dumpling said happily. Yes, we can finally see the Super Saiyan. Tianjin Fan concentrated his attention and stared at Lin Chuan with 3 eyes without blinking. Although he knew what had happened, he was in a coma at the time and did not know the details. On the side, Yamcha remained silent. Apart from everyone else, Vegeta's mood changed drastically. Although he was very reluctant, he still hoped that Lin Chuan could kill Frisia. Let Frisia see what a true Super Saiyan is. High in the air, the aura of tit-for-tat became stronger and stronger. Lin Chuan was nonchalantly dispelling Frisia's pressure on him. Unable to see through the depth of the person in front of him, Frisia became increasingly fearful and dignified. The temperature of the surrounding space dropped rapidly, and Frisia chose to use his momentum to attack and fight Lin Chuan. After a brief 10 seconds of silence, Frisia was even more amazed, because no matter how he attacked, his momentum always seemed to hit cotton, and some of it bounced back. Who are you? Frisia realized that Lin Chuan was different from anyone before. He is a Saiyan, but he is ridiculously strong. Raditz and Son Goku before also used tricks to fight him. In contrast, the gap is enough to show. The instinctive feedback gave Frisia a premonition that he must use 100% of his fighting power to end this battle. I'm just a Saiyan, Frisia. Lin Chuan smiled slightly, not exaggerating. Humph. Since you don't want to say anything, then just never say it again. Not wanting to talk nonsense, Frisia raised his hands. With a thought, superpowers are unleashed. In an instant, the ground within a radius of 10 miles began to tremble violently. The huge island behind Frisia was directly stripped from the depths by his superpower. It's so huge in size, but it can be directly controlled with abilities, which is so terrifying. With a thought, Frisia pushed this huge island with a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters towards Lin Chuan. Such boring tricks are of no use to me, Frisia. Lin Chuan raised his hand and shot an energy beam from his palm without hesitation. The energy beam hit the island in the sky. Boom, pound. In just a moment, the entire island collapsed instantly, turning into countless fragments and sputtering in all directions. Lin Chuan didn't know that Frisia wanted exactly this effect. He felt that Lin Chuan's sight was blocked, which was the best time for him to attack. While the fragments of the boulder were still filling the space, Frisia took the initiative to attack. His ghostly figure wandered among the fragments of rock, and unknowingly arrived behind Lin Chuan. He originally thought that this sneak attack would be successful, but he didn't know that Lin Chuan had already understood his actions through breath perception. Die. Murderous intent rioted, Frisia's right hand turned into a claw and stabbed towards Lin Chuan's heart. Looking at this posture, it seemed that he was going to kill him with one blow. Lin Chuan, who had already noticed Frisia's whereabouts, used teleportation in a flash, but moved behind Frisia in the blink of an eye. In the opponent's incredible gaze, a whip kick swept across. A burst of bang sound exploded. The terrifying destructive power swept across all directions, shattering all the surrounding rock fragments. Frisia was hit hard and flew out like a cannonball. Taking advantage of your illness to kill you, Lin Chuan decisively released his energy to chase Frisia, who was knocked down. Countless golden energy light balls blasted towards Frisia's position like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. Frisia, who was flying upside down, was worthy of being an emperor-level powerhouse. After quickly regaining control of his body, he was so angry that he waved his hand and used his superpower to destroy all the energy bombs that came his way. Boom! The flames of the explosion engulfed the entire sky, and its destructive power was so terrifying that it vaguely distorted the space. Death. Frisia felt the crisis coming and used all his strength so far to punch behind him. Lin Chuan happened to use his teleportation ability and came behind Frisia. As he had expected, he put on a defensive posture and blocked Frisia's punch. Yeah. Seizing the opportunity, Frisia did not hesitate and began a devastating offensive against Lin Chuan. Bang, 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 bang. The shockwave generated when the limbs collide was extremely terrifying, and layers of sonic booms exploded in the sky. Frisia's countless ferocious attacks were perfectly defended by Lin Chuan, making him invulnerable. Even without the Super Saiyan transformation, Frisia is like a plaything in Lin Chuan's hands, held in his hands. Anyway, Lin Chuan's combat power has reached 41.5 million points. It's not as good as Frisia's 50% 60 million points, but Lin Chuan's Super Saiyan energy pool can be mobilized, and it can be doubled or doubled invisibly at will, and there is no need to transform into a mimic Super Sailor. Of course, Lin Chuan didn't even need to use the Super Sailing energy pool at this time. His strength is constantly getting stronger and his methods are becoming more and more numerous. The special skills learned on the Adrit Star to predict the future play a huge role at this moment. He has already seen every attack by Frisia and can make countermeasures immediately. This kind of reaction, this kind of speed, and this kind of movement with ease. Rather, it's like a simplified version of the self-free ultimate intention gong. Needless to say, the skills of the Adritites are really very powerful. Although there is no one in their tribe who is too powerful in combat, the tricks they invented are all superb skills that can surpass the level of challenge. In a close battle, being able to predict the opponent's next move in advance basically sets the stage for victory. Even in a battle where there is a gap in strength, being able to see the future in advance will give you a chance to make a comeback or even fight back. A simplified version of Zizig Gong? Although it was somewhat nonsense and boastful, Lin Chuan did realize something new from the secret technique of foreseeing the future. After many attacks failed, Frisia, who did not believe in evil, increased his energy release and even unleashed 6 successful attacks in one go. Pinch. With a thunderous roar, Frisia threw a punch with murderous intent. Bang! A dazzling white light exploded in the sky. This light continued to expand, causing wind and clouds to surge wherever it passed. The earth within a radius of more than 10 miles was torn apart by the shock wave. One can imagine how terrifying the power of Frisia's punch was. Frisia, this monster, he didn't talk big before. Feeling the terror of this punch, Piccolo returned to his companions and was sweating like rain. If he had been hit by this punch, he would not necessarily die, but he would definitely be crippled. Frisia was just taking advantage of him for fun. The other Z warriors were also frightened by this terrifying punch and couldn't help themselves. They subconsciously replaced themselves with Lin Chuan. If this punch falls on them, in just an instant, they will turn into blood foam and dissipate between heaven and earth. On the main battlefield, the destructive light brought by the fist gradually dissipated. The world between heaven and earth returned to its original state again. When the light dissipated, Frisia's 6th power punch containing murderous intent was seen, landing solidly on Lin Chuan's forehead. After hitting the target, Frisia looked happy, but Lin Chuan's words directly brought him back to reality. You seem very happy. How does it feel to taste victory? Do you think you can hurt me with this painless attack? Frisia. Lin Chuan said word for word. His voice lingered in Frisia's ears. Frisia was frightened, and his body involuntarily fell back and even trembled. At this moment, Lin Chuan's form had undergone some subtle changes. There was a golden aura flickering around him, which undoubtedly mobilized the energy pool of Super Saiyan. Frisia's devastating punch failed to have the slightest impact on him. You guy. Noticing the changes in Lin Chuan, Frisia did not dare to act rashly. Seeing Frisia being so cautious, Lin Chuan showed disdain. His right fist was clenched, his muscles were tense, and the surface of his skin shone with a special sheen. Let me show you my power. Super hardening crushing blow. His right hand formed a fist, and Lin Chuan struck out instantly. Frisia's heart tightened, and he subconsciously crossed his arms in front of him for protection. Lin Chuan's iron fist landed firmly on his arms, but the terrifying power that came from his arms caused Frisia's expression to change drastically. It can't be stopped at all. Boom. The roar like a bomb exploding resounded across the sky. Frisia's body flew backwards at 100 times the speed of sound, crashing into dozens of islands on the way. He was sent flying to the other side of Namek by Lin Chuan's punch. At this moment, the Z warriors were all dumbfounded. Even King Kai, who was watching the battle on the King Kai planet, was shocked. How the hell can you do this? At this moment, even Angel Weiss, who was watching the battle in the God of Destruction realm, also showed an interesting smile. Such a scene is rare. Lin Chuan himself never thought that the destructive power of this punch could be so terrifying. With the blessing of super hardening, the destructive power of this punch has increased by at least 5 times. If I had known better, I would have punched him out of Namek. With a slightly mischievous attitude, Lin Chuan smiled on his face. The purpose of practicing this skill was to improve defense and attack power. However, after initial testing, the effect was even better than he thought. Moreover, this skill will continue to improve with the depth of his practice, so the destructive power and defensive power will continue to increase. Performed by teleportation, Lin Chuan crossed space and reached the other side of the planet as quickly as possible. Damn it! Damn it! Frisia's roar echoed through the sky. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying energy that was enough to stir the world swept across all directions. Namek was in great turmoil, with lightning and thunder, turbulent winds and tsunamis. At the center of that energy explosion, Frisia, with murderous intent, descended into the world like a demon. Being severely injured by a wild monkey completely aroused the anger in his heart. At this moment, the power he displayed has reached more than 80 million points. Locking on Lin Chuan, who had already arrived, Frisia's face was as dark as black, and he waved his hands quickly, firing hundreds of death energy cannons in Lin Chuan's direction. Facing this kind of offensive, Lin Chuan didn't care. His aura gathered in his palm, and with a wave of his hand, he crushed all the dozens of death energy cannons. The entire battlefield was shrouded in dazzling firelight, and the surrounding space was also covered in thick smoke. Frisia did not stop and launched an attack. Angry, he pushed forward violently and chose to attack Lin Chuan in the most direct way. Hand-to-hand combat begins again. Every attack contained extreme anger and cold murderous intent. It can be seen that Frisia was completely angered by Lin Chuan. If it weren't for his body being unable to withstand 100% of his combat power and requiring a little activation from him, he would have already used all his strength to suppress Lin Chuan. However, he would not know that even if he really tried his best, he would not be able to pose any threat to Lin Chuan. Yeah. With roars, Frisia's attack speed continued to increase, and his power continued to increase. But no matter how he speeded up his offensive, Lin Chuan could perfectly predict his trajectory and attack methods, and perfectly resolve all his attacks. The battlefields on both sides are constantly changing. High altitude, land, and sea are all areas where they fight. Even, it involves Weitai terror. Before you knew it, the two sides had fought for dozens or hundreds of rounds. Impossible? Did this wild monkey really see through all of my attacks? Are you kidding me? Frisia didn't want to believe that he, the majestic emperor of the universe, was actually suppressed by a Saiyan in combat. To this point, unwilling to accept it, Frisia's offensive became even more fierce. It's just that this seemingly dangerous attack is full of flaws. Blinded by rage, Frisia was just beating him up. This chaotic offensive could not even touch the corner of Lin Chuan's clothes. Even with the help of the Super Saiyan energy pool, Lin Chuan's true combat power level is above 100 million units, which is much higher than the current Frisia. Even if the opponent uses 100% of his strength, he still can't compare to him. To put it in the most direct terms, you can crush Frisia without even needing to transform. Bang! Pound! Frisia's hands were captured by Lin Chuan's hands, and arrogant power exploded, squeezing Frisia's hands continuously. Crack, click, click. The bones in Frisia's palms creaked. The heartbreaking pain caused Frisia's face to change drastically. His eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and his anger level continued to rise. That's all you have, Frisia. Lin Chuan smiled contemptuously and used both hands to throw Frisia away. Stabilizing himself in midair, Frisia quickly put his hands together and fired a death energy cannon with all his strength. The power of this blow is extremely terrifying. If judged by numerical values, the destructive power has reached 90 million points. Faced with this level of attack, Lin Chuan remained unmoved. The golden aura forms an invisible barrier on the surface of the body, blocking the advancement of the death energy cannon. Finally, under Frisia's own eyes, the death energy cannon was shattered by Lin Chuan's momentum and turned into energy particles floating in the sky. What? The unreserved death energy cannon was shattered by Lin Chuan, which shocked Frisia to the extreme. The eyes he looked at Lin Chuan were filled with many different emotions. Horror, disbelief, and an intriguing hesitation. At the same time, an incredible idea came into his mind at this moment. Could it be that this wild monkey is the one from Saiyan legend? Frisia thought to himself. His eyes looked up and down at Lin Chuan, his mood becoming more and more solemn and uneasy. Such a powerful fighting power can even suppress him now. Maybe, it really is him. Have you thought about the next step? Frisia. Lin Chuan crossed his arms and looked at Frisia with a dull gaze. To be honest, he had had enough fun, and it was time to send Frisia on his way. I finally understand why Raditz and that wild monkey Vegeta always talk about Super Saiyan. I once thought that it was just a myth, but now it seems that the legend is not false. The Super Saiyan has appeared, and is right in front of me. As Frisia spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, and the energy deep in his body spurted out at this moment. While being suppressed, he became calmer. But, even if you are a Super Saiyan, I am not afraid of you. In the battle with you just now, I only used 7 or 8 successes at most. Now let me show you. 100% fighting power. With a roar, the aura around Frisia began to rise rapidly. Frisia let out a hysterical cry. The energy in the body was rising steadily, reaching 99 million nodes in a short while, and it was still expanding. The sky on Namek became darker, the surrounding magnetic field was affected, the earth shook, countless islands collapsed, and the sea surface was affected by air pressure, forming a huge concave vortex. The combat power of over 100 million levels is so terrifying, and the pressure that breaks out casually is enough to cause the destruction of the planet. Looking at the way you look now, if you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were taking a shit. Lin Chuan yawned boredly. Frisia is so different from Cooler. While Frisia was still proud of his billions, Cooler was already aiming for 1 billion. Of course, it was nothing in the eyes of Lin Chuan, but it was different in the eyes of the Z warriors. Because of the change in the battle area, the Z warriors also followed closely, wanting to see it with their own eyes. After feeling Frisia's rising aura, the way they looked at Frisia changed. It's unbelievable. Frisia's aura can actually be enhanced to such an extent. Krillin was terrified of Frisia's power, and he couldn't think of any resistance at all. But he didn't panic, because Lin Chuan hadn't transformed yet. If he had shown this kind of power from the beginning, all of us would have died long ago, Tianjin Fan said. He has this bit of self-knowledge. Monsters? They are all unimaginable monsters. Yamcha's teeth chattered and his body shook uncontrollably. He wanted to run away for a long time, but everyone came and he had to follow. Damn Frisia, he treated us like toys from the very beginning. Raditz cursed unwillingly. He couldn't help but picture Lin Chuan's invincible posture when he turned into a Super Saiyan. If he could also master the power of Super Saiyan, he could kill even Frisia now. This scene is almost like the end of the world. Looking at Frisia, who was constantly bursting with power, Son Goku longed for powerful power even more. As long as you can become stronger, you can fight against stronger opponents. He has been targeting Lin Chuan, but now the gap has not narrowed, but is getting wider. Dad, Uncle Lin Chuan seems to be turning into a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan had a premonition in his heart that when Frisia uses all his power, the battle will end. Well, I also feel the energy that is about to explode in Lin Chuan's body. Son Goku nodded in agreement. Piccolo was silent, he just stared at the battle in a daze. For him, it was a pity that he could not personally kill his enemy. Frisia killed so many Namekians, but it's a pity that he doesn't have the strength. Can I have the power to surpass them only if I reunite with that old god? Piccolo couldn't help but think of his most hated other half, the god Piccolo. Compared to the expectations of the Z warriors, Vegeta, who was most isolated, gritted his teeth. Damn Talos, quickly become a Super Saiyan? Let that Frisia guy see the horror of a Super Saiyan. On the main battlefield. Through the system, Lin Chuan saw Frisia's combat power value rising continuously. Now, it has exceeded 100 million, 110 million, 113 million, 116 million. 120 million. With 100% of his fighting power, Frisia's body also underwent a huge transformation. From the small and exquisite posture before, it transformed into a ferocious muscle maniac. Hum. Wild monkey, I feel deeply honored. Apart from my brother and father, you are the first person who can see 100% of my power, Frisia said strangely, smiled. In his opinion, after showing 100% fighting power, no one in this world is his opponent. The Lin Chuan in front of him was just a dying man. Listening to Frisia's warning words, Lin Chuan picked his ears indifferently. The mantras of your frozen demon clan are exactly the same. Your brother said the same thing the last time I saw him, Lin Chuan said nonchalantly. But his words dropped a bombshell on Frisia. What? Have you seen Cooler? Frisia said in surprise. About a month ago, I accidentally met your brother when I was on the planet Edrit. He is much stronger than you. If you don't turn into a Super Saiyan, you really can't beat him. Lin Chuan said this sentence angered Frisia again. What he hates most is when someone compares Cooler to him. You're looking for death. Frisia couldn't bear it anymore and even forgot about Cooler's fate. All the energy was gathered on the spot, condensing a hot energy ball at the tip of the index finger. This energy ball continued to expand, eventually reaching a size of tens of thousands of meters. Its destructive power is astonishing and has reached the point where it can destroy the planet. This move is a supernova? I don't want the Dragon Balls anymore. All of you, go to hell. Frisia, who was completely angered, did the same thing as Cooler. Blast the planet? Facing the continuous advancement of the supernova, Lin Chuan dismissed it and raised one hand. At the same time, the Super Saiyan energy pool in his body was fully stimulated. The golden aura gushes out like a fountain, and the Super Saiyan transformation is completed in one go. There is no leakage of aura, and it is in perfect condition. This supernova, which was as big as 10,000 meters, was easily blocked by Lin Chuan's right hand. In terms of power, it is really not as good as Cooler's move. As Lin Chuan's right palm slowly exerted force, the energy of the Super Saiyan invaded the interior of the supernova from the palm of his hand. In just a moment, it disintegrated the huge energy bomb and turned it into energy particles that filled the sky and scattered in the void. As the caster of supernova, Frisia looked dull and his eyes were blurred. He looked at the disintegrated star-destroying technique and fell into deep thought. After a brief immersion, despair grew in his heart. He completely saw Lin Chuan's posture at this moment. Blonde, Super Saiyan? What is this? Don't all Saiyans just turn into wild monkeys? There is no full moon on Namek. Could it be that? Frisia suddenly thought of something. At this moment his voice became trembling. His eyes were trembling as he looked at Lin Chuan at this moment, feeling fear instinctively in his body. Super Saiyan turns out not to be a specific person, but, similar to their frozen demon clan, transformation. It seems that I don't need to explain. You understand, so I won't waste my time. Looking at Frisia's frightened appearance, Lin Chuan had completely lost the idea of playing anymore. After all, at this time, the first form of the first stage of the Super Series has a combat power of 2.075 billion points. Lin Chuan's words stimulated Frisia and made Frisia think of something again. That sentence has been handed down from ancient times. Watch out for the blonde-haired Saiyan. So what if you are a Super Saiyan? You will still die. Frisia was greatly stimulated and completely lost his mind. His strong body turned into a cannonball and rushed straight towards Lin Chuan. Bang, 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 bang. The punches struck again and again, attacking Lin Chuan with overwhelming force. Faced with an attack of this magnitude, Lin Chuan didn't even have to dodge. The aura barrier formed invisibly blocked Frisia's attack perfectly. If you can't even break his aura barrier, how can you hurt him? Frisia, on the other hand, launched a set of all-out attacks, which not only hurt Lin Chuan at all, but also made his own arms hurt. The furious Frisia was about to punch again, but at this moment, a cold light flashed across Lin Chuan's eyes. At the same time, an invisible light flashed on Frisia's wrists. Pft, pft. The sound of two flesh and blood being separated sounded. Purple blood spurted out, and Frisia's two palms fell to the ground. Before he could cry out in pain, Lin Chuan's hand was already aimed at his face. Only then did Frisia understand the horror of Super Saiyan and his weakness. It's over, Frisia. With one word, terrifying energy like a tsunami burst out from Lin Chuan's palm. Boom. The vast golden energy cannon completely devoured Frisia's body. Under the devastation of this terrifying energy, every cell in Frisia's body was wiped out, and it could be said that he died without a complete body. The roaring energy formed a huge chasm on the earth that was hundreds of miles long. In a huge explosion that destroyed the world, this battle came to an end. In his breath perception, Frisia's energy could no longer be felt. No matter how tenacious the vitality is, it will be in vain under absolute power. It's over, Lin Chuan muttered, and released the Super Saiyan transformation in the next second. The scene of Frisia's death was witnessed by everyone present. It's just over. Clint couldn't believe his eyes. The powerful Frisia died so easily in Lin Chuan's hands, without any resistance. The power of Super Saiyan is too terrifying, right? This is the Super Saiyan? It's so scary. Feeling Lin Chuan's breath carefully, Tianjin Fan shuddered. He subconsciously compared Lin Chuan with himself, as the other party was like the vast Milky Way, and he is an insignificant speck of dust in the galaxy. It's over, just like a dream. Piccolo had already expected this scene, but he didn't expect Lin Chuan to do it so neatly. Frisia probably won't be able to understand until his death why there is such a huge gap in strength. Super Saiyan, although I have seen it before, it will still be incredible to see it again. Raditz was touched in his heart, and while sighing, he looked at Lin Chuan. His eyes were full of desire. He also wants to become a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, I can do it too. Definitely. Son Goku said with a fist. Seeing Lin Chuan's invincible figure that instantly killed Frisia, Son Goku secretly made a decision in his heart. Later he must ask Lin Chuan for advice on how to become a Super Saiyan. He firmly believes that if Lin Chuan can reach this level, then he can also do it. Vegeta sighed. Looking at the battle that had ended, he stood there as if he had been released again. At this moment, he no longer had the decisive momentum of the past. He was just like an ordinary person, and even felt lonely. While on Namek, he confirmed the fact that Frisia destroyed planet Vegeta from the mouths of Chuyi and Dodoria. Although he seemed indifferent to his home planet, Vegeta was still determined to kill Frisia. Now that Frisia is dead, even though he wasn't the one to kill him, it still gave him a feeling of relief. His goals shifted. The next person to become a Super Saiyan must be him, on the King Kai star. King Kai saw all the fighting. This Lin Chuan is really terrifyingly strong. Compared with more than a month ago, he is much more outrageous. He is obviously not a warrior who only appears every 1,000 years in the Saiyan clan, but he has such strength. Cooler and Frisia are both idiots. It's great that these two cancers of the universe died in his hands. King Kai's nervous brows relaxed completely, and the pressure suddenly decreased. Over the years, the Frozen Demon clan has been ravaging the Baida galaxy under his jurisdiction, constantly increasing his workload. Mainly, there is nothing he can do to save it. Now that these two cancers have been eliminated, Peking University Galaxy will usher in a long-lost peace, and his workload will be greatly reduced. With the threat of the Frozen Demon clan, there is only one Kurd King left. The tall and burly image of the Kurd King emerged in King Kai's mind. It was a demon more terrifying than Cooler and Frisia in terms of ferocity. As the previous universe emperor, King Kurd's strength cannot be underestimated. Although he is not as good as Frisia and has retreated behind the scenes, his power is still there. Now that two children have died in Lin Chuan's hands, according to the Kurdish king's temperament, he will definitely investigate Lin Chuan's specific situation. If that guy also faced Lin Chuan, the team would really be wiped out. Forget it, this is what happens later. According to Lin Chuan's current strength, if the Kurdish king doesn't come out to look for trouble, he probably won't care, right? King Kai shook his head and withdrew his spiritual thoughts. Destruction in the world of gods. Angel Weiss witnessed with his own eyes all the processes that took place on Namek, which caused extremely strong emotional fluctuations. Speaking of which, when Lord Beerus was sleeping, he handed over the identity of the spokesman of the god of destruction to Frisia, which also allowed his ambition to expand. Even if this Saiyan doesn't kill him, Lord Beerus will kill him first thing after waking up. It's such a pity that this good show ended so soon. Frisia's death is destined to be a good thing, and Weiss will not have any regrets. On the contrary, his death will open a new era, which is a good thing. Turning off the projection of the scepter, Weiss walked towards the depths of the god of destruction. The scene returns to the planet Namek. With Frisia's death, this battle officially came to an end. Lin Chuan returned to the team, and several people led by Son Goku came up one after another and began to negotiate with him. Although I would like to answer your questions and tell you how to train to become a Super Saiyan, now is obviously not the time to talk about this. Because of Frisia, planet Namek has become what it is now, and most of the Namekians have been killed. The top priority right now is to use the Dragon Balls to make wishes. Listening to Son Goku, Raditz asked. Lin Chuan temporarily changed the topic. Tell them sooner or later, but not now. Change the topic to Dragon Ball. Only then did everyone realize the current situation and what they should do most. As for the Dragon Balls, they had been put into a portable universal capsule by Krillin before. Under the leadership of Lin Chuan, the group used teleportation to reach the Great Elder's residence. Also got the last Dragon Ball. Everyone, step aside and let me summon the dragon. While everyone was whispering, Piccolo took the initiative to step forward. After assimilating Nialo, he obtained all Niala's memories, which naturally included the method of summoning the dragon and how to make wishes. As Piccolo used Namekian language to summon the dragon, 7 huge Dragon Balls reacted. The sky became dark, and a golden lightning descended from the dark clouds. Then, a beam of light burst into the sky from the Dragon Ball, and finally turned into the Namekian Dragon Bolunga. Those who have collected all 7 Dragon Balls, tell them your wish. No matter what your wish is, this dragon can grant 3 of them. Huh? It's you again. I see. You are the one who collects all the Dragon Balls this time. Tell me your wish. Palunga, who had just come out, was already used to Lin Chuan's presence. Once acquainted, this was the 3rd time they met. The 2nd time we met, Su naturally teleported here. At that time, a wish was also given to Bulma to help Bulma maintain her physical age and appearance at the current stage. After seeing the special appearance of the divine dragon Palunga that covered the sky and the sun, the Z warriors who had never seen the world were shocked by Bolunga's appearance. Including Vegeta, who has never spoken and is like an invisible man. So, huge. Klin took a breath, invisibly affected by the dragon's power released by Bolunga. Looking at the dragon in the sky, Raditz had an idea in his mind, but this idea was quickly wiped out by him. Eternal life, supreme power, are not as attractive as Super Saiyan. Vegeta, on the other hand, became ambitious shortly after meeting Palunga. An idea came to his mind. Should he get ahead of these guys and realize his wish? Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Piccolo responded with a cold look. Just one look frightened Vegeta to the point where he didn't dare to act rashly. He knew that if he took any action, his head would fall to the ground in the next second. Damnable Namekians. Vegeta was not strong enough, so he could only complain verbally. After intimidating Vegeta, Piccolo turned to look at Lin Chuan. Palunga has been summoned, how should we make a wish next? Piccolo asked Lin Chuan. I don't know when. Piccolo regarded Lin Chuan as his backbone. Begging for monthly tickets, begging for recommendation votes, begging for rewards. The task of making a wish fell upon him again, and Lin Chuan was somewhat dumbfounded. He didn't expect that without realizing it, even Piccolo would indirectly put the center on himself. The most important thing is that others all agree with it and have no objection. You know, in the original work, Son Goku is the backbone of the Z Warrior group. When I first arrived on Earth, I was thinking about how to integrate myself into the team. Until now, I have become the most critical person. Even Son Goku is surrounding him. In that case, let me make the wish. First of all, my first wish is to resurrect all the Namekians who died in the Frisia incident. After sorting out his thoughts and stabilizing his mood, Lin Chuan made a wish. Because Shenlong's ability had been absolutely strengthened when he made the second wish, Lin Chuan told the Great Elder that the Shenlong on Earth could resurrect people on a large scale, so the Great Elder also upgraded the Dragon Ball again. As for how it was upgraded, Lin Chuan didn't know. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Piccolo's heart moved and he was deeply touched. Unexpectedly, what Lin Chuan thought of was not to restore the Namek planet first, but to resurrect the Namekians. After assimilating with Nero, Piccolo was still somewhat affected. It's just that Piccolo himself doesn't care about this change, because he has a very good impression of his home planet and his people. And at #% and yen %. After Piccolo spoke a Namekian language that no one could understand. I know, this wish is very simple. Shenlong Barunga made an okay gesture. The next second, red light flashed in his eyes. A powerful wish enveloped the entire Namek planet, and the dead Namekians were directly resurrected out of thin air under the power of the divine dragon Palunga. This is not just a simple resurrection. After all, most of the Namekians who were killed had their bodies reduced to nothing. So Palunga not only summoned the souls of the dead back from the underworld, but also reshaped their bodies for free. There are more and more auras on the planet, and all the Z warriors feel incredible and shocked. Although he has experienced divine dragons resurrecting the dead, to resurrect so many people on such a large scale is indeed worthy of being the divine dragon from Namek. Z warriors will not know that the dragon of Namek is not the source, but was created by the Great Elder, so it is more powerful. Speaking of which, the Earth's divine dragon can actually do this, but there are limitations to the Earth's divine dragon. Anyone who has been resurrected once cannot be resurrected again. Later, despite Dende's intervention, the Earth dragon's ability was enhanced, and 1 wish turned into 2, and 2 wishes turned into 3. However, this restriction has not been changed. The first wish of this dragon has been fulfilled. Now tell me the second wish. As Bolunga's voice sounded, everyone looked at Lin Chuan expectantly again. The second wish is to transfer Namek to an unknown star field. After all, as Namek is exposed to the forces of the universe, first Slug, and this time Frisia, there is no guarantee that someone else will definitely come next time. Lin Chuan expressed his second wish without thinking too much. In order to prevent it from happening, this must be done. The original work is about the resurrection part, where all the Namekians were transported to the Earth, and then lived for a period of time and then used the Dragon Balls to make a wish and create a new Namek planet. The Namek planet is in a star field that no one knows about. Later, Son Goku knew the location with the help of King Kai, and Supreme Kai and others only knew it. Lin Chuan's second wish was once again recognized by Piccolo. Immediately afterwards, Piccolo turned around and made a wish to Palunga in Namekian language. Is this the second wish? I understand. After hearing the content of the second wish, the divine dragon Palunga's eyes flashed again. The majestic power of Will was released again, covering the entire Namek planet. No, wrong? This time it was even more exaggerated, directly taking away 3 luminous stars surrounding Namek. This star field has completely disappeared from the star map, but in another special starry sky in the northern galaxy, planet Namek and 3 stars entered this area. I have settled here for a long time. Everyone feels nothing. Only Lin Chuan knew clearly that the starry sky was no longer in its original position. There is no doubt that the spatial marks he set up have shifted their positions in the blink of an eye and become extremely distant. Even if he wants to cross over now, it will not be easy. The distance from here to the Earth is at least 20 times farther than the previous location. The second wish has been fulfilled. Please tell me the third wish. The dragon Palunga continued to speak. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Is it done? Isn't it still in the original position? Son Goku asked in surprise, looking towards the sky. It seems to be saying, the 2 stars in the sky are still there, but where have they moved? There are 2 from here, and 1 is on the other side of Namek. This also raised questions for everyone. In order to maintain the original ecological balance of Namek, this dragon also brought the 3 stars into this starry sky. Palunga replied decisively. These words shocked everyone. After all, this was not a transfer of a planet, but a transfer of 3 surrounding stars. It's incredible. Too strong. The dragon of the Earth suddenly lost his rank and completely became a little Karami. Okay, now it's time to talk about the third wish. Palunga did not continue to answer that question, but looked at Lin Chuan and continued to ask. It was him who made the wish, and Palunga was used to it. If making a wish did not require the Namekian language, he would have directly helped Lin Chuan achieve it. The third wish. His eyes focused again. Lin Chuan didn't mind at all. He opened his mouth and said, do I need to say the last thing? Of course it is to restore everything that was destroyed on Namek. After saying that, Lin Chuan smiled again. Everyone was embarrassed, thinking that Lin Chuan would make a special wish. After all, the 2 of them had already solved all the current troubles. The next second, Palunga's answer excited everyone again. This wish is unnecessary, because when this dragon transferred the planet Namek, he performed maintenance on the planet for free. Bolunga showed everyone a move that was very impressive and full of benefits. Lin Chuan couldn't laugh or cry, this Palunga just liked to do this. He made 6 wishes, and all 6 times were improved by Palunga in disguise. I have to say, who wouldn't want such a dragon? Then there seems to be nothing more to wish for. After murmuring, Lin Chuan fell into deep thought. He didn't make a wish, and others started thinking too. Now after Lin Chuan made a wish, no one interrupted, and it seemed to be Lin Chuan's exclusive thing. No one dared to have any selfish motives. Even if they had selfish motives, they were suppressed deep in their hearts. Right. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Lin Chuan's mind. There was nothing else I wanted, and the matter on planet Namek was finally over. He couldn't make any excessive wishes in front of the Z warriors, but with some small abilities, he could indeed make them. Hearing his shout, everyone looked at him again, and Piccolo also cast a glance. Lin Chuan looked directly at Bolunga and said, Bolunga, give me an exclusive private space. Recently, I have to rely on Bulma's portable universal capsule to carry items. For us warriors, it's so inconvenient when fighting. I need a storage space that belongs only to me. It's best if the space is as big as possible. After finishing speaking, Lin Chuan waited for Palunga's answer. He doesn't think it's a big problem to give him a storage space, but to what extent it can be achieved depends on Palunga's ability. After hearing Lin Chuan's words, all the Z warriors had thoughts of agreement. Based on Lin Chuan's explanation, it is true that for soldiers, carrying foreign objects to fight, especially high-level battles, will definitely hinder their performance. And although the universal capsule is very convenient, if it is damaged from the outside, the contents inside can no longer be taken out. Therefore, this is also very risky. No one else noticed that Lin Chuan had other thoughts, but Piccolo saw some clues. Piccolo knew that Lin Chuan was not the kind of casual person, and that he was not making this wish just to store items. Of course, he wouldn't pursue it now. After all, he recognized Lin Chuan. No matter what his wish was, he felt that Lin Chuan was qualified. This wish is very simple, but with this dragon's ability, it can only give you a large enough space for dead objects, which can store any object except living objects. Time does not exist in the inner space. What do you think? Palunga? I knew that Lin Chuan's wish would not be a meaningless little wish. Every wish is challenging his limits. Okay, I just don't know how big the space range can be, Lin Chuan asked. Using the Namek planet as the unit of measurement, this dragon can guarantee that it can hold at least 1,000 Namek planets. What do you think? Bolunga's words were astonishing and shocked Lin Chuan. Is planet Namek big? That's for sure. At least 1 or 2 times larger than the Earth. Judging by the diameter, it is estimated to be comparable to Super Dragon Ball. The diameter of a Super Dragon Ball is 37,196.2204 kilometers. If planet Namek is of this level, it can store 1,000 Super Dragon Balls of this size. After getting the accurate answer, Lin Chuan was extremely excited. This is his purpose. Only with such a large space can he have the ability to get his hands on the Super Dragon Balls. Porunga is indeed a Porunga. Although his ability is not omnipotent, he can still realize such an outrageous wish. With emotion in his heart, Lin Chuan nodded towards Piccolo. At this time, everyone was shocked by Palunga's words. Of course, it was a shock. For everyone, this was just a space for storing dead things. At most, they were just sighing. Piccolo translated into the Namekian language and made a wish, and Palunga made the final wish come true. Lin Chuan only felt that he had suddenly mastered a special ability. Following the ability in his mind directly locked onto a huge space imprinted with his soul. The interior is like chaos and nothingness. What a magical space. Why does this place give me a strange and familiar feeling, as if I have seen it somewhere before? With a thought in his mind, Lin Chuan kept thinking about it in his mind. There is no boundary. That's right, it's like the realm of nothingness. Information about the world of nothing comes to mind. In the original work, this is a huge virtual space created by Grand Priest. Universe is not universe, space is not space, and it is a very special alien space. However, this storage space is very similar to Wushija, but it is different. The realm of nothingness can enter living people, and there is the passage of time. All I can say is, similar. In other words, it belongs to a lower level space. The divine dragon Palunga can only do this. I hope this space can hold the Super Dragon Ball, otherwise, I have no other choice. Changing his thoughts, Lin Chuan secretly said, and his consciousness withdrew from this space that belonged to him. The wish was fulfilled, and the dragon Porunga said goodbye and left. But this time, the dragon balls did not fly into the sky and scatter in all directions. Instead, they turned directly into huge stones and stayed on the ground so calmly. This was also the advice Lin Chuan gave to the Great Elder when he made his second wish. Anyway, the dragon balls are only used by their own people, so there is no need to worry about the dragon balls scattering after making a wish. After making a wish, it was about to be retrieved, so it would be better to just keep the dragon beads where they were, and then let the elders in charge take them away. The Great Elder obviously listened to this suggestion. When the Z warriors saw this, they were once again surprised. This is different from the dragon balls on Earth. They are all sighing, but you must know that except for the kind-hearted Namek family, no other race can do this. The Namekians cannot be blinded by the temptation of making a wish, but other races will definitely be disturbed and may do something treacherous or even destroy the world. Okay, things here are settled, it's time for us to go back. I'll go say hello to the Great Elder, and then use teleportation to take everyone back to Earth. Without caring about other people's feelings, Lin Chuan left a word and walked into the Great Elder's residence. He had to meet the old man who was about to die. He once wanted to help him extend his life, but the Great Elder obviously didn't want it. In his words, after living for so long, it is time for ashes to return to dust and dust to dust. His death will open a new era, and the future of the ethnic group may be even more glorious. Lin Chuan understood what he meant. In the inner room, Lin Chuan chatted with the elder for a long time, and they had known each other for a year. Although they only met a few times and the total face-to-face time was less than 1 day, they still trusted each other. The guarantee Lin Chuan gave him at the beginning has been fully fulfilled now. I'm leaving. Maybe when I come next time, I'll be gone. But I will remember you, Great Elder. After the last conversation, Lin Chuan turned and left. The Great Elder seemed to have some sense, and suddenly saw certain scenes. After holding his breath for a few seconds, he said, I look at your future from afar. When I see you clearly, there is a world around you nothingness. Lin Chuan paused. The future that my future daughter said came to mind. I will change the future? This world will always exist. After saying that, Lin Chuan stepped out of the inner room. The Great Elder sighed, his thoughts drifting away. I hope so. Coming out of the house, Lin Chuan and Piccolo looked at each other, and then looked at each other. Everyone had received the favor from the Great Elder, so they went to say goodbye to the Great Elder together, and finally left the Namek planet with Lin Chuan's teleportation. Earth. In the universal capsule manor in Zido, with the emergence of spatial fluctuations, a group of people appeared next to the empty artificial fountain. Is this teleportation? Returning to Earth from planet Namek? That's amazing. It's amazing. Son Goku immediately exclaimed. He really couldn't imagine that there were such convenient skills in this world. In addition to excitement, the look in his eyes meant that I wanted to learn. It's true that teleportation in the original work was exclusive to him. However, the arrival of Lin Chuan not only changed the plot, but also prevented him from becoming a Super Saiyan because of Krillin's sacrifice to the sky, and he did not take Jinyu's universe ship to Adat because of the explosion of planet Namek. Polestar. Naturally, there is no chance. Everyone was also extremely shocked by the sudden return to Earth. However, I just thought about it in my heart and didn't say it out loud. If you want to learn, I can send you to the planet Yadetra, where there is a method of teleportation training. Lin Chuan said proactively. He doesn't know how to teach, but if Son Goku really wants to learn, he can ask him to go to the Great Elder of the planet Yadetra. Because of his relationship, the Great Elder there will also be happy to teach Son Goku. Really? Then send me there quickly. I can't wait to learn this move. Son Goku said eagerly, wanting to follow in Lin Chuan's footsteps. As soon as he said this, Sun Wuhan on the side pulled his hand. Dad, we have been to planet Namek for several days. We should go home first. Mom will be worried. After finishing speaking, Son Goku finally reacted and immediately said, that's right. I'll explain it to Shishi before I come back to you. At that time, I also want to ask you about the Super Saiyan transformation. Son Goku is so simple and direct. But the more so, the easier it is to communicate. Unlike others, everything is hidden in the heart, such as Raditz and Vegeta. Especially Vegeta, he is in a very awkward position now, neither can he leave nor stay. Coming to Earth again was extremely unexpected. Although he was let go because of Kakarot. He wanted to see how Raditz and Kakarot became stronger. How did Talos practice? Naturally, now was not the time to talk, so Vegeta cleverly hid aside. He was prepared to endure even if he was ridiculed. Speaking of it, too many things have happened in the past year or so. I hope everything will be peaceful in the future and we can have a good rest. After finishing the preface exchange, Yamcha was the first to speak. This guy is already thinking about ruining it. In his opinion, it was time to relax after being tired for so long. If you don't treat yourself to a lot of fun, you'd be sorry for yourself. Yamcha is like this, he can be considered open-minded. Later in the original work, Vegeta and Bulma got together and Trunks got together. Although he held a grudge, he only verbally expressed a few unwilling and angry complaints. Everyone was not surprised to see him like this. Although the major issues have been resolved, I will continue to practice hard. Even if my current strength is not as strong as Yusian's, sooner or later, I will catch up. Thanks to you for taking care of me during this period. I may not see you again for a long time, but if something happens, I will definitely come. Dumpling, let's go. When Tianjin Fan opened his mouth, his words revealed his inner unwillingness. But unlike Yamcha, he will practice in his own way. Tianjin Fan realized that his future could not rely solely on the gravity training room, so he had to find his own way. The future master of the earth? Tianjin Rice already has this style. I will look forward to seeing you next time, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. Son Goku waved goodbye. Speaking of which, our group has known each other for so many years without knowing it. This guy Tianjin Fan will definitely become very powerful next time we meet, and I can't lose. Clin said with firm eyes. It is true that his current strength is not as good as Goku Raditz and Lin Chuan, but Clin has his persistence and he must continue to practice. No matter how bad he is still the strongest person on Earth. Yamcha couldn't understand his thoughts. Compared to this, I think it's time for you, Clin, to relax. Don't you want to find a wife? Goku's son is 5 years old. As soon as these words came out, Clin's cheeks immediately turned red with embarrassment. Being introverted, he said sheepishly, forget it, my appearance and height are too different from yours. After saying that, Clin scratched his bald head. Son Goku added on the sidelines, you are not bad at all, you just don't have hair and a nose. Not having a nose is a pain in Krillin's life. Can you please stop talking about this? Goku, you are really irritating. Having no nose is not something I can decide. As for hair, I can also grow it, it's just me, it's just been shaved off. Sorry, I was just joking, ha ha ha. Son Goku obviously had no intention. After some farce, everyone left one after another. Clin went back to Kame Sennin Island to find his master Kame Sennin. Because Yamcha had broken up with Bulma long ago, he didn't want to practice, and he was too embarrassed to stay, so he went to the colorful world that belonged to him. Piccolo also left. He was going to the Temple of Heaven to see Piccolo, the god of heaven, and also to see Dende. Son Goku and Son Wufan naturally went back to Baizai Mountain. In the end, only Raditz and Vegeta were left. The two didn't leave for a long time, obviously they had a bigger purpose. Vegeta may have nowhere to go, but Raditz doesn't. Before Lin Chuan left the Earth for the planet Adela, Raditz had already recognized his sister-in-law. Later, with the sponsorship of Bulma, Raditz gave Raditz a roundhouse. Therefore, Raditz settled in Baizai Mountain. Aren't you leaving yet? Raditz, Kakarot, and Gohan have already gone back. Lin Chuan smiled knowingly or unintentionally, and asked knowingly. How could he not know what Raditz was thinking? Naturally, it's a way to transform into a Super Saiyan. Unlike Kakarot, he couldn't wait any longer. After all, he had wanted to ask a month ago, but there was no chance. Because Lin Chuan is not on Earth. Now that Lin Chuan is in front of him, he doesn't want to miss the opportunity again. Talos? I'm not that Kakarot guy. You know what I want to ask, so there's no need to tease me. Raditz looked solemn, not caring that Vegeta was right next to him. Vegeta on the side had already pricked up his ears. This is naturally what he wants to know. Are you anxious to this extent? Although I can tell you the method, with your current strength, I'm afraid it's still far out of reach. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his attention to Vegeta again. Staring at Vegeta, he said, you should think about it too. But you have all overlooked one point. I have indeed mastered the method of transformation, but my strength is not up to standard, or my combat power is not in place. Even if I know the method, you cannot complete it. Transformation. Such words directly stimulated Raditz and Vegeta. You said that Vegeta is far from meeting the requirements. I agree, but my combat power may not be 2 million points but at least 1.5 million points. Isn't this enough? Raditz frowned and asked. Vegeta heard the sound and clenched his fists, extremely unwilling. The gap was too big, so big that he couldn't imagine it. Even though his own strength has greatly increased after Senzu recovered from his serious injury, Vegeta knows that his combat power is only a little over 100,000. Raditz, his former follower, has reached a combat power of over 1.5 million, but he, the Prince of the Saiyans, only has this level of strength so far. Although he was furious in his heart, Vegeta still endured it. Lin Chuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Vegeta's castle to be so deep. For a moment, I thought of Vegeta enduring his anger under Frieza all these years, and felt relieved. When your combat power reaches more than 3 million points you may be able to reach the requirement through practice. If you want to know, I can tell you now. The first requirement for becoming a Super Saiyan is to have strong enough strength. For example, 3 million points of combat power is a certain basis, and more than 3 million points is naturally the best. The second point is to activate the S cells in our Saiyan body and make them divide more and more. Of course, you can't feel it before you transform, but I can tell you that this kind of cells will, as we continue to practice, we continue to stimulate the power of our own blood and activate. The third point is extreme anger and various emotional fluctuations to induce the S cells to burn crazily and move towards us Saiyans. The back spine, that is, this location is concentrated, and finally explodes in one breath. As he spoke, Lin Chuan also indicated the location to Raditz and Vegeta, and then performed a Super Saiyan transformation directly in front of them. It is definitely impossible for them to achieve it in a short time now. Showing it to them now will also stimulate them to become stronger quickly. On the road to the future, Lin Chuan hopes to have followers along the way instead of walking alone. He needs his teammates to stimulate him, and he also needs others to become stronger to make him more motivated. He can be a pioneer, reaching new realms one after another, and then tell them and let them follow the pace. Raditz and Vegeta were stunned. In front of the Super Saiyan, the two of them are the same regardless of their strength or weakness. After dispelling the energy of the Super Saiyan and returning to normal from Super Saiyan, Lin Chuan looked at Raditz and Vegeta who were about to say something else, but saw that Raditz had already clenched his fists and was condensing his power. After this guy knew the method, he was ready to try it directly. The momentum rose and continued to surge. Raditz gritted his teeth and looked ferocious. As the energy in his body exploded, snow-white chi rose up from the soles of his feet, spreading along with an extremely strong pressure. Lin Chuan was naturally not affected, but Vegeta who was right next to him was forced to retreat by the anger. He could only raise his hands to block his eyes in order to prevent the strong wind from blinding him. Having learned how to control his power, Vegeta can also clearly feel how strong Raditz is now. Damn it! Did it reach this point? Vegeta muttered viciously in his heart. At the same time, he was praying in his heart, and he did not hope that Raditz could succeed. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for him to catch up, and he might never have a chance in this life. Watching Raditz's rising chi, you can even see blood begin to fill his snow-white aura. Lin Chuan couldn't help but shook his head. Sure enough, Raditz still got it wrong. This is not enough to simply increase energy. Stop, there is no point in continuing like this. Your transformation will not succeed. Lin Chuan reminded. As his words fell, Raditz took a deep breath and withdrew his strength to suppress the energy. His breath also disappeared into nothing in an instant, as if it no longer existed. You're right. It's not that easy to transform into a Super Saiyan. Raditz was not discouraged, but sighed with emotion. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled calmly and said, if it were so easy to transform, Super Saiyan would have been worthless long ago. After saying this, Lin Chuan thought to himself, you must know that when he studied the transformation into a Super Saiyan, his combat power exceeded 10 million, and it took countless attempts and breakthroughs before he succeeded. If Raditz succeeded in one fell swoop, Lin Chuan would have no choice but to buy a piece of tofu and kill him. As soon as these words came out, Raditz nodded in agreement. After knowing the method and trying it once, Raditz had a new idea and said goodbye and went back to Baizai Mountain. In the end, only Vegeta stayed where he was, staring at Lin Chuan with big eyes. Lin Chuan in this life actually doesn't have a good impression of Vegeta. But if you remember the past life, Vegeta in the future life is indeed a man, worthy of respect. Of course, that is the original version after all, and it has not happened now. Want to know how Kakarot and Raditz became stronger? Lin Chuan said with a meaningful smile on his face. You would be kind enough to tell me. Vegeta couldn't believe it. Before that, how about you recover from serious injuries again? With a plan in mind, Lin Chuan directly raised his hand to attack. There was only him and Vegeta left, and he didn't need to hide them. Vegeta still has great potential that has not been released. If he is fully released, he will not be weaker than Raditz. Bang! The thrilling sound of flesh penetration sounded. With just a casual punch, Lin Chuan severely injured Vegeta and fell to his knees, holding his abdomen with both hands and vomiting blood. Vegeta could not have imagined that Lin Chuan would suddenly attack him, and he would be so cruel that he would almost lose consciousness after being beaten directly. If it hadn't happened suddenly, if his mental strength hadn't been strong enough, and he had been wandering between fighting hard and recovering from serious injuries, he doubted that he would have fainted directly under this punch, and finally died. It's not bad. After taking this punch from me, he can continue to maintain a certain degree of thinking ability. You know, your current combat power is only 100,000 points. Lin Chuan nodded slightly with satisfaction, and a light flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes. It should be said that he is a super little strong man. Vegeta in the original work actually fully demonstrated his excellence. He was able to escape death every time despite being fully exposed to special attacks several times. Are you going to kill me? Wow. A few simple words came out of his mouth, but it took all Vegeta's strength. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, and Vegeta felt that the vision in front of him became extremely blurry, as if he would not be able to hold on any longer and really go to the underworld to report. If you want to become stronger, just persevere. You must know that the longer you persevere and the longer you linger on the edge of death, then your strength will increase to the greatest extent after you recover. Kakarot and Raditz combat power is 3 million points and 1.6 million points respectively. What about you? Your current combat power is only 100,000 points. If you don't pay something, do you think you still have a chance to catch up with them now? Taking a step forward, Lin Chuan directly raised his foot and kicked him away. Vegeta will not die so easily, he will persevere. Surpass Raditz, surpass Kakarot? This is what he believes now. As for surpassing Lin Chuan, I guess Vegeta doesn't have such big ambitions yet. In any case, with less than a million combat power, Raditz and Kakarot were far ahead of him. How could they think of him? After suffering continuous heavy blows, Vegeta had reached his limit. But as Lin Chuan said, he did not fall down, he still maintained a trace of consciousness. That poor bit of princely dignity was struggling to support him in Vegeta's heart. Can't fall? Can't die? He wants to become stronger. He wants to surpass Kakarot and surpass Raditz? Finally, become a Super Saiyan and surpass Talos? Consciousness continued to move towards the darkness, and Vegeta's pupils almost lost their color. The body just lay there motionless, but it was still mumbling words. Does anyone know what Vegeta is going through right now? He was stuck in a memory loop. Seeing this scene, Lin Chuan stepped forward to make sure, and then nodded leisurely. Almost? You have to thank me afterwards, because if I hadn't done this, it would have been very difficult for your strength to suddenly increase dramatically. Muttering to himself, Lin Chuan raised his hand and said he casts a healing spell on Vegeta. This move is the healing technique inherited by the Namek clan, and it is also one of the abilities that Lin Chuan got when he went to Namek for the second time to make a wish. You said, didn't you get a healing power when you made a wish for the first time? Indeed. But that is self-healing for oneself, not externally. This healing technique is for external use. As long as you have enough strength, you can repair all the injuries on others. As long as you don't die, you can even regenerate broken limbs. The injury was quickly repaired, and Vegeta's consciousness was about to be completely immersed in darkness. Suddenly, a ray of light came from above, covering him and quickly calling him back. Vegeta was stunned until he saw the scene in front of him clearly again, until he saw Lin Chuan raising his hand towards him, releasing a strange energy. He has recovered now, and, feeling the surge of power in his body, Vegeta took a breath and became excited the next second. Is this his power? This force is at least more than 10 times stronger than 100,000 points of combat power. It seems that the effect is quite good. Your potential has not disappointed me. In terms of combat power, it has surpassed Raditz. Lin Chuan said. No one knows better than him how strong Vegeta is now. One time on the verge of death, Vegeta reached 2 million combat power points. If Raditz knew about it at this time, he would be furious. He has gone through so many arduous trainings, and also relied on the potential development of the Great Elder of Planet Namek, and experienced a serious injury recovery, before he reached 1.6 million points. Vegeta, on the other hand, was a death wanderer and surpassed him. After all, if it hadn't been like the original work, Lin Chuan would have suspected it was a FG cheat. Vegeta's potential is truly terrifying. Speaking of which, Kakarot's potential is even more incredible. After being exchanged with Jinyu, he experienced death wandering and was cured, and his combat power reached 3 million points. I can only say that the halo of the protagonist is perfect. The aura of the male lead and the second lead actor is so dazzling no matter what. I won't thank you, so you'd better not pray that I will be grateful to you. Vegeta's cold arrogance was shown again. The prince's pride was extremely arrogant. He didn't even think about it, so what if his strength increased dramatically? He was still no match for Lin Chuan in one blow. However, if Vegeta didn't do this, he wouldn't be Vegeta anymore. You're worrying too much, I don't need your thanks. I just think that since you survived and came to Earth, you might be an opponent of mine in the future. Faced with Vegeta's aloofness, Lin Chuan used his own words to suppress it. Everyone has arrogance? After listening to Lin Chuan's words, Vegeta snorted coldly. Can you tell me now how Raditz and Kakarot became stronger? Don't tell me, they just relied on recovering from serious injuries? I don't believe it. I have tested them before, and although they know that Saiyans can recover from serious injuries and increase their strength, they don't know that they can improve so much. Vegeta changed the subject and asked directly. He was very calm before, but now as his strength increases, he starts to become impatient. It's very simple, gravity training, plus uninterrupted sparring every day. Lin Chuan smiled and motioned for Vegeta to follow. It is necessary to take Vegeta to do gravity training. In the original work, he also completely developed this path of cultivation. It all depends on whether Vegeta can surpass Kakarot and Raditz in one go and become the first to become a Super Saiyan. After solving Vegeta's problem, Lin Chuan finally had time to rest. I returned home and found Bulma, who was still sulking. More than a month can't be coaxed away with just a few words. However, Bulma was not the kind of unreasonable person, so she still managed to take it down perfectly under Lin Chuan's hard work, raising and lowering his hands. A breakup is better than a wedding. Lin Chuan finally understood the meaning of this sentence. It is true that after being separated for a short period of time, and then being alone together after meeting, the needs and satisfaction in that area will be overwhelming. Not as exaggerated as 7 times in one night, but several times. If it weren't for his high strength and superb physique, he really wouldn't be able to hold on. After that, Lin Chuan and Bulma stayed together for several days. He didn't practice and didn't pay attention to Raditz and Son Goku. Raditz also told Son Goku about the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Apparently they had tried several times, but they all failed. In the next few days, they learned about Vegeta's situation, and they all joined the new round of training unwillingly. There is no doubt that their goal is to go Super Saiyan, and then surpass Lin Chuan. In this regard, Lin Chuan did not feel any pressure at all. His normal combat power continues to improve, and has already exceeded 40 million points and is heading towards 50 million points. With a mere tens of millions of combat power, there are enough for them to practice. On this day, Raditz and Vegeta were practicing as usual, while Son Goku realized something and began to practice against gravity. Just like him in the original work, he seems to understand that after a kind of practice lasts long enough, you can't rely on it all the time, otherwise, the later effects will not be very good. After understanding, Lin Chuan got an accurate answer from Son Goku. Firstly, it was because Lin Chuan didn't do much gravity training to improve his strength, and he also wanted to find his own way. Secondly, he wanted to go to the planet Yadetra to learn teleportation, which Lin Chuan promised him early in the morning. After confirming Son Goku's decision, Lin Chuan left no trace. He was sent to the planet Yadetra and greeted the Great Elder there. He will not pick up Son Goku. When the time comes, Son Goku will learn how to teleport and go back by himself. As for when he can learn it, it depends on his own talent. How long it took him to write the original work, Lin Chuan felt that he would only learn it faster now. With comparison, there will be challenges, and with challenges, there will be greater motivation. After sending off Son Goku, Lin Chuan did not return to Earth immediately. Instead, he came to the King Kai Star in the underworld. It has been almost a month and a half since we last said goodbye. If Lin Chuan hadn't been by Bulma's side since returning to Earth, Lin Chuan himself would have wanted to take a rest, otherwise he would have come to King Kai long ago. Looking for King Kai? Naturally, it was to learn from him. Anyway, this is the only high-level god that can be contacted in the early stage. Even if he is not as good as Supreme Kai, he is still a Kaio no matter what. King Kai was extremely confused by Lin Chuan's arrival. He originally thought that Lin Chuan's statement that he would come to him before he left last time was just casual, but he didn't know that he really wanted to come to him. After some communication, Lin Chuan told King Kai his purpose and showed King Kai the life energy he had cultivated. This also made King Kai feel extremely incredible. Unexpectedly, Lin Chuan, a Saiyan, was already walking in the direction of God. Even further than him. Although these realm kings are passed down from generation to generation, many of the inheritances have been broken up to this day. Lin Chuan believes this. After all, the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe is praised by the entire universe as the most hip-cutting Supreme Kai. That Supreme Kai Saiyan has not even developed his divine power. So, not only can you not teach me, but my cultivation method is useful to you. This is indeed something Lin Chuan never expected. Who knew that the cultivation method given to him by Palunga could actually make up for the cultivation method of the King of Kai? Not entirely. In other words, the cultivation method you obtained plus the cultivation method of our realm king may be able to piece together a more complete divine power cultivation method. It may still be incomplete, but compared to the more incomplete training methods, the training methods after fusion are definitely more effective. King Kai said seriously. The suggestion was good, and Lin Chuan was also a little moved. Frankly speaking, the first purpose of coming to King Kai is to improve yourself with the help of King Kai. As for the other one, naturally I want to see if I can reach the higher realm of gods, the Supreme Kai realm. To be honest, he didn't dare to get involved easily before. Firstly, it was because of lack of strength, and secondly, there were too many things to do to advance the plot. Now, he needs to break through himself faster, and it is inevitable to go to the Supreme Kai world. That Dong Supreme Kaiksen appeared in the original Majin Buu chapter, and his strength is comparable to Piccolo in the same period. But in terms of divine status, Saiyan is higher than Piccolo, so he is stronger. He surpasses Piccolo, but is also weaker than Demon King Dapra. According to what Son Goku and Vegeta told Azuma Supreme Kaiksen, Demon King Dapra can compete with the complete form of Cell, which means that Demon King Dapra's combat power is worth tens of billions. So, to put it bluntly, Supreme Kai Xian's combat power will not exceed 5 billion. In his previous life, Lin Chuan even estimated that he would exceed 5 billion just to give him face, but it was still around 2 to 3 billion. Lin Chuan's current strength can fight with more than 3 billion beings at full strength, and he has absolute confidence that he will not be weak. Therefore, I was confident and came up with the idea of Supreme Kai. In that case, let's give it a try first. Maybe after fusion, it will be really good for both of us. Lin Chuan agreed to King Kai's proposal. To him, this cultivation method is actually not precious. It is indeed possible to cultivate high-level life energy, but it is also very difficult. If Lin Chuan hadn't constantly gained new insights and continuously improved his strength, this training method alone would not have had much effect. In other words, even if this cultivation method is given to people like Son Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta, they may not be able to achieve anything. Then let's tell each other the essence of the cultivation method, and then we can learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. King Kai was no longer as relaxed and lazy as usual. At any rate, this is also an opportunity for him, which allows him to improve his realm. Even though the Chaos have lived for so long, they don't have to do anything but maintain the order of their respective galaxies. But in fact, they are all practicing continuously, otherwise they will be eliminated by the times. Moreover, King Kai is always looking for breakthroughs. Their 4 realm kings never let up for a day. The reason is none other than the sealing of the Bojack gang, the galactic thugs who were causing chaos in the 4 major galaxies, which resulted in a significant reduction in the strength of the 4 kings of their realms. Once they are out of strength, the seal will be broken. By then the criminals who are causing trouble in the universe will be out of control, and they will be unable to stop them. In the final analysis, the 4 realm kings are actually very powerful beings, but they are inferior to Supreme Kai. In the original work, if the Kaio doesn't seal Bojack's gang, he is at least at the level of an emperor, instead of the pitiful 3,500 points of combat power. If he only had 3,500 points, the Jinyu team might be able to kill him if he came. Not only was he ignored him, but he also let the Z warriors practice at will. Sit down and discuss the law with King Kai. Learning from each other's strengths and compensating for weaknesses does have miraculous effects. Lin Chuan gained new insights and understood why his life energy could no longer go on after being purified to this point. It's not that his body is full, but that he has been storing this energy and not using it. It is equivalent to having a treasure house in hand but not knowing it at all. These life energies can be used to cleanse the marrow through the I Ching, which can temper one's physical strength and strengthen one's soul and mental strength. In simple terms, although this power is not the power of God, it contains the breath of life and has the power of creation. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. The day passed like this. Lin Chuan did not stay on King Kai, but returned to Earth. He promised Bulma that he would go home no matter how late it was, so Lin Chuan had to keep his word. Unless, report in advance to go out to practice. But so far, he won't be out for a long time. Otherwise, how many days has it been? Once Bulma gets angry, it's really hard to fool her. The original Vegeta was with her, and although he had been practicing, he was practicing in the gravity room at home. In the evening, Lin Chuan and Bulma took a rare opportunity to go shopping, eat, and finally watch a movie. It was like experiencing Bulma's feeling of spending money like water. In his previous life, he would have been completely taken care of and became a pretty boy. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary people in this life, he is probably the pretty boy type. No one else will know who he is. What kind of existence is he? When I got home, it was already late at night. After the two washed up, they hugged each other and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lin Chuan was awakened by the sound of fighting. Even Bulma showed displeasure. It's so early, just looking for trouble. Accept Raditz and Vegeta to practice here, and these two guys will fight n times every day. Just hit them, and they would always hit each other twice and ridicule each other for a long time. What they said almost spread throughout the entire manor. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Chuan took action and killed the two of them instantly, making them doubt their fate. For Vegeta and Raditz, they really have to obey Lin Chuan now. People have big fists, what can you do? He couldn't beat him again and again, so he had to be obedient. After teaching Vegeta and Raditz a lesson, Lin Chuan also started his training. Also arrived at King Kai planet again. After yesterday's mutual discussion, Lin Chuan gained a good understanding and improved his strength. This also let Lin Chuan know that King Kai did have something, so he expected to get more from him. The most important thing is that the two cultivation methods are more complete when combined, which not only helps Lin Chuan condense life energy more quickly, but also allows him to temper his body and soul more easily. Just like that, over and over again. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. In the past half month, Lin Chuan will practice with King Kai on the King Kai planet during the daytime on Earth. In the evening, he returned home to spend time with Bulma. Over this period of time, the intimacy with Bulma has become higher and higher. Bulma even talked about getting married. Every woman has such a dream. Who doesn't want to put on a wedding dress and marry the man of her dreams? Speaking of which, when Bulma and Vegeta were together in the original book, there was no wedding at all. Lin Chuan did not refuse. As a time traveler, he is also a very traditional person. Now that they are together, marriage between a man and a woman is an important process that must be carried out. Of course, it won't be immediately. Bulma needs preparation and arrangements. Even if it doesn't need to be so spectacular or eye-catching, at least it has to be passable. Naturally, Lin Chuan had no idea how good Bulma was. This day, Lin Chuan did not go to King Kai again. For no other reason, Piccolo came to visit, so I had to stop for a while. This can be regarded as the month since Piccolo returned from planet Namek, and he has not been looking for him for a month. You mean, the reason why you haven't come to me this month is because you are investigating information about artificial humans? He looked at Piccolo in surprise. Lin Chuan didn't expect that Piccolo would be so persistent and serious. Even he didn't think to pay attention to this matter now, but Piccolo kept it in his heart, as if he was afraid that there would be chaos in the future. When others still thought peace had arrived, Piccolo took the lead and prepared to find the artificial man mentioned in Lin Xue's news. Nip the crisis in the bud? This is Piccolo. Although I didn't get much intelligence, I also got a lot of useful information. The artificial humans that your future daughter Lin Xue talked about should be closely related to the former Red Ribbon Legion. Of course, this is not the key to why I came to you. During the investigation, I have been secretly visiting various parts of the Earth and found very strange things. On the Earth, there are many remote villages and towns on the 3 continents of East, West, and South. All people and animals disappeared overnight. Except for the clothes left on the ground, not even a trace was left. Then, I followed the scent all the way, and finally found something interesting. Piccolo said, taking out a universal capsule from his arms. Then he pressed his hand and raised his hand, and a time machine appeared in front of Lin Chuan. Good guy? Although I already have a rough idea of what's going on from what Piccolo said, but when he saw with his own eyes that Piccolo found the time machine that Sharu came from, Lin Chuan called him a good guy. There is no need for him to do anything. Piccolo is enough to change the direction of the plot. However, after this idea was born, Lin Chuan also became serious. Because he had to be serious? Not because of Cell, but because of this time machine. According to the world that has been changed by him, there should be no time machine anymore. Originally, Lin Chuan had also wondered whether Trunks would still exist and whether he would come to this past world from the future world. After all, Lin Xue's arrival has completely overturned the original direction of the world. Now, the time machine has appeared, which means that anything is possible in the future. Even time and space are confused, and strange intersections are taking place between parallel worlds in different time and space. Do you know what this is? Piccolo asked, seeing Lin Chuan carefully examining the strange machine. He rarely saw Lin Chuan's serious look, and his current appearance was just like when Lin Chuan met his future daughter. There is indeed something wrong with this thing. Hearing Piccolo's question, Lin Chuan slowly shook his head. Even if he knew, he had to pretend not to know. Otherwise, how did he know about it? Maybe Bulma will know what this is? What I care about is the body left inside the machine. If nothing else happens, this should be the eggshell of some kind of creature. Lin Chuan changed the subject. Piccolo nodded. I think so too. I think this shouldn't be a universe ship, right? If so, it would be too small. Moreover, there is a universal capsule logo on this machine, which should be a product of our Earth. Do you suspect this is from the future? Lin Chuan asked pretendingly. It's not a suspicion, but I have already investigated. This machine is not made by the Universal Capsule Company. At least it is not available on the market. And have you seen the moss and traces of use on it? This machine was several years ago at least. The product of Piccolo's IQ is really very high. He already has such a complete set of logic just by relying on himself. Of course, this should be because Lin Xue traveled from the future to this era, so it gave Piccolo a great inspiration. It makes sense. Let's let Bulma take a look first and then talk. Lin Chuan nodded and didn't answer much. He took the initiative to put it in the storage space, and then went to the institute with Piccolo to find Bulma. When Bulma saw the broken time machine, she couldn't believe it at first sight. Not just her, Breve also had a look of disbelief on his face. For no other reason than Magnum Capsule Company has never invented such a product. Especially since this was made many years ago, it is even more impossible. After some inspection and research, Bulma and Breve were shocked at the same time. Because they came to 2 results. The first result is that this special machine was indeed built by the Universal Capsule Company, but it was definitely not made by Breve and Bulma at this time. The second result is that the precision of this special machine has reached an unprecedented level, and using the decryption program and code number, and then testing various equipment, it was found that this thing is not a product of this era, but comes from the future. The machine built by the Universal Capsule Company in the future has traveled through time to this era. The atmosphere became very strange. After all, the appearance of something like this in this era shows what will definitely happen in the future. Bulma immediately thought of Lin Xue. Lin Chuan knew what was going on, but he couldn't explain it clearly. And he's not entirely sure yet. Now that it's established that this machine is from the future, then it is certain that the thing arriving on this machine is a creature from the future. Then, why do future creatures come to this time and space? The thing that Piccolo struggles with is that it is different from others. At this time, even though he has not yet assimilated with the god Piccolo, he already has the idea of defending and protecting the Earth. The Great Devil no longer exists. I can take some samples for genetic comparison to see what kind of creature this is. But it will take some time. As long as it is a creature on Earth, I have reserves here. Bulma said. Then thank you for the hard work. Piccolo nodded, as if he was entrusted with an important task. Although, he probably guessed that this would not be a known creature. After all, the monsters coming out of here involve people and animals disappearing out of thin air. This alone is terrifying enough. If he didn't investigate clearly, he would have trouble sleeping and eating. Piccolo, you don't need to be so worried. Since things are like this, everything needs to be investigated. With my ability, I will also cover the earth with my sense of energy and pay close attention at any time. Once a place suddenly loses a lot of energy, it means the target is there. Lin Chuan said. Give Shalu a chance to grow? Lin Chuan felt that it was no longer necessary. It's not that he doesn't want to create an opponent for him, but what if Cell grows into Lightning Cell in a few years? For Lin Chuan, he is confident that he can achieve tens of billions of combat power within the next year. Therefore, instead of worrying about little Shalu, it is better to solve it quickly. The so-called perspective should be long-term, not just looking at the present. Even if the plot of Sharu is set 4 years later. That's fine. With you here, I feel relieved. Piccolo's words made Lin Chuan dumbfounded. He finally understood that one of the reasons why Piccolo found him was to let him take action quickly to solve this hidden trouble. After all, Piccolo heard Lin Xue's talk about the future. In the future, the person who looks exactly like him will be the real enemy. At this moment, some corner of the earth, a green-skinned monster exuding disgusting gas is hiding in the mountains. Biological instinct told him that he had to hide for a while. He is none other than Future Cell, who broke out of his shell not long ago. He is still in the first stage of physical growth. He came to this era from the future in order to absorb number 17 and number 18 from the past era and complete the final evolution. Originally, his plan was very complete. He would first devour the humans of the past world, make himself stronger quickly, and then find Dr. Gro of this era and send him directly to number 17 and number 18. However, what he didn't expect was that he had just swallowed a dozen small towns and was locked by Piccolo in this space and time. Although Piccolo in this era is far less powerful than himself in future time and space, his current strength has deteriorated and he only has the most basic skills. Only by constantly devouring life forms can he become stronger quickly. But he couldn't expose himself. According to his understanding of this era, all Z fighters are in the development stage, and maybe as strong as Piccolo, who is locked on him, and are getting stronger quickly. If he showed up easily, he would definitely be killed. Damn it, Piccolo, why did you find out about my existence? Don't give me a chance? When I become stronger, you will be the first one I want to kill. When the time comes, you will all be my nourishment. Kneel down and beg for votes and beg for rewards. Shala gestured viciously, which was particularly terrifying. To be honest, he really didn't expect that he would continue to live in this era. In the future, he will take advantage of various opportunities and even go to other planets to devour life forms. But when he returned to Earth and wanted to devour number 17 and number 18, he found that he had no chance at all. It's not that I'm not strong enough, or that number 17 and number 18 are gone. It's because the Z warriors are ridiculously powerful. Their strength makes it impossible for him to attack, and even any one of them has the power to kill him. The powerful strength that he was proud of was like an ant in front of them, unable to fight back. In the end, there is no choice but to compromise and hide in the dark. Until that day, he finally got his chance. Bulma from the Universal Capsule Company built a time machine that can travel through time and space. Their purpose was to deliver medicine to Goku, the grandson of the past time and space. This allowed Cell to find an opportunity, and he sneaked in when Sun Wufan, who had returned from delivering medicine, carelessly left the time machine in the warehouse. Fortunately, the operation interface is not complicated. Even if he has not had much contact with these technological products, he can roughly guess how to use them. In this way, he drove the time machine and came to this earlier era. He must fully return the humiliation he suffered in the future to the Z warriors. Let these people know that they were just born early. If he also rises in this era, no one can be his opponent of Ultimate Cell. He. Wait, Lin Chuan, Son Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, and Piccolo. His eyes were filled with a glow, and his killing intent was so strong that it affected half of the forest. All the animals in the forest dared not approach him for fear of their own disaster. These wild animals in nature will not know that they will suffer disaster in the next period of time. Because he could not target humans for the time being, Sharo could only start with these wild animals. Although they are scarce in number, as long as they devour enough beasts, they will be much better than devouring a single human being. Shalu is actually more inclined to devour those contestants who have participated in the world's best martial arts competition, because although these people have only the same strength, at least they are not fighting against the 5 scum, and they also have purer life energy in their bodies. Even Shalu wanted to find the Klin, Tianjin rice, dumplings, Yamsha, and others of this era. After all, this is the only Z warrior he can defeat in this era. However, he couldn't really move. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the worst. After being exposed, if you don't have enough strength, you will die. After a few days, Lin Chuan and Piccolo have been discussing future crises and waiting for Bulma's biological comparison information and research results. Finally, Piccolo was surprised and incredible to learn that the creature had genes from the human body and genes from various weird animals. Simply put, it is a magical collection, but it exists. Lin Chuan knew it but said nothing, while Piccolo was shrouded in haze. Because he had no way to explore, he had to give up temporarily. During the exchange, Lin Chuan learned that Piccolo had actually joined forces with Piccolo, the god of the Temple of Heaven, to investigate together not long ago. The purpose is to completely eliminate the threat. For the god Piccolo, it is his duty to rid the earth of nature. The earth is his jurisdiction, and he does not want more uncontrollable things to happen. They even thought of collecting dragon balls to summon the dragon and make a wish to know what kind of existence was hidden in the dark and where it was. It is worth mentioning that with the assistance and blessing of Dende, the Dragon Balls of the Earth are no longer the Dragon Balls of the past. The upper limit of Shenlong's ability has been increased by n times, and his wish has been increased from 1 to 2. In the past, Lin Chuan would be very happy, because this means that he can realize one more wish every year. It's different now, and all the basic wishes he needs to realize have already been realized. Even though there are many ideas hidden in his heart, according to the limit of Earth Dragon's ability, it is impossible to help him realize it. If I really have to fulfill my wish in the future, I can still rely on Palunga, or find the Cyril star. There are also Namekians on Cyril, who created divine dragons with a low lower limit and a high upper limit. The setting mentioned in the original work is that as long as the wishmaker is willing to sacrifice his lifespan, he can realize some wishes that are beyond his own ability. Although there is a trading-like mode, victory in Cyril Star Dragon Ball has no cooldown. It seems that we can only stop here for the time being. After so many days, that unknown existence must have known that we were looking for him, so he hid. Standing on the rooftop with his arms folded, Piccolo murmured to himself. Hearing this, Lin Chuan nodded. How could he not know? He had no intention of letting Shalu go these days, but after searching carefully, there was no trace at all. Even if the Earth is very small compared to the universe, it is still very difficult to find a specific existence, like finding a needle in a haystack. If a person really wants to hide, even he will have a hard time finding it. The matter has come to this, we can only wait for the opportunity. One thing you don't need to worry about is that Xioxu has talked about the artificial man incident, so nothing big should happen. Instead of continuing to waste time on this, it is better to seize the time to practice and make yourself stronger so that you can face the crisis that may happen at any time. Lin Chuan's words deeply inspired Piccolo. In fact, Lin Chuan had instilled this idea into him in the past 2 days, but it was only now that Piccolo completely gave up tracking. It was still the reluctance in my heart that was causing trouble. After all, I had been searching for more than a month with no results. Although I got some information, it was all useless. You're right. If I continue to waste time like this, I'm afraid both Raditz and Vegeta will surpass me. Piccolo murmured. Living here again these days, Piccolo already knows that Vegeta's strength has increased dramatically, and he knows more clearly that Raditz and Vegeta have been sparring and practicing. Although his strength has increased dramatically due to Nayla's relationship. But to put it bluntly, this is the increase brought to him by assimilation, not from his own cultivation. Indeed, according to my calculations, it won't take long for Raditz, Vegeta, and even Kakarot to surpass you. Times have changed. More than a year ago, a combat power of over 10,000 was considered extremely powerful. But now, a combat power of over 1 million and a combat power of over 10 million are nothing. Breaking 100 million is a new starting point and a new platform. Lin Chuan said. 100 million combat power units? Although I'm not interested in numerical values, I understand what you said. According to what you said at the time, Frisia's final combat power was 120 million points, which means that he must now reach Frisia's. Only with the level of SA can we barely catch up with the new era. Piccolo nodded and expressed his thoughts. His eyes continued to stare at Lin Chuan without any doubt. In fact, Frisia has been eliminated by the times, otherwise, he would not have been instantly killed by Lin Chuan. Can you tell me, if calculated based on numerical values, how strong is your current strength? Piccolo asked. This was the answer he'd always wanted to know. According to his calculations, Lin Chuan's combat power was at least 500 million points or even 1 billion points. In response to Piccolo's inquiry, Lin Chuan did not dodge and replied directly, I can't give you an accurate answer. I can only tell you that with my current strength, I can easily display a combat power level of more than 2 billion, even more than 3 billion. And I am still getting stronger and making progress every moment, so go get stronger, Piccolo. As he spoke, a gleam flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes. Perhaps it's time for you to become a human again? The complete you will not only be extremely powerful, but your potential will also be fully unleashed, and you will even be able to truly become the super Namekian of your Namekian legend. When this suggestion came out of his mouth, Piccolo was momentarily overwhelmed by his inner emotions. The horror that shocked Lin Chuan was unexpected. His guess of 1 billion was a far underestimate. Secondly, Lin Chuan's words made him extremely confused. It was really hard for him to accept that he would be the same person as the old guy Piccolo. Being able to accept Naylo was forced by the current situation, and Naylo was indeed similar to him and did not affect him. Memories emerged, and Piccolo remembered that the god Piccolo had signaled to him more than once not long ago. People are old and about to die. It means that before death, it can make him complete and stronger, which will be better for the earth, and Dende will have greater protection in the future. The god Piccolo wanted him to be Dende's bodyguard. Seeing that Piccolo didn't answer, Lin Chuan also knew his character and temper. Without continuing to talk about this aspect, he changed the subject and talked about Sun Wuhan. Recently, Gohan seems to have given up on practicing. I remember that it was almost half a month since he came to see me last time. Piccolo nodded. There is nothing we can do about it. You also know Shishi's temper. Now that the Earth is no longer in crisis, Gohan is forced to arrange various studies by her. I really can't understand. As long as you have enough knowledge, why be so persistent? You can't say that. After all, Shishi is also doing it for Gohan's benefit. She has different considerations from ours. Moreover, Gohan has a goal. He wants to become a scholar in the future. Lin Chuan said with a smile. What a ridiculous scholar. This world is a world where the weak eat the strong, Piccolo retorted. Then he turned around and walked towards the gravity training room, leaving only one sentence for Lin Chuan. I will be practicing here in the next period of time, and I will complete the adaptation to 500 times gravity as quickly as possible. As for the rest, I will talk about it after I complete the practice. After listening to Piccolo's words, Lin Chuan more or less understood his thoughts. He wanted to consider whether to assimilate with the God Piccolo after completing this final gravity training. According to the lifespan revealed by the God Piccolo in the original work, he only has 4 or 5 years left to live at most. The sooner you assimilate him, the faster you can grow. Sighing secretly in his heart, Lin Chuan no longer thought about it. These things. A lot of time has been wasted these days because of Shalu. He also had to speed up his progress to hone his cultivation, and at the same time, he had to make the final improvements to the first level of Super Saiyan. With the power he currently possesses, he can already complete the first 3 stages of transformation into Super 1. The first stage is the normal type, the second stage is the speed and strength enhanced type, and the third stage is the power muscle type. With the breakthrough of the stage, Lin Chuan also learned about the incredible increase in combat power. The normal body's increase rate is 50 times. The increase in the second stage is 60 times the normal rate. The pure strength type in the third stage reached 70 times. It is still unknown what the full power is, but based on the fact that each stage has been increased by 10 times, it is said to be stable at 80 times. Anyway, the initial stage of the second level of Super Saiyan is only 100 times the normal increase. After completing the full power form, it's time to try the fourth level of Super Saiyan again. Lin Chuan said to himself. The goal after surpassing 1 is not to surpass 2, but to surpass 4. Although the span is a bit large, only by reaching Super 4 is equivalent to reaching the realm of Super Saiyan God, and his strength can truly break through the dimensional level. If he wants to remain invincible, he must walk an extraordinary path that belongs only to him. In fact, Lin Chuan had wanted to try it for a long time. He had tried it many times before he became a Super Saiyan. In the past, it was impossible to break through the ordinary giant ape and reach the golden giant ape. Lin Chuan also attributed the biggest reason to the fact that his human form was not yet able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Now, Super 1 is almost complete. If we don't sprint at this time, when will we sprint? I have to go to the King Kai planet again to practice breakthroughs there. It's much better than on Earth. Before that, it's almost time to harvest another wave of fairy beans. After muttering to himself, Lin Chuan directly used teleportation to lock Lin Ta. During this time, he would trade with the cat immortal every time. Although fairy beans are no longer completely necessary for him, they are useful after all, and no one would have too little of them. It should be said that after gaining motivation, the cat immortal became more motivated to plant fairy beans, and the scope of the expanded plantation was far from what it was before. In the past, he worked hard for free, and all the fairy beans he planted were eaten by Achilobe, so even if the fairy beans were precious, he would just show them off and stop planting them altogether. It's different now, especially after tasting those alien fish. I'm even more out of control. After completing the transaction, Lin Chuan had 30 more fairy beans in his hand. Including the past inventory, there are now about 100. Is it much? Not much at all. Fairy beans mature twice a year, which is equivalent to once every half a year. They can grow about 100 beans each time. After removing the useless beans, only 30 or 50 beans are left. Saying goodbye to the cat immortal, Lin Chuan used teleportation to directly lock King Kai on the King Kai star in the underworld and shuttled there. At the same time, on the King Kai star, King Kai is inspecting the situation in the North Galaxy in the lower realm. Some time ago, because Lin Chuan kept coming and discussed with him how to cultivate the power of God, he didn't pay much attention to what was happening in the star field under his jurisdiction. It wasn't until Lin Chuan stayed on Earth these days and didn't come to look for him again that he had the opportunity and time to do the boring work that he had been putting off during this period. The Kaio's duty is to overlook the galaxy under his jurisdiction from a god's perspective. As long as nothing big happens, we will be peaceful and relaxed. But if some unimaginable events happen on some planets, such as a catastrophe on the planet, or if the natives on some planets should not be exterminated, then as the king of the realm, he has to give some guidance to the life on the planet. Just like God shows the way for mortals and leads them towards a better life. Is that all? Of course not entirely. The existence of Kaio is also an existence that suppresses evil. They can be said to be supervisors. Once they discover a special unknown terror, they must report it and then discuss countermeasures to solve it. Simply put, Kaio is also one of the important players in balancing negative energy. Otherwise, why would Kaio be needed to manage a large galaxy separately? I knew it, and it really started to get ready. It's only been such a short time, but I can't wait. King Kai murmured in a low voice. He is resentful and angry. Lin Chuan, who had just arrived, was stunned when he heard what he said. He walked forward and put his hand on King Kai's shoulder to feel it, while asking, "Did something happen again? Look at your expression." Because of Lin Chuan's arrival, King Kai trembled slightly. He was startled, but quickly calmed down. "Isn't that old guy from the Frozen Demon clan causing trouble? You should be familiar with it. That guy is the father of Frisia and Cooler," King Kai said. "Are you talking about the Kurdish king? If I hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about this guy," Lin Chuan suddenly realized. Speaking of the Kurdish king, he is certainly no stranger. Although there is not much information mentioned in the original work, he only accompanied Frisia to Earth to seek revenge. But the Kurdish king is definitely very talented. He may not be as powerful as Frisia, but the setting in the original work describes him as extremely cruel and ruthless, with no mercy. To say that Frisia is cruel is just childish compared to the cold-blooded ruthlessness of the Kurdish king. At least Frisia always had a playful attitude when facing everyone and everything. If he's in a good mood, he may even show mercy. If it were the Kurdish king, he would never show mercy to his enemies, and would even make them unable to survive or die. Speaking of Cooler, he is much more ruthless than Frisia, but compared to the Kurdish king, he is still a step behind. Maybe it's also the pride caused by the absolutely strong relationship in terms of strength. Use a simple example to illustrate. If an enemy is placed in front of the three of them, Frisia will play with it in a fun way and finally kill it. Cooler was extremely conceited and ravaged him, letting him release all his light before giving him death. The Kurdish king directly refused to give any chance, and his methods were cruel, which also involved the strength of the ethnic group behind this person, and wiped them out in one go. It is precisely for this reason that the Kurdish king is not as powerful as Frisia, but the aura he exudes makes the original Z warriors feel more terrifying than Frisia. Tell me more about it. I happen to be in a good mood. If that old guy brings it upon himself to die, I can help you get rid of this scourge, Lin Chuan said. After hearing this, King Kai's eyes flashed under his sunglasses. Indeed, he had previously thought about relying on Lin Chuan's power to kill the Kurdish king. But during this period of time, I have been busy with cultivation matters, and there is no reason, let alone an excuse to ask Lin Chuan to take action. Now that I have this opportunity, I can add some fuel to the fire. Since you want to know, let me explain briefly. The general situation is as follows. After you killed Cooler and Frisia one after another, the Kurdish king was relatively abiding by the rules some time ago, and he should be wary of your power. So I stayed on the Demon Star and never came out. I thought he would restrain himself in the next few years. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, not only did he have no intention of restraining, but he became even more cruel. In such a short period of time, he not only completed the harvest of Frisia and Cooler's territorial forces, but also began to invade other star fields in the northern galaxy. I only know now that there are already so many planets have been persecuted by the Kurdish kings. After saying this, King Kai stopped. He just looked back at Lin Chuan, and added intentionally or unintentionally, "If you didn't take action, I can probably guess that maybe in the near future, the Kurdish king will also find the earth and seek revenge from you. No matter what, you killed his two sons. Moreover, he is also investigating your information." Lin Chuan nodded slightly as he listened to King Kai's explanation. "Frankly speaking, I really don't take anything like a Kurdish king seriously. If he doesn't appear in my sight, that's fine." Answer decisively and without hesitation. It's so straightforward. With his strength, who is the Kurdish king? Even if the Kurdish king's combat strength exceeds 100 million, he can kill him without transforming. Today's era is a new era based on a combat power of over 100 million. Breaking 100 million is just a standard that can't be eliminated by the times. Then you want to take action. King Kai continued to ask tentatively. Locking his existence, I will go directly to find him? I also understand the principle of eradicating the roots. The Demon Star should be the mother planet of the Frozen Demon clan, Lin Chuan said. After hearing this, King Kai immediately became determined. He was not wrong in his bet. Although Lin Chuan was difficult to fool, they were on the same page. I will give you guidance, but you still have to lock on to King Kurd's aura and teleport there. This is the limit of what King Kai can do. No problem. Lin Chuan nodded. At this moment, the Demon Star in the Frozen Nebula in the Dark Star region of the Northern Galaxy, a huge planet, the home planet of the Frozen Demon clan. In the current era, it has completely become the exclusive back garden of the Kurdish king. As the last universe emperor of the Demon clan, King Kurd has been retreating behind the scenes for decades. He still remembers the scenes of his retirement 30 years ago and the distribution of his subordinates' power to Frisia. Today, Frisia is dead and he is alone again. Especially not long ago, he received information that his eldest son Cooler was also killed by an unknown entity. Fear are inevitable. Because although he, the Kurdish king, has always claimed to be powerful, both Cooler and Frisia surpass him in strength. He did not dare to act rashly, investigated secretly, and finally found common ground. Both sons died at the hands of Saiyans. Moreover, they may even have died at the hands of the same person. A son who was better than his father died, but instead of feeling the so-called pain of losing a son, the Kurdish king was extremely excited. There is no other reason. It can be said that both Cooler and Frisia, although they are both descendants cultivated through his genes, are far more powerful than his father. In the past, the Kurdish king only wanted to create a few sons that he could control as his puppets. He did not think about the idea of his random birth and created 2 sons who were completely uncontrollable. Cooler aside, Frisia was unexpectedly spotted by the god of destruction and became his agent. Therefore, he, the universe emperor of the previous generation of demons, had no choice but to completely step down and become his son's support, and in turn listen to his son's words. He. Although Frisia and Cooler are both dead, I don't know why, but it makes me feel extremely happy. After so many years, this period can be said to be the most relaxing time I have ever had. No one could suppress him anymore, and his accumulated cruelty, ruthlessness, and bloodthirst all burst out. Shaking the red wine glass in his hand, the Kurdish king sat on the throne. Beside him were many extremely coquettish succubi, all tall and plump, with a devil's iconic thin tail on their buttocks. Extraordinarily eye-catching. Only the appearance is indeed a bit oozing, and the skin color is not that of a human being. Of course, these are other species in the universe after all, just like the frozen demon clan. It should be said that the Kurdish king knows how to play. Compared to Frisia and Cooler, he leads a more enjoyable life as the universe emperor. Even if the frozen demon clan has no gender and no needs in that regard, they still have psychological needs. Enjoying the service of his subordinates, the Kurdish king was also watching the battle reports returned from the front lines in the past 2 days. He has not held power for many years. Now he has the final say in everything and everyone has to listen to him. King Kurd, after half a month of conquest, a total of 12 life planets in the Stark Galaxy have been conquered one after another. Now the army is gathering and is already heading towards the second goal, the Lapur Galaxy. Half kneeling on the throne then, the Kurdish king's capable subordinate spoke out. Hearing this request for credit, the Kurdish king drank the red wine in his glass and praised without hesitation, "Well done, guardman. I hope that the army will be able to take over the Lapur Galaxy in less than 2 months. Then we have to march towards the southern galaxy. The mess left by my useless son Frisia needs to be sorted out by me, the father." The ambitions of the Kurdish king are so great. What he saw was not just the Baida Galaxy, but the entire universe. Thinking back then, he had long wanted to get involved in other big galaxies. Unfortunately, there was never a chance, so he finally retired, and Frisia and Cooler did this. It's just that Frisia is developing towards the southern galaxy, and Cooler is developing towards the western galaxy. From this, Cooler and Frisia will always be at peace with each other. Otherwise, there would have been a big fight already. Of course, Cooler's avoidance was entirely due to the god of destruction Beerus. That existence is so terrifying? It was so terrifying that they were nothing more than ants in front of him. A single look could kill them, leaving them completely powerless to fight back. Yes? My subordinates will definitely not disappoint the Kurdish king, said the burly warrior guardman. Very good. Then I am waiting for your good news. The Kurdish king nodded with satisfaction. My subordinates resign. Seeing guardman leaving, the Kurdish king raised his wine glass. The succubus on the side bowed and poured the wine respectfully. However, at this moment, the Kurdish king, who was about to take another drink, suddenly stared with an expression of disbelief. For no other reason than an unknown figure walked in from outside the door. And with the appearance of this person, a smell of blood also came. How could the Kurdish king, who is extremely sensitive to blood, not know what it smells like? Who are you? Looking at the visitor, the Kurdish king frowned and asked coldly. Although the 6 succubi on the side didn't know what was going on, they knew that many people must have died outside because they were born with a soft spot for blood. Otherwise, the smell of blood would not be so strong. But if so many people died, why was there no sound at all? As the emperor of the universe, you have a very comfortable life. Let your subordinates do the work, and you can hide here and be happy. If it weren't for those people outside now using your banner, I'm afraid no one would know that you, the former emperor of the universe who retired to the rear, have returned to your old business. The visitor was none other than Lin Chuan. It can be said that Lin Chuan was not merciful at all in criticizing the Kurdish king. Who are you? How dare you talk to this king like this? The Kurdish king looked extremely ugly. The wine glass in his hand broke and the red wine spilled on the floor. The emperor's pressure spread, scaring the 6 succubi around him into retreating in fear. Lin Chuan was not affected at all. It only has a combat power of 100 million points, and this aura is not even half as powerful as Frisia's. The Kurdish king has been retired for a long time, and he doesn't even know that his strength has fallen to the bottom. To be honest, Lin Chuan is sure to deal with such a Kurdish king even without using super energy. Why don't I dare to talk to you like this? Speaking of which, haven't you been investigating me? Now I'm standing in front of you. Lin Chuan said in a teasing tone with his eyes slightly narrowed. As soon as these words came out, the Kurdish king stared straight in his eyes. How could he imagine that he was hiding in the base camp and living happily? He didn't take the initiative to trouble Lin Chuan, let alone have any thoughts of revenge. He didn't expect that the other party would come to his door. Having killed his sons Cooler and Frisia, the Kurdish king knew very well how he could be his opponent. Standing up directly from the throne, the Kurdish king looked embarrassed and solemn. You are that Saiyan? No, you are the legendary Super Saiyan. King Kurd asked. Hearing this, Lin Chuan glanced at the Kurdish king provocatively. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? The threatening words left the Kurdish king with no way out, so he immediately walked down the stairs and arrived in front of Lin Chuan. The flattering look on his face really made Lin Chuan feel a little strange. When this guy saw his enemy, instead of showing any resentment or insidiousness, he actually showed an expression that he wanted to get close to him. Dear Super Saiyan sir, please forgive Xiao Wang for his rudeness just now. It's really hard to believe that you would condescend to come to the Demon Star, the home planet of my frozen demon clan. Actually, I have been investigating your information some time ago. I want to send you a few planets and then discuss some issues with you about the ownership of the territory. I apologize for my sons Cooler and Frisia taking action against you. Those two traitors were imprisoned even by me. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see the light of day again, let alone regain control of the overall situation. The words of the Kurdish king made Lin Chuan even more amazed and surprised. This was something he didn't hear with his own ears. He even doubted whether the person in front of him was the heinous former universe emperor. Although in the original work, the Kurdish king did beg for mercy from future Dante, he was limited to that way of begging for mercy. Now the Kurdish king is trying his best to curry favor with himself, even using his honorific title. King Kai from the King Kai star couldn't help but feel sick after hearing these words. King Kai knew that the Kurdish king might have known that his death was coming, so when he had no way to deal with Lin Chuan, he directly chose to surrender to please him. Lin Chuan, I can tell you, this guy is acting, don't be fooled by him. I know his nature well, if you are not strong enough, he will definitely kill you on the spot. And, there is no guarantee this guy has something on his mind. King Kai's voice came, leaving Lin Chuan speechless for a while. He couldn't understand it. King Kai had known him for a while, so he didn't understand him as a person? Is he the kind of person who lets his guard down after hearing a few good words? Moreover, since he came with murderous intentions, no matter what happens to the Kurdish king, he must die. You don't need to tell me, I know. Since he wants to play, then I will play with him. Lin Chuan replied to King Kai with his mind. The next second, his joking eyes looked at the Kurdish king who was groveling and rubbing his hands. It's really wronging you, the former emperor of the universe, to talk to me, a Saiyan, in such a condescending tone. Hearing this, the Kurdish king's heart almost exploded. But he couldn't show anything. He could only suppress his anger and continue to say hypocritically, what the hell? You are the legendary Super Saiyan. How can your noble status be compared to that of Xiao Wang? From now on, Xiao Wang is willing to regard you as the true emperor of the universe. After a few words, Lin Chuan was directly promoted to a high position. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes and continued to watch his performance. Did he know that such a smart and capable leader as the Kurdish king would not give up his status and supreme power to him so easily? I don't know, what do you think? He didn't wait for Lin Chuan's answer, but felt the look in Lin Chuan's eyes that made his heart tremble. The Kurdish king asked again, but Lin Chuan didn't hesitate and immediately answered, what then? Do you still want to witness the strength of my Super Saiyan? To judge whether I really have the power to kill you. After speaking, the atmosphere turned cold. How did the Kurdish king know that his little thoughts were directly seen through? That's really what he thought? As long as Lin Chuan's displayed strength is not as good as his, or at most equal to his, then he will never give in easily. After all, the information he got, Cooler's death and Frisia's death were just news, not what he saw with his own eyes. You are joking, how dare Xiao Wang have such thoughts? The Kurdish king's smoothness far exceeded Lin Chuan's imagination. The next second, I saw him casting glances at the 6 succubi. This is another honey trap? It's a pity that the Kurdish king obviously doesn't know that these succubus figures are indeed amazing, but their faces and skin color really can't catch his eye. Alas, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I thought you were so smart, but I didn't expect that it's just this little trick. As a father, you are not as good as Cooler, and even Frisia is far inferior. Your 2 sons at least had the courage to attack me after knowing the difference in strength, but you can be so humble. It's so pitiful. No wonder you were replaced by Cooler and Frisia. As Lin Chuan spoke, he walked forward, completely ignoring his back and leaving it to the Kurdish king. It was just after this big flaw appeared. The Kurdish king had no patience anymore and instantly became violent. The energy all over his body condensed and fired a scarlet super energy cannon. The terrifying energy not only swallowed up everything, but also directly destroyed the entire royal city. To the Kurdish king, this was nothing. Even if his home planet was destroyed, it was nothing. As long as Lin Chuan, the Super Saiyan, is killed, not only will he get his revenge, but there will be no more threats to his existence in the future. Energy is constantly evaporating. The terrifying power seems to destroy everything. It wasn't until all the power was completely vented that the Kurdish king showed joy, and before the smoke cleared, he started laughing. But his smile didn't last long before it was interrupted by Lin Chuan's voice. What are you laughing at? With so much strength, it's not even enough to tickle me. A golden light flashed, directly dispelling all the smoke and gloom in the palace. Blonde? Super Saiyan? I have met both of your sons, so you should meet them too, and then I will send you to hell to meet them. Looking at the stunned Kurdish king in front of him, Lin Chuan had no interest in playing anymore. Fear swept through his heart, and the Kurdish king regretted it. How did he know that the Super Saiyan in front of him was so powerful? Let me go. I can give you everything. The Kurdish king backed away in fright. The strong and burly body was trembling non-stop, which was the fear coming from the deepest part of the body. Lin Chuan's pressure was too strong. This is Super Saiyan. Raising his hand, Lin Chuan did not intend to continue playing around. Let him see it, and let him know how stupid what he did is. I'm really sorry, I have something urgent at home today, so I only have 10,000 words left for this chapter. Fortunately, all the early plots have been written. Next, a new plot will unfold, and there will be great spans and changes. I believe everyone who has read the last few chapters can feel that the future is going to be a long way. The follow-up plot will be more based on the original story instead of following the original plot. Qingjiao will also try to simplify it as much as possible and will not explain it specifically. After all, enough has been explained before. Here again, I would like to thank all the readers who have been subscribing, voting, and supporting Qingjiao. If you have any opinions, you can join the book club to discuss them together.